How are you guys? Like this video for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. I'm so nervous. I'm about to start my graduation project. I hope I can graduate successfully this time. Yes, I hope that in this year's graduation project, I can design a qualified transcendent world as my domain. Don't be delusional. Among the students who graduate every year, very few can fulfill your requirement. But if I only design an ordinary world, then I guess I can only go to work after graduation, so I'm going to fight this year. Wow, why are your requirements so high? I'm different. I just hope to graduate smoothly. Ha ha ha, you've postponed your graduation for 5 years, right? I've suspected you several times because you took a fancy to the school's food and didn't leave. You give me the edge. On the playground of Invading University, a group of seniors in their 20s are chatting about their upcoming graduation project. Among them, Chu Hao is a little different. He didn't look nervous, nor did he have any anxiety. He was like a bystander, quietly watching everything in front of him. Alas, it's been 4 years since I traveled here without realizing it. Chu Hao sighed silently. 4 years ago, Chu Hao traveled to this other world for some special reasons. During this time, Chu Hao also worked hard to figure out the real situation of the world. First of all, this is a world where everyone can ignite a divine fire and have their own unique divine domain. In this world, whether a person is strong or not is closely related to his divine world. Of course, the situation of one's own God's domain will also determine each person's future development. Those who own the transcendent world as the domain of the gods are destined to become superiors and elites from all walks of life. And those who can only design the ordinary world are treated much worse. Therefore, everyone in this world must complete their own graduation project when they graduate from college. And the content of the graduation project is naturally to design an independent world as the own domain. While the seniors were chatting, a powerful voice resounded throughout the playground. Students, be quiet. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked up at the rostrum on the playground. On the rostrum, stood a middle-aged man who looked at the wolf. This middle-aged man is the vice principal of Invading University, the highest god-king ambition. Vice Principal Wang Ji looked around and found that there were no more whispers, and finally began to speak. Classmates, after 4 years of study, of course, some people seem to have more than 4 years. Wang Ji gritted his teeth and looked at a corner of the playground. Several of the students who had postponed their graduation immediately began to tremble. In short, after so many years of study, I believe that you have fully mastered the theory and knowledge of designing various worlds. And today, all your hard work will be rewarded. Hearing this, the students including Chu Hao immediately lit up. Finally, it is time for them to ignite the divine fire and escape from the mortal world. From today, all of you will ignite your own fire and obtain a copy of the origin of the world. You have 1 month, during which you must complete your own graduation project and build a world of your own. I wish you a successful graduation. After speaking, Wang Ji stretched out his hand and enveloped all the seniors present. Diffuse your will, and then prepare to ignite the fire. In an instant, the endless violent energy immediately swept the entire playground. After seeing this scene, Chu Hao immediately closed his eyes. Next second, Chu Hao found that in the sea of his own mind, a golden light was quietly lighting up. The sea of mind that was originally shrouded in endless darkness was gradually illuminated by this ray of light. Although the area irradiated by this ray of light is very limited, it still lights up a corner of the sea of mind. It can be said that from this moment on, the entire sea of mind has gradually begun to fluctuate. The divine fire has finally been ignited. Chu Hao thought excitedly. From the moment the divine fire was ignited, Chu Hao began to gradually escape from the mortal world. The more powerful his fire, the stronger his ability. And if you want the divine fire to flourish, then Chu Hao must build a world as his own divine domain, and spend his energy to perfect it. It can be said that Chu and the world of Shaniu are a pair of things that promote each other. As for the establishment of the world of God's domain. Next, all the students who ignited the fire, go to the registration office by themselves, and you can get your own copy of the world origin from there. Wang Zhi said after seeing that all the students successfully lit the fire. And before you receive the origin of the world, you need to register the type of world you want to build. Disband. After that, Wang Zhi, the vice president of Tianding University, left, leaving only the senior students who were still feeling the mystery of the fire. Wow, the fire is finally lit. Yeah, then you need to register the type of world you want to build. I've already thought about it. I'm going to build a low magical world this time, and try to touch the threshold of the transcendent world by the way. The wizarding world is a type of world that is easier to become a transcendent world. The only threshold for it to change from the ordinary world to the transcendent world is to find a way to successfully transform the origin of the world into various magical abilities in the process of world design, and let the creatures of this world master this power. Ah, you are going to try the transcendent world? I don't care, I haven't even thought about whether to design a technological civilization or an alien civilization. Technological civilization and alien beast civilization are two different ordinary worlds, which do not belong to the type of transcendent world. But the advantage of building these two worlds is that it is easy to design, and it is easy to meet the graduation requirements. Among them, the root of scientific and technological civilization is to climb science and technology, and use the origin of the world to improve the level of science and technology in this world. The alien beast civilization is simpler, directly integrating the origin of the world into this world, allowing various alien beasts to complete the evolution, become stronger, and break through the world's upper limit. That's right, Chu Hao. The students who were talking about the world type approached Chu Hao and asked with concern. What type of God's domain are you going to design? Hearing this, Chu Hao smiled. Chu Hao actually had an idea about what kind of God's domain he was going to design. I'm going to start from scratch and design a brand new type of God's domain world. A new world called Endless Abyss. Chapter 2. It has been 4 years since Chu Hao crossed into this world. In the past 4 years, Chu Hao has a relatively good understanding of the world. In this world, cognition of the world is relatively simple. A world where there is such a source of power as magic, internal energy, and vindictiveness is the world of transcendent. On the contrary, those worlds that only have technology and physical roots are positioned as ordinary worlds. Such a positioning is not only very limited, but also very stupid. It is clear that many of the designed worlds have very strong potential, but in the final stage of the graduation project, only a failing grade was given. Of course, this is also related to the several assessments that the graduation project has to go through. Many potential worlds, at the beginning of their birth, did not have such strong defensive capabilities as those of the transcendent worlds. Therefore, most graduates often choose to enhance their combat ability in the early stage as much as possible when making their graduation project, and move closer to a few fixed rules and formulas as much as possible. So in Chu Hao's eyes, the worlds that these people designed are so boring and featureless. And more importantly, among all the excellent graduation projects, Chu Hao did not find any world of the divine domain similar to the Endless Abyss. That's right, not even similar. All the worlds of God's domain are often small worlds that are orderly. No graduate will try to build a huge world that is extremely chaotic and cruel to the extreme, similar to the Endless Abyss. In this other world, no one has studied this type of world in the Endless Abyss. Apart from Chu Hao. Are you going to design a transcendent world from scratch? The other students were surprised when they heard what Chu Hao said. They just thought that Chu Hao was playing a prank with them. After all, no one jokes about graduation projects. This is a lifetime event. And, building a world from scratch is something only the best geniuses can do. Like Chu Hao. Although his grades are good, in the eyes of his classmates, he is still at least 10 authors away from top talents. Chu Hao, although you are joking, I still advise you to choose carefully. Yet, even if it's not the transcendent world, you choose to design some simpler worlds as much as possible. Consider how to complete the assessment standards first and graduate smoothly. Hearing these people's remarks, Chu Hao just smiled. Own ideas, not the other party can understand. After registering the world's name in the registry, Chu Hao got his share of the world origin. A mass of air mass with endless rays of light. Is this the origin of the world? Chu Hao looked at the air mass in his hand and gradually sank his heart. Next, I can build the world of God's domain. But before that, the system transmits the basic model of the endless abyss to me. Chu Hao closed his eyes and called out his own gold finger. That's right, as a traveler, Chu Hao naturally has his own system. This system was already activated when it crossed over from Chu Hao. It's just that the original Chu Hao did not have the origin of the world, so many functions of this system could not be used. But today, when Chu Hao ignited the fire and obtained the origin of the world, the template function and task function of the system can finally be used normally. The abyss base model is being transmitted. With a headache that was not severe, countless information about the endless abyss world appeared in Chu Hao's mind. Is that so? It's pretty much what I guessed. Chu Hao didn't rush to make his own God's domain world according to the template. On the contrary, he carefully checked the basic template of the entire abyss. Then, Chu Hao closed his eyes and put his own thoughts into the air mass in front of him, which is above the origin of the world. Then, under the guidance of Shenhuo, Chu Hao gradually integrated the source of the world into his own body. Let this piece of quasi-God land establish a safe link with yourself. Is this how the world of God's domain was built? Chu Hao opened his eyes and found himself in chaos. The elements here are disorganized, and the whole world has no rules at all. The entire divine realm world is like a huge pot of porridge. Everything inside is in an irregular state. Okay, the first stage opens up the world. Then, Chu Hao started to build the first land in the domain of God according to the knowledge system he had. Crash! Countless non-attribute elements began to build the first land according to Chu Hao's idea. With the consumption of the source of the world, this land has also begun to gradually expand. After a while, it expanded to about a few hundred kilometers in size. Then is to transform the origin of the world into. Chu Hao took a deep breath and used his mind to manipulate the origin of the world in his hands. According to the theory of this world, every formed God's domain world has enough core rules. For example, the 4 basic force rules of the technological world, such as the heavenly Dao rules of internal energy civilization. Countless small rules evolved from these rules, interacted and influenced each other, and finally formed a world with a fixed dimension stable and reliable. None of these rules is dominant. The relationship between them is like different parts of a machine. Although they have different appearances, they are all integral parts of this machine. But the endless abyss is different. The endless abyss is a low-latitude world purely dominated by chaotic rules. After speaking, Chu Hao opened his eyes, and there was some divine fire in his eyes. Soon, he used the help of the system to compile a rule of his own world. Extreme chaos. The moment this rule was born, this newly built continent immediately began to irreversibly collapse due to the extreme chaos. At the same time as the entire continent fell apart, it also quickly fell towards the bottom of the entire prototype world, that is, the low-latitude area. The entire continent has gradually become a low-latitude area where most creatures cannot survive. At the same time, the entire continent gradually began to move irregularly. Some land masses began to be more fragmented, while some fragmented land masses began to coalesce. There is no regularity to such changes in land masses. Even a superior god cannot calculate the law of change of the entire continent. Such a world simply cannot create a good environment for creatures, let alone establish civilization. According to the standards of Tianding University, such a graduation project would have failed from the very beginning. However, Chu Hao was completely unmoved. He just watched calmly as the core of this continent collapsed to low latitudes. Then, Chu Hao used to build a second identical continent, which collapsed towards lower latitudes like the previous one. Third block, fourth block. Countless continents collapsed until the 66th block. It worked. Chu Hao used the divine fire to look down at the prototype world. At this time, these 66 prototype worlds have formed a super huge low-latitude world that continues to hover downwards in low latitudes. This is the prototype of the endless abyss. Although it is only a prototype at present, the total area of the entire endless abyss world is currently. But it is already equivalent to more than a dozen Earths combined. While Chu Hao was making the prototype of the endless abyss, a pair of eyes were already secretly observing the world he designed from the dark. Chapter 3. In the observation room of Invading University, dozens of tutors are secretly watching the progress of tens of thousands of graduates. Here, they can clearly see the world these students have designed. Of course, the reason why they peeped the students' graduation projects was more for guidance than to satisfy their own curiosity and boast with their colleagues. In case some students have some big problems, they can also correct them in time, so as not to make them make big mistakes and fail to graduate. This alien world designed by a student called Bai Cheng. In the quiet observation room, Wang Ji suddenly spoke. Hearing this, dozens of tutors immediately perked up their ears. They want to know whether the vice principal Wang Ji will praise or criticize. Bai Cheng's mentor was walking on thin ice, and quickly retrieved the world that Bai Cheng was currently designing from the data. It looks pretty good, the rules of the world are woven very solidly. Although it's just an ordinary world, it looks like it has a lot of potential. Hearing this, Bai Cheng's mentor let out a long sigh of relief. You must know that Wang Ji, as the vice president, has great power. Especially when he can decide his student base and his own performance until next semester. Wang Ji stroked his beard, and after looking at a few ordinary worlds, he said. It seems that you have taught well this year, and the graduation rate this year will be ascending a lot. Vice Principal Wang Ji seemed to be in a good mood, with a rare smile on his face. Okay, next is the top priority, this year's transcendent world design. Sure enough, no matter how perfect the ordinary world is, Invading University finally pays more attention to the designers of the transcendent world. After all, the number of transcendent worlds that have successfully passed the assessment is an important indicator for determining a university's ranking. Wang Ji swept around and nodded. Oh? There are a lot more people who chose the transcendent world this year than last year, and even among this group of graduates, there are still people designing the JOO world, a good sign, etc. Suddenly, Wang Ji's expression tightened. An ice-cold pangbo breath suddenly filled the entire observation room. What on earth is this student named Chu Hao doing? When the instructors saw Wang Ji's expression, they immediately searched for the world designed by Chu Hao. And when they saw Chu Hao's graduation project, they all took a deep breath. My seventh uncle and grandpa are here, what exactly is this? How can there be such a chaotic world? He doesn't want to graduate. The other side. Chu Hao didn't know that so many people were looking at him at this time. He is currently busy entering world rules one after another, perfecting the endless abyss world. First the rules of the 4 basic elements. Chu Hao held the origin of the world in his hand, weaved the 4 elements, that is, the rules of the earth feng shui fire element, and successfully integrated it into the entire endless abyss. After weaving the rules of the 4 elements, the entire endless abyss immediately began to mutate. Boom! Crash! Crack! Whoosh! In the endless abyss of the full 66 layers, the planes of each layer began to evolve naturally. Because these 66 planes are dominated by chaotic rules. Therefore, among these 66 planes, some planes have become barren deserts, and there is no excess water in the plains. In some plains, Hot magma appeared, and there were terrifying flames everywhere. And some plains are covered by various poisonous gas, and there is no light in the whole continent. In some plains, there was an absolute frozen state, and the entire continent was completely frozen. And this situation is caused by the chaos of the entire endless abyss world. These elements that have just appeared cannot be evenly distributed to each plane. Although certain elements will dominate some planes, many planes are still filled with a large number of unevenly distributed elements. And, because of the rules of the world where chaos reigns supreme, inside the endless abyss, countless elements are madly changing every plane. On some planes, the sky is clear for 1 second, and the next second, it becomes a dense cloud of thunder. This kind of environment makes the low-latitude world like the endless abyss even more terrifying. In this way, it should be the prototype of the endless abyss. But it's still just a prototype. The real endless abyss, except for the chaos of the elements, the rest of the rules should also be unpredictable. After speaking, Chu Hao immediately activated the origin of the world and weaved several new rules in succession. For example, gravity is an important world rule. Crack! Crack! Just after Chu Hao successfully entered these two rules, new changes appeared in the entire abyss world again. Gravity is finally here. The various elements that were a mass of scattered sand before began to arrange and combine again under the action of gravity. Many abyss planes that were unchanged before have finally begun to reshape. Boom! The plane that was once surrounded by magma, under the adjustment of gravity, began to erupt. On the continents that were once covered by poisonous gas, poisonous mists began to appear. However, Chu Hao noticed at this moment that in the entire abyss world, there are many planes with the gravity level of the ordinary world. However, under the dominance of chaotic rules, there are still a few planes in the entire endless abyss that have mutated to a strange level of gravity. In some abyss planes, gravity is so strong that it can crush almost everything. In this plane, all the elements are constantly being crushed. The interior of these elements actually began to be extremely concentrated. In some abyss planes, the strength of gravity is so weak that it can be ignored. Seeing such a scene, Chu Hao took a deep breath and thought silently in his heart. That is to say, under the extremely chaotic rules, the endless abyss has produced a large number of gravitational characteristics with different characteristics. No wonder there are some extremely special abyss creatures in the endless abyss. These creatures have no entity, or only have the concept of itself. They are special creatures similar to idealism, and although they do not have any real physical bodies, they really exist, but perhaps only in such a state can they survive in such an environment. So, is this a direct effect of the irregular gravity? But it's not over yet, there are still many things I need to do next, one of which is to give the world the concept of time flow. I need to make the whole endless abyss start to live. Only when the world rule of time is perfected, can the whole world truly have changes on the timeline. Only then can the entire endless abyss have real possibility. The rules of time, the fundamental source of all world changes. Chu Hao closed his eyes and started weaving a special rule of time according to the textbook and the endless abyss template on the system. Due to the difficulty of the time rule, even if Chu Hao has the help of the system, it still takes a whole day to edit it. However, his speed is fast. For many senior students, it would take at least 3 full days to edit the time rules from scratch. However, while Chu Hao was weaving the rules of time with all his heart, there was a complete fallout in the observation room of Invading University. This! After seeing Chu Hao's endless abyss, Wang Ji was stunned. What a huge world this is! What appeared in front of him was a composite world with a size of 66 layers. Now the entire Invading University, except for Chu Hao, the largest world is only a quarter of the size of the Earth. Moreover, in the 66 independent planes of the endless abyss, the size of each plane is comparable to the size of several provinces. And it can be seen from the picture that each plane in the Chu Hao world has its own unique environment. Some plains are covered with ice and snow, some plains are hot like a fireball, and some plains are filled with poisonous fog. It's bullshit. Before Wang Ji could speak, the mentors behind him roared. This guy named Chu Hao actually used the precious world origin to create such a bunch of pieces. One of the mentors had blue veins, and he was so angry that he didn't know how to describe Chu Hao's graduation project. Such a design is simply ridiculous. Even kindergarten children know that such a world cannot allow creatures to survive, not to mention intelligent creatures, which have no potential. Yet, such a pure chaotic world, although it looks very creative on the outside, but looking at the wrong rules of the world, this work can only be regarded as nonsense in the end. Another instructor criticized Chu Hao's approach despite some positive comment. Just looking at the appearance of the world, it seems that Chu Hao wants to give up on himself and give up this opportunity to graduate. In addition, there is even a tutor who directly judged Chu Hao's failure in this assignment. Would you like to send someone over to dissuade him? After all, he still has a chance to correct his mistakes now. Need not. Suddenly, Wang Ji interrupted all the discussions present. I can see something strange. This guy doesn't seem to be just messing around. He seems to be really creating a new world. What? How is it possible? Hearing this, all the instructors present were stunned. If it weren't for Wang Ji's status as vice president, they would probably have started to scold him. No literate person would think that Chu Hao is creating the so-called world. After all, what he did was all textbook-level mistakes. Yeah, I guess. Wang Ji stared at Chu Hao, who was knitting rules with his eyes closed, and slowly spit out a few words. This guy is designing a low-latitude world. Lower latitude world? Isn't that an admittedly wrong conjecture? An almost impossible conjecture. Yet, for thousands of years, countless people have tried to build a normal low-latitude world, but they have all failed. To shut up. Wang Ji glanced at the group of guys who only knew teaching and had no theory, and shook his head in disappointment. The so-called conjecture is used to verify an overthrow. Since this guy Chu Hao is willing to do it, let him do it. Anyway, he has the right to decide his own destiny, and he has the right to decide the prototype of his future world. So, let's not interfere and let him interpret the world by himself. I want to see if this guy will give me one surprise. Chapter 4. The time rules seem a bit difficult to edit. Chu Hao opened his eyes. After nearly a day of rule editing, the basic structure of a time rule has been completed. It's just that Chu Hao is now caught in a new problem. The flow rate of this time rule, he needs to correct it. Otherwise, once this rule is disturbed by the rule of extreme chaos, the entire endless abyss will fall into a chaotic time storm. Time flow rules are different from others. Once the time rules are disturbed, the entire endless abyss is likely to be destroyed or even collapsed in a short period of time. So, this time Chu Hao has a new idea. System, show me again, what are the rules of time flow rate suitable for the endless abyss? While weaving the rules, Chu Hao searched for the time flow rules suitable for the endless abyss from the system's template database. It turns out that there are so many rules about the flow of time. After reading the database, Chu Hao found the time flow rules that the abyss world currently needs. Is there an adaptive time rule flow rate? It's the first time I've seen it. As expected of a system, it's just convenient. Looking at the best solution given in the system, Chu Hao nodded with satisfaction, and entered an adaptive time flow rate rule into the general rule of time rule. Then is to merge with the endless abyss world. Chu Hao carefully integrated the edited time rules into the endless abyss world. Next second, the entire endless abyss has once again undergone new changes. Time that once stood still began to flow. All the changes related to the environment and the rules are all meaningful because of the appearance of time. Everything, including the basic elements, starts to change. To put it simply, the endless abyss world, come alive. The whole world, for the first time, began to operate in the true sense. This world has finally begun to gradually become complete. Although some planes are different from other planes because of the general rule of chaos, the entire endless abyss world does have a time rule that can run. Chu Hao sensed while observing his own abyss world. But while he was still observing the world he designed with his own hands, he didn't notice that Chen was undergoing new changes with the improvement of the world. In the observation room of Tianding University, most of the tutors have given up the observation of Chu Hao's design world, and turned their attention to the top students. After all, in their eyes, the world designed by Chu Hao is not a complete work at all. At least compared to other top students, Chu Hao's endless abyss world is not complete. Look, the world named Zhao Kongcheng has perfected most of the rules and transformed the origin of the world into an energy formula. What? So soon? How long? What kind of energy formula, what type of world? The source of the world has turned into natural energy. It is very likely that elves and druids coexist in the natural world. Of course, it may also be a plant world dominated by plants. Natural energy, could it be the transcendent civilization? This is a world that is very likely to become the transcendent civilization. After hearing this conversation, including Wang Ji, most of the tutors immediately turned their attention to the student named Zhao Kongcheng. In the picture, Zhao Kongcheng is above his own world, projecting clumps of natural energy into his own world. At this time, in his world, he already has the basic resources that creatures such as atmosphere and water sources must have. He is only a short distance from creating the real first creatures, and he is only short of injecting the energy formula into this world and establishing a basic Gaia consciousness. Nature, or Gaia, the mother of all things, the body of world consciousness. If I want to control the operation of this world, I must convert part of my own consciousness into Gaia. Otherwise I can't really grasp everything in this world. According to the knowledge in the textbook, Zhao Kongcheng began to put his own consciousness into this world, trying to integrate with this world. Soon, his consciousness was successfully linked to this world. Everything in the entire world is under his control. From the rules to the elements, Zhao Kongcheng can see clearly. And then, the first batch of creature manufacturing experiments began. With the gathering of countless natural energies, soon, the first creature was born. Although there is only one, the appearance of this one made the eyes of all the instructors bright. World Tree. This is the seedling of the World Tree. I didn't expect that Zhao Kongcheng would actually think of using Gaia's consciousness to create a seedling of the World Tree. In the picture, a green seedling is struggling to grow on the barren land. While rapidly expanding its territory, it rooted its own roots in the regions of various continents to absorb nutrients, and at the same time quickly used its own abilities to transform the entire world. In this way, he can not only use the world tree to transform the environment, making it easier for this world to give birth to natural life, but also choose to make the world tree the patron saint of this world. Do two birds with one stone. Smart idea. The world tree is a special kind of creature in the natural world. This kind of creature can not only adapt to a special environment, but also make the world more perfect, in line with the habitat of intelligent creatures. In addition, the world tree in each natural world has its own powerful combat power. Such creatures will obviously increase the potential of this world a lot. Look! Zhao Kongcheng's divine fire, with the birth of the world tree, is climbing rapidly. At this time, on the leaderboard on the screen, the number of divine fires in Zhao Kongcheng is gradually increasing with the improvement of the world, directly from the beginning, leaps to the left and right, and finally freezes. The second place Lin Muj, the third place Li Jiakai, the number of Shen Huo is only about the same, the gap is obvious. As for Chu Hao, his supernatural fire value is still only a lot, and there is no bright spot in the eyes of everyone. Good, good. Wang Ji looked at Zhao Kongcheng's natural world and showed a satisfied smile. Such a graduation project can be called excellent, and only a world with such potential can eventually become a transcendent. Wait, the list of Chu Hao numbers has changed. One person surpassed Zhao Kongcheng, exclaimed a somewhat bald tutor. His voice caused the others present to immediately change their goals. What? Is there anyone who is developing faster than Zhao Kongcheng's world? How is it possible? Who is that person? That person is the teacher, whose hairline was a little sad, said a name without calmness. Chu Hao. Chu Hao's divine fire is rising rapidly. On the list at this time, the number of Chu Hao's supernatural fire gradually increased from more, to more rapidly, and then more. And this is not the limit. The number of Chu Hao's magic fire is still growing rapidly, and it doesn't seem to stop at all. What? He also nurtured creatures? No, he just perfected the energy transformation of the world. How is that possible? Wang Ji was a little uneasy at the moment. Even if Chu Hao perfected the world's energy conversion formula, how could it increase so much? Is there something wrong with the system? Do not. Chu Hao seems to have established not one formula for energy conversion, but dozens of them. Hiss. In the entire conference room, everyone was silent. After a long silence, Wang Ji took the lead. He opened Chu Hao's world projection and started watching from the beginning. After seeing the energy conversion formula suggested by Chu Hao, Wang Ji's eyes almost popped out of the screen. He said through gritted teeth, "I want to know if this kid is crazy." The rest of the mentors had basically the same idea after seeing Chu Hao's world. In their hearts, Chu Hao is no different from a lunatic at this moment. Because he actually injected dozens of completely different and even conflicting energy conversion formulas into the same world. Endless Abyss World. A super world that, in concept, can accommodate infinite energy conversion formulas. Chapter 5. At this time, Chu Hao didn't know what was going on outside. He also didn't know anything about the rising tide of Chu Hao. Because at this moment, he is putting all his thoughts on weaving the energy transformation formula. The so-called energy conversion formula is the manifestation of all power in a world. Chu Hao sits in the bottom plane of the endless abyss, surrounded by golden rays of light after the transformation of the origin of the world. Among them, a world that can run the magic energy conversion formula and successfully convert energy into magic, and magic energy can grow into a magic world. And those worlds that can convert energy into internal energy can grow into the world of martial arts and xiangxia. To put it simply, the world rules and world representations that I created before building the world are equivalent to the hardware of a computer, and the energy conversion formula is equivalent to the software that comes with the computer. Although the two are very different, if you want the computer to run normally, both are indispensable. Chu Hao recalled the contents of the textbook in his mind, while weaving the first in the endless abyss energy conversion formula. Energy conversion formula, magic energy. A azure blue lightning flashed across Chu Hao's hand. The moment this flash of lightning appeared, endless changes began immediately. Crackle. It turned into a group of magic patterns of different colors on Chu Hao's fingertips, and each group of magic patterns symbolized a supreme magic road. Crackle. It deformed again and turned into endless earth feng shui fire magic, with Chu Hao as the center, sweeping towards the entire endless abyss world. Chu Hao just watched all this with half-squinted eyes, and didn't make any extra moves. Because the moment the lightning appeared, the entire endless abyss gave out a faint cheer. It was the instinct of the embryonic world, and he was celebrating one step closer to completeness. A full 66 layers of composite planes also ushered in their own first energy conversion formula. The moment the magic energy conversion formula can run, countless elements immediately start their own arrangement and combination under the influence of the magic energy formula. The entire endless abyss world is rapidly generating countless magical abilities suitable for its own environment. From the blazing pyroblast on the fire plane to the freezing blizzard on the frozen plane, countless magical abilities are rapidly being generated at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Chu Hao's fire has become more vigorous because of the improvement of this world. This is the world's return to its creator. But it's not enough. Chu Hao said after recalling the endless abyss model given by the system in his mind. Because it can be seen from the model that the endless abyss, as a special world, can accommodate several or even dozens of energy conversion formulas. The ability that abyss creatures can master is not only magic. Chu Hao recalled calmly. In the abyss, apart from devil, which is difficult to count, some creatures have powerful physical abilities, some have fighting chi ability, some have natural abilities, and some have abilities similar to nature. All in all, in the endless abyss, there is an almost infinite number of abilities. So I need to inject more than one energy conversion formula into the current endless abyss. While thinking about it, Chu Hao weaved the second energy conversion formula. Soon, the second energy conversion formula, that is, the ability to do battle, was projected into the endless abyss. But at this moment, the entire endless abyss changed. Just like in a computer, many software will interfere with the operation of other software for the control of the computer. When the second energy conversion formula is injected into the endless abyss, it immediately conflicted with the first rule, the magic energy conversion formula. The two of them, around the way energies work in this world, started interfering with each other. In fact, in many graduation projects, many excellent works have more than one energy conversion formula. However, such a design requires very complicated and precise calculations. The purpose of this is to allow two or more energy conversion formulas to be parallel to each other and to operate stably. But if any one formula goes wrong, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. The performance of errors ranges from the failure of intelligent creatures to smoothly advance to the pollution of the nature of the world, and finally to the collapse of the entire divine realm world. And the probability of it happening is not small. Oh, what I want is chaos. In the endless abyss, chaos is the first order. Chu Hao glanced at the two energy conversion formulas that almost knocked out each other's brains, and said indifferently. Not only did he fail to stop this fight that was destroying the world, he also added a fire. In the fog, Chu Hao, as the creator of this world, once again weaved a new energy conversion formula and projected it into the endless abyss. In an instant, the one-on-one duel turned into a three-person melee. The entire endless abyss world boiled again. Countless continents shattered again, and countless flames erupted again. The entire endless abyss is fighting because of these three completely different and even some opposite energy conversion formulas. It's not over yet. Chu Hao gave a wicked smile. Article 4, Article 5, Article 34. More and more energy conversion formulas were projected into the endless abyss by the grinning Chu Hao. Before, there were only two energy formulas dueling each other, but now it has become a multiplayer battle, doghead. At this moment, the entire endless abyss is completely boiling. All planes, all regions. All because the energy conversion formula is too large, and unpredictable strange movements occur. Some planes are still dominated by magic for 1 second, and the next second becomes a plane dominated by the power of nature. In the next second, this plane has become a plane dominated by mechanical energy. In the next second, this plane became a plane where necromantic energy and fighting spirit were equally divided. Such changes do not only happen in one plane, but in the entire endless abyss. The 66th level plane of the endless abyss is full of chaotic and illogical situations. The lava, flames, ice cubes, and storms in the endless abyss are no longer the lifeless appearance they used to be. It stands to reason that if such a violent collision happened in the works of any other graduate, it is estimated that the poor world would have died long ago, or even exploded into ashes. But the endless abyss designed by Chu Hao did not suffer any damage because the energy conversion formula was too chaotic. The world has become increasingly stronger in such a chaotic situation. How is this possible? On the other side, a man roared when he saw this scene. His roar even turned into a storm. Wang Ji couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 6. How is this possible? Wang Ji's roar caused a small sonic storm to appear in the observation room of Invading University. As a strong man who owns the transcendent world, this is his subconscious behavior. But this kind of behavior also made the other teachers present miserable. Crash! After several mentors made joint efforts to turn this small storm into nothing, they finally had time to focus on the world Wang Ji observed. In the next second, their expressions became no different from Wang Ji. The prototype of this world actually contains dozens of energy conversion formulas. A mentor was amazed after seeing the infrastructure of the endless abyss world. Although they have long heard that Chu Hao's graduation project contains dozens of energy conversion formulas. But here, when they really used their eyes to see Chu Hao's divine world, they couldn't help but exclaim. How on earth did he do this? A mentor was puzzled at the moment. If I remember correctly, there are 12 records of energy conversion formulas in our previous completed works of Invading University. A tutor rubbed his head and said incredulously. Isn't he afraid of the explosion of his own god's domain? No, he's not afraid. Wang Ji's cold voice came over. His bloodshot eyes stared at Chu Hao's world projection. He's a genius. Although I don't know how he did it, he cleverly used some kind of chaotic rules to fuse the energy conversion formulas in the entire divine realm world. Look, although these energy conversion formulas have been rioting and fighting for the dominance of various planes, I have observed that these huge numbers of energy conversion formulas are actually slowly merging. Genius, really a genius idea. Wang Ji took a deep breath. I admit that among the previous graduates of Invading University, no one has ever tried to use chaos as the great way of a divine realm world. Could it be, this guy called Chu Hao? Wang Ji raised his head, Chu Hao's figure flashed in his eyes. Is there really a way to build a low-latitude world? On the other hand, Chu Hao is injecting the last energy transformation formula he masters into the world of the endless abyss. As a burst of red light flashed, a special ability called Blood Inheritance was added to the army of dozens of energy conversion formulas in the endless abyss. It's finally done. Looking at the endless abyss that was surviving in front of him, Chu Hao also took a deep breath and gradually relaxed his nervousness. The endless abyss world at this time has been gradually perfected from scratch. The rules of time and space are in place, and gravity and elements are enabled. The perfection of the energy rules is to allow the entire endless abyss to have dynamic environmental changes. It can be said that such a complex and changeable world environment should be able to gradually give birth to the soul, or the will of the world before the soul. Next, according to the normal graduation design process, I should design the soul or the will of the world. There are two purposes for designing creatures. One draws the power of the soul of life, uses it as the source of his own belief, and enhances the fire of God. The second is that the strength of the creature itself is part of the assessment. But one of the most important issues now arises. Chu Hao closed his eyes, carefully observed the entire endless abyss, and sighed. The current environment of the entire endless abyss is too chaotic. Although such an environment will evolve the earliest abyssal creatures sooner or later, a too harsh environment will easily make the first batch of creatures perish. It's too late in time. At this time, it has been about a week since the graduation project started. During this whole week, Chu Hao has been perfecting the world of the endless abyss, and has not interfered with the biological process of the endless abyss. Although Chu Hao's supernatural fire value has far surpassed other graduates of the same period, such advantages are not enough to make up for the disadvantage of no living beings. Only a world can be regarded as a complete world in the true sense. Fortunately, I have a system and can give enough reference plans. Chu Hao closed his eyes and checked the life transformation plan given by the system. Well, are there thousands? There are too many. Chu Hao shook his head, he was short of time now. Pick out a plan for me to cultivate the strongest combat power in a short period of time. The system quickly gave a set of feasible solutions. But after Chu Hao glanced at the plan, he was a little hesitant. This plan uses own soul fragments as the basis. Then in the endless abyss, cultivate the first natural fallen soul. Using this soul as nourishment, it keeps disintegrating and remodeling, so that its soul fragments are fused into various abyss planes. In the end, dozens of creatures that can adapt to various planes are created. Then use my soul affinity to personally take charge of the entire endless abyss, become the new abyss consciousness of this endless abyss, and control all the endless abyss creatures. Chu Hao looked at the plan carefully. You can try it. After saying that, Chu Hao closed his eyes. He put all his consciousness into the endless abyss. At the same time, Chu Hao, who had already ignited the divine fire, also easily took off part of his own soul fragment. A strand of soul fragments successfully passed through the crystal wall of the plane and slowly fell into the endless abyss world. And the appearance of this soul fragment immediately caused a change in the endless abyss. The endless abyss, which was originally lifeless, has now become conscious. All planes began to instinctively compete for this soul fragment. The first ones to shoot are the planes located at the top of the prototype of the endless abyss. Just as it was using the properties of the plane to continuously attract this soul fragment, the lower plane, that is, the second plane closer to the lower latitude region, erupted with a stronger attraction. Fall down. But this soul fragment was attracted by the lower plane, closer to the lower latitude, without stopping, and went straight down. Fall down. This soul fragment, although it kept falling downwards. But virtually, all the abyss planes are giving it more nutrition. It is gradually getting better and better. Gradually transition from a soul fragment to a real soul. Countless planes, like a terrifying and mysterious evil spirit, are staring at this soul fragment belonging to Chu Hao. They are like vicious dogs, vying for the ownership of this soul. And in the process of competition, this soul fragment gradually degenerates downwards. In the end, this soul fragment fell to the bottom of the endless abyss. The first soul attracted by the endless abyss. First fallen. Born. Chapter 07. Chu Hao opened his eyes and looked down from above the bottom of the endless abyss. In his view at this time, the soul of the first fallen is completely different from the soul fragment that he threw away. When Chu Hao used the divine fire to tear apart the soul fragments, only the most basic part of the soul was. For example, 3 senses. Such soul fragments, according to the knowledge points of textbooks, can only be regarded as soul fluctuations without self-consciousness. If there is not so much nourishment from the endless abyss plane, this piece of soul fragment will quickly dissipate in the entire endless abyss, turning into a wisp of nothingness. But this time is different, the endless abyss, this is still the embryonic world. Can't wait to welcome and transform this soul fragment, and put it on its own exclusive mark. From this moment on, this first fallen has belonged to the property of the endless abyss. Success. Chu Hao watched the souls of the original fallen float at the bottom of the endless abyss, and his emotions were a little complicated for a while. I have always wondered why the endless abyss can keep attracting evil and chaotic souls to fall, and why they can be transformed in the endless abyss and become complete abyss creatures. Before Chu Hao crossed, he had studied the endless abyss. No, to be precise, he has contacted the endless abyss at close range, so he has such doubts. I thought at first that it was the unconscious choice of the soul that would allow the soul to naturally float into the endless abyss and let it fall to the end. But at the moment, the fall of the soul does not seem to be the case. Chu Hao took a deep breath. His eyes were full of shock after getting the truth. The truth is that the low-latitude world of the endless abyss has been involuntarily attracting souls to fall here since the moment it was established. It's not those fallen souls who want to go to the endless abyss, but the endless abyss is capturing them. At this time, the first fallen person has also opened his own eyes. But it is different from ordinary creatures. At this moment, he does not have an actual physical body. What he currently possesses is a pure soul transformed by the endless abyss. Although he currently only has a soul, this does not affect his survival. Because there is only one soul in this low-latitude plane of 66 layers. So the entire endless abyss, already at the moment when it fell to the bottom of the endless abyss, began to supply him with nutrition. Of course, the so-called nutrition here is not organic matter. The so-called nutrition is actually all the rules, elements, and energy conversion formulas possessed by the entire endless abyss. All of this is gradually transforming from fiction to reality. It's a sign that the world is maturing fast. These things that were originally unowned are gradually becoming things that have an owner. They are gradually becoming within the grasp of the first fallen. Power. In other words, authority, and the Great Road. Here we go. It starts to learn the rules of the world instinctively, and I have to take over its soul. Seeing this scene, Chu Hao immediately began to extend his own consciousness to the first fallen, planting his own soul imprint in his soul. This is to allow Chu Hao to have the dominance of the first fallen and not let it have too much of his own consciousness. The second is to allow Chu Hao to successfully control the entire endless abyss and lead the growth of the entire endless abyss after the soul of the first fallen disintegrates. After all, in the extremely chaotic endless abyss, even Chu Hao couldn't calculate what kind of changes the entire endless abyss would produce if he didn't do this. The extremely chaotic rules represent the meaning of disorder. And when Chu Hao was still trying to take over the soul of the first fallen and take charge of the entire endless abyss. In the observation room, Wang Ji and the others were stunned. He stared at the projection of Chu Hao's world without moving. Of course. They were so surprised because they encountered an unprecedented situation. Chu Hao's magic fire value. It is rapidly decreasing. In a world that is gradually improving, the number of Shenhuo is gradually declining. This is not normal. A few minutes ago, the first creature has been born in Chu Hao's god's domain. Wang Ji nodded. He seemed a little excited at this time. Because this is the first time he has observed the legendary creature born from the low-latitude world. Before, although Wang Ji had not seen the real low-latitude world with his own eyes, he had seen low-latitude life forms. But this time is different. This time, what he observed was a real life form evolved from a soul fragment in a low-latitude world. Although at present this living body only has a soul, not a body. But such a miracle has already satisfied him. After all, he was still looking forward, expecting Chu Hao to bring him more surprises. But at this moment, a mentor beside Wang Ji suddenly exclaimed. "Wait, Vice President Wang Ji, something seems wrong." When Wang Ji heard this, he couldn't help frowning. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The instructor's gaze was not on Chu Hao's world projection, but on the Shenhuo numerical system in the observation room. The number of Chu Hao's divine fire has dropped a lot just now, from close to a lot. You must know that Chu Hao is currently the first person in this batch of graduates with the number of Shenhuo. Naturally, someone is always paying attention to such a terrifying value. What? Wang Ji suddenly woke up. Why? He blurted out. Why is the value of Shenhuo declining in a gradually improving world? Several mentors looked at each other, facing the endless abyss built by Chu Hao, they could not judge by their own knowledge. Wait a minute. The Shenhuo value has dropped again. Yes. It's still falling. At this time, reports on the number of Chu Hao's fire in the entire observation room came one after another. On the system panel, the number of Chu Hao's supernatural fires is falling like crazy. Such a falling speed is like a monstrous flood that has obtained a vent, and it is poured out quickly. And, it's getting faster and faster. Even, the number of Chu Hao's divine fire is approaching. Watching the changes in the values on the system, Wang Ji's face suddenly became extremely blue. He suddenly thought of a terrible idea. Could it be that there was a mistake in Chu Hao's design? This world to be destroyed. On the other hand, Chu Hao was completely unmoved. Because he knows that the current number of Shenhuo is declining. Just a necessary interlude. Chapter 08. According to the common sense of the design of the God's domain world, the rapid decline in the number of Shenhuo encountered by Chu Hao belongs to the eve of the demise of a world. These so-called divine fire numbers, in a sense, are not just some numbers. Whether it is the potential of the world or Chu Hao's own strength, it is closely related to the number of Shenhuo. Whether the fire of the gods is strong or not determines whether Chu Hao can become a true god in the future. In terms of emotion and reason, Chu Hao should care about the value of Shenhuo. But surprisingly, Chu Hao didn't care about Shenhuo at the moment. Because all his energy now is on the first fallen. The previous divine fires were just food for the first fallen. If the original fallen person wants to reform the rules faster and better, and master the power, then Chu Hao must donate his early magic fire. The speed at which the rules are turned into power is very quickly completed. Chu Hao opened his eyes. In his vision, a new perspective appeared. And this perspective is the perspective of the first fallen. At this time, it is absorbing those divine fires that belong to Chu Hao, while transforming those original rules that have no owner, and transforming them into powers that can be used freely. The rules of the ordinary divine realm world are difficult to grasp by the creatures of this world. This is because an ordinary creature, even if it just masters and integrates an arbitrary rule of this world, will undergo a huge change in the essence of its life. To put it simply, a creature who has mastered the rules can be considered to have authority over part of the world. At that time, he was equivalent to one of the gods of this divine realm world. Its ability will range from the weakest to grasp metals and elements, to the strongest to grasp space and time. In this way, it is very likely to rebel against the will of the creator of the world. Even so, it is very difficult to kill. Because it has merged with the world. Even if the creator killed it, it would have easily broken the fundamental rules of the world. And that's what all creators of the world can't bear. So let's not talk about mastering authority, even ordinary rules, creators won't let ordinary creatures touch. Ordinary creatures in the divine realm world can use the rules, but they cannot master the rules. Because this is the real God-forbidden zone. But Chu Hao doesn't have to worry about that at all. Because from the moment he created the first fallen, he has absolute control over this soul. This soul, although it has been bestowed by the endless abyss. But the source of this soul is indeed Chu Hao's, so Chu Hao can take over this soul, leaving only his own will. Then take charge of the entire endless abyss and manipulate the evolution of the entire endless abyss. Complete the total bar power. Chu Hao manipulated the soul of the first fallen, looking at the hundreds of powers in his hand and said. Then the next step in imitating the rest of the advanced transcendent world. The soul of the first fallen opened its own eyes and looked from the bottom of the endless abyss to the top. Based on this soul, create the rest of the abyss creatures. All transcendent worlds share a common process. That is, there is a powerful existence that takes everything as the cornerstone and creates all kinds of creatures in the whole world. Under the operation of Chu Hao, the original fallen began to mutate. Its soul begins to expand gradually. As the soul expanded, so did its physical body. As the only creature in the endless abyss, the entire endless abyss is supplying it with all its strength. Soon, a piece of meat that was constantly distorted began to appear. This is the original appearance of the original fallen. And at the moment when this distorted meat piece appeared, it began to distort and deform wildly. Under the circumstance dominated by extreme chaos rules, it is impossible for any living body to maintain its own form for a long time. Countless large and small eyes grew on its body, looking at everything around it with doubt and hatred. Among the countless eyes, some burst out terrifying rays, some exudes extremely distorted petrified rays, and some eyes naturally have the ability to distort time. But in the next second, these uncountable eyes will all disappear. They were fused back into the distorted mass, and new organs appeared. What appeared again was a pair of terrifying mouths. Some of these mouths had terrifying fangs, some had insect-like mouthparts, and some spewed poisonous mist. Then, the mouth disappears, and the arms and limbs appear. Then the torso, head, and fur. It will turn into a bug, a beast, an eyeball creature, and a pure monster. Even during this process, it evolved the appearance of a plant. Every change of the original fallen person means that it has adapted to the environment of an endless abyss, and it means that it has comprehended a way to use power. Only in this way of distortion can its descendants quickly grow into abyss creatures that can adapt to the abyss environment. That's it. Seeing that the speed of the distortion had slowed down, Chu Hao immediately manipulated the souls of the original fallen. Oh! Suddenly, the first fallen felt fear and endless pain. But it was too late, its soul and body turned into pieces at this moment, and it exploded suddenly. Countless soul fragments of the original fallen, after the explosion, slammed into the independent planes of each endless abyss. Some of these planes are the terrifying, poisonous mist of the underworld, some are the frozen land of death, and some are the fiery furnaces of flames. Although the environments are different, they all attract some soul fragments of the original fallen. And its flesh and blood fragments are absorbed by the endless abyss. The entire endless abyss began to imitate and try to restore the flesh of this abyss creature. As a result, in the 66 planes of the endless abyss, a field of evolutionary competition began. Countless basic abyss creatures began to be born from various abyss planes. A soul fragment was nurtured by the abyss, using the flesh and blood of the original fallen to grow into a worm. But the next second it was eliminated by another stronger monster. And this monster was destroyed by an eyeball-shaped monster, completely losing hope of evolution. Such a scene occurs in every plane in the endless abyss. Countless souls are gradually growing and shattering. But among these newly grown soul fragments, a small part will immediately return to the bottom of the endless abyss once they die. These soul fragments gradually gathered at the bottom of the endless abyss. The strange thing is that in the bottom layer of the endless abyss, no creature was born. Because the bottom of the endless abyss that is the most bizarre and indescribable in words will always belong to only one creature. The original fallen. Future. Endless Abyss Consciousness. Chapter 09. Squeak. In a certain plane of the endless abyss, a worm-like abyss creature that was just born was swept by the hot magma. With a scream, this worm-like abyss creature vanished into nothing. But none of it was wasted. Its life structure is counted as waste by the endless abyss and will not be used again. And its soul fragments were quickly collected by the endless abyss and used in the process of nurturing the next new abyss. And in the process, one of its soul fragments drifted to the bottom of the endless abyss. At the bottom of the endless abyss, the souls of the former first fallen are nearly complete. Of course, this isn't the first time it's been reshaped. Whenever his soul is reintegrated, he will actively begin to distort. And every distortion will make it cultivate hundreds of new life forms in the endless abyss. However, these hundreds of life forms of different natures can only survive for less than a few minutes in the chaotic, brutal, and indescribable environment of the endless abyss. Many of them are simply unable to withstand the strange environment of the endless abyss and the chaotic storm. The endless abyss, the further down the plane, the worse the environment. These types belong to the waste designed by the endless abyss. In the end, only a few kinds of life forms passed the test of the endless abyss and firmly took root in a certain plane and strengthened their own ethnic group. However, they cannot be taken lightly. Because in the endless abyss, every creature starts to kill endlessly after it is born. This is both determined by the cruelty of the endless abyss, but also by the decision of the endless abyss consciousness. How's it going? In the observation room, Wang Zhi rubbed his forehead and asked a mentor beside him. As the vice principal on weekdays, he was all-powerful, but at this moment he didn't have the courage to check Chu Hao's world projection. Unfortunately, Chu Hao's design could have shocked the entire academic circle, but I don't know what went wrong with him, resulting in a sharp decrease in the number of Shenhuo. Wang Zhi sighed, but the surrounding mentors just smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say more. Forget it, even if Chu Hao made a mistake in his graduation project this time, I can ask him to repeat it for a year and come back next year. Wang Zhi, who hated repeat students the most in the past, became so gentle for the first time. If other repeat students who have postponed graduation see this scene, they will probably drop their jaws. After all, his design is a major attempt. But to his surprise, before he could judge the death penalty for Chu Hao's graduation project, the mentor said to him with a strange expression. Vice President Wang, Chu Hao's fire has grown again. What? That's right, not only has his divine fire started to grow again, but he has returned to the first place again. How is it possible? How did he do it? At this time, the number of Chu Hao's supernatural fire has grown back to as many as 7,000 from the previous 0. This is even more than the number of divine fires he had before. Once again, he left the other graduates far behind himself. What the hell did he do? He redesigned the world. No, Chu Hao just seems to have created a large number of creatures in his world. Wang Zhi was really confused at this time. Everything Chu Hao does is beyond his imagination. So, he directly took over the observation room and aimed all the equipment at Chu Hao's world projection. Because the area of the endless abyss is too large, Wang Zhi is ready to study Chu Hao's design at this time. When Wang Zhi and his colleagues used the entire observation room to carefully observe Chu Hao's world, they all gasped. My goodness! What kind of monster is this? In the projection of the endless abyss, countless monsters are crazily being born from one land after another. As soon as they were born, they began to struggle to adapt to the environment, and at the same time, under the urging of the will of the abyss, they frantically competed with their similars for everything in this world. The shape of each monster is quite different from other monsters. But the only thing that is the same is that the strength of these monsters is far beyond the creatures of the ordinary world. Some of them can endure highly poisonous, some can be extremely cold resistant, some are extremely powerful, and some are born with various magical powers. And even so, these creatures are still a blockbuster death, leaving only the strongest and the most adaptable to this world. The entire endless abyss has fallen into an eternal killing spree. The 900th time to reshape the soul. Chu Hao opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him, showing a slightly tired look. In the past week, Chu Hao has been reshaping the souls of the original fallen almost every day. In addition to allowing it to give birth to creatures that can adapt to the abyss environment, Chu Hao is more about binding his own soul to the soul of the other party, so as to use the authority of his own creator to cultivate a new world consciousness, which is endless abyssal consciousness. And at this moment, the consciousness of the endless abyss was finally born. Chu Hao finally no longer has to use the souls of the original fallen to understand the surrounding environment. Because of the birth of the consciousness of the endless abyss, Chu Hao found that he had successfully controlled the entire endless abyss. Now he can see every corner of the endless abyss with a single thought. Whether it is an eternally frozen area or a purgatory in full swing, Chu Hao can investigate clearly in a single thought. And most importantly, as the master of the endless abyss consciousness, Chu Hao can establish a spiritual connection with any protist in the endless abyss. He can feel all the creatures in the endless abyss, control their behavior, and manipulate their evolution. Even, Chu Hao can give them more knowledge and power, making some selected creatures evolve faster and more in line with Chu Hao's expectations. The most important thing is that these abyss creatures have firmly believed in Chu Hao since they were born. Believe in him, the incarnation of consciousness of the endless abyss. And the devout ones gave Chu Hao a lot of faith and fire. However, Chu Hao still had some regrets at this time. Because although he has completely controlled the endless abyss at this time, he has not found that the evolution of any creature shows the form he wants most. And the life form he wants most is devil. Although there are many abyss creatures whose fighting power is terrifying, far surpassing the creatures in other divine realm worlds, these creatures are not perfect in Chu Hao's eyes. Because these creatures are only adapted to the abyss environment, and devil is a creature that is completely integrated with the abyss. But what should I do to design a creature similar to devil? Chapter 10. Just when Chu Hao was still thinking about meditation, how to design devil as an important race. On the other hand, the observation room where Wang Ji and others were in was a mess. I didn't expect to see such a biological design in my lifetime. An old mentor, looking at the world projection of the endless abyss, said excitedly. In the world projection, countless abyss creatures are fighting frantically. There are often thousands of them, but at the end of the slaughter, only a few abyss creatures can survive such a blood battle. However, the creatures that survived every bloody battle were enough to shock these mentors. Pure, ferocious, unscrupulous evolution, living to the death. This is a common mark on every surviving abyss creature. Yes, many students often only know how to memorize by rote, and the creatures they design are all out of a mold. Another younger mentor added. And such creatures often have two average attributes. Although they won't have too many shortcomings, they won't have too many bright spots. Hearing this, Wang Ji sneered. Do you think these creatures are all designed by Chu Hao? The rest of the instructors were a little puzzled when they heard this. Could it be that these abyss creatures were not designed by Chu Hao? Anyone else help? Who is that person? Numerous doubts emerged in the hearts of these tutors, but they did not dare to speak too much in the face of the powerful vice principal. And Wang Ji couldn't help roaring when he saw the dumbfounded appearance of this group of people. Evolution. Evolution by natural selection. You idiots! As a high god, Wang Ji's roar easily formed a storm. In the entire Tianding University, Wang Ji's roar resounded everywhere. You guys are really stupid for reading, of course, including myself. While speaking, Wang Ji self-examined. On weekdays, we focus too much on imitation and not on innovation, so our graduates will make more and more designs that seem subtle but are actually full of loopholes. Look carefully, how could so many abyss creatures be designed by one person? Let's not say whether Chu Hao's knowledge is so rich, and only Chu Hao's energy can't design so many kinds of creatures. Wang Ji began to popularize these mentors. I can see it clearly, Chu Hao didn't design any specific creatures at all, he just let these creatures adapt to this strange low-latitude world, let these creatures freely master everything in this world, don't do too much in the early stage. Much intervention. As the famous saying goes, life. Wang Ji's eyes lit up. You will find your way out by yourself. Hearing this, a tutor retorted. But, Vice President Wang, if you don't interfere, so many creatures will definitely cause chaos. At that time, too many intelligent races will be born in the whole world, and they will not coexist peacefully. In such an environment, it is simply impossible to provide divine fire stably. Such a mentor mustered up his courage and said to Wang Ji. The number of Shenhuo is the most important thing. Don't talk about God fire, even the collection of resources and the growth of the world will become a huge problem. Hearing this, Wang Ji sneered again. At this time, they are no longer like a subordinate relationship, but an equal academic relationship. You're right, but I want to ask you a question. What are the potentials of the planned and sophisticated God's domain world you said? Potential. Hearing this, the instructor was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Wang Ji to raise this question. The potential of the divine realm world will naturally have an upper limit, but when the time comes. When the time comes. How many people can't wait for the so-called time in the divine realm world? The potential of a world can be seen from the establishment of the early stage. Whether it's the legendary Wanja, the vast stars, or even the unrepeatable Paradise Mountain, which of these powerful transcendent worlds has an unusual upper limit not in the early stage? So, if you want to go from igniting the divine fire to ascending the divine long step, the potential of a world is the most important thing. The amount of Shenhuo can be accumulated, and resources can be accumulated. but the potential of the divine realm world is not good. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he took a breath and sat back in his own seat heavily. And the teachers around him were sluggish when they heard this. It wasn't that they were afraid of Wang Ji, but Wang Ji's words made them ponder. Yes, among these mentors, many of them were once the favored sons of heaven. They also once had blood in their hearts and fantasized about making their own unique designs. But they still lacked the courage in the end and chose a more stable life. Vice President Wang. Just when this group of middle-aged people were alone, the entire observation room gradually fell into a period of calm. A heavy news woke them up again. Chu Hao him. He submitted an application for an early assessment. Hiss. Hearing this, Wang Ji and the others took a deep breath. Applying for the assessment in advance? Is he crazy? This will destroy the world he has just formed. There are 3 assessments in Invading University. The first assessment is to put a small number of alien races into the divine realm world designed by graduates. These alien races are only 1 level in strength. The second test is to put in a large number of aliens, and carry a small number of first-order alien leaders to invade the divine realm world designed by the graduates. The third test is, an alien legion, carrying a rank of legendary stage aliens invade the world of God's domain. These 3 assessments with layers of difficulty are like 3 mountains, pressing on the hearts of every graduate. Because these specially alien races used for assessment, the strength is very strong. The divine realm world designed by many graduates, because the time is too short, the hard power is not enough to resist these aliens. If the hard power is insufficient, it will be easy for these alien races to find and destroy the core of the world, which will lead to the destruction of the world of God's domain. When the time comes, those who welcome these graduates only despair. However, the number of assessment criteria for Invading University is exactly 4. It's just that the 4th test has never been completed. Because the 4th assessment is to connect the examinee's God's domain world with the examination-specific world, and no longer close the channel. The collision of 2 worlds, after all, only 1 world can survive. The most cruel and terrifying 4th assessment. But that's all for later. Because just the first assessment is enough to put the world of many graduates in big trouble. Not to mention the pre-assessment. Many tutors present expressed their incomprehension to Chu Hao's application for early assessment. Is this guy crazy? What did he think? What? Chapter 11. While the tutors were still surprised by Chu Hao's saucy operation, Chu Hao himself has left the dormitory and went to the academic affairs office to apply for an early assessment. And the reason why he did this was because he figured out how to catalyze a divine domain creature like Devil. Devil is an explosive, irritable, malicious, and immoral creature. Chu Hao thought so as he walked. But these are just the superficial image of Devil, not the biggest feature of Devil as a creature. The biggest feature of Devil is that it has endless expansion. These terrifying creatures are born to be masters of destruction and destruction. Their greatest pleasure is to invade various planes and walk with fear and destruction. Chu Hao sighed. At present, the endless abyss I have built has copied the chaotic rules and extremely harsh environment, but most of the current abyss creatures are killing each other and competing for a limited living environment. Although this kind of killing behavior looks very enjoyable, but to put it bluntly, it can only be regarded as adapting to the environment. So I must give all the endless abyss creatures an external pressure. Let them know that the meaning of their existence is not to dominate the endless abyss, but to expand outward. Outside the endless abyss, there is a lot of wealth and opportunity. Similarly, they must also understand that the creatures of the other planes are the biggest enemies. Only in this way, Devil, a creature that is extremely eager to invade, will be nurtured by the endless abyss. While thinking, Chu Hao came to the academic affairs office. On the other hand, the mentors who still couldn't figure out what Chu Hao was thinking were still in a mess. This Chu Hao is really overwhelmed by the current prosperity. One of the instructors was a little annoyed. There is still nearly half a month before the latest stage of the assessment. What he should do is to play steadily and establish his own God's domain with peace of mind, instead of doing some fancy pre-assessment. But another instructor gave a new explanation. I have a new idea. Did Chu Hao deliberately apply for the first assessment in advance, and then extend the process of these 3 assessments as long as possible, so that the own world can recover earlier? You must know that the assessment process of Invading University is divided into 3 stages. Each graduate can apply for these 3 assessments in batches according to their own progress. However, it is worth noting that the process of these 3 assessments is very bloody. It is very easy to cause damage to the world when batches of aliens invade the world of God's domain. Therefore, most candidates will take the first and second assessments sometime in advance, leaving some time for the recovery of the world of God's domain, so as to sprint for the third assessment. It's possible, but even so. Hearing this explanation, another mentor refuted the other. You have to know that the strongest creatures in the Chu Hao world are just super creatures. These mentors can observe the strength of Chu Hao's world through world projection. In the projection, the eyes of many instructors were attracted by an abyss monster full of muscles and minions. Although this monster looks very scary. But strength and appearance are 2 different things. Strength is strength, and appearance is appearance. And there is only one creature with this 4th order strength. This single 4th order creature can't fight that 5th order creature recklessly. Hearing these discussions about Chu Hao's ideas, Wang Zhi only felt a pain in his own head. Okay, shut up. Wang Zhi slapped the table heavily. Invisible fluctuations swept across, and all the tutors around closed their mouths. Since Chu Hao wants to do it, let him do it. I admit that Chu Hao is a genius, and the idea of genius is not something we can speculate without authorization. I agree to let Chu Hao conduct the assessment in advance. After speaking, Wang Zhi stood up and walked outside the observation room. When Wang Zhi was about to leave the observation room, several instructors were immediately stunned. Vice President Wang, are you leaving? Aren't you going to continue to observe the process behind Chu Hao? And Wang Zhi sighed. No, I just went to the principal's office first. Hearing the words of the principal's office, the tutors present immediately gasped. Principal's office? Isn't the principal running his own Divine Realm world in closed-door training? Yet, I remember the principal said before the last closed-door training that she should not be disturbed unless it is necessary. It has been several years since the last time the president appeared, and in the past few years, the entire internal affairs of Invading University were basically handled by the Vice President Wang Zhi. In the entire Invading University, no one dared to disturb the president's closed-door training. After all, the president of Invading University is an existence standing at the pinnacle of higher gods. Hearing this, Wang Zhi shook his head. No, you don't understand. The current situation is what she said was necessary. After speaking, Wang Zhi turned his head and left the observation room, walking towards the principal's office alone. At the same time, Wang Zhi also thought silently in his heart. Maybe, the problem that kept the principal stuck at that stage was solved by Chu Hao. Thinking of this, Wang Zhi's pace quickened a bit. The other side. Chu Hao also filled out the own form and gave it to the teacher at the Academic Affairs Office. At this time, he did not know that he had caused a sensation in the teacher circle. He has always put all his thoughts on the construction of the endless abyss before. So he feels. These teachers' look at their own eyes seems strange. Cough that, teacher, this is my form. Chu Hao handed the form to the other party, while the teacher stared at Chu Hao blankly, motionless. Cough. Chu Hao coughed helplessly, awakening the other party from the shock. Ah! I know, I'll handle the first stage assessment for you. Although the teacher was so shocked, he said nothing to Chu Hao in the end. But what Chu Hao said next made the teacher's jaw drop in shock. Teacher, but I'm not the first stage of the application for the assessment. Hearing this, the teachers present were completely stunned. What? I applied for the 3-stage assessment from the first to the 3rd stage. And the interval between these 3 assessments is 1 day apart. Silence. Chapter 12. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Chu Hao calmly sat on the seat dedicated to the assessment, and slowly manifested the God realm bound to him, that is, the embryonic world of the Endless Abyss. As soon as the prototype world of the Endless Abyss appeared, the eyes of the nearby teachers widened. They stared at the Endless Abyss, as if the world was like a black hole, sucking all their attraction away. The reason why they are so concerned about Chu Hao's every move is that Chu Hao is the first to apply for advance review at this time. And Chu Hao has already been dubbed a genius at this time, which is especially important. But what is really important is that the Endless Abyss, a world that has caused a sensation in the teacher circle, should itself be the focus of the audience. According to some mentors, the Endless Abyss designed by the genius Chu Hao. Maybe in this world. The first operational low-latitude world. First. Okay, Chu Hao, the assessment is about to start, please get ready. The teacher on one side stretched out his finger and mobilized a golden beam from the core of a certain assessment world. The so-called assessment world is actually a special divine world created by Tianding University for the convenience of assessment. The reason why this divine realm world is special is that there are a large number of different types of races in this divine realm world. Races ranging from dragons to elves, from humans to orcs are everything. But because in order to increase the difficulty of the assessment, the probability of these races appearing is all random. It is possible that the aliens that appeared in your first assessment were orcs, and the aliens that appeared in the second assessment became dwarves. And the third test has become an army of vampires. Each race has its own unique means of attack, weaponry, and tactical play. Such unpredictable changes will make many candidates feel desperate. Because their world cannot resist the attack of such a complex race. And the more special point of this divine realm world is that this dominion world is a fusion of the ordinary world and the transcendent world. In other words, the candidates have no idea whether the enemy they are facing is the transcendent creature or the mighty Steam and Iron Legion. Therefore, the candidates are very likely to face the magic attacks of the magicians in the first wave of assessment, and the next wave is to face the Terran who has mastered steampunk technology. All kinds of factors are mixed together, so that every candidate has to play the spirit of 12 points to face the assessment. It is worth mentioning that, although during the assessment process, all candidates are not allowed to take action in person, the candidates are demigods, and it is a dimensionality reduction blow for the strongest and legendary creatures. However, candidates can use their identity as creators to indulge the creatures in their own divine world, so that they will not die too ugly, I mean that they will not face the invasion of alien legions. Too desperate. At the same time, the teacher who was pulling the golden beam successfully linked Chu Hao's world of God's domain with the world of assessment. 40 indiscernible light particles and a slightly brighter light particle flew towards the Endless Abyss. In the next instant, Chu Hao's heart twitched violently. A feeling of being invaded resounded in his mind. Since Chu Hao has linked himself to the Endless Abyss, this feeling of being invaded by aliens makes him feel extraordinarily annoyed and angry. Assessment begins. Hearing this, Chu Hao immediately closed his eyes and put all his thoughts into the Endless Abyss God realm. Crack! With the sound of the collision of armor, dozens of orc-type and well-armed aliens immediately descended to the first layer of the Endless Abyss. And as soon as they came here, they immediately woke up. Who? Ow! Who? After they communicated in an orc language that Chu Hao could not understand, they immediately forcibly formed a team under the leadership of a stage-strength orc leader. Then, with the instinct of the invaders, they began to walk towards the core of the Endless Abyss of Chu Hao. They have only one purpose, and that is to destroy the core of the Endless Abyss. It's just that they had just walked 2 distances when an orc soldier suddenly knelt down and vomited. It was originally as strong as an ox, but before it even started to fight, it felt extreme discomfort. At the same time, more and more orc soldiers began to vomit, dizziness, coughing up blood and other symptoms of diseases. Even the strongest orc leader had a pale face, showing a look of discomfort. And this orc leader, at this time, suddenly discovered the abnormality encountered by himself and others. The world is not right. The area they are in is completely different from the world they have invaded in the past. There is no chirping of birds and flowers, and no magnificent scenery. There is no warm morning breeze, nor crystal clear water. The group of orcs raised their heads and found that above their heads was a sky that was as red as blood. They turned their heads and found that the area they were in was a barren, terrifying and malicious land. On the land here, one after another ugly creatures full of malice, greed, and bloodthirsty gradually emerged. This is not an ordinary high-dimensional world, this is a low-latitude world they have never seen before. Any kind of creature in a non-low-latitude world will instinctively show a state of incompatibility after appearing in a low latitude. This is because the rules here are too confusing. And such a chaotic and distorted environment made the hearts of this group of orc warriors cold. They have never seen, never imagined themselves coming to this terrifying the underworld. And when the first abyssal creature howled and pounced on the first orc soldier, the counterattack of the endless abyss has also begun. Then came the attacks of the second, third, and fourth abyss creatures. Insect, beast, humanoid, aberrant, indescribable. Using claws, using magical energy, using mechanical energy, using poison, using mental attacks. Every creature in the endless abyss is roaring with its own, telling these invaders the horror and distortion of the endless abyss. One after another, the creatures of the endless abyss, without formation or sequence, excitedly bit and attacked these dozens of orc soldiers who were extremely terrified. They told these orcs with their own actions, "Where is this place? This is an endless, terrifying place that suffocates most creatures. This is a dangerous place where the environment is extremely harsh and the rules are twisted and chaotic. This is an evil place full of betrayal, killing and destruction. Welcome to Abyss." Chapter 13. Roar. An orc soldier roared and swung the black iron giant axe in his hand. The three abyss creatures with different shapes were immediately chopped into powder by its giant axe. At the same time, a pale red grudge erupted from its body. Countless reddish fighting chi formed a circular shield around it, causing the sneak attack of the fourth abyss creature to hit the opponent's fighting chi shield like hitting an iron plate. Squeak! This abyss creature with two scythes was crushed by this orc soldier the second after it fell dizzy. And around him, more orc warriors are no different from him. Each of these 40 powerful orc warriors is like a blood-soaked god of war. Their bodies are as strong as stone, their nerves are as tough as steel, and their will to fight is as proud as a mountain. Each of them is an elite soldier of the orc kingdom in the original world. Each of them has superb martial arts, and each has the ability of doing chi bestowed by the orc gods. At this time, the endless abyss creatures they face are difficult to hurt them with a grudge. But their weapons can shred these ugly, twisted and chaotic monsters like chopping wood. However, the orc soldier did not show any surprises when he saw this situation. On the contrary, he looked desperately at a beef-man warrior with a height of nearly meters in the distance, a giant hammer in his hand, and steel armor all over his body. "Leader! We can't take it anymore." The orc warrior was right. At this time, he and his comrades had spent 7 or 8 hours since they descended into the abyss. At this point, his grudge was running out. Its originally sophisticated weapon has more than a dozen gaps. On his armor, there are also hundreds of traces caused by poison, bite, or magic. It can be said that he is close to running out of fuel. And even more terrifying, the abyss creatures they face still have no end. Although the strength of these abyss creatures is very weak, they only have the strength of stage. But they still swarmed like a tide, attacking their dozens of strong orc soldiers madly without fear of their own strength. Even the corpses of these creatures piled up into disgusting mountains of meat on their way. It stands to reason that if it was an ordinary creature from other ordinary worlds, when faced with such terrifying casualties, they would have already fled out of fear. But it doesn't know why, these damn creatures are just like this damn world. Weird, twisted and unreasonable. Not only are they happy to attack their own group of orcs, they even attack each other. The creatures of a world, when faced with aliens, would actually attack each other. What is this situation? Could it be that the creatures here are all crazy? Do they have the instinct to seek profit and avoid harm? But apart from these, what frightened the orc soldier the most was these damned abyss creatures are actually getting stronger and stronger. Some of these monsters are actually in battle, learning them and imitating them. Some monsters learn from them to grow metallic armor, and some learn from them to use their fighting skills. There are also a few monsters who accidentally hit and bumped into each other and learned the way they use Do Chi. What is the situation in this world? Don't panic. Hearing the complaint of his subordinates, the strong Tauren leader replied while kneading a brain demon with only a distorted brain structure into soy milk. The orc god told me that we are less than a few kilometers away from the core of this world. Hold on, as long as we get there, we can destroy the core of this world and end this twisted, disgusting, suffocating horror. After speaking, the leader of the Tauren team let out a huge roar, which made the dozens of orc soldiers who were already exhausted regain their spirits. Just bad. The Tauren's nostrils exhaled 2 wisps of hot air. In this unbearable environment, its blood is obviously hotter. Several kilometers. In front of it are hundreds of howling abyss creatures. A few hours ago, the place opposite to the area where the orc soldiers are located, is the bottom layer of the endless abyss where Chu Hao is located. He has transformed into the will of the endless abyss, taking charge of the entire endless abyss. He sat on a black ground and issued his own order to the entire endless abyss. And when he issued the order, the creatures in the entire endless abyss immediately trembled. This is the power of the Creator, and just a thought of Chu Hao is enough to make these creatures born because of him bow their heads. This is the instinct engraved in the depths of the soul of every endless abyss. And Chu Hao didn't say too much nonsense, just issued a simple order. Kids, kill those intruders. After issuing this order, the fluctuations of one after another thought were quickly transmitted to every level of the endless abyss. And every creature in the endless abyss immediately set off after hearing Chu Hao's order. They have used teleportation, space transfer, flight, magic and other methods to go to the will of the endless abyss at the fastest speed, which is the top layer of the endless abyss marked by Chu Hao. Each of them, under the stimulation of the will of the endless abyss, became more bloodthirsty. Because while issuing the order, Chu Hao also gave them some basic information about the orc soldiers. That is, devour these orc soldiers, you can get stronger abilities. You will become stronger. But a few hours later, Chu Hao somewhat regretted issuing the order. Because the fighting power of these orcs is much weaker than he imagined. Roar! The Tauren leader struggled to smash the last abyss monster beside him. And in the dozens of meters around him, there is no more abyss monster. Likewise, aside from him, there are no living orc soldiers. But it's all worth it. The Tauren leader excitedly crossed a hill. Ahead, is the heart of this damn world. Just destroy it and my mission is done. However, when the Tauren leader actually crossed the hill, he was sluggish. Because what it sees is not the world core of the endless abyss. But I don't know how deep the dark and deep tunnels are. In this dark and deep tunnel, there are abyss creatures that climbed up everywhere. They emerged from the darkness, crawling toward the light above. The Tauren leader was stunned. The core of the world is here, but that's right, the senses of this Tauren leader are right. The core of the world is not above this land, but at the bottom of the entire world. The place where we fight is just a certain layer of this world. At the bottom of this tunnel is indeed the world core of the endless abyss. Only It is not the first floor where the orc soldiers and others are located, but the bottom floor of the deepest abyss. It can be said that even if these 40 orc warriors fought to the death, they did not clear the first layer of the endless abyss. Until they die, they have no chance to see what the second layer of the endless abyss looks like. And the endless abyss, there is a whole layer at this moment. Just the abyss creatures of the first plane, let all the soldiers under him die. Feeling this, the Tauran commander knelt on the ground in despair, watching the surging abyss creatures, completely giving up resistance. It's a desperate truth. Countless abyss creatures surrounded it. The first assessment, completed. Chapter 14. The first test is complete. As the voice of the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office sounded, a golden light instantly dissipated from the top of the endless abyss. Just like the sense of invasion when establishing a link, the suddenness and ease of leaving the assessment world is also very strong. At this moment, Chu Hao, as the incarnation of the will of the endless abyss, only felt a majestic force pulled away from the endless abyss. This was also the first time Chu Hao vaguely felt the hugeness of another world. Although the endless abyss has a very high potential, at this moment, its size is still far smaller than that of the assessment world. Chu Hao sat at the end of the endless abyss, raised his head silently, and looked at the sky. At that moment, he truly felt that the world of assessment was a world of God's realm rich in resources. Huge war resources, hundreds of race bloodlines, perfect world rules and the core of the stable world. Everything is attracting Chu Hao. In other words, it is deeply attracted to the will of the endless abyss. And Chu Hao also felt the real thing at this moment. Craving and greedy. The desire to destroy the stable and orderly mid- and high-dimensional world in a low-latitude world with harsh environments. The kind of greed that wants to get more survival resources so that they can survive better. All the life forms in the entire endless abyss, when the golden light dissipated, felt the true thoughts of Chu Hao, the will of the abyss. That is, beyond their world, there are endless worlds. And in those worlds, there are more treasures. They need to invade that world and snatch everything from that world. More and more abyss creatures began to reshape their own life characteristics and rechange their own survival strategies. An impulse called the desire to conquer begins to take root in the evil chaotic soul of every abyss creature. Soon, Chu Hao temporarily pulled his own thoughts out of the bounds of the endless abyss. It is also very difficult for Chu Hao, who has just ignited the fire, to link his own thinking with the endless abyss of chaos and disorder for a long time. Chu Hao, who had withdrawn from his thoughts, sat at the bottom of the endless abyss and took a deep breath. Hey, I finally achieved the effect I wanted. After sighing, Chu Hao used his own spiritual sense to carefully check the changes in the endless abyss. Sure enough, most of the abyss creatures began to transform at this moment. They begin to have invasion and conquest carved into their bones. In this way, they are no longer satisfied with competing with those terrifying peers for limited and bad resources, but change their thinking and find ways to invade other worlds and get everything they want. Knew it. Seeing this, Chu Hao smiled faintly. Only after realizing how bad their environment is, will creatures find ways to invade other environments and survive. And Devil, a species that desperately desires to invade and expand, is one of the best. At the same time, after the battle with the alien race, there was a brief change in the thinking of the endless abyss. It began to understand that the alien races in the outside world were completely different from the creatures in the endless abyss. Although these guys are enemies, they have successfully shown what is called civilization and inheritance to the creatures of the endless abyss. Only with civilization can those weak orc warriors be able to accumulate sophisticated weapons in their hands through the accumulation of generations. Only with inheritance, can these fragile orc warriors be able to master the powerful fighting skills and ways of using fighting chi displayed by them through blood inheritance and learning. That's right, although Chu Hao has injected the energy conversion formula of Do Chi into the core of the endless abyss when he established the endless abyss. But the entire endless abyss is still too big, and under the interference of dozens of energy conversion formulas, there are still a few abyss creatures who can master Do Chi. And more importantly, these abyss creatures with vindictive aura also performed poorly when fighting those orcs. They just relied on the instinct of their own creatures to rudely wrap their fighting chi around their bodies and use them as shields to charge at the orc soldiers. This is completely different from the subtle use of vindictiveness by orc soldiers. Orc soldiers can not only use Do Chi as a shield, but also can wrap Do Chi on their weapons to extend the attack distance. There are even some elites who can integrate the fighting spirit into their bodies to protect their fragile internal organs, thereby prolonging their own battle time. All of this made the endless abyss and the creatures in it stunned. After all, they, who have been competing for a limited living environment, have never encountered such a completely different fighting style. So, after all the orc soldiers died, all the abyss creatures immediately started a great evolution. They first started a frantic bloody battle around the corpses of the orc soldiers. Tens of thousands of abyss creatures fought to less than 1%. In the end, only the strongest hundreds of abyss creatures got the right to eat the corpses of these orc soldiers. And these hundreds of abyss creatures began to change immediately after absorbing the corpses of these orc soldiers. Some abyss creatures began to swarm, some began to devour metal, trying to replicate those metal armors, some began to learn combat skills, and some improved their own fighting chi ability. Countless new abilities, like bamboo shoots after a rain, quickly spread throughout the endless abyss. And all these evolved abilities are quickly and erratically inherited along with the bloodline ability of the abyss life. Some of the descendants of these abyssal beings are born with these abilities. But these are not the direction Chu Hao really focuses on. What he really cares about is how to use this trend to create a creature like Devil. As for those abyss creatures, most of them are just Devil's foils. All right. Chu Hao closed his eyes and pulled his own thoughts away from the world of God's domain. At the same time, Chu Hao also began to accelerate the flow of time throughout the endless abyss, allowing these creatures to evolve faster. Accelerate this world of God's domain first, give them a day, and let them evolve naturally. After that, Chu Hao was ready to leave the world of God's domain. It's just that while he was doing this, the observation room inside Tianding University. Groups of mentors are boiling at the moment. At this moment, they are surrounding Chu Hao's God's domain world and the life forms in his God's domain world, loudly expressing their own opinions. And their attitude is almost crazy. There are even two mentors who disagree with each other, because of the difference in conception, they directly act. The point of view they are arguing about is how Chu Hao's graduation project designed this kind of self-evolving life form. Chapter 15. In the observation room, many mentors immediately entered an active state after Wang Zhi left. Unlike in the past, they have no interest in the design of graduates other than Chu Hao at this moment. At this time, they are having a heated discussion around the creatures in the Chu Hao world. The question they discussed was whether Chu Hao had designed the creatures in the endless abyss. These mentors, who used to be high above the ground and pointed everywhere, were no different from ordinary students when they faced the low-latitude world designed by Chu Hao that they had never seen before. They don't understand how Chu Hao's graduation project has evolved from the guidance of teaching. In the endless abyss, does the evolution of life tend to be chaotic, or is there an order like nothingness that unifies all life? After seeing that Chu Hao easily passed the first test, all the mentors recognized Chu Hao's combat ability in the divine world. After all, it was proved by actual records. 40 strong orc warriors were unable to break through the first layer of the endless abyss. This kind of strength in the world of God's domain has already broken the defense of most of the graduates. Ahem, everyone, I think. A mentor coughed, trying to silence the mess. Then, he continued. The creatures in the Chu Hao God's domain must have been cleverly designed by him. Brush. He projected an image of a creature in the endless abyss into this observation room. Look, this creature is simply an incomparably exquisite work of art. The creature displayed by this mentor is a creature called Abyss Beholder. This is one of the most deadly and deformed life forms in the endless abyss of Chu Hao. The birth of each beholder represents the chaotic use of magic energy and magic in the endless abyss. At the same time, they are also one of the creatures with the most stable race numbers and life forms in the entire endless abyss. From the rotten mire at the bottom of the endless abyss, to the poisonous mist mountains in the middle of the abyss, and even the Wanyuan plain at the upper level of the endless abyss, such creatures are everywhere. The body structure of this creature is simply a living magic factory, and it is also an extremely pure factory. Its spherical body, which is less than 16 feet, is full of special organs for supplying magic, some kind of eye organ. Each special organ can provide the magical ability of one attribute alone. That is to say, a creature with such a simple structure can easily release dozens of completely different magics, from petrification to slowness, from curse to flame. The most important thing is that the magical ability of this creature is innate. Every beholder is born a mage, or the kind of the whole school. In a short period of time, the mentor had already thoroughly understood the biological structure and life habits of this creature. Of course, this also has nothing to do with him being a biological collector. If you say that such a life form is not delicately designed, but naturally derived, then I will definitely blow your head. By the way, when this graduation project is over, I must buy some of these beautiful and fascinating creatures from Chu Hao's world. The mentor stretched out his rough hand to touch the beholder's distorted and terrifying projection, and said obsessively, "Fart." But before he could finish speaking, another instructor immediately refuted. "You said that the life forms in the abyss were designed. Then you tell me how to design all the structures of this creature." He placed the projection of another creature in the observation room. And this creature also has a great background. This is a titan-like creature originating from the abyss. 100-armed giant. It is different from the titan-like creatures that are naturally evolved and designed in the ordinary God's domain world. 100-armed giants are titan-like in size. Its other aspects, whether it is appearance or body structure, have nothing to do with the sacred titan who naturally masters the rules of nature. The entire body structure of the 100-armed giant is covered with deformed and indescribably twisted arms. Moreover, the body of the 100-armed giant is also a mess. Plural hearts, kidneys of different shapes, dysfunctional blood vessels, combined with disorganized musculoskeletal. The 100-armed giant can be regarded as a monster randomly kneaded from lumps of flesh and blood. And the only ability of this monster. It is the strongest physical ability in the entire endless abyss. Besides, what magical ability, what martial skill, what fighting spirit or natural energy. The 100-armed giant cannot grasp everything. The only thing it can do is to use its huge body and terrifying power to crush the body of any enemy. Come, come. The second tutor stared viciously at the previous tutor. Tell me, how to design such a creature. Whether it's its irregular arms, its messy internal organs, or even its dozens of eyes of different shapes, tell me, how could such an ugly creature be designed? This is obviously a life that is naturally derived from a chaotic environment. Hearing what the tutor said, the other tutors also nodded in cooperation. Obviously, after seeing this monster, they obviously more agree with the statement of natural derivation. You old man! You are talking nonsense. The first instructor was obviously not convinced. There are so many lives in the endless abyss, and occasionally one or two are out of Chu Hao's design, isn't it normal? Hearing this, the second instructor was also anxious. Who are you calling an old man? You flat-haired orangutan! You are talking nonsense. Can you deny that the environment of the Chu Hao God's domain is not chaotic and distorted? In such an environment, what kind of sophisticated creature design can survive? Go down! Seeing that the quarrel between the two mentors became more and more serious, the remaining mentors immediately appeased the two. After the observation room was quiet, another instructor raised a new question. But everyone, I suddenly remembered a new question. When everyone heard this, they glanced at this deceitful guy. Don't talk nonsense, what did you think of? The mentor smiled, he actually thought farther than the two mentors. The problem is, since Chu Hao has designed such a complex life system in the entire endless abyss, and is still breeding new species, then is there a possibility? Chu Hao, he never put these creatures in one's eyes, but wanted to create some kind of new creature. Then here comes the problem. What is the only creature that meets Chu Hao's requirements? How strong it will be? Chapter 16. Then here comes the problem. What is the only creature that meets Chu Hao's requirements? Hearing this, all the instructors present were stunned. Not because of anything else, but because of fear. They suddenly felt that this instructor seemed to have a point. Although Chu Hao has successfully filled the endless abyss with all kinds of life forms, the biological richness of the endless abyss has dwarfed all the candidates of the same batch. Not only that, the strength of the endless abyss creature's strength and the multitude of abilities have truly amazed the instructors present. However, even though Chu Hao was already far ahead and broke multiple records in a row, he still did not stop to create more creatures. All of this marks that Chu Hao seems to be dissatisfied with the biodiversity of his own divine world, the endless abyss. What is he still looking for? He still seems to be looking to build some kind of a creature completely incomprehensible to the teachers. And how powerful will such a creature be, and what kind of ability will it have? All of this makes these mentors terrified. And while the mentors were still discussing Chu Hao's divine world, Chu Hao made new discoveries in the world of his own god's domain. That's a bug. A creature that is completely unrelated to devil, but shows the unique biological similarities of devil. Specifically speaking, this kind of bug, which was born after the first contact with aliens in the endless abyss, showed two completely different unique racial characteristics. Let's talk about the first one. Cowardly. That's right, this bug may be the most cowardly creature in the endless abyss. If the entire environment of the endless abyss is described in human words, then it can be called a cage. A steel cage that cannot break through and will forever fall into it. In this steel cage, thousands of creatures are closed by the crystal wall of the plane, and the key point is that there is no way out in this entire cage. At least before contacting the external environment, before contacting the rest of the world, there is no specific way out of the entire endless abyss. They are forced to inhabit such a suffocating low-latitude world forever. In this world, although the natural resources are abundant enough, but the environment is too bad. There is no guarantee of any kind of life that one can live in peace. Because the next second, they may die in the drastic environment, or be eaten by other predators. So these tens of thousands of creatures were forced to kill each other by the pressure of survival in this hopeless environment. In the entire cage formed by the endless abyss, bloody battles of living beings can be seen everywhere. Only the strongest of these creatures are qualified to live. Only qualified to pass on own bloodline ability to own descendants. But in such a distorted environment, this bug showed a kind of special traits that don't compete. This kind of bug has evolved an exceptionally powerful ability to adapt to the environment, a special ability that can adapt to a poisonous fog environment, a cold or hot environment, or even an environment where gravity and time are disordered. This kind of adaptability is something that no other creature in the entire endless abyss can have. Most of the abyss creatures can only live in a few fixed environments. Even those abyssal creatures that are more adaptable cannot adapt to some extreme environments that can no longer be extreme, such as planes where gravity changes all the time, planes where time passes faster and slower, or even a plane where matter can't form, though. These bugs are completely adaptable. They live in the various planes of the endless abyss. No matter how harsh the environment is, they can always adapt and thrive. Moreover, their numbers are also expanding very fast. But the strange thing is that they have not evolved any powerful attack ability like this. In other words, they are extremely weak and are only the main food for most endless abyss creatures. And it's kind of delicious food. Although they have teeth that can gnaw rocks, their fat bodies and skin that is not hard enough still prevent them from getting out of the bottom of the abyss. Cowardly, this word is deeply engraved into the soul of this bug. Of course, if it was just cowardly enough, then Chu Hao would definitely not put so much energy into researching this kind of bug. The biggest reason why Chu Hao really pays attention to this bug is the second unique form of this bug. Transform. That's right, the offspring of this bug can be deformed. Of course, the deformation here is not a magical ability, but when these worms live long enough, or have some adventure, they will actually transform into life forms that are completely different from the previous larvae. After some larvae accidentally nibble on the corpse of a powerful creature, they will store the genes of this powerful creature in their own bloodline. And such a larva, if it survives and accumulates enough energy, it will form a cocoon. After the cocoon burst, a larva with that powerful biological characteristic emerged. Such a creature, although its strength is temporarily inferior to that powerful creature, but his physical form, and the abilities he possesses, all an improved version of that mighty creature. That's right, not a copy, but an improvement. If they continue to grow, then they will be stronger than the original powerful creatures and master the various abilities of the original creatures more skillfully. And, in addition to these, Chu Hao also noticed, these lucky larvae seem to have the ability to evolve further. After they are strong, they will devour other abyss creatures that have eaten them in vengeance. Of course, they also like to eat their own kind, that is, larvae. And when they eat those abyss creatures, they will immediately try to replicate the abilities of these creatures again and put them into their own gene pool. However, after this step, the most unfortunate thing happened. These seemingly invincible larvae, in the process of their second evolution, often directly explode and die. Even though some larvae are not dead, they have become some indescribable twisted monsters. Life is better than death. Their bodies and genes, for unknown reasons, cannot successfully evolve twice, let alone continue to evolve. But seeing this, Chu Hao is already content. Because he saw the basic characteristics of devil in these bugs. Extreme adaptability and the ability to evolve sustainably. Chu Hao pinched a bug, his eyes shining. Maybe, these bugs. It is the beginning of devil in the endless abyss. To be continued. Chapter 17. Looking at the larva that kept twisting and screaming in his hand, Chu Hao fell into contemplation. This weak worm actually contains a lot of potential to become a devil. Extreme adaptability, and constantly evolving survival strategies. It's just that the current situation in the endless abyss is not enough for this larva to evolve twice and improve its own ability. After all, the real devil race is, in theory, a super race without evolutionary restrictions. In Chu Hao's memory, the devil race that can really sweep the infinite world has a variety of forms, and there is almost no upper limit. Some devil species, such as lowly devils, roam the twisted and terrifying abyssal wilderness like greedy hyenas, feeding on all kinds of carrion and weak creatures. Other devils, such as the stronger balrog, are semi-elemental creatures formed by combining biomass and flame energy. As soon as they are born, they naturally master the elements of flame and lava, and they are the overlords of the entire land of flames. The corruption demon is a devil creature with superior magical energy. Of course, he also has a more famous scientific name, that is, the Dread Demon King. The Dread Lords are not only cunning and evil, but are also well versed in powerful shadow magic. Not only would the Dread Lord happily sow chaos and destruction in the abyss, but he could even cause wars among the natives of that plane as he invaded other planes. Because when these Dread Lords have the opportunity, they will corrupt the natives of the invaded planes and turn those poor innocents into terrifying devil subspecies. These devils above are all powerful creatures that have undergone evolution again and again before they can take shape. Their birth process, I don't know how many upgrades they need to go through to finally become such a fixed form. Therefore, the larvae at this time, compared with devil-like creatures, the gap is still very large. At least in terms of secondary evolution, they simply fall short of Chu Hao's requirements. Thinking of this, Chu Hao rubbed his head and sighed. It seems that I have to find a way to use a more extreme method to accelerate the evolution of these larvae. In the current abyss environment, these larvae can no longer be upgraded to the ability to evolve twice. However, I can take a look at the second assessment that I will go through next. While Chu Hao was still researching larvae, many of the graduates of Invading University had finally completed the initial construction of the world. However, when they saw the ranking, they couldn't help being stunned. My God, the first place in Invading University is actually Chu Hao. Before the leaderboard, everyone could hardly believe their own eyes. The first place in the area of composite planes with 66 planes inlaid together directly broke the record of our Invading University. Not only that, Chu Hao's own magic fire value also ranks first. Another graduate said similarly surprised. The number of divine fires is approaching the requirement of condensing the lower godheads. Hearing this, many people present gasped. Gather the divine. That's what so many people dream of. The so-called Godhead is a symbol of the gradual stability of the sea of mind after the fire of the gods is ignited. Once it is truly possessed, the whole person will become completely different. In addition to increasing the lifespan and further strengthening the upper limit of the own god's domain, the Godhead can make them qualified to compete for the priesthood. And once the Godhead is possessed, unless a real battle of gods breaks out between the two, the Godhead will be proven forever. This also leads to the fact that cohesion of Godhead is the supreme pursuit of most graduates. While most transcendent worlds, once established, will almost have Godhead entry standards, but such lucky people are rare after all. Moreover, most of the people who gather Godhead basically have the opportunity to accumulate enough Godfire after they leave the campus. The more terrifying thing is, there is a high chance of failure to condense the Godhead. To condense the Godhead, what is needed is the perfect synchronization between itself and the world of the gods, and the two gradually merge into one. If you fail to attack the Godhead, you will suffer a backlash, and the world of the gods will be severely damaged, and your potential will plummet. On the other hand, the world of God's domain and my soul were wiped out together and turned into nothingness. This also leads to the fact that in the graduation design stage, almost every person who has condensed Godhead is a legend. Of course, who can build the transcendent world, who is not a genius, who is not a genius in everyone's mouth. At this time, in the crowd, a person who was called a genius by everyone in the past was looking at the list with a pale face. Zhao Kongcheng. The second place on the Shenhuo list. The most highly anticipated genius ever. At this time, he looked far ahead of own Chu Hao, with mixed feelings in his heart. How come? The tightly clenched hand betrayed his panicked heart. You must know that he has been diligently building his own natural world from the beginning of his graduation project to the present. With his hard work, there is already a world tree Dai Luo Hagong in his world that has mastered 3 different rules. The establishment of this world tree successfully made his world safe and sound. And with the help of the world tree Emperor Lu Hagong, the world of Zhao Kongcheng is also growing rapidly. Daila Hagong's unique void absorption made his world expand wildly, and gradually had 3 land areas the size of the Earth. Even the environment of the entire world is gradually transforming into an extreme natural environment because of the help of Dai Luo Hagong, a powerful world tree. In such a world, high-quality natural life will naturally be born. More importantly, in the world of Zhao Kongcheng, the beautiful elves have been designed by him, and they are firmly occupying the main ecological niche of the world. Even fairies, druids, and tree spirits have taken shape. With such achievements, he should have become the focus of everyone's eyes, a well-deserved genius, the first of Invading University, but now, the second place on the ranking list corrodes Zhao Kongcheng's heart like a mocking devil. This made Zhao Kongcheng's heart feel bitter and helpless. After trembling for a long time, Zhao Kongcheng finally calmed down. Although he is depressed, he is not the kind of person who is too extreme. I can't move my heart. Calm down, Zhao Kongcheng. He forced himself to calm down. It's just a lucky enough guy, you just need to change your plan, then you will definitely overtake the other party. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongcheng silently left the crowd and returned to his own dormitory. After connecting to his own god's domain, Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath. Looking at the towering tree in his own world, Zhao Kongcheng made a crazy decision. Since the conventional method can no longer make me the first, then I will fight. Dilaha has just started to condense fruit. We're going to reshape the entire natural world. A lunatic and a genius are sometimes two sides of the same person. On the other hand, Chu Hao's second assessment has also begun. The Alien Legion is back in the abyss. Chapter 18. Just when most of the candidates were still surprised by the perverted design of Chu Hao, Chu Hao himself has already started the second assessment process after a day's rest. If Chu Hao completed the second assessment today, his advanced speed would already be another record for Tianding University. Assessment area. Chu Hao crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and once again manifested his own divine realm, the Endless Abyss. As soon as the Endless Abyss appeared, all the instructors in the entire assessment area immediately set their sights on Chu Hao. There is no reason for him. As soon as the phantom of the Endless Abyss appeared, the entire assessment room was immediately filled with the unique coercion of the Endless Abyss. In this coercion, it naturally carries the powerful aura of the ancient wilderness. In this breath, the teachers sensed malice and greed from the Endless Abyss. It felt like a terrifying creature lurking in the depths of the shadows, watching them all the time. Obviously, the Endless Abyss is much stronger than when they first met yesterday. But amazed, these teachers who abide by their duties still have not forgotten their own responsibilities. Get ready, Chu Hao. The second assessment is about to begin. A teacher came over. And in his hand, there is a golden light. Different from the first test. This time, the golden light in his hand was obviously thicker. In the middle of this golden light, the number of golden light spots is also much more than in the first assessment. And after the first assessment, Chu Hao also understood that these so-called golden light spots are those biological characteristics that are higher than the stage. Chu Hao half opened one eye, glanced at the beam roughly, and said silently in his heart. It seems that my luck is not very good, the number of powerful creatures is not too many. If it was other candidates, they would probably vomit blood in depression after hearing this sentence. After all, the number of powerful creatures is small, but it means that the difficulty of the assessment is greatly reduced. This is every student's dream. No one is willing to directly encounter a second test that is too strong before the third test comes. But Chu Hao is different from them all. His purpose has never been to pass these assessments that he thinks are not difficult. What he wants is to further evolve the creatures in his endless abyss through the external pressure given by those powerful creatures. The number of powerful creatures is too small, obviously not meeting his requirements. The world channel has been established. The teacher reminded loudly. Then, that golden light was also connected to the endless abyss of Chu Hao. The assessment has officially started, and the aliens have been teleported. In the next instant, Chu Hao, as the will of the endless abyss, felt the pressure of a majestic world coming. But this kind of coercion was only for a moment. As the aliens were cast into the endless abyss of Chu Hao, this feeling instantly disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a sense of invasion like a bone-encrusted maggot. My lord, this is the world we need to invade this time. The top layer of the endless abyss is above the abyss plane where dozens of orc soldiers were once buried. A sturdy lizardman soldier with cyan scales on his body and face knelt in front of a group of cloaked powerhouses. After the initial magic test, the environment here. What's the environment like? Don't hesitate, just tell me directly. The mysterious strong man took off his cloak, revealing a pair of small, cold, and ruthless vertical pupils. And in the pair of vertical pupils, there is a faint glow. Long way. The body and limbs of this mysterious powerhouse are also covered with scales. It's just that its scales are dark red where red and black cross. More importantly, the figure of this mysterious powerhouse is too tall to be outrageous. It was already meters high just standing on the abyss plane. And his every move was accompanied by the surging of the feng shui fire element. All of this shows that he is a powerful creature of a stage, a terrifying existence that is close to legend. The environment here seems to be different from the worlds we've invaded before. The lizardman soldier raised his head and looked at the strong man enviously. He secretly thought that it would be great if he could have enough dragon bloodline like the other party. The richness of the dragon bloodline can directly determine the strength of these dragon blood descendants. And this strong man is obviously close enough to the pure blood dragon race. Not only is he almost detached from the appearance of a lizardman like himself, but the other party has even awakened the ability of dragon language magic. This really made him envious. But this is not the time to think about it. The lizardman continued to tell the news he had just found out. Lord Dylan, the environment here seems to be chaotic and irregular. In addition to the presence of slight toxins in the air of the entire plane, it is also full of irregular elemental activities. Moreover, most of the creatures here are deformed, bloodthirsty and aggressive, and there is no trace of intelligent creatures. Oh? In other words, will the abilities of most of the magicians in our army be weakened? Another strong man with a dragon blood lineage heard this and pondered for a moment. It seems that we need to be more secure. This world does give people the feeling that something is wrong. After speaking, he raised his head and looked at the sky of the endless abyss. In this world, there is no star, no planet track, and even the crystal wall is broken. It's too weird. Who knows? Hearing this, the 10th stage powerhouse named Dylan snorted coldly. It's okay. The way this world looks, doesn't it just mean that we can easily destroy this place? This time, we brought nearly 3,000 dragon blood slaves, 2,000 dragon blood warriors, and 100 dragon blood mages. Such terrifying power is enough for us to easily take this world and bring the core of this world back to our sacred land. Besides, aren't we here for this invasion? Dylan said with a sneer. When the other powerhouses heard this, they agreed. Yet, with Lord Dylan here, we can definitely destroy the world easily. Maybe, after completing the mission this time, Lord Dylan can get the reward again and become a pure-blood dragon family after being purified of blood. Hearing this, Dylan smiled. In its eyes, there is also a longing for becoming a pure-blood dragon. It's just that none of them noticed. Under their feet, below the 66 planes, at the bottom of this world called the Endless Abyss, a pair of eyes slowly opened and looked at them. And in its eyes, it is full of tyranny, chaos, and greed. Chapter 19. Lord Dylan. We successfully defended the third wave of counterattacks in this world. The first layer of the Endless Abyss, the center of the plane called Wanyuan Plain. A dragon blood warrior knelt in front of Dylan and reported to him the current progress. Okay, I got it. Dylan irritably touched the magic ring on his left hand and replied to his subordinates. Unscathed in the previous 3 battles, showing a strong fighting strength. Whether it is a powerful body or a terrifying dragon language magic, he has become a well-deserved focus on the battlefield. His powerful body can tear apart any abyss creature that dares to appear in front of him. Whether it's those twisted and deformed monsters, or those chaotic beasts with fangs and claws. None of the creatures in the endless abyss can break its scales. And he is like God of War, whether it's a collision or a scuffle. There is no creature in the endless abyss that can take the next blow. That's right, there is no chance of even taking the next blow. This powerful warrior who is close to the 10th stage, with the blessing of his dragon bloodline, is simply a perfect killing machine. Even those abyss monsters who were born with magical energy and magic were suppressed to death by the dragon language magic they possessed. They, in front of Dylan, are not even qualified to cast magic. Just the suppression of the elements is enough to make these creatures suppressed by Dylan's dragon language magic at the moment of releasing magic or using magical energy. Such a performance made Dylan's men full of confidence in this trip to the abyss. Among the thousands of dragon blood warriors, Dylan's power is being passed everywhere. Even the other dozen powerhouses above and below the stage are full of confidence in Dylan. The entire dragon blood expeditionary force, with the momentum of destroying the dry and pulling the rotten, went straight through most of the Wanyuan plain. The entire troop is getting closer and closer to the world core that Dylan perceives. But even so. Okay, I got it. Dylan was a little irritable and whispered silently. The dragon blood warrior knelt in front of it and reported the current progress and casualties. In the third wave of counterattack, our entire army lost 432 dragon blood slaves. At the same time, we also lost 72 dragon blood warriors, a dragon blood mage for unknown reasons, magic backlash, and die. I see. Dylan frowned slightly. And our magic supply has been consumed by 1/5? I see. Dylan's eyes had a hint of tyranny. At the same time, the water and food of our entire army is also contaminated with toxins, the currently edible parts. I said that. Suddenly, under the cloak, Dylan's erect pupils snapped open. I already know. No one knows why the mighty Dylan suddenly broke out. Dragon, flame, devour my enemies. They only know that in the central area of the troop, a terrifying dragon flame suddenly erupted from Dylan's mouth. This poor dragon blood warrior was directly burned to ashes by the fiery dragon flame. Sizzle. In the marching army, an eerie calm broke out. Dylan. A friend of Dylan's took Dylan's arm and asked his friend in disbelief. What's wrong with you? At this moment, Dylan just reacted. What happened? In an instant, Dylan's face turned pale. He suddenly knelt on the ground and looked at the sky of the endless abyss. Along with its kneeling, the rest of the warriors and powerhouses present also raised their heads. At this time, above their heads, a shallow black-red vortex is gradually taking shape. And they were horrified to find that next to this black-red vortex, there was a time-space turbulence. But what they don't know is that the countless rules in the turbulent time and space are becoming disordered. And among these disordered rules, the stronger one is, the easier it is to infect their minds. For example, get close to the legendary Dylan. My blood is rapidly distorting. Dylan felt the changes in his body, and told the surrounding powerhouses about his own changes. I'm falling. While speaking, Dylan tore his own cloak painfully. This damn world is forcibly twisting me. And under its cloak, his scales began to twist. It wants to make me its slave. On Dylan's scales, dense flesh grows. These pieces of meat are expanding rapidly. Its once resolute face was contorted with pain. And, its eyes, also gradually changed from orange to red. Its eyes are full of extreme tyranny. Just like the creatures in the endless abyss. This scene made the surrounding dragon blood warriors all show their terrified eyes. The black and red swirls above their heads are causing one question after another in their hearts. This scary world. Where is it? Here, what exactly happened? But unlike the dragon blood warriors who were terrified and didn't know what was going on, they were at the bottom of the endless abyss. The ruler of the endless abyss, that is, Chu Hao himself, looked at Dylan's changes with joy. Good. 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 3 times in a row made Chu Hao's joyful expression very obvious. I didn't expect that the endless abyss would evolve a special environment for bloodline abilities so quickly. The black and red vortex on the top of the dragon blood warriors is essentially one of the manifestations of the extreme chaos rule. In the entire endless abyss, nothing is immutable. Even time itself cannot avoid a twisted fate in the endless abyss. There was a strange look in Chu Hao's eyes. He said in a low voice. Not to mention, those fragile and diluted blood vessels. As Chu Hao's mind spins, these black and red swirls can distort the environment. It is gradually expanding into the entire endless abyss. Every time these terrifying black-red vortexes appear in a plane, the abyssal creatures of that plane begin to change rapidly. They undergo the same irreversible distortion process as Dylan and become distorted. Just different from Dylan. Those chaotic bloodlines that can make Dylan fall into madness, but let those abyss creatures fall into a new evolutionary carnival. After all, the abyss creatures have long coexisted with chaos. Such a disordered bloodline is a necessary stimulus for their evolution. To be continued. Chapter 20. Look, what's going on here? In the observation room, a mentor noticed the changes of a series of dragon blood warriors such as Dylan in the endless abyss. Are these alien races thrown in? Are they sick? A mentor was the first to notice the change. He immediately used his own divine power to project Dylan's situation on the large screen in the observation room through the world projection. In the clear enough projection, I saw that Dylan, who was up to 10 stages and was about to enter the legendary stage, was in the runaway. What's going on here? In Chu Hao's God's domain, is there an environmental magic that can make enemies fall into a state of mutual attack? Another instructor looked at it more carefully and retorted. No, this doesn't seem to be the effect of environmental magic. The instructor lightly magnified the projection in front of him again. This guy has fallen into a state of madness, yes, only himself has fallen into madness, and the rest of the dragon blood soldiers seem to have not changed. Wait, what's the situation? This guy's bloodline has changed. In the projection, Dylan was screaming and roaring hysterically. Every inch of skin under its scales, every inch of bone, every muscle is shaking. Countless deformed sarcomas grew from under its skin and quickly occupied Dylan's body. This extreme pain made it involuntarily burst out terrifying dragon language magic to destroy everything it could see. Whether it's an item, an enemy, or even a own subordinates. In just a few minutes, Dylan, who had fallen into madness, easily killed hundreds of dragon blood soldiers and dragon blood slaves. Moreover, such a large casualty situation also made the surrounding dragon blood soldiers quickly escape from here. Terrified, they stood far away, looking at the mad Lord Dylan. The instructors seemed to understand the situation in front of them and could not help but sigh. This guy is really pitiful. His bloodline has been disturbed, and it is estimated that his body is about to collapse. Yet, the bloodline on its body is originally the bloodline of the dragon family that is not pure enough. In this case, it is impossible to stabilize it again. The instructors nodded their heads and nodded in agreement. The dragon blood family that invaded the endless abyss is a very special creature. They and the real dragon are two completely different life forms of creatures. And their mother family, that is, the dragon family, due to their special racial characteristics, ultimate LSP, they are easily related to other species. Among them, the descendants born of these other species are collectively referred to as the Dragon Blood Clan. The Dragon Blood Clan belongs to the slave species of the Dragon Clan. The weaker ones are used to clean up the garbage in the dragon's nest and build various buildings. Sometimes, they are also emergency food. At the same time, the stronger Dragon Blood Clan can become the warriors led by the Dragon Clan, responsible for the expansion of the Dragon Clan's territory. It's just that they are 100 times and 1,000 times weaker than a real dragon, and they are still the lowest cannon fodder in the army. As for the more special existence of Dylan, once they were born, they had the blood of the dragon race with high purity. And the purer the dragon blood, the stronger their strength. Even the best among them can master a small amount of dragon language magic. They also naturally became the direct subordinates of the Dragon Clan, controlling the army and slaves for them. Only, no matter how pure their bloodlines are, they are still not pure blood dragons. The weakest Dragon Clan is also a powerful species of born to be legendary. This kind of suppression on the bloodline is an insurmountable gap in most cases. But today, some things are about to change. And these mentors will never believe what they will see today. Because in the endless abyss, the blood of any creature will not be static. Roar! Dylan, who was in severe pain, fell to his knees, twitching all over his body. At this time, it was covered with terrifying sarcomas, and at the same time, various deformed organs were also derived from his body. Countless blood spurted out from its 5 holes. When the rest of the powerhouses saw this, they finally confirmed Dylan's death sentence. There is no way, Lord Dylan is out of control, we must find a way to solve it. A dragon blood strong man said to several others. Although the strength of several of them is not comparable to Dylan at the peak of the 10th stage, it is relatively easy for them to kill Dylan together. Hearing this, the rest of the people no longer hesitated, and took up their weapons and aimed at Dylan. Just when they were about to start, Dylan suddenly raised his head and looked at them. But just this sight made these strong men tremble all over. Because Dylan's body actually exudes dragon might. Dragon might that only true dragons can possess. His haha. Under this terrifying dragon might, this group of powerhouses dared not make any moves. They are like rabbits standing beside the dragon's mouth, they even lost the courage to escape. I'm all right. Suddenly, Longwei disappeared without a trace. These dragon blood powerhouses immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Dylan, on the other hand, slowly got up from the ground and said weakly. Oh no, are you all right? The rest of the people were dumbfounded when they heard this. Why was Dylan, who was still shouting that his own bloodline was corrupting, and tore up hundreds of people like he was crazy, and suddenly he was all right? However, Dylan's next speech made others present, including the mentors who were peeking here. I can't believe my own ears, my heart is beating wildly. Not only am I fine, but I was just now, I crossed the limit of my bloodline, and I evolved again. I became a legend. After speaking, Dylan stretched out his arm and showed it to everyone. Sure enough, the scales on Dylan's arms had changed to a regular appearance again. Moreover, on the surface of the scales on its arms, a pattern that is only found in pure-blood dragons appeared. Although I don't know why the world is so weird, I can be sure of it. Dylan's pupils showed a greedy light. This world is a real blessing for me. In this world, there is a secret to promote the bloodline. Its pupils are red. What's the situation? Look inside. A mentor suddenly stood up and shouted. Why does Chu Hao's God's domain world allow creatures in the assessment world to cross the limit of bloodline and become true dragons? It looks like it's just letting its bloodline go back to its original origin. It doesn't make sense at all. How on earth did he do it? What no one noticed was at Dylan's feet. A few ugly-looking bugs are greedily eating the blood that Dylan had spilled in the land. All the coincidences in the endless abyss seem to be doomed. A pair of hands named Chaos quietly controlled all this. Chapter 21. Above the Wanyuan plane of the endless abyss. Haha, such a powerful force. Dylan laughed recklessly, and frantically killed all the enemies around him. For some reason, he began to like the feeling of slowly shredding enemies with his claws. After his bloodline was distorted and he successfully advanced to the legendary stage, his strength had already made a huge leap. In addition to the stronger physical body, Dylan was even more surprised to find that after his bloodline was distorted, he actually obtained more dragon language magic. This powerful magical ability only resides in dragon blood. Because of this, the entire dragon blood army immediately launched a frantic attack after Dylan was promoted to a legendary warrior. They have approached the core area of the first floor of the endless abyss, leading to the edge of the tunnel on the second floor of the endless abyss. It's really a blessing in disguise. Dylan thought silently, I didn't expect that I would get the chance to become a legend in the process of this invasion of the world. While the previous process was painful and made me lose my mind. Dylan stretched out his palm, looking at the beautiful dragon pattern on the scales, and his heart was drunk. How can it be possible to obtain power without paying a price? Just when Dylan was obsessed with the power he had acquired, a dragon warrior came to him. "Lord Dylan, we have reached the core area of the world, but we haven't sensed where the core of the world is." Hearing the report from his subordinates, Dylan sneered. "Humph, you idiots, where is the so-called core area here?" Then, Dylan pointed to the deep tunnel full of abyss creatures in the distance, and said to everyone, "The real core of this world is hidden in the deepest part of this tunnel. This strange world is very different from the world we have invaded. This world is a world with a complex structure. That is to say, if we want to completely destroy this world, we need to conquer several planes in a row." After speaking, Dylan took a deep breath and showed a greedy look. "Perhaps, I can also not destroy this world and leave its core of the world. From the very beginning, the core of this world has been calling me, calling to give me stronger power. As long as I have a way, get close to he. Maybe I can get in touch with the world's ultimate secret. Get stronger." At this time, Dylan, because of his excessive thirst for power, has gradually lost his mind and gradually forgot his ultimate purpose. Unconsciously, its soul began to become no different from the creatures in this world. Become irritable, extremely greedy, assertive, and violent, and no morals and no mercy. Under the leadership of Dylan, whose mentality has changed, the entire Dragon Blood army has gradually embarked on a road of no return. After reaching the second layer of the Endless Abyss, the entire Dragon Blood army began to frantically move towards the entrance of the third layer of the Abyss. However, the manifestation of the power of the Endless Abyss is that the closer you get to the bottom of the abyss, the more chaotic everything becomes. Whether it is rules or elements, or environment and climate, or even space and time. But also because of this, the closer the abyss creatures are, the stronger the power and the more resources they can obtain. After all, the further down the creature is, the easier it is to be favored by the will of the abyss. The creatures who were active in the first layer of the Endless Abyss before were just a bunch of poor worms who couldn't get along at the bottom of the abyss. Although the abyss creatures on the second floor are not much stronger than the first floor, this still brings huge trouble to the already exhausted Dragon Blood army. Among them, there are many new monsters. Some can tear apart metal armor made of steel, some have terrifying toxins that can fester all over, and some can suck the blood of an entire Dragon Blood slave in one go. Such monsters, do not know why more and more. And every Dragon Blood warrior falls, next to its corpse, there will be a bunch of terrifying ugly bugs, frantically eating their corpses. Even some Dragon Blood warriors who were seriously injured and fell to the ground but lost the ability to resist will be eaten up while they are alive. You must know that many of the worlds that these Dragon Blood troops have destroyed are only as big as the first layer of the Endless Abyss. And now they've traveled twice the distance, exhausted so to speak. The area of the Endless Abyss is simply too huge. There are quite a few Dragon Blood warriors who have reached their limit, and they have begun to ask for the right to rest. But Dylan's answer was, "Want to rest? You guys deserve it too. You only have one choice, and that is to keep moving forward for me until you are exhausted." Anyone who dared to refute Dylan was torn to shreds by him. Whether it is a Dragon Blood slave, a Dragon Blood warrior, or even those who were once slightly weaker than him. Dylan, with an absolute tyranny, is urging his men to fight bloody. Under such pressure, terrible things happened to the entire Dragon Blood army. The comrades who once fought back to back began to grab their own comrades without hesitation to help him block the enemy's attack for the chance to survive. The superior, who once cared infinitely for his subordinates, began to let his own subordinates die in vain for a phantom reward. The soldiers who were once extremely loyal and never hesitated, began to flee in vain for a chance to survive, while the remaining soldiers who had no hope of escaping stabbed them in the back with a grinning smile. Even those powerhouses began to distort their own minds for the old and new grudges and for the opportunities they never got. Every step forward into the abyss, this army is one step closer to the unconscious beast. Even, the bloodthirsty and terrifying that they belong to intelligent creatures have surpassed the native creatures in the abyss. What is the most terrifying thing in the entire endless abyss? Bottom of the abyss. With his eyes closed, Chu Hao, who is the incarnation of the will of the endless abyss, is using his own mind as his vision to check the itinerary of Dylan and his party. He clearly knew what happened to the army led by Dylan. Some would say a terrifying environment in an endless abyss, with suffocating poisonous air and unrecognizable sky. Some people say that they are terrifying creatures in the endless abyss. These creatures have inhuman twisted structures, terrifying malice, and greed. Some people say that it is an unpredictable chaotic rule in the endless abyss. In the abyss, even fate itself will be distorted, and no one knows what the future will be like. But none of this is right. Chu Hao stood up and said without sorrow and joy. The most terrifying thing in the endless abyss is the gradual loss of humanity. In the endless abyss, all good feelings will be lost with the passage of time. Family love will be cut off, love will disappear, friendship will be betrayed. All creatures in the endless abyss will face the darkness and sin in their hearts the moment they enter the endless abyss. This is a depraved road of no return. After finishing speaking, Chu Hao transferred himself to the third floor of the endless abyss, waiting for Dylan's arrival. It's time to. At the end of the dark and deep tunnel, a dragon-like creature with tattered body and crawling all kinds of strange creatures stumbled and howled in pain and came to the third layer of the endless abyss. End this farce. Chu Hao showed a weird smile to Dylan in front of him. Chapter 22. Can the endless abyss really allow a creature's bloodline to trace its origin, complete the evolution of life, and thus achieve transformation? The answer is sure. But the probability is very low. It is even lower than the probability that the author is not a handsome guy, emphasis added. Ahem, the world of endless abyss is accurate. The prototype of the endless abyss that Chu Hao currently has is a god's domain world dominated by extreme chaos. And what is the underlying principle of chaos? Uncertainty. Or rather, unknowability. The uncertainty of all creatures, rules, elements, and even the concept itself may be distorted to the extreme uncertainty. If it is represented by a word that humans can understand, then the word is only mind. So, in such a chaotic environment, nothing can be sure. Not to mention whether the dragon blood can be traced back stably and complete the evolution of life forms. In the endless abyss, most of the creatures are changing and evolving all the time. They may have been beast monsters with fangs and claws in the previous generation, and the next generation may have the characteristics of bugs and tentacles. There may be only a generation gap between such creatures, but from the essence of life, they can no longer be regarded as the same creature. All the creatures in the endless abyss are like cancers that are constantly proliferating, evolving in a direction that no one can imagine. And such examples abound. Therefore, under such chaotic and disorderly terrible rules, it is difficult to say whether the next generation that the creatures can give birth to will be stronger than the previous generation. It stands to reason that such a result can easily lead to the loss of control of the biological quality in a world, and eventually lead to the weakening of the combat effectiveness of the creatures. But Endless Abyss does not have this problem. Because the cruel environment in the abyss has determined, in the entire abyss, only those creatures with the most potential can survive, and other lives are just fodder. Therefore, the fighting ability of the creatures in the entire endless abyss is actually getting stronger and stronger. Closer to home. Dylan's bloodline was distorted before, and what was the situation when he successfully entered the legendary stage? This is also easy to say. Abyss corruption. Any creature, in fact, from the moment it stepped into the endless abyss, it began an irreversible process of being corrupted by the endless abyss. The corruption of the endless abyss is a corruption process from the spirit, to the soul, and even the sea of the mind. During this period, the flesh of the corrupted person and the bloodline of the corrupted person will be seriously distorted. Their spirits will be twisted, and they will hear the call of the endless abyss. Their souls will be completely upgraded and become the poison that the endless abyss likes. And their distorted form is determined according to the severity of the corruption of their spirits and souls plus the length of time. Just like the endless abyss is used to attracting the souls of those chaotic evil. As an existence with dark thoughts deep in his heart, Dylan was easily selected by the abyss and then corrupted. This guy who is obsessed with bloodline and strength in his heart, was directly inspired by the abyss to his own potential. In Chu Hao's memory, there are many strong men who are old but unable to grow in strength, and will choose to enter the endless abyss to gamble in the last few years of their lives. If successful, their strength will cross a level. Although they will become brutal and gradually move closer to devil-like creatures, due to the substantial increase in strength. Such a price is not unacceptable. If they fail, there will only be one more regretful howling soul in the endless abyss. That's it. Although it seems that Dylan has directly crossed an insurmountable gap, in fact, from the moment he was successfully corrupted and fell into the abyss, his strength was destined to never grow. At this time, Dylan's appearance can already be regarded as absolutely ugly. His handsome dragon face was covered with wriggling tumors. And on his strong dragon wings, terrifying bone spurs grew. Even on the scales that he once thought had grown dragon blood texture, tiny organs of unknown origin grew again. The horror is that these organs are sucking his blood, its vitality. And his once legendary strength has also slipped rapidly due to the distortion of the organs in his body. You are the incarnation of the will of this endless abyss. Dylan's one eye was blown out by a sarcoid, and he weakly looked in the direction of Chu Hao with his other, still intact eye. He, who has fallen at this time, can sense the existence of the will of the endless abyss just like ordinary creatures in the endless abyss. He can sense that the will of the endless abyss is looking at him. It's just that the one looking at him. It is a pure and extremely dark vortex. This dark vortex gives people an absolutely profound feeling. Just looking at it with the naked eye, there is a feeling that the soul is being sucked away. Chu Hao didn't reply, just stood in front of Dylan lightly. I heard your call, I am willing to kneel in front of you, please give it to me. Dylan opened his mouth and spat out fragments of an unknown organ. And on his weak body, countless abyss creatures are eating his still alive flesh. Blood splattered all over the earth. At this time, Dylan no longer cares about the task of destroying the world or the so-called subordinates. The only thing he cares about is power. Power. I pray to you. Looking at the dark vortex in front of him, Dylan said weakly. But Chu Hao never said a word, quietly watching Dylan being eaten. At this time, Dylan realized the other party's attention was not on his own body. The other party's attention was actually placed on the soil under him, those tiny bugs who secretly gnawed on his own blood. Do not. Dylan's eyes exploded, and a mouse-like abyss creature emerged from it. It asked in vain the incarnation of the will of the endless abyss. Why? Chu Hao still didn't reply to the other party's question. It was just like a peaceful mountain, quietly watching Dylan's consciousness dissipate, and its soul was recovered by the endless abyss and reshaped into a new creature. And his body was eaten clean. Finally, Chu Hao moved. He stood on the spot, using his mind, pinched a larva that was full of Dylan's flesh and blood, and placed it in front of himself to watch. At this time, the larvae had a new transformation from the inside to the outside after eating the blood of the dragon's blood. In their bloodline, the shackles that can only evolve once are broken. Then, Chu Hao put the larva on the ground with satisfaction and let it burrow into the ground and disappear. Before Chu Hao left, he replied lightly. You, who are easily corrupted, are too weak. And things without potential, in the endless abyss, don't even deserve to live. To be continued. Chapter 23. Finally successful. In the endless abyss, Chu Hao, as the existence of the will of the whole world, has been observing the changes of all the larvae in the 66 planes of the endless abyss. Compared with other abyss creatures, these inconspicuous larvae are indeed the family that Chu Hao pays attention to a certain extent. At this time, these larvae that have covered the entire endless abyss have started a new evolutionary journey again. In addition to retaining their extreme adaptability, the shackles of the previous second evolution were also lifted. Their bodies became larger and more wild in the early stage, and they also had a higher probability of attacking the rest of the creatures in the abyss. Even Chu Hao observed that some larvae have grown as big as mountains without natural enemies. Of course, they are weak at birth, and there will be no way to get rid of the fate at the bottom of the food chain for a while. After all, there are still too many powerful and cruel predators in the endless abyss. However, this unequal situation is changing rapidly. More and more larvae quickly became stronger after sucking the genes of powerful creatures by chance. And in the process, they will also actively seek out stronger creatures, kill them, and master their power. A new powerful race is being born in the endless abyss. Over time, with the ability to evolve several times, these races that Chu Hao has high hopes for will eventually change the racial composition of the abyss. At the same time, with the speed of time accelerated by 100 times and 1,000 times, along with the black-red vortex that can distort the blood vessels, everything in the entire endless abyss began to change rapidly. Among them, the most obvious are the ordinary creatures in the endless abyss. After absorbing a large amount of the life quality of the dragon blood warriors, the creatures in the abyss began a large and chaotic feast of evolution. Many creatures began to spontaneously imitate those powerful dragon blood warriors and began to use their blood to trace their origins. It is also because Dylan and other aliens have brought various opportunities to the endless abyss after they exist as a high number of troops and invade the endless abyss. As a unique dragon blood family, some of them are creatures created by the harmony between dragons and lizards, and have many characteristics of lizards. Some of them were made by dragons and beasts, and they possessed the abilities of ordinary beasts in the outside world. Some are aquatic, some are humans, and some are even more special insects. All in all, such a chaotic but interesting bloodline is good news for Chu Hao's endless abyss. Because one of the things that the endless abyss lacks most is the blood stimulation from the outside world. Whether it's a lizard, a beast, or a fish. Many life characteristics unique to the outside world are difficult to evolve naturally in the twisted and terrifying environment of the endless abyss. For example, fish can adapt to life forms in the ocean. Fish in the endless abyss is actually not a fish at all. Because most of them are just a bunch of twisted monsters that can adapt to the abyss poisonous water and strong acid poisonous mist, it is difficult for them to breathe in the water, because the thin elements in the water often contain highly poisonous elements. Their appearance can't be said to have nothing to do with fish, at least it can be regarded as completely different. Twisted bones, deformed limbs, sarcomas that sense the vibrations of the quagmire. What they do most on weekdays is to hide in poisonous water and wait for the hapless passing by, drag them into the water to drown and eat meat. However, the supplementation of the blood of foreign fish has greatly improved this situation. Although their current appearance is quite different from that of fish, the appearance of organs such as fish gills allows many of them to try to step into the bottom of the water and explore the entire plain. The most outstanding of them is a supergiant predator that was accidentally discovered by Chu Hao and named Abyss Leviathan. Each Leviathan seems to be able to master an entire ocean by itself, and with abundant food, it becomes bigger and bigger. This kind of creature, even in the ocean in the endless abyss, belongs to the absolute top-level existence. Besides, more and more creatures, including those larvae, have grown various scales. As soon as these scales appeared, various special variants were upgraded due to the excessive chaos of the endless abyss. Some scales are harder than dragon scales. Some scales allow the host to distort light and make it temporarily invisible, while some scales have the ability to grow magic immunity. Even a small percentage of these creatures began to change their reproductive status to more stable oviparous ones. The appearance of oviparous has made the bloodlines of these creatures upgraded and kept at a controllable level. Of course, it also allowed the number of these tricky creatures to expand to a certain extent. These situations are just a drop in the ocean of great changes in the endless abyss. More abyss creatures became more and more greedy after tasting the blood and flesh of alien creatures. Those unique abilities, those special souls, all attract them. It can be said that this is the first time that the entire endless abyss has ushered in a great abundance of creatures in a real sense. Almost. Seeing this situation, Chu Hao nodded. Now this scene is finally similar to the abyss environment in my memory. It seems that as long as there are a few more waves of alien races, the evolution speed of the abyss will be further accelerated. Even if there is a chance, I can consider letting the abyss take the initiative. Feeling Chu Hao's thoughts, countless abyss creatures suddenly raised their heads. They are unanimous, expressing craving the idea of invading other worlds. And just when Chu Hao was observing the changes in his own world, on the other side of Invading University, the place where Vice President Wang Ji is located, the office of the President of Invading University. Seeing the thick dust on the door handle of the principal's office, Wang Ji couldn't help frowning. You must know that behind the door is the strongest person in the school who has not been out in the mountains for several years, and has been working hard to improve the rules of his world. And she herself said that she should not disturb her unless it is necessary. But although I feel that I am a little impulsive, I should not hesitate any longer at this time. After hesitating again and again, Wang Ji raised his hand. The principal has been stuck at the keynote of perfecting the universe cycle, and the most difficult thing is the intelligence of the low-latitude world. He knocked on the door of the principal's office. No matter whether Chu Hao's low-latitude world succeeds or not, as a rare genius, at least he has opened up a genuine new idea for me. Bang bang bang. There were 3 consecutive knocks on the door, reaching the extremely silent corridor. Wang Ji was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. I don't know how long it took, and a long sigh came from behind the door. Ugh! This sound expresses too much meaning. Regret, unwillingness and regret. I'm Wang Ji, principal. Before the vice principal Wang Ji finished speaking, the door opened by himself. And as soon as Wang Ji entered it, he heard the long-lasting singing that was like nothing. A blonde woman wearing a white retro robe was floating and meditating in the air, and behind her was her world of God's domain. 1. A magnificent world of God's domain with hundreds of planets floating around. In the beginning it was too easy, there is no image and no form, no one knows the heavy turbidity, and the debate is light and clear. In this world, there is the supreme soft singing voice, which represents the beginning of heaven and earth. The entire divine realm world became chaotic as the singing gradually disappeared. The planet shattered, the galaxy cluster collapsed. Everything is like hot soup, everything is mixed together. Rules, elements. Everything is like chaos. I am in chaos, divided into darkness, tomorrow will be healthy, and the earth will be peaceful. Then, as the singing continued, the entire divine realm world was quickly re-established, with light matter going up, and heavy matter going down. Destroyed into nothingness. In an instant, the entire divine realm world collapsed. Everything is like a dream. But the blonde woman opened her eyes at this moment and looked at Wang Ji. Wang Ji! Haven't seen you for a long time. And her eyes. One pupil is as dazzling as a star, and the other is as deep as a black hole. PS was too easy in the beginning, invisible and invisible. Do not know the heavy turbidity, which debate is light and clear. I am in chaos, divided into dim light. The sky can be healthy, and the earth can be rather non-original. This paragraph is from the Feng Li mantra and Yuan Shi Tianzun, said the northern Jin Yu Miao Jing. Chapter 24. School Principal. Seeing the principal who he hadn't seen for a long time, Wang Ji's spirit was a little dazed for a while. In such a trance, Wang Ji forgot for a while that this amazing woman in front of her was not only the real principal of Invading University, but also a powerful substitute for the main god. The first place substitute of the main god sequence star god, the creator of the transcendent world supreme star domain, Bai Chen. But just after a face-to-face meeting, Wang Zhi felt a feeling of almost suffocation. You must know that Wang Zhi is a very rare high-level god. Although he did not have the ability to obtain enough priesthood to achieve the sequence Master God. But his strength is unquestionable, firmly occupying the first echelon of the entire Tianding University. But the difference between Wang Zhi and Bai Chen is not only in the number of priesthood and divine fire. From the comparison of the world of the gods of the two sides, the difference between the two is already a world of difference. The divine realm world owned by Wang Zhi is a relatively advanced transcendent world. A powerful divine world with 20 different environmental planes and the highest life form being mythical creatures. Such a world of God's domain is almost the pinnacle that ordinary people can design. But Bai Chen's divine realm world is completely different. Because what she has is a world of God's domain with the size of more than a dozen solar systems. In her divine realm world, more than a dozen star systems are running stably. Many of these planets carry hundreds of millions of intelligent creatures. Such a terrifying strength comparison was enough to make Wang Zhi feel suffocated. Don't be so nervous. Bai Chen smiled and nodded to Wang Zhi. Although it was a smile, her eyes that were too different still gave Wang Zhi the illusion that his soul was seen through. You came to me, did something happen in the school? While speaking, Bai Chen tapped his fingers. With a wave of divine fire, several people who originally lived in her divine realm world were manifested. The people of these gods' domain worlds were obviously professionally trained, and they did not show the surprise and panic that suddenly appeared beside God. On the contrary, they gathered around Bai Chen in an orderly manner, placing one after another of delicious fruits from the divine realm world on the table in front of Bai Chen for her to eat. Then, Bai Chen snapped his fingers, and these people immediately disappeared and returned to the world of their own God's domain. And everything about her carelessness made Wang Zhi secretly startled. The principal Bai Chen is still so powerful. The amount of divine fire consumed by the people of the realm God's domain is astronomical for ordinary people, but in front of her, it is like eating and drinking. Surprised but surprised, Wang Zhi still did not forget the purpose of his coming. That's right, Principal Bai Chen. Wang Zhi secretly organized his own language and said. In this graduation project, I found a genius. In the process of this graduation project, he showed us a new idea on how to build a low-latitude world. Perhaps, his new ideas about the low-latitude world can allow you to successfully solve the problem that has stuck you for hundreds of years. When Bai Chen heard this, he stopped eating and sighed. In the century-long years, Bai Chen has never stopped exploring the construction of the low-latitude world. But the longer you hold on, Bai Chen was more disappointed. And at the end of the disappointment, despair will pervade. For a long time, the more he studies the low-latitude world, the more Bai Chen understands the difficulty of the low-latitude puzzle, which has never been solved. Therefore, in this sigh, Bai Chen's disappointment can be said to be clear at a glance. Well, that means, you have encountered a genius, and this genius is among our batch of graduates. Wang Zhi nodded. And Bai Chen said with an expression that couldn't see emotions. And a genius who can build a low-latitude world. Yes. When I saw his graduation project for the first time, I was also surprised. Wang Zhi was a little excited. In the beginning, I just thought that this guy was a self-defeating guy. He chose a problem that was rumored to be impossible to solve when he knew that he would not be able to graduate. But I never thought, this guy. It was really successful. The elated Wang Zhi didn't seem to notice Bai Chen's desperation at all, and was still talking non-stop. Hearing is false, Principal, see for yourself. After finishing speaking, Wang Zhi clicked his fingers and projected a projection of the world of God's domain in the principal's office. In an instant, a mysterious world exuding infinite attraction from the inside to the outside appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. This is this. As soon as this divine realm world appeared, Bai Chen's expression changed. In the limited world composed of planes on the 66th floor, there is a terrifying display of extreme chaos that is close to infinity. Every plane is a collection of ugliness, evil, and chaos. And more importantly, such aggregates, through a strange linking method, have been continuously combined into a circling downward divine realm world. The entire divine realm world is giving people a feeling that it is extremely degenerate. Just seeing the projection of this God's domain world with the naked eye, Bai Chen didn't know why he felt a nauseating feeling. As the pinnacle of a powerful God, she clearly felt that this world was the mortal enemy of all order. It is telling everyone with an absolute attitude. It will welcome all fallen and evil spirits to settle here. The genius's name is Chu Hao. And the name of his graduation project is called Endless Abyss. Wang Ji smiled, even though he was so slow, he felt Bai Chen's shock. A name that fits the world very well. Isn't it? Bai Chen nodded, unable to deny. Soon, she took over the control of the projection and checked Chu Hao's design little by little. From the structure of this world, to the rules of this world, to the integration of the power transformation system. Even the twisted and distorted creatures in the endless abyss, Bai Chen checked meticulously and never missed anything. Well, you're right, this guy is indeed a genius. This world called Endless Abyss is indeed a running low-latitude world. And Bai Chen nodded, expressing his approval of Wang Ji. This guy named Chu Hao also confirms one of my views, that is, the creatures in the low-latitude world are basically ugly and extremely cruel. Bai Chen closed his eyes and said, "Wait a minute, I will use the computing power in my God's domain world to calculate the operation structure of this world. I want to see if the operation of this world can conform to those world theorems." Then, countless planets began to revolve around Bai Chen. And the projection of the endless abyss, also under the operation of Bai Chen, gradually began to accelerate at a speed of thousands of times, hundreds of thousands of times. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Even her eyes that turned into stars and black holes still showed an incredible look. How is it possible? What's wrong? Wang Ji asked curiously, surprised by Bai Chen's change. But Bai Chen's answer changed Wang Ji's expression several times. The world can actually function effectively. But looking at the projection, Bai Chen said that it evolved into a chaotic and dark endless abyss projection. This world should not exist. Because it may have a fatal flaw. This is a terrible world that shouldn't exist. We should stop the operation of this God's domain world and prevent it from expanding. Chapter 25. Hearing Principal Bai Chen's reply, Wang Ji's expression changed. From the beginning of the ease of solving the problem, it has become the tension under the fatal pressure. Because he knows that Bai Chen is strong, he naturally knows that Bai Chen will not aim at nothing. She is so powerful that she is close to the level of the main god, and she will definitely not easily issue such a similar to doomsday announcement general remarks. Moreover, such remarks are aimed at only a graduate's graduation project. However, Wang Ji couldn't figure out why Principal Bai Chen would say such a thing for a while. He needs an explanation. It seemed that he understood what Wang Ji was thinking. Bai Chen sighed and said to Wang Ji, "Endless abyss can indeed run. The most important thing is that its dimension of existence is gradually decreasing." Hearing this, Wang Ji was stunned for a moment. He suspects that there is something wrong with his own ears. You know, Bai Chen has been studying the structure and operation principles of low latitudes. And the endless abyss in her mouth seems to sound okay. Just like those artificially created high-latitude worlds, the world's dimensionality raising and dimensionality reduction are normal phenomena. Moreover, if the endless abyss is constantly falling, it proves that Chu Hao's endless abyss is a world of gods that can grow on its own. It's even a good sign. But why? Bai Chen gave such an answer. So Wang Ji raised his own question. But in this way, doesn't this prove that the low-latitude world conforms to the rules of the world? Is it one of the types of worlds that can operate normally? No. Actually, the reason why I say this is because in my deduction, I discovered that this God's domain world called Endless Abyss has a tendency to self-destruct. I tried to build several models of the Endless Abyss, but they all collapsed completely for various reasons. But I came to a conclusion unexpectedly. That is the entire Endless Abyss. In fact, it is falling and collapsing continuously, and the fall here refers to the fall of the dimension. Bai Chen interrupted Wang Zhi's sign that he wanted to continue to refute, and then added. You still don't understand that in the process of falling to a lower latitude in such a God's domain, almost 100% of the unexpected situations have occurred. For example, the size of the plane is too small to be destroyed directly, and for example, the size of the plane is too large, which will lead to the collapse of the world of God's domain. That's why I say the Endless Abyss is fatally flawed. No one knows when the real collapse of the Endless Abyss will take place. In short, any plane similar to the Endless Abyss is destined to be destroyed by its own body. Wang Zhi was silent when he heard this. After a while, he raised his head and said to Bai Chen. It doesn't matter if it's luck or ability. The Endless Abyss of Chu Hao, there were no problems from beginning to end. You mean, Chu Hao's world is doomed to have no potential to survive. So, is this your inference? Are you 100% sure of that? This time, it was Bai Chen's turn to be silent. Cannot. She quickly gave her own answer. This guy named Chu Hao, the Endless Abyss he designed is beyond my expectations. In the world of God's domain he designed, nothing can be 100% certain, not even the concept of affirmation itself. Data logic doesn't seem to be universal in the Endless Abyss. Although we often say that only mathematics will not deceive you, in the Endless Abyss, mathematics will also be confused. Having said that, the principal and vice president of Tianding University stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Although it's too late, do I need to remind Chu Hao that he told him that there is a huge flaw in his design of the world of God's domain? Bai Chen closed his eyes made of star, and only opened them after a long time. Of course not. We don't need to tell him anything, we don't need to stop him from doing it at this stage, we just need to watch him. It's cold to say that, but I hope to find enough inspiration for low latitudes in Chu Hao's follow-up designs. The failure experience of others may be the source of my success. The weak are just stepping stones for the strong. This is common to any world. Hearing this, Wang Zhi sighed. I see. Different from when he came, before leaving, Wang Zhi felt a little heavy all over his body. Yes. Getting such an answer, Wang Zhi only felt sad. As the guy who pays the most attention to the quality of the school in the whole school, he is actually the most heartfelt happy and saddened by Chu Hao. Nothing makes him happier than the emergence of a genius. It's a pity. It seems that Chu Hao's current design is not perfect. An unsolvable mistake may lead a supreme genius to go astray. Suddenly, Wang Zhi, who was about to walk to the door of the principal's office, thought of a most important question. The principal once said to stop the expansion of the Endless Abyss. At this moment, it is proposed again, no longer interfering with Chu Hao's graduation project. What is this for? Wait, principal, what did you mean when you said that the expansion of the Endless Abyss must be stopped? Hearing this, Bai Chen, who had closed his eyes again, reopened his eyes made of black holes, and said with a smile. That's based on my calculation results. At that time, some characteristics of the Endless Abyss made me feel too disgusted, so I would say such words. Just take my judgment at the time to be wrong. And what you said about stopping the expansion of the Endless Abyss actually doesn't need you and me to worry about it. Why? Because in my opinion, its potential may not reach that level. A world of God's domain that has been sentenced to death, it doesn't need too much interference, it will take care of itself. Quietly die. In Bai Chen's black hole eyes, an invisible wave swept across. Fail. Chu Hao sat at the bottom of the Endless Abyss and radiated his own thoughts. Humph. That's impossible. And in the other planes in the abyss, countless larvae are being watched by him. At this time, these larvae are fighting in various planes, hunting and killing other abyss creatures, or being hunted by abyss creatures. And among them, a deformed larva gradually attracted Chu Hao's full attention. I don't know how many years have passed, these larvae will eventually give birth to what I want. Chu Hao opened his eyes. The oldest devil creature in the endless abyss. The original devil. As the larva's transformation was completed, Chu Hao smiled as he looked at it now. To be continued. Chapter 26. Chu Hao's memory. There are many kinds of creatures in the real abyss. Some of the stronger ones are the 100-armed giants with brute force, and there are beholders who naturally use magical energy. There are even some fallen demigods and native gods that are about to fall and be corrupted. These creatures often have great potential. The powerhouses among them can easily use their own strength to distort the earth, shatter mountains and rivers, and even evolve their own family in the abyss to unify a plane in an abyss. The weaker ones include devil octopus, Nerubian and other creatures. There are even many creatures from the outer world, such as humans, elves, orcs, who have been trafficked into the abyss. So many kinds of creatures are not evenly distributed throughout the endless abyss. But even though there are so many kinds of creatures in the endless abyss, so many powerful and deadly creatures. In the eyes of outsiders, the most famous and most powerful race in the endless abyss is still the devil in the abyss. These terrifying monsters that spray flames in mythology, are surrounded by poisonous mist and are seductive and degenerate, are in the eyes of most people who have come into contact with the abyss. It is the true family of the endless abyss. Finally there, the original devil-like creature. Chu Hao looked at somewhere in the endless abyss in surprise. With the acceleration of time, even Chu Hao felt a long time, and his spirit became a little numb. But hard work pays off. In such a long time, a larva finally evolved into the oldest state of devil under the extreme stimulation of the endless abyss. The original devil. Chu Hao's thoughts moved and immediately disappeared from the bottom of the endless abyss. In the next instant, he appeared beside the creature that evolved from the larva and looked at it quietly. This is a creature that has just evolved. Different from the traditional devil imagined by ordinary people, this so-called primitive devil is actually just an abyss creature with black scales, red eyes, and a humanoid structure. Its current strength is not too strong in the entire endless abyss. It just got out of the larval form, and its strength is not much stronger, at most the middle level in the abyss. But Chu Hao doesn't care about that. Because in addition to being able to feel the violent emotions and bloodthirsty within the original devil, he also saw an important feature in the deepest part of its soul. Two-way resonance with the will of the endless abyss. Its soul can establish a weak connection with the will of the endless abyss. This is something that no abyss creature has ever had before. Although all abyss creatures can obey the will of the endless abyss, that is, Chu Hao's orders. But to put it bluntly, they can only be regarded as pets of the abyss. These abyss creatures cannot give back to the will of the endless abyss. No matter how strong they are, no matter what adventures they have, all their actions will not be fed back into the endless abyss, so that the endless abyss will be perfected. But devil is different. Every devil, from the very beginning of its birth, was born for the abyss and died for the abyss. Their plundering in the outside world will all be returned to the endless abyss. Ordinary abyss creatures, if they leave the endless abyss and go to other worlds, are likely to leave here completely and stay in other worlds to survive. At this time, they are still abyss creatures. But their descendants, the descendants of their descendants, are no longer abyssal creatures. Only those who originally lived in the endless abyss are the creatures of the endless abyss. The soul imprint of their descendants has been freed from the invisible shackles of the endless abyss. But the original devil is completely different. This creature, even if it lives better in the rest of the world, will not completely escape the endless abyss. The primordial devils, after invading the rest of the world, will always leave a connection with the endless abyss. This connection is based on the soul. Even if the original devil's body is completely destroyed, their souls will still report everything they have seen to the will of the endless abyss, leaving a world coordinate that cannot be dissipated. Even if the original devil achieved the status of a god in the rest of the world, he would still be drawn to the abyss because of his soul's inclination, and he would use his own strength to drag that world into the endless abyss. Let this world be completely captured by the endless abyss. And even more so for the devil's armies that were fighting abroad. When any devil army slaughtered the world that it invaded, it would bring its most precious loot back to the endless abyss and consecrate it to the endless abyss to pray for stronger power, instead of enjoying it on that plane. In addition to bringing back valuable materials, slaves, and the most important soul, the devil army will instinctively erode the rules, elements, and energy conversion system of that world. Such world erosion will allow the endless abyss to gain additional gains. For example, if a certain rule in that world is completely corrupted by the devils, then there will be another similar rule in the endless abyss. Aside from the fact that this rule gets twisted by extreme confusion, such a rule works in general. And this is the key to making the endless abyss truly stronger. Endless abyss needs everything in the outside world. Expand yourself. And devil is the most loyal eagle dog in the endless abyss. Similarly, devils are therefore the only pro-sons in the endless abyss. The only genuine family. Suddenly, this primordial devil who was just born felt Chu Hao's gaze. In its perspective, Chu Hao is the incarnation of the will of the endless abyss. Watched by such existence, primordial devil immediately trembled instinctively. This is the crushing of life forms, and similarly, this is also a sense of fear caused by tracing the source of blood. The original devil instinctively sensed it and watched it. The source of the endless abyss, the creator of everything. This kind of pressure makes it almost suffocated. There is no idea of resistance, only prayer and flattery. Seeing such a scene, Chu Hao smiled with satisfaction. He clapped his hands at will, and immediately took the primordial devil and himself out of here, to the area where an abyss creature slightly weaker than it was. Sniff. Primordial devil immediately used his own sense of smell to lock the location of this monster, a certain cave. Chu Hao let go of his own coercion and let the other party move freely. In less than a moment, the two equally terrifying and twisted monsters, under the encouraging gaze of the endless abyss, fought in the narrow cave because of their instincts. After a terrifying fight, the slightly stronger primordial devil immediately tortured the abyss creature to death, leaving only a piece of shredded flesh. After a while of gobbling down, the original devil successfully devoured all the useful things left by the other party. Finally, in a howl of pain, primordial devil successfully acquired a certain characteristic of the opponent. Its back cracked quickly, and in the distortion of a piece of flesh and blood, two fleshy wings grew out. This is one of the creature's strongest biological characteristics. But at the same time, all the rest of its life characteristics are perfectly preserved, unless a more suitable and stronger biological characteristic is encountered to replace it. Seeing this scene, Chu Hao finally felt relieved. Everything went well. Devil's form is finally confirmed. And I can also consider a third assessment. Chapter 27. And while Chu Hao was in the world of God's domain, he devoted himself to studying the original devil. The instructors who were far away in the observation room also noticed Chu Hao's anomaly. What's the situation? Chu Hao stopped building his world and focused all his energy on a newly born creature. A mentor found strangely that in the projection of the endless abyss, Chu Hao seemed to be constantly studying the same creature. This is the first time this has happened. Oh! The rest of the instructors were also interested when they heard this. At this time, the name of Chu Hao genius has been launched, and they will naturally be curious about Chu Hao's behavior. After all, in the endless abyss with unlimited potential, there must be something strange about the creature that Chu Hao can put most of his energy on. Sure enough, following the instructor's voice, most of the instructors put their energy on the original devil in front of Chu Hao. What kind of creature is this? Wings of bats, scales that mimic dragons, and minions unique to certain creatures. A fusion-type monster. While these mentors were still guessing, Wang Ji, the vice president of Tianding University, pushed the door and came in. When the rest of the instructors saw this, they immediately held their breath. Because Wang Ji's complexion has obviously become very bad. Clouds were gathering in the shadows of his face, like a storm poised to break out. Such a sense of suffocation immediately made the entire observation room quiet. Although the tutors don't know what happened to Wang Ji, they also know that it is best not to talk nonsense at this time to anger this powerful figure who puts school grades first. And Wang Ji ignored the crowd, calmly sat in his own position, raised his head, and looked at the projection of Chu Hao's world. In the picture, Chu Hao is observing the original devil. Under his operation, the original devil is frantically hunting down many powerful creatures in the endless abyss. Moreover, the original devil's original bloodline was also preserved by him using the power of the endless abyss for future reuse. As soon as he saw the divine realm world of the endless abyss, Wang Ji couldn't help but sighed secretly. The weak are just a stepping stone to the strong. A world of God's domain that has been sentenced to death, it does not need too much interference, it will die quietly by itself. Any plane similar to the endless abyss is destined to be destroyed by its own body. Principal Bai Chen's voice, like a devil's whisper, reverberated in Wang Ji's mind. It's a pity, maybe Chu Hao has a genius mind, but his design is flawed, an imperfect low-dimensional world. Thinking of this, Wang Ji regretted Chu Hao's God's domain design, but he couldn't put all his energy on his God's domain world. The entire Tianding University cannot focus all its attention on a design that is doomed to fail. Taking a last look at the weird creature in front of Chu Hao, Wang Ji coughed. Cough. From now on, mentors, you start to give up observing Chu Hao's divine realm world. Hearing this, many teachers were stunned for a moment. They couldn't believe that Chu Hao, whom Wang Ji had regarded as an absolute priority one day ago, was given up on the eve of his third assessment. You must know that Chu Hao is likely to be the only important person who may establish a new civilization system in Tianding University's century-old years. Wait. Vice President Wang, what happened? Yet, why give up continuing to observe Chu Hao's graduation project? Did the principal Bai Chen say something? After Wang Ji heard the questions of the mentors, he immediately raised his hand. All quiet. From now on, put all your attention on those God's realm worlds that have the potential yet to be finalized. You must use your best efforts to increase the graduation rate of the graduates this time. In addition, you must also find some potential students and cultivate them. It's not just my order, too. Principal Bai Chen's order. Hearing the words Bai Chen, these mentors immediately took a breath. Finally, they have no reason to refute. In Tianding University, Bai Chen's order was the order of the Supreme God. No one has a chance to refute. Let's start. After speaking, Wang Ji glanced at the black-red vortex floating above the endless abyss. The emotions in his eyes became extremely complicated. Quickly. After observing the rest of the mentors in the room, they resumed their work and began to look for those potential designs of the God's domain, and to give pointers when they had the chance. Of course, this kind of guidance is more like a special insurance mechanism. Their real meaning is to let every graduate, under the circumstance of exerting their creativity, not have any special accident that will destroy the divine realm world they painstakingly built. However, this time I saw the mentors behind the endless abyss, and my vision was much higher. They are accustomed to Chu Hao's wonderful ideas, and when they saw the designs of the other candidates, they couldn't help but express some real feelings as this. Indeed, many of the divine realm worlds that looked good in the past were too small against the backdrop of Chu Hao's endless abyss. However, when they felt Wang Ji's murderous eyes, the mentors still changed the critique faces they straddled into smiling faces, and looked at the designs of God's domain one after another with a smile on their faces. Oh! I seem to remember this student named Bai Cheng. The alien beast he designed this time can be said to be very subtle. In the projection of an alien world, Bai Chen is standing at the core of the world, rearranging the da of each alien beast. And under its arrangement, one by one alien beasts are growing rapidly, and even one alien beast named Mother of all Beasts has grown to the peak of the 10th stage, approaching the brink of legend. It can be said that this candidate, called Bai Cheng, can almost pass the third examination stably. And this? Another instructor said. This student named Ling Yi, the star spirit world she designed is also very ingenious. In her world, many Protoss have awakened and are absorbing the power of star. There is also a world of self-cultivation designed by Ren Qiang, which also has complete rules. In the whole world of self-cultivation, many self-cultivation systems have been established. In Ren Qiang's world projection, he is telling the secrets of cultivation to dozens of cultivators with top talent in the identity of the incarnation of the Dao. Also. Hearing this, Wang Zhi showed a bitter smile. Although it is a pity for Chu Hao, the appearance of these students is still his hope. At this moment, a voice appeared, causing Wang Zhi to turn his head. Vice President Wang, look at that, Zhao Kongcheng, who is in second place. His God's domain world design is also a genius idea. At the same time, the number of divine fires in Zhao Kongcheng finally approached Chu Hao again. Firmly nailed in the second position. And the natural world he designed was also changed from the old design before, and became a kind of appearance that shocked the teachers. Chapter 28. With the shout of the teacher, including Wang Zhi, all the tutors put their eyes on the student named Zhao Kongcheng. And when they put their own perspective in the world of Zhao Kongcheng's God's domain, they were immediately shocked and sighed. What is this? 3 world trees with different attributes. How did you do that? Zhao Kongcheng took a slow but firm breath. As soon as this breath came out, in the whole world, an invisible but substantial wind immediately swept the vast natural world. Of course, it was just a wind, not a so-called storm. No matter how you look at it, the wind is gentle. And in this wind, a very crucial piece of information was captured by all the creatures in the entire world. That is, the creator of this world. The tree of the ancestors, the great breeder of all things, the master of Dila Hagong, wake up. The last time the Supreme God had not fallen asleep, the 3 mother trees on different continents had never sprouted. And the last time, 10,000 years have passed from now, the time flow of the plane varies. Such news shocked all the elves. All the high elves in the elf kingdom, whether they are tree elves, flower elves, or grass elves, immediately sent their own messengers to the Middle Earth where the Supreme God is. Even on the top of Middle Earth, even the golden elves who specialize in guarding the continent where the first grandmother tree is located, are all coming out and heading in the direction of the Supreme God. Finally, after a few months, they came to the heart of Middle Earth. Saw the one covered in green, gold, and white light. Supreme God, Zhao Kongcheng. Under the longing eyes of all elves, Zhao Kongcheng slowly opened his own eyes. God. In an instant, a tsunami of cheers resounded throughout the continent. All the elves were cheering. The Supreme God. A sublime tribute to you beyond the mother tree. God, I humbly kneel before you and ask for your mercy. But at the same time, an elf suddenly noticed that the world tree standing behind Zhao Kongcheng, the mother tree that gave birth to the entire natural world, Dila Hagong, suddenly began to wither quickly. Countless leaves of nature rained down the entire continent. Don't panic. Just when the elves were still stunned, on the verge of a mental breakdown, Zhao Kongcheng smiled slightly, and the invisible fluctuations swept across, and the surrounding elves immediately quieted down. The World Tree Emperor Lu Hagong is not dead, he is just reborn. After that, the pure golden seeds of World Tree Emperor Lu Hagong were picked up by Zhao Kongcheng. Diluha just made the final sacrifice for the world you live in. He gave all the 3 rules he mastered, body, soul and spirit, to his 3 children, that is, the worlds on your respective continents. On the tree. This is the last thing it does in this samsara. Hearing this, all the elves immediately shed tears. As the children of the world tree, the elves know that what Zhao Kongcheng said is true. But even if they knew that Dila Hagong had entered the next samsara, the feeling of losing a loved one made them feel the pain. Just now, the three world trees suddenly began to climb rapidly. They changed from an ordinary world tree to a super world tree like Dila Hagong, with void absorption. At the same time, they also mastered the three major rules that Dila Hagong mastered. Such a change has caused the number of divine fires in Zhao Kongcheng to increase rapidly. After Zhao Kongcheng finished speaking, he then placed Dila Hagong's seed, in the eyes of all the elves, into the big pit in front of him, quietly waiting for it to sprout. At the same time, there was an excited look in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes. He thought to himself, "Success! Sure enough, I got rid of the design drawbacks of the world tree. The descendants of the world tree are no longer inferior to one generation. This time, I succeeded in the descendants of Dilo Hagong, inheriting everything she has." He raised his head and looked at the world trees of different natures on the three continents, thinking proudly. Although it is only inherited separately, but this is enough. The former Dila Hagong can only have at most 3 rules, and 3 rules are the limit. But now, Dila Hagong can keep reborn. After separating 3 world rules for his children, he once again absorbs 3 brand new world rules. If you keep repeating this, my natural world will keep growing until it reaches its limit. The most important thing is that these 3 Dila Hagong's children can directly link the 3 world rules, physical body, soul, and spirit through the blood of the elves bred in their bodies. With the passage of time, these elves will rapidly increase their respective strengths, let alone 10 stages, even legends are within reach. Thinking of this, even Zhao Kongcheng felt extremely proud of what he had done. He was sure that he never lived up to the name of the so-called genius. However, he glanced at Dilo Hagong, who was re-sprouting, and immediately calmed down. He turned his head and said to all the elves, "Dilo Hagong, about to re-sprouting. Your mother, your breeder, will return soon." Hearing this, all the elves immediately cheered. But halfway through their cheers, Zhao Kongcheng interrupted them immediately. The corner of his mouth twitched and he laughed secretly. His plan was about to come true. Next, I must make these elves have enough motivation to become stronger and let them mobilize actively. Just use the alien invasion in the assessment as this excuse. Of course, that's what he said. Although Dilaha is about to sprout, the rebirth process this time is very likely to fail. Hearing this, all the elves were stunned. They never imagined that their own creator would say such things to them. And Holy Maiden, a golden elf, was the most anxious. After taking a few steps forward, she immediately knelt in front of Zhao Kongcheng and asked humbly, "God, why do you say that?" On the other hand, Zhao Kongcheng slowly shook his head and said with the changed ethereal voice, "Because this time Dilo Hagong lost the ability to protect your world in the process of rebirth. And during this regermination process, more and more demons will invade your world. Their purpose is to completely destroy Dila Hagong. Although I am a god, because I and Dila Hagong are one body, in order to take care of Dila Hagong, I will lose most of my power and cannot provide shelter for you, so, next you." A hint of cunning flashed in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes. "You must go through 3 trials. Prove that you are worthy of God Lo Hagong's favor. The 3 world trees on your respective continents will provide you with physical, spiritual, and spiritual blessings. Only by studying for a long time can you defend this world. You need to become stronger for yourself and for the world." Seeing the elves around him enthusiastically expressing their support, Zhao Kongcheng nodded with satisfaction. "Chu Hao, this time, I have the capital to compete with you. These elves, who will become stronger and stronger, are the capital of Zhao Kongcheng. As for the rhetoric that tested them? Ah! The essence of the gods is to deceive. Chapter 29. After everything was ready, Zhao Kongcheng immediately prepared to go to the teaching area to go through the procedures required for the assessment. He is very confident that after these elves encounter the invasion of aliens for the first time, there will be a powerful war potential. Unfortunately, the elves are not a race born with strong military capabilities. They need an external stimulus to reshape civilization. Different from the endless abyss where the environment of Chu Hao is extremely harsh, the natural world designed by Zhao Kongcheng can be regarded as a complete paradise. The elves were born in this world under the protection of the World Tree Emperor Lu Hagong. From the moment they were born, they never felt that the world thought badly about them. Not only will there be no shortage of food, but there will be few battles between several elven empires. They are born to be relatives of the natural world. This also caused the elves to hate war, and they were quite disgusted with war. Although many of them are very powerful, the design template of the Golden Elves is quasi-legendary. But they are more like a baby with the power of an adult. Although powerful, they don't know how to use it, just relying on instinct. Coupled with their scary long lifespan, many elves in their civilization have been pursuing art and beauty all their lives, not paying attention to swords and armor. And Zhao Kongcheng thought of this and said in a low voice, "What I need most is to change the psychology of these guys and let them truly understand the cruelty of the world. The more fear and the terror of the outside world, the more pious these elves are. The more devout you are, the more divine fire they give me. This is the real way to the sky." After speaking, he left his dormitory full of confidence and went to the assessment area. But he just took 2 steps when he saw Chu Hao. Chu Hao. Today is also the day for his assessment. However, as the first person to apply for the early assessment, Chu Hao has already reached the final assessment stage, which is the 3rd assessment stage. In the school, many students also noticed the already famous Chu Hao. Of course, even if Chu Hao doesn't want to be famous, because of the number of divine fires, he has been stuck in the first place, until now. Although many fellow graduates are very enthusiastic about Chu Hao at this time seems to be very indifferent. Many people want Chu Hao to comment on their graduation project, or want to see the mysterious world of the endless abyss, but Chu Hao categorically refused all these requests. He was just calm and walked towards the assessment area, seemingly having no interest in these students. And Zhao Kongcheng sneered. "A guess is that this guy's character will definitely not be attracted by these vulgar people." After he finished speaking, he followed Chu Hao to the assessment area. The assessment teacher was stunned after seeing Zhao Kongcheng's arrival. He thought that today would be the same as yesterday, and only Chu Hao came here to conduct the assessment. In the end, I didn't expect that Zhao Kongcheng, the person who ranked 2nd in the number of divine fires, also started the pre-assessment together. Sure enough, the appearance of a genius will attract others to change. The teacher who managed the assessment thought to himself, but it did not delay his work. After he filled out the 2 forms, he led the 2 to the assessment area. And at this time, Chu Hao discovered that there was someone behind his own butt. At this moment, Chu Hao's whole body and mind are devoted to the construction of the divine realm world of endless abyss, and he is not very interested in others. But at this moment, Zhao Kongcheng politely smiled at Chu Hao, and then said half provocatively, half challenging, "Hello, Chu Hao, I'm Zhao Kongcheng, we finally meet. This time, I will beat you with a higher number of Shenhuo and take the first place in this year's Tianding University." In Zhao Kongcheng's eyes, an unimaginable fighting intent burst forth. During the graduation project, no one is allowed to link with other people in the world of gods and provoke wars between worlds of gods. Therefore, these arrogant graduates can only use the number of Shenhuo, the size of the world, and the strength of their families to compete. Among them, the number of Shenhuo is the list with the highest gold content. After all, that is the way to the real throne, so it is normal for many people to pay attention. But to Zhao Kongcheng's surprise, Chu Hao just looked at him with a look similar to caring XX and said, "Who are you? You are. Who are you? You are." Such a reply obviously exceeded Zhao Kongcheng's expectations. What contempt this is! He was clearly ranked second in the number of Shenhuo lists, and he used to be number one. The number of Chu Hao Shenhuo briefly dropped for a while due to chaotic rules, but the other party never paid attention to him. Zhao Kongcheng couldn't understand what happened for a while, and his thinking became confused. But at this time, Chu Hao had already sat in the designated area and began to prepare for the assessment. "Hey, I'm lying. This." Zhao Kongcheng just wanted to explain that he was number 2 on the Shenhuo list, but before he could say anything, he was immediately stunned. Chu Hao crossed his legs and placed the Endless Abyss tool in the assessment area. What is this? The appearance of the Endless Abyss made Zhao Kongcheng feel an almost suffocating pressure immediately. The appearance of the Endless Abyss has undergone tremendous changes in this period of time. The plane structure that once spiraled downward has been covered by countless black divine fires, forming a slowly rotating black-red vortex that floats in the air. Behind Chu Hao, a world projection similar to a monster appeared. With the slow rotation of the black vortex, everyone present, in a trance, heard the murmurs of devils from the depths of the abyss. I don't know if these are real voices. Full of indescribable malice. This is the terrifying devil whisper. This is also the fatal temptation to fall. This is also for everyone to remember. Abyss Declaration. With the realization of the endless abyss, everyone present felt that their own beliefs had changed. The positive emotions that were once positive are gradually being corroded and become more and more extreme negative emotions. In the depths of each of them, the most extreme and darkest side is gradually expanding until it occupies the entire heart. Greed, sloth, rage, and jealousy. The most profound of all their souls, all of them expand wildly as their thoughts come into contact with the embodied projection of the endless abyss. At this moment, a teacher responded immediately. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped Chu Hao's projection, isolating the image so as not to affect the rest of the candidates. At the same time, he also drew a ray of golden light into Chu Hao's divine world, the endless abyss. Don't look. Don't think about it. After Chu Hao's world of God's domain was shrouded, Zhao Kongcheng finally took a breath with a pale face. Maintain your heart. Just when Zhao Kongcheng was trying his best to remove the unintentional influence of the endless abyss, he heard the teacher say to Chu Hao. Get ready, Chu Hao. Your third assessment is about to begin. Chapter 30. Why does his divine realm world affect me? Just when Zhao Kongcheng was still breathing heavily, Chu Hao has completely entered the third assessment. Countless tiny light particles entered the endless abyss with a large number of light spots. Among them, a large light spot representing a legendary creature was also sent in together. At the beginning of their teleportation, all the abyss creatures immediately became extremely restless. The whole abyss. It's boiling. From the abyss plants at the top of the endless abyss, to the original devils who are still hunting and getting stronger, to the abyss leviathan in the chaotic backwater, the big beholder, the mother of the beholder, in the poisonous fog lair, the deep bloody swamp 100-armed giants. All the abyss creatures, with the help of the endless abyss, immediately fixed their sights on the myriad abyss plane through countless planes. In the end, their sight was fixed on the alien legion that came from the middle and high dimensions. In the third assessment, the huge war core composed of several alien armies finally showed its own sharp teeth and sharp mouths again, showing the power of civilization to the new world of the endless abyss. The three-stage assessment that once persuaded countless graduates and destroyed countless divine realm worlds has finally begun. With the end of the teleportation, a heavy human army with a number of about 20,000 people wearing grey and white armor appeared at the top of the endless abyss. Except for their weapons, armor, and mounts, they all have a unified standard of equipment. Everyone in this legion even had a flame angel armband with 12 pairs of wings embroidered on the shoulder of their own uniform. Under the angel's armband, a font called is embroidered with gold thread. Next to this font size is the number that is unique to each person. More importantly, everyone present, as soon as they appeared in the endless abyss, immediately burst into an amazing breath. These breaths all come from their armbands. Once the breath on these armbands is released, the endless abyss around them is immediately swept away. Although the black-red vortex floating above the endless abyss constantly twists everything around them, until these breaths are exhausted, everything it does is in vain. After sweeping away the abyss, these people did not immediately show any discomfort, just like they were in their own world. This is something that the orc warriors and dragon blood troops have never seen before. At the forefront of the army of 20,000 people is a strong human being with a height of 2.3 meters, wearing a dragon horn helmet, wearing pure white metal armor, and holding a flaming giant sword in his hand. Under his crotch is an equally huge mixed race horse with beast spirit blood. He took off his helmet, revealing a resolute face, looking at the weird and absurd world in front of him, and muttering to himself lightly. "We have arrived." The strong man raised his head and looked above the sky, clearly showing malice and hatred to them, and always wanted to distort their black and red vortex, and said to the adjutant behind him, "It's really a terrifying world here." The adjutant nodded in approval and said to him, "Yes, Lord Magnus, this is indeed a place full of evil and death. We should completely purify this damn world under the gaze of angels." Magnus replied with a slight smile after hearing the adjutant's reply so faithfully. "Yes, we will take this damned world under the watchful eyes of the angels who must be in sacred." Suddenly, Magnus froze for a moment. He felt an indescribable heart palpitations. This kind of palpitations felt like someone was using cold hands to grab his heart, his lungs, and tore off all his internal organs. Following the feeling of Deo heart throbbing, Magnus saw a humanoid creature with black and red scales as far as he could reach. Behind this creature grows fleshy wings that are larger than his body, and its claws are even dripping with the blood of some unknown creature. Its fangs covered with minced meat are emitting a terrifying light as its mouth opens and closes. In its scarlet eyes, the 13th Legion led by Magnus was reflected. Moreover, around this monster, more and more abyss creatures are gathering. Each of these abyss creatures is extremely twisted, as if they were born to be chaotic and evil. And in this strange creature, it is the family in the endless abyss, the original devil. Only, this creature itself is not the reason for Magnus to feel palpitations. Magnus, the legendary pinnacle, would not be afraid of such creatures. What really made him feel his heart palpitations was the pitch-black vortex behind this primordial devil. In the storm formed by the dark vortex, a pair of scarlet eyes like the original devil were staring at Magnus. This is the will entity of this low-latitude distorted world, the incarnation of the will of the endless abyss. It's watching us. But why? It just stares at me, so I can feel it. Own belief is collapsing. Magnus thought so. An ominous premonition, like a crack on the porcelain, is starting from the bottom and gradually invades the loyal Magnus. The other side. Has Chu Hao's third assessment started? Observing the room, Wang Zhi's mind moved. Without disturbing the others, he secretly observed Chu Hao, a genius he once recognized. However, when he saw the army appearing in the endless abyss, he was also surprised. This turned out to be the 13th Legion under the Flame Angel. Why did Chu Hao draw the third test that specializes in purifying evil creatures? A Faith Legion with true angel shelter. As the vice president of Tianding University, a real figure with real power, Wang Zhi is very familiar with that special assessment world. Is it a coincidence or fate? This army can be said to be the nemesis of any vampire and undead. Most of the dark attribute gods' domain world will easily fall under the iron hooves of their legions. After all, the existence of light attribute angels will make the environment of the dark world suffer. To nerf, so I have greatly reduced the probability of them being drawn. And many more. Wang Zhi suddenly thought of the answer. He raised his head and looked somewhere on the campus. Bai Chen, is that you? In the principal's office, Bai Chen repeatedly washed the data of the endless abyss, opened his eyes made of black holes, and observed Chu Hao's endless abyss through the highest authority inside the school. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Let me see if the creatures in the endless abyss can keep up when they are crushed by the lofty faith legions in the middle and high dimensions. With the ability and performance you should have, you can still have the courage to resist. 2 different dimensions, 2 different governing rules, 2 different environments. It's all like 2 sides of the same coin. It's really rare information, so. Chu Hao, don't let me down. Chapter 31. 1 hour before the endless abyss god realm, the universal time of the abyss, take an intermediate value due to the different flow rates of each surface. The depths of the endless abyss, the forbidden birthplace of the eternal fallen soul, the dwelling place of the consciousness of the endless abyss. Chu Hao saw the arrival of the Magnus Legion with his spiritual sense. And when he was about to use the breath of the abyss to wrap the legion, he immediately felt something was wrong. Because he could feel that the breath in the endless abyss actually began to evaporate. In just an instant, the volume of the entire endless abyss increased by an imperceptible wisp. The entire endless abyss swayed a bit in the time that seemed to freeze. Many abyss planes that could only be observed in the state of idealism, suddenly manifested for a moment. That's right, although it's only a ray of improvement, such a world ascension is real. This immediately caught Chu Hao's attention. Although he has created the prototype of the endless abyss and successfully controlled the entire endless abyss, it does not mean that he can be omniscient and omnipotent. The mysteries in the endless abyss, he may need to study all his life. Moreover, this time he just instinctively felt that the army of Magnus really had an impact on the endless abyss. With this alone, Chu Hao is enough to give this army of 20,000 people enough attention. As a result, Chu Hao's thoughts moved, and he immediately mobilized his own thinking through the will of the endless abyss to the plane of Wanyuan, which is the plane where Magnus had just teleported. Is it a legion with faith support? In the swirl of black and red, Chu Hao's eyes were icy cold. Just under his gaze, many soldiers of the 13th Legion felt a heart-wrenching fear. This fear comes from the depths of their hearts. From their dark sea of souls that has never been lit and never boiled. However, whenever Chu Hao's eyes swept across, when they subdue the armbands on their shoulders, there will be an invisible wave that dissolves the stare of the abyss. Soon, the group of Terran soldiers returned to normal. I didn't expect my luck this time. I really don't know how to describe it. I actually got a very hard-to-see legion of faith. Chu Hao didn't panic, and he didn't feel too happy. He just took a deep breath of Gujing Bubo, took back the tyranny and malice that had been generated by replacing the will of the endless abyss, and calmly issued his own order. In the darkness, an invisible but meaningful abyss command was quickly transmitted to every plane. My children born in the endless abyss. Chu Hao's icy voice made all the abyssal creatures loyal to him stand up and listen to Chu Hao's voice. Destroy the invaders. Then it's over. Chu Hao only needed to issue an order and patiently observed. Because he knows that he only needs to own a command. The endless abyss, as the god's domain world under his control, will immediately have the action he should have. He just needs to observe quietly and observe all this. Instead, he wants to see if these human warriors in grey armor can maintain their own beliefs in the endless abyss where everything will degenerate and twist. On the other side, the 13th Legion, led by Magnus, was also ready for war. The entire 13th Legion turned into 10 battle groups with 2,000 members each. Under Magnus' order, they immediately assumed their proper posture. Battlefield priests, unleash your magical powers. Magnus pointed behind himself and said to the most central and most important priest chapter. Target our heavy cavalry regiment. Following his orders, the tens of thousands of field priest chapters immediately showed the firmness of their own beliefs. Even in such a distorted environment as the endless abyss, they still released various divine arts blessed by the angel blood with great ease. Blessing of weapons. Angel's horn. Flash enchantment. At the forefront of the battle group, the heavy cavalry led by Magnus immediately stroked their own armbands to welcome these blessings from the angels. In an instant, the dimensional light generated by the middle and high level completely resounded through the Wanyuan plane in the endless abyss. Under the light of this light, many abyss creatures were completely mad. This kind of light that comes from beauty, and beauty makes these degenerate creatures feel angry. They howled and rushed towards this annoying 13th Legion with all their strength. But they didn't wait for them to charge halfway. Magnus snorted coldly. I saw that he put on his own helmet and called out loudly to the crowd. All cavalry, charge with me. The next second, he took the lead with the heavy cavalry and collided with the abyss creatures. In just one encounter, tens of thousands of abyss creatures were crushed by the heavy cavalry. Those armors with the blessing of angels, coupled with weapons specially designed to purify the darkness, are enough to be the last scene that abyss creatures see before they die. And not only that, the other heavy armored warriors also closely followed the footsteps of the heavy cavalry and Magnus, quickly ramming every heresy they could see. And the magic of the battlefield priests makes this dark world burst out with a dazzling light that only belongs to this legion. In just one wave of charge, the 13th Legion led by Magnus wiped out most of the living forces in the entire Wanyuan plain. And in front of them is the tunnel leading to the second abyss. Passing through it, they will go to the second abyss. This speed is several times faster than that of the Dragon Blood Legion. And their casualties were few. Humph! Is it a world made up of multiple planes? Magnus looked at the black and red vortex directly above his head and sneered. In the plane below, is your core, are you ready? He raised the flaming giant sword in his hand and shouted at the will of the endless abyss. But what he didn't expect was that the will of the endless abyss did not respond. His response to Magnus' provocation. There is only a pair of deep eyes full of sarcasm. He seemed to be speaking. Come. See so. No matter how many planes I need to pass, I swear to the angel I serve, I will completely destroy your core, and then purify the world. Magnus was also a little annoyed when he saw this. So, he set off towards the second floor of the endless abyss with his own 13th Legion. Poor Magnus, what he would never have thought was, I will start a journey with my own hands that I can never turn back. Journey to the Abyss. Chapter 32. The fourth floor of the endless abyss. A special plane with weird and indescribable scenery, at least that's what Magnus, the commander of the 3rd Legion, thinks. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the eternally grey sky of the endless abyss, a sun is hanging high. It's actually a blue sun. Magnus said in disbelief. In the sky, a round of blue sun is constantly shining on the 4th layer of the endless abyss. The entire 4th layer of the endless abyss was illuminated by this round of blue sun and turned into a dazzling blue. And more importantly, this so-called sun is completely different from the stars in all other worlds. The sun in the ordinary world emits light and heat, and supports the creatures of the world. And the sun on the 4th floor of the endless abyss emits blue ice and snow elements. The endless frozen elements are volatile from the sun, constantly transforming the entire plane. Such a change made the 4th floor of the endless abyss completely a terrifying world filled with ice as sharp as a blade. If you want to walk in such a world, every soldier of the 13th Legion must be extremely careful. Because of their exposed skin, if they touch any piece of ice, they will be frozen immediately. And at that time, the minimum price they pay is a whole piece of flesh and blood. But even if the army has ordered it, let the soldiers be careful. But these rough guys who only know about war and angels are still paying the blood price all the time. Every now and then, soldiers would fall and scream, unable to get up. The bone-piercing cold and the screams of torn flesh made everyone feel their scalps numb. Moreover, walking in such an environment, this group of soldiers also need to be careful of a special abyss creature on this plane, Ice Demon. This is a primitive devil subspecies whose skin is almost completely integrated with the ice. This extremely cunning creature will lurk on the only path of every soldier. They are very patient. It doesn't come out suddenly and then rush into the army and kill it. On the contrary, when most of the soldiers' attention is on the front of the road, it will slam from the ice on both sides of the road, waving its own wings, and rushing towards the least resistant in the army. Wounded soldiers. Whoosh! An ice demon quickly swept over the heads of several soldiers. Before they could react, he immediately hugged a soldier who was injured in the battle on the third floor of the endless abyss, and then quickly rose into the air. The entire predation process is like a blue lightning bolt. Until the screams of the wounded soldier came, the soldiers around often didn't know what happened. Ah! Kill me! A wounded soldier with a broken arm was dragged by the claws of the ice demon and hung head down in the air, like a rag toy. Countless blood spilled from his slashed belly and landed on the blue ice, which was exceptionally dazzling. But his pain had only just begun. The winged ice demon is staring at the soldiers below while enjoying its feast. Kill me! Quick! The angel is on top, free me! The soldier watched helplessly as his soft intestines were pulled out and swallowed little by the ice demon's distorted mouth. When the surrounding soldiers saw this, they shouted angrily, trying to anger the ice demon and make it fall to the ground. But the ice demon from beginning to end just looked at these stupid soldiers with a sarcastic look, without any thought of landing. At the same time, the team leaders of the two stages finally couldn't hold it in any longer. With the help of the battlefield priest, he added angel wings to himself, ready to rush to the sky to kill this arrogant ice demon. Give own subordinates relief. But what everyone never thought was that just after these two phase strength captains ascended into the sky, they were surrounded by a large group of ice demons hiding around in the process of rushing towards the ice demons. Although their hard power is much stronger than ordinary ice demons, they are still in the sky. These cunning ice demons have greater advantages than ordinary humans. In just a few seconds, hanging in the sky were 3 soldiers of the 13th Army who had not yet been completely dead. Such scenes have occurred on the road of every 13th Corps. Every time this scenario happened, the morale of the 13th Legion, which had been high, became lower. Not everyone can remain calm in a harsh and dangerous environment. This group of soldiers gradually had a new idea in their hearts. A topic that no one would think about, dare to think about on a weekday. The entire 13th Army Corps is thinking about the topic at this moment. Hey, we! Finally, a soldier couldn't hold back, and he suddenly shouted loudly. Are we really the lucky ones chosen by the great angels? The cry of this soldier made the entire 13th Legion tremble. Finally, someone spoke up. If we were really the darlings of angels. There is already a shadow in the soldier's blue eyes, and he, who was once bathed in the angel's light, is now about to collapse. Then why were we sent to suffer in this damn, fallen world? Do not talk. The soldier's commander, a stage strength captain, punched him, causing blood to spurt from his nose and mouth. But the soldier, under such circumstances, still shouted loudly. No. I want to say it. He was provoked by the sudden beating, and completely spoke his own words. If the angels are so great, why don't they come and destroy this world? Destroy this world full of fallen ones. Why don't they? Enough. Just as he was still shouting, a sword slid past, and his head flew into the air. In his eyes, the surprised expressions of many soldiers were also reflected. This man has fallen. One holding a golden sword and wearing armor covered with golden patterns, Angel's Imperial Army chopped off the soldier's head, grabbed it in his hand, and said to the rest of the 13th Legion who were still watching. The fallen. In the helmet of the Angel Custodian, a terrifying eye made everyone shudder. The Angel Custodian, which exists exclusively for order and faith, has the right to kill any fallen they think. It will be thoroughly purified. Our faith is not allowed to be tarnished. For the glory of the angels. Hearing this, all the soldiers of the 13th Legion immediately lowered their heads and moved towards the 5th floor of the abyss ahead. At the front, Magnus, who was about to reach the 5th floor of the abyss, sighed. Even the belief has collapsed. This is really depraved. Looks like we'll have to move faster. I don't know how many planes there are in this world. Layers? Or layers? While thinking, Magnus rubbed the flaming greatsword in his hand. Although the 13th Legion, the 4th floor of the Endless Abyss, suffered the smallest casualties among the previous floors. However, this plane is the world where their combat power has been reduced the most. None of them. Gradually, more and more people in the entire 13th Corps had a strange hallucination. Beautiful angels on their shoulder coat of arms. The face actually looks more and more like those devils. Guardian angel, protect me and keep me from depravity. Chapter 33. Chu Hao's third test is still in progress. In addition to his real-time concern for the battle situation, there are also two secretly observing existences, who are also concerned about the battle situation here. And those two were Wang Ji and Bai Chen. The two of them, each with a different mood, stared at the endless abyss of Chu Hao. Staring at this low-latitude God's domain world that is like a black hole, instinctively longing to devour everything. As Wang Ji and Bai Chen watched secretly, the 13th Legion led by Magnus was indeed a powerful legion with the name of Angel Blessing. Under the leadership of this legendary Pinnacle Legion commander, the entire legion was like a sharp sword, ruthlessly shooting towards the core area of the Endless Abyss. They do things with ease that the orcs and dragon blood soldiers have never done before. That is, they came to the 5th floor of the Endless Abyss while maintaining the complete establishment. During this process, apart from the fact that the ice demons on the 4th floor of the Endless Abyss and the harsh environment caused a little mental troubling to the soldiers, all the abyss creatures on the other 3 floors have never brought enough losses to this army with devout belief. This kind of performance made Wang Ji and Bai Chen show two completely different attitudes. Wang Ji was extremely anxious. Although he thinks that Chu Hao's potential should not be a problem to deal with this powerful army, after all, the Endless Abyss has so many planes, and the fall of the mere 5-layer Endless Abyss plane is nothing. But that army that has devout beliefs and is favored by real angels, be careful of their group magic, Chu Hao. Wang Ji's face was gloomy. That is a powerful force that can easily destroy the dark world. Compared to Wang Ji's secret anxiety, Bai Chen's attitude was a little more playful. This time, she opened her eyes and looked towards the core of the Endless Abyss. There, Chu Hao was cross-legged, maximizing his own spiritual sense, manipulating the will of the Endless Abyss to observe everything. No response? Interesting. Are you powerless against a legion of this nature, or do you have other plans? Forget it, let's follow my original plan and see how the low latitudes will behave if they encounter the power of faith. Bai Chen bit his lip and used his Supreme Star Domain to start a precise calculation for the prototype of the Endless Abyss. Dozens of newborn stars appeared from behind her, and each of these stars was the projection of a real star in her divine world. Each star represents a complete small plane, but at this moment, the only purpose of these stars is just as Bai Chen's calculator parts. This is the true manifestation of her authority, a true manifestation of a powerful god who holds the star. In less than a moment, an unexpected but reasonable result appeared in front of her. Sure enough, after the Magnus Legion stepped into the 5th floor, the volume of the entire Endless Abyss was consumed by nearly 1.2%. Bai Chen's star eyes flickered. And in terms of dimensions, the dimension of the entire Endless Abyss has been forcibly raised. That is to say, can the power of belief, which represents the attributes of order and justice, slowly bring the distorted and degenerate low-latitude world back to the middle and high dimensions? The next moment, Bai Chen immediately shook his head and refuted his own hypothesis. No, no, no. In the Endless Abyss, all hypotheses must be cautious. After seeing the mutation and distortion of the Endless Abyss, I must be extremely cautious. Damn it! Could it be that Chu Hao can't handle this assessment? I remember that in his world, there seems to be no creature beyond the stage. Bai Chen sat in his own office and looked down at Chu Hao at the bottom of the endless abyss. So, Chu Hao, what exactly are you trying to do? How do you want to destroy this one? Tricky Faith Legion. At the same time, Chu Hao seemed to sense something. He was at the end of the endless abyss that was dim and could not be peeped by conventional means, raised his head and looked above his own. Infused with the will of the abyss, the black and red vortex unique to the endless abyss flashed in his eyes. Still none. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at the 5th floor of the endless abyss. There is an abyss creature with strength beyond the 10th stage. There was ice in his eyes. Even the original devils with 10-stage strength did not break through to the 11th stage, which is the legendary stage. What the hell is going on? Is it not exciting enough, or say? These creatures, including the original devil itself, have some problems. The chaos of the endless abyss finally taught Chu Hao a lesson. That is as strong as him, as strong as he is in control of the entire endless abyss, and he cannot completely tame the chaotic rules of the endless abyss. Just like other creatures in the endless abyss, Chu Hao himself needs to adapt to the twisted and chaotic environment of the endless abyss. Thinking of this, Chu Hao gave an unnatural wry smile. Yet, I've always forgotten the real situation of the endless abyss. Whether it is the evolution of life, or this unique and distorted environmental structure, even this extremely chaotic rule, this world called the endless abyss, cannot be mastered by humans. I originally wanted to let Magnus' Legion create a stressful environment for all the primordial devils, prompting them to speed up their evolution, but look at the current situation. In fact, Chu Hao never cared about the so-called Magnus Legion at all. As the ruler of the endless abyss, he is naturally the one who knows the most about the situation in the endless abyss. From the beginning to the end, he never put this so-called faith army to put in one's eyes. This is the real reason why he revealed that contemptuous attitude before. After all, the endless abyss is a super large world with 66 layers hovering downward. The survival of life. And at the beginning of the 10th floor, the Magnus Legion will begin to experience the real lair of those terrifying and twisted powerful abyss creatures. At that time, whether it is a powerful 100-armed giant, a beholder, or even a leviathan, it is possible to come to this army through the distorted rules of the abyss. At that time, the only ending for this army is to perish miserably. But Chu Hao didn't do that. Because in his opinion, every assessment of Tianding University is an important node for the evolution of the endless abyss. These external stimuli are especially important when you can't link with other people's God's domain world. Just when Chu Hao calmed down and observed the battle situation on the 5th floor of the abyss, a new discovery surprised Chu Hao. Wait, that moment just now. A primitive devil at the peak of 10 stages actually captured the source of belief from another world. And my divine fire grew in that instant. Chapter 34. What's going on? The same is that Chu Hao and Magnus noticed this at the same time. The difference is that what Chu Hao feels is joy, while what Magnus feels is absolute outrage. Let's move the hand of the time a little bit. Dozens of minutes ago. On the 5th floor of the endless abyss, in this world shrouded in different poisonous mists, a powerful army with the blessing of devout faith is fighting against a twisted monster with the blessing of a chaotic evil soul. It is different from the barrenness of the 4th layer of the endless abyss that is frozen in thousands of miles. Although the 5th layer plane of the endless abyss is shrouded by poisonous mists of various attributes, the resources of the 5th layer plane are, as a whole, relatively rich. And such a rich environment leads to another consequence. It is the increase of endless abyss creatures. This also led to the fact that the 13th Legion led by Magnus had to experience a terrible bloody battle on the 5th floor of the endless abyss. Moreover, the environment of this bloody battle is actually very unfavorable for the Magnus Legion. The 5th layer of terrifying poisonous fog, combined with the mild and humid swamp environment, will not cause too much impact on the local abyss creatures and primitive devils, because they have long been accustomed to this uncomfortable feeling. Environment. But the warriors of the Magnus Legion are different. The poisonous fog here will not only poison the soldiers of the Magnus Regiment to death, but also cause some peculiar phenomena. For example, some Magnus warriors were still fighting with the abyss creatures 1 second, but the next second they would be festering, screaming, and crying on the ground. There are also Magnus warriors who stayed in a colorless and odorless poisonous mist for too long, and their bodies suddenly began an irreversible melting process. Some of his organs and body tissues will grow more for no reason, or less for no reason. In the end, he will collapse powerless, not knowing what happened. What's more, under the intersection of several poisonous mists, it has completely turned into a monster. At the moment when he inhaled the poisonous mist, his will was turning towards the monster. And more. The entire Magnus Legion, after entering the 5th floor of the Endless Abyss, immediately fell into this situation. But Magnus, this powerful man with the protection of an angel, quickly calmed down. He moved behind himself, the center of the war, with the position of the core of their legion. The position of that mighty field priest regiment roared. Battlefield priests, use magic to clean up this poisonous environment. Ordinary warriors can't resist the erosion of these terrible poisonous mists. Magnus was right. Although such a poisonous mist would not affect warriors with legendary strength, it would indeed have a huge impact on ordinary warriors. The battlefield priests also immediately responded to Magnus' orders. Good angel, we need wind. Good angel, we need wind. Good angel, we need wind. With the words of countless different types of field priests, a huge wind completely swept away the poisonous fog over the entire battlefield. And just at the moment when the rest of the poisonous fog is about to hit, countless light spots gathered in the sky from the soldiers dressed as countless priests and guards. Once these light spots gathered, an illusion similar to a bright angel appeared in the air. Under the irradiation of this illusion, all the poisonous mists close to the battlefield were purified and turned into non-toxic elements. The central area of the 5th floor of the Endless Abyss was temporarily purified. Such a change gave all Magnus warriors confidence. At the same time, for the first time, they saw the real appearance of the monsters in the poisonous mist. These disgusting Angel 4 enemies faced fierce counterattacks from the Magnus warriors the moment the poisonous mist dissipated. But in a corner of this vast battlefield, something happened that Chu Hao and Magnus noticed at the same time. A dead Magnus warrior dressed as a priest actually knelt in front of a devil with blood all over his face. In front of a primitive devil. He was nearly blind in both eyes, and a huge amount of toxins were in his body, which can already be said to be dying. And in this dying stage, he was unfortunately captured by a variant of the original devil. Just when he was about to die, a strong existence burst out from the sea of souls in his heart, completely occupying his heart. Live. His heart skipped a beat. Must. Live. His heart is beating again. At this moment, he finally realized the beauty of life. This Magnus warrior dared to swear that he was willing to trade everything for his chance of survival. Even if it's just for a second. Even if it's just another breath of dirty air. Even if only to see it again, the sun in the sky. Even if it's just one more visit to my hometown to visit my parents. Live. Click. As a devout believer of an angel, in his soul, a link established with a certain existence was broken. The color of this link is pure gold. Represents justice, order, and faith. Crash. At the same time, another chain that came from nowhere was entangled in the sea of his mind. And the color of this shackle is pure black-red. Kneel down to me. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the Magnus warrior who wanted to live suddenly heard that the man in front of him was holding his own original devil and whispered to himself. In an instant, both eyes noticed this at the same time. Above the sky of the 5th layer of the Endless Abyss, a black-red vortex slowly appeared. The appearance of this black and red vortex represents Chu Hao, who represents his incarnation of the will of the Endless Abyss, who really put most of his energy on this Magnus warrior. The Magnus warrior knelt down to the original devil in front of him, just like he once knelt down in front of the angel statue for money and glory. I bow to you and let me live. Please. And at this moment, the original devil turned his head for some reason, and a new soul voice burst out from his soul. You should bow down, not me, but the Lord I serve, which represents infinite chaos. Above the sky, the black and red vortex is running wildly. Magnus heard a voice coming from the black and red vortex. You should bow down, yes. Chu Hao's voice appeared in the sea of mind of this Magnus warrior. In the next instant, this Magnus warrior was completely depraved. The link between the abyss and him begins to build. He quickly and unswervingly transformed in the direction of the abyss monster. Do not! Magnus growled. Chapter 35. Above the fifth floor of the endless abyss, a black-red vortex appeared at an extreme speed. And when this black and red vortex appeared, all the abyss creatures immediately became excited. Including the original devil, all the abyss creatures immediately started a fierce counterattack. Such a reaction made many soldiers of the Magnus Legion unable to react in time. The reason why these abyss creatures are so excited is because they feel Chu Hao's unintentional gazing. This gaze represents the will from the endless abyss, which is also the only thing they fear and surrender in the endless abyss. However, although Chu Hao's consciousness appeared on the fifth floor of the endless abyss, most of his energy at the moment was all on the Magnus remnant who was kneeling down to devil. I want to live. Just after Chu Hao finished saying that, he knelt down and bowed to him. The old belief of that Magnus remnant soldier collapsed immediately, and his old belief in the past was replaced by his new belief in the endless abyss. The brutal battle in just a few days has already tortured a huge loophole in his heart. The promise that he once made under the angel statue has long been forgotten by him, who is greedy for life and fear of death. What loyalty, what defends the glory of the angels? Those are just lies I made up for money and glory. Magnus remnant soldiers knelt on the ground, and he could feel that some of his former colleagues were looking at him with disgusting eyes behind him. If those terrifying poisonous mists hadn't been swept away, he might not have been exposed. But even so, this Magnus remnant still didn't feel any guilt. On the contrary, at this moment, he has transferred the hatred and resentment in his heart to the angels who sent him here to die. Why, you can enjoy the worship of mortals aloof, and we must go to this place like the underworld to die. The glory of the past is nothing in the face of the imminent threat of death. Great abyss, I pray to you. A small voice emerged from the bottom of Chu Hao's heart. In the vast ocean of Chu Hao's mind, an imperceptible flame gradually emerged. This remnant of Magnus has completely fallen. He has fallen, from the beginning of the body to the end of the soul. Everything is distorting in the direction of the monster. With the conversion of this Magnus remnant, a faint wisp of divine fire actually made the amount of divine fire possessed by Chu Hao rise indiscernibly. But it was such a wisp that still surprised Chu Hao. Sure enough, a certain characteristic of the legendary endless abyss has finally been confirmed by me. The alien creatures in the abyss, especially the creatures carrying a certain belief, if they fall in the endless abyss. Chu Hao stared at the former Magnus remnant, and now the new abyss monster said. His beliefs will be twisted into beliefs in the endless abyss. And the power of faith he carries will also return to the abyss. A series of lightning-like clues were connected in Chu Hao's brain. He thought of the interesting facts that he mastered when he was staring at the abyss when he faced the abyss. I see. No wonder those gods who are about to fall will resolutely walk into the abyss before the fire is completely exhausted. And the endless abyss will raise its arms, and these guys who have been hostile to the abyss are welcome to join. Turn out to be. In this way, Chu Hao's eyes became clear. This turned out to be a win-win transaction. But while Chu Hao was still thinking, Magnus himself was completely furious. Purge him! His roar resounded throughout the plain. Purge, this damn apostate! His anger made all Magnus warriors tremble, and regained their somewhat cracked beliefs. And several warriors dressed in priests immediately stepped forward and waved their weapons towards the Magnus warrior. Crack! With just one blow, the warrior's head was chopped off and hovered in the air like a spinning top. Inside his body with his severed head, the blood spurting out like a column instantly sprayed all over the ground. As soon as the blood fell to the ground, it was licked clean by the countless tiny bugs drilled out of the swamp. At the same time, these purifiers did not stop killing themselves, they continued to form a triangle-shaped formation and killed the original devil variant of the seduced Magnus warrior. Due to the difference in strength, this variant of the original devil was also beheaded in just one breath. And all of this shines in Chu Hao's field of vision. But he doesn't care. The life of a mere primitive devil, a fallen person from the outside world, was nothing in his eyes. Their value has long been used up just now. The only thing Chu Hao cares about at the moment is at the forefront of the battlefield, the strong man with the strength at the peak of the legend, the Magnus whose strength is close to a demigod and the most devout in his faith. A malicious thought suddenly appeared in Chu Hao's heart. If such an extremely pious guy can be lured into depravity in the endless abyss, how many divine fires can I harvest? And what kind of existence will he be upgraded to? At this time, Chu Hao had already forgotten about the so-called assessment, and had forgotten the so-called stimulation of the original devil. The only thing he wants to do at this time is to simply satisfy his own thirst for knowledge. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Magnus suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. As the pinnacle of legend, he immediately raised his head. Sure enough, above the endless abyss, in the middle of the black-red vortex, a pair of pure black eyes appeared, staring at him. Unlike the previous sarcasm, this time, there was only malice in his eyes. At the same time, the spatial rules in the entire endless abyss suddenly became chaotic. Countless space gates leading to the depths of the abyss were built abruptly to the fifth floor of the endless abyss. These twisted, skeletons and blood of unknown creatures are engraved with scarlet numbers one after another. Each scarlet number represents a unique layer of endless abyss. And with the appearance of these space gates, all the Magnus warriors present began to tremble. Because they gradually heard the terrifying noise behind the doors of these spaces. Countless abyss creatures and devils who are eager to crush them and devour them are gathering. And at this moment, Magnus realized that when he was on the first floor of the endless abyss, that incarnation of the will that represented this strange other world, why would he cast a contemptuous look at him? From start to finish. In his eyes, we are all toys. Magnus murmured. Chapter 36. In the observation room, Wang Zhi's pupils, who had been secretly observing the Chu Hao divine world, shrank slightly. What makes him unbelievable at this moment is that in the fifth plane of the endless abyss, millions of abyss creatures, like a monstrous flood, poured into this space through the gates of space generated in each plane. The layer is located in the plane of the upper layer of the abyss. What makes him even more unbelievable is that such a terrifying number of creatures is only a fraction of the number of creatures in the entire endless abyss. Every creature in the endless abyss, after feeling Chu Hao's order, immediately rushed to the nearest space gate. Regardless of own strength or not. They ran wildly, howling, rushing, flying, and even swimming towards the gate of space. All endless abyss creatures are eager to kill. Under the crazy stimulation of the endless abyss, they greedily crave the corpses of any creature in the upper and middle planes. In Wang Zhi's perspective, on every plane of the endless abyss, there are torrents composed of abyss creatures. How is it possible, such a world in the endless abyss? How can there be so many creatures in the endless abyss? This idea first appeared in Wang Zhi's mind. Having missed the last explosion of life in the endless abyss in his impression is still a low-latitude world with extremely harsh environments, and the number of life that can be born in it is limited. Even if the strength of some creatures is good, the number of such creatures is very limited. But the current situation made him a little confused. Because such a number of lives really exceeded his expectations. Although there are some doubts, Wang Zhi at least let go of his hanging heart. Who, since there are so many biological armies? Wang Zhi sighed secretly, and looked at Chu Hao, who was watching the battle with his legs crossed at the bottom of the abyss. His eyes were a little complicated. Then Chu Hao's assessment this time should be a 9 out of 10. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, Chu Hao. Regardless of Chu Hao's future path, whether his endless abyss is horribly flawed, whether he is a true genius or not, whether he Wang Zhiju is sincerely proud of this student who graduated from his own school. Then, he completely removed his own mind from the endless abyss and replaced it with other graduates. One instructor noticed the change in Wang Zhi's expression and secretly said to another instructor, "Hey, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that Vice President Wang seems a little happy." After the instructor heard it, he turned his head and glanced at Wang Zhi. At this time, Wang Zhi was angrily spraying a certain graduate's graduation project. The entire observation room is full of storms caused by his roar. Seeing this, the instructor rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Maybe it's an illusion." And the other side. Finally, far away in the principal's office, Bai Chen's eyes moved slightly, looking at the twisted space doors in the endless abyss. "Let me see your cards, Chu Hao." Bai Chen is different from Wang Zhi. She cares about whether Chu Hao can pass the assessment smoothly. She doesn't care how difficult the assessment is for Chu Hao. What she cares about is what kind of means Chu Hao will use to confront the faith legion that restrains his world of God. Obviously, Chu Hao's world action has already told Bai Chen the answer. That's bombardment. It is the explosive soldier with the characteristics of the abyss. It is the distorted and terrifying space gates that are written on the various abyss levels. What a clever design! Actually, in the chaotic, ever-changing endless abyss, I can find a space ability to transport troops to defend the enemy's attack. What a clever and eye-catching design! The mystery of this design may become a new benchmark in the entire Tianding University. Even if he is as picky as Bai Chen, he is not stingy with his own praise when facing the gate of space made by Chu Hao using the characteristics of the endless abyss. However, Bai Chen's idea about the space gate is completely wrong. These space gates with the blessing of the abyss chaotic rules are not a defensive ability at all. These terrifying doors made of bones and flesh, true abilities, she will soon see with her own eyes. Different from Wang Zhi's ease. Different from Bai Chen's admiration. Magnus is a combination of anger and terror at this moment. As a visitor to the endless abyss, he was the first person to see the powerful war army formed by the endless abyss with his own strength. That's right, this time the forces formed by the abyss creatures are the army for the first time. An army born to kill. Every abyss creature in this army has been fighting for their own survival since birth. From birth, they have been fighting in the worst environment. Every creature here is the most qualified warrior in the abyss. Before the orcs, dragon blood troops. They are not even qualified to see the true appearance of the endless abyss. Hold on. Magnus looked at the gates of space appearing in all directions and shouted angrily. At the same time, he stepped forward quickly and chopped the two primordial devils who were still eating a single Magnus warrior into pieces, and then, under the burning of the flaming sword, smashed the two primordial devils. Fragments burned to ashes. But he had just rescued a soldier of the 13th Legion, and immediately to his left, a heavy knight riding a giant horse was entangled with hundreds of tentacles. There are hundreds of tentacles, and at the top of each tentacle, there is a giant twisted mouth that Magnus can't imagine even in a nightmare. These mouths tore the heavy knight to pieces in just a few seconds, along with the armor he was proud of. At the last moment, Magnus could still hear the heavy cavalry calling to himself at the last moment of his life. "Captain!" Several black, insubstantial shadow creatures quietly surrounded Magnus, and were gradually integrating with him. Is this the most terrifying place of divine punishment that the angels said? Just as Magnus' mind fell more and more toward the depths of darkness, a bright light appeared, causing several black shadow creatures around him to scream and turn into ashes in an instant. And in the middle of the battlefield, an angelic illusion composed of a large number of divine arts is rising from this chaotic, dark, rotten, and depraved abyss. The moment this angelic vision appeared, Magnus immediately returned to normal. With the blessing of faith, even if there is a crack in his heart, he is still strong. It's just a test. And we'll get through it. Magnus clenched the great sword and stood up again. In his eyes, a flame called hope was rekindled. I'm looking at the black and red vortex in the sky, the eyes full of maliciousness. Never surrender. Magnus raised his head and said. His gaze collided with the gaze of the endless abyss. Chapter 37. The fifth plane of the endless abyss, in a twisted world surrounded by poisonous mist and swamps for eternity. The Magnus Legion, the soldiers of the 13th Legion, are still stubbornly fighting against the endless abyss creatures. Above the sky, under the guidance of the angel illusion that radiates light all the time, the warriors of Magnus temporarily forget the pain and forget that they are in an environment like the underworld. The blessing of faith has allowed them to successfully prove their own strength. The charge of ordinary abyss creatures and the original devil will not be able to break through their strong defense line for a while. With the launch of countless divine arts, the casualties of these abyss creatures are becoming more and more terrifying. As expected of our soldiers. Magnus looked at the warriors who had followed him for a long time, and showed a satisfied smile. But at this time... Ow! Dozens of unbelievably stout tentacles suddenly stretched out from a certain space gate in the terrified eyes of everyone on the battlefield. Before these monsters appeared, they almost broke through the solid door of space. Then, I heard a roar that was so loud that it broke the eardrums, and 100 armed giant finally squeezed out from the door of the space that was forcibly opened. These titan-like creatures of different sizes and thicknesses are covered all over their bodies. When they see these creatures from the upper and middle dimensional worlds, they show greedy and cruel expressions. In an instant, the defense line of the entire Magnus chapter was broken. At the same time, rays of light quickly shot out from another gate of space. Every ray in the gate of space is naturally fused with some kind of deadly magical energy. That is the magic energy that has been twisted by the abyss. There's petrification, there's curses, there's melting, there's... Every ray will make countless Magnus soldiers scream and die. And a disgusting twisted monster floating in the air like a balloon, the mother of beholders appeared. And behind it, endless equally ugly beholders. Even the most experienced field priests could not suppress this terrifying monster. The magic they were proud of was easily suppressed by the mother of beholders before they could make a move. The field priest corps is in jeopardy. Magnus immediately led his own heavy knights and launched a charge towards the beholder. Above his sturdy arms is a huge sword burning with flames. 48 hours have passed since Magnus led the 13th army into this plane. During these 48 hours, Magnus could not remember how many times he had crushed the siege of abyss creatures with the heavy cavalry behind him. The mighty 13th Army heavy cavalry are the most proud of his army. No matter how powerful abyss creatures are, they can't prevent a group charge of heavy cavalry. Not even 100 armed giant and beholder. With this power, Magnus managed to keep the core of the army, the field priests with powerful magics. Hold on, cough, cough, hold on. Magnus wiped the blood from his face and said while coughing. But unexpectedly, there is no response. Not a single heavy cavalry responded to his battle orders. Magnus looked back, but what surprised him was that behind Owen was an empty space. A strip of tentacles were suddenly withdrawn from the swamp. At the same time, there are still a lot of drag marks on the nearby ground, and further away, a bunch of blood-stained bubbles are emerging from the swamp. Cough, cough, cough. Magnus was in a hurry, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell from the mount. This mighty legendary pinnacle, in the course of these 48 hours, beheaded an unknown number of abyss creatures and an unknown number of types of primordial devil. And at this moment, he finally felt his own powerlessness. But at this moment, a familiar voice emerged from the fog in the swamp. Captain Magnus. Jean. Magnus recalled the source of this voice. That was his squire, a kind, pious warrior from the country. Sure enough, Jean's freckled, red-haired face appeared in Magnus' eyes through the mist. Jean, you're still alive. Yeah, Captain Magnus, I'm still alive, thanks to. Before he could finish speaking, there was a look of fear mixed with regret in Magnus' eyes. A fallen man with a face of Jean, 6 spider-like legs growing under his body, his arms transformed into tentacles, and a huge mouth on his abdomen appeared in front of Magnus. Thanks to the benevolence of the great will of the abyss, I am alive. Those angels don't understand the greatness of the endless abyss at all, they are false gods, and I serve. It's the real Lord. There were tears in Magnus' eyes, he stepped forward quickly and hugged Jean. Jean. No matter how the other party looked like a monster, he still hugged the other party. He embraced this country boy who has been following him since he entered the army, starting from the lowest knight attendant and gradually becoming a real knight. I hugged this young man who once smiled and asked himself why the angel was so beautiful. Saved this soldier who never doubted his orders and only knew how to obey. Captain, why are you crying? As long as you are like me, for greatness. Jean, I'm sorry. Get rid of it. After Magnus finished speaking, he directly stabbed Jean's 3 hearts with a single sword, putting him in eternal sleep and returning his soul to the angel forever. This is a lie. The soul captured by the endless abyss has only eternal depravity. Magnus stood there, looking at Jean's smiling face. I don't know why, with him as the core, all the poisonous fog disappeared. And at this moment, he finally saw the final outcome of this war. The entire Magnus chapter, the entire 13th Legion, has fallen. Apart from him, there is no other warrior alive. Of course, in the endless abyss, there are hundreds of twisted newborn fallen, they are wearing smiles, eager for Magnus to lead them again. Magnus raised his head, a black and red vortex was floating above his head. Countless darkness surrounds Magnus from all sides. Soul. In the black-red whirlpool, a pair of eyes stared at him, watching his every move. Magnus, on the other hand, held the great sword and closed his eyes. The rift in his heart is becoming shattered. The former comrades in arms in his ears are dragging him little by little into the better future woven by the endless abyss. The sea of his mind is about to be invaded by the will of the endless abyss. But at this time, whenever at night, when I look at the stars all over the sky, I ask myself a question. Magnus, looking at the vortex of the endless abyss, a dazzling light burst out in his eyes. Will I be the only sober soul in the war? But now, I've got the answer. In the sea of Magnus' mind, a light began to flicker. I never gave up. Kneeling before the statue of God, the promise made for myself and for my faith. At this point, countless sparks of divine fire, starting from Magnus' soul, burn it clean little by little. The only thing I can hear is the advice the angels told me. Faith is the most precious thing only when it is practiced. Watch Magnus' soul, body, and everything burn to ashes. A pair of black pupils quietly left this world. He was neither disappointed nor angry. Yes, it is just the emptiness after gaining knowledge. At this moment, he has something more important than a legendary peak warrior. That's how to completely destroy the faith of mortals. Just when the legendary warrior used the node of faith to ignite his own soul. As for what that warrior did to the one who ruled the endless abyss. Really boring. A pious soul dissipated in the endless abyss. To be continued. Chapter 38. After watching Magnus' soul and body burned into complete nothingness by divine fire, Chu Hao drew his attention back from the 5th layer of the endless abyss. At the same time, the gates of space that were born through Chu Hao's thoughts also collapsed. All passages from the bottom of the abyss to the 5th floor of the endless abyss were immediately closed. Countless abyss creatures gathered near the afterimage of the space gate immediately roared unwillingly. The chance to climb up that they had been longing for disappeared in front of their eyes. This made them, who had been living at the bottom of the abyss, feel indescribable despair and anger. You must know that the environment of the endless abyss is special. Every time you cross a plane down, the environment becomes worse and the rules become more chaotic. So the further down you go, the more terrifying the endless abyss is. Moreover, these creatures are very easy to be attacked in the process of climbing towards the upper plane of the abyss. With just one tiny mistake, they could become food for other abyss creatures. Therefore, in the eyes of these abyss creatures, even the fifth floor full of poisonous fog and mud is an unreachable paradise. Not to mention, the soft and non-toxic flesh and blood of the alien warriors who died on the fifth floor of the endless abyss is a delicacy they can't get on weekdays. All this makes these abyss creatures yearn to the extreme. As for those abyss creatures who have come to the fifth floor of the endless abyss, participated in the war against alien invasions and have not yet died, they are the lucky ones in this war. Not only did they survive, but they also came to a world with small survival pressure and gained a lot of evolutionary opportunities. In addition, the powerhouses among them have the opportunity to destroy the rest of the abyss creatures, thus giving birth to a large number of their own offspring on this plane, allowing the own race to dominate the entire plane. Under such a wave, the fifth floor of the entire endless abyss, where the 13th Legion fell and Magnus fell, ushered in a carnival of life. All the surviving endless abyss creatures couldn't wait to participate in this carnival party, and none of them were absent. And their admission ticket is their own life. This is the endless abyss. After any war, the endless abyss will usher in new prosperity, like the weeds in the upper and middle dimensions, endlessly growing. But these things, not Chu Hao's focus. What he is most concerned about at this time is the biggest gain he has obtained in this last assessment about how to rely on the ability of the endless abyss to plunder the god-fire beliefs of other worlds, thereby completely destroying the true way of mortal beliefs. What an invaluable experience! Chu Hao recalled the scenes before Magnus' death, and said with some sense, I finally have the opportunity to see with my own eyes why faith can make ordinary mortals resist the temptation of depravity from the abyss. In the previous war, Chu Hao deliberately extended the length of the war, preparing to quickly corrupt this group of mortals and degenerate into the abyss. Originally, with the harsh environment of the endless abyss, coupled with the unique fear and killing of abyss creatures, all this would make it difficult for ordinary warriors to resist the temptation of depravity emanating from the darkest part of their hearts. But this time the result of the experiment was a bit unexpected by Chu Hao. The entire Magnus chapter did not begin to experience a large-scale collapse of belief until the late stage of the war. Before, I thought that the so-called belief would be similar to the corruption in the endless abyss, and it was some kind of unconscious thought that burst out of the soul, but now I look at it. Chu Hao's expression turned serious. The previous guess is obviously a bit decisive. The so-called devotional belief turned out to be a demigod-level creature, a divine fire derivative born after planting a seed in the sea of mortal souls. The more you think of yourself as devotional, the more divine fires you can generate, and the more beliefs you can generate. In fact, from the beginning to the end, they are not using their own power. They are using the power of those powerful beings. This can also explain why those priests who seem to be extremely powerful have not changed their own life forms even after they have stronger magical abilities than before. During the previous battle, Chu Hao also had a lot of thoughts and carefully observed the performance of the battlefield priests. He found that when these battle priests released divine arts, their abilities were comparable to many powerful magic abyss creatures. What makes Chu Hao puzzled is that the bodies of these battlefield priests are so fragile that they are no different from ordinary mortals. This makes Chu Hao feel very surprised. You know, no matter it is any creature, it is impossible for the life form to remain the same after it has more power. Even the beholders in the abyss, who are famous for their physical weakness, have completely mastered the abyss magic energy, and their life forms have begun to change. Although their body strength is still shattered at a touch, by the standard of the abyss, they are indeed transforming towards higher life form creatures. But whether it is an ordinary level priest with 3-stage strength or a bishop level priest with 10 level strength, their physical strength and their life forms have not changed in any way. It's not normal and it's not right. But this problem, Chu Hao got the answer at the moment when Magnus burned himself to ashes. The moment he ignited his own with divine fire, Chu Hao observed the changes in his soul. A seed that seemed to be the source of belief, before his fall, successfully sheltered his mind, allowing this legendary peak creature to successfully save the sea of his own mind and prevent the subsequent fall. In other words, as long as Chu Hao can try his best to let the endless abyss contaminate the existence of that seed, then all creatures can theoretically be corrupted by the abyss. And in this way, the number of Chu Hao's magic fire will definitely be ranked by the ascending index. But at the same time, Chu Hao has a new problem. What is that same thing as a seed? How can I contaminate them? No one knows the answer to this question yet. Although most of the world of God's domain relies on the sacred fire born of faith to grow itself. But so far, no one will study how to degenerate the creatures of their own world. After all, that is a precious source of divine fire. The only thing they need to do is to use deceit and many false excuses to make these living beings in the world of God's domain more pious and provide him with more divine fire. As for the way to fall, only Chu Hao needs it. Chu Hao took a deep breath and calmed down. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao's closed eyes reopened, pulling his own mind out of the abyss. This question, wait until the next opportunity to experiment again. All in all, the third assessment is over. Chapter 39. Chu Hao, you have passed the third test. Congratulations! After the third assessment, as soon as Chu Hao opened his eyes, 2 teachers said this to Chu Hao. Although there are many people who pass the 3 examinations every year in Invading University, they still give Chu Hao a high look. After all, the person in front of him completed the first of the third assessment more than 10 days earlier. Not to mention, the endless abyss designed by Chu Hao is the most famous in this year's Invading University graduation project. And there's some gossip that came from nowhere. Chu Hao will use its unique endless abyss world. Become the founder of a real low-latitude world. Because he is currently the only person in the world who has successfully designed a low-latitude world. This is a great achievement. At that time, regardless of whether Chu Hao retains the low-latitude world's creation method, independently builds a new god-based world and gathers Shenhuo, and finally obtains the position of the main god of the god-based world. There are a lot of people who do this. The most famous are the 2 creators of the Wanja and Kungxing God's domain. They both use this method to start from their powerful God's domain and keep gathering. The origin of the world, the expansion of the own God's domain world, and finally achieved the position of the Lord God by relying only on the own God's domain world. As for the second one, it means that if Chu Hao is willing to share the method of establishing the endless abyss and incorporate it into textbooks, then Chu Hao will gain a huge amount of fame and resources, become a trusted existence, and there will be many people are willing to provide your world with ideas and designs to improve the world, so that you can benefit endlessly. And there are many people who do this. The most famous is the founder of Paradise Mountain. He also achieved the enviable position of the Lord God by relying on the method of gathering people. Both options are very promising in the eyes of teachers. Thinking of this, these teachers looked at Chu Hao with respect. After all, this young man in front of him is likely to become a big man. Even if you can't get any benefit from the other person now, it is right to leave a good impression at least. But to the surprise of the 2 teachers, Chu Hao's reaction to this was only very calm. He raised his head, took back the endless abyss entity that appeared behind him, and then left the assessment area. But before leaving, Chu Hao looked thoughtfully at the direction of the assessment world. As soon as Chu Hao left the assessment area, Zhao Kongcheng walked up. He has also completed his own first assessment at this moment, cleaning up those alien races that invaded his God's domain world. And his world, the loss suffered is only a drop in the bucket. Those elves, although they behaved a little bit badly when they encountered aliens at first, but under his guidance, these elves quickly established a strong line of defense, burying all the ugly aliens who dared to invade their world. At the sight of Dai Lo Hagong, who is in urgent need of nutrition. That's right, some aliens are buried alive under the roots of the world tree. Who says beautiful bubbling elves must be good creatures? These beautiful elves have never shown any mercy towards the invaders who dare to invade their world. It can also be seen from here that the elves designed by Zhao Kongcheng are comparable to the giant dragon clan in combat power to some extent. Zhao Kongcheng also deserves to be proud of its own design. However, those who passed the assessment at this time did not feel happy at the moment, but a lot of doubts. He is curious. He didn't understand why Chu Hao's world of the gods could mobilize the darkest thoughts in his heart just by manifesting it. This is something he has never seen in any divine realm design. He wanted to know why the endless abyss was so special. Such curiosity, urgent need to be satisfied. Hey, Chu Hao, congratulations on completing the third assessment. However, no matter how anxious he was, Zhao Kongcheng still did not lose his manners, and said with a smile to Chu Hao, who had just left the assessment office. Chu Hao tilted his head and glanced at him. You are. After hearing the phrase "you are" that he had heard once, Zhao Kongcheng only felt an extremely depressed blood qi appearing on his chest. You guy, I was only in the assessment area half a day ago, the time in the world of the gods is different from the outside world. But before Zhao Kongcheng could say anything, a pair of big hands clapped on Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder. And Zhao Kongcheng turned his head and was surprised to find out. In the entire Tianding University, the most majestic Wang Zhi actually appeared beside On. However, at this time, Wang Zhi, with a pair of smile? Wait, this old monster can actually laugh. This was Zhao Kongcheng's only thought after seeing Wang Zhi's smile. After all, during the 4 years of university, Zhao Kongcheng could not find any memory of Wang Zhi's smile, and his only memory of Wang Zhi was his roaring to students, his roaring to all tutors, and his roaring to students and tutors. Are you two talking? Yes. Zhao Kongcheng replied. But Chu Hao shook his head. No. For a time, the scene seemed a little awkward. That's fine, Chu Hao, I need to talk to you. Although he didn't know what Wang Zhi, the vice principal, wanted to say to him, Chu Hao still agreed to this request. After finding a random reason to drive away Zhao Kongcheng, Wang Zhi brought Chu Hao to his own office. I have been paying attention to your graduation project, Chu Hao, from the very beginning. Wang Zhi said straight to the point. But Chu Hao just nodded when he heard this. From the very beginning, he knew that there were mentors who could see the world of own God's domain. After all, this was the most important actual combat link in the university. If the student just can't graduate, that's fine, the big deal is to repeat it. But if there are some fatal deviations in the design process, for example, when integrating yourself into the will of the world, you accidentally forget to keep the self, thus completely becoming a creature in the world of God. Then the students are very likely to be in danger, and in some cases, death. And this is the real reason why the tutors can observe the worlds of the gods, for the safety of the graduates. After all, every student is a precious resource in this world, and each of them will have a world of God's domain that can provide various types of resources in the future. With this, it is not too much for these mentors to protect them to some extent. This is the best design I've ever seen. Genius idea, let you successfully overcome the difficult problem about the low-latitude world. You are one of the most outstanding graduates of Tianding University since its establishment. Does Wang Zhi not hesitate to praise Chu Hao when there are only 2 people? But seeing Chu Hao's face as usual, he looked at Chu Hao a little higher in his heart. Not everyone can be dismissive of their own compliments. Only people with such a normal mind can go higher and farther without being crazy about the so-called fame and fortune. Then Wang Zhi said again. So, Chu Hao, I want to know what your plans are in the future? It's preparing to keep your own God's domain world method secret, so as to establish a new God system and try the long way to God. Or are you going to contribute to the regular structure of the endless abyss, so that more people can contribute to your design? If you choose the second option, then I can use the name of the vice president to let you stay in Invading University and get more resources. Hearing this, Chu Hao pondered for a moment, and then gave an answer that surprised Wang Zhi. I haven't made up my mind yet. Wang Zhi nodded, yes. A person who has just researched a new type of God's domain world always needs time to think. After all, my assessment is not over yet, and I don't have time to think about it for the time being. Hearing this, Wang Zhi was stunned for a moment. Assessment? Not end yet? What do you mean? Didn't he pass the third test just now? But in the next second, Wang Zhi was stunned. I'm going to continue to improve my world of God's domain, so I can apply for a challenge in the follow-up time. The fourth assessment of Invading University. I'm going to establish a link with the assessment world, come once. A death battle between two worlds. Chu Hao system tasks. Complete the fourth assessment of Invading University. The quest rewards how the Ring of the Seven Deadly Sins is built. Chapter 40. Are you crazy? Inevitably, Chu Hao's answer made Wang Zhi's roar resound throughout the office. The fourth examination. The fourth test. Wang Zhi's eyes turned red. That's just that guy with a bad character who made an extremely low-level joke to all the students when Invading University was established. The so-called fourth assessment in his mouth is simply impossible for anyone to complete. This is a doomed fact, not a joke. Because Wang Zhi has seen those confident graduates more than once in his teaching career for so many years, after the end of the third assessment, he did not listen to the dissuasion and started the fourth assessment. Without exception, they were overwhelmed by the power of the assessment world. Endless alien races, well-established ring planes, terrifying plane rulers. Everyone who participated in the fourth assessment is no exception, everyone. Although it is said that the fourth assessment is nominally known as a gift from the founder of Invading University. Those who pass the fourth test will get all the resources of that mighty world. But in fact, this terrifying test is called the Devil's Gift by all the tutors who know the truth. That is not a trial at all, let alone an assessment. It was just a journey to the abyss with no return. Why are you doing this? Wang Zhi raised his head and asked Chu Hao. And Chu Hao did not speak. The two sides remained silent. Wang Zhi really didn't want Chu Hao to participate in the fourth assessment, because every guy who participated in the fourth assessment, without exception, completely destroyed the world of God's domain that he had worked so hard to design. These poor fellows, in the end, can only re-engage in the graduation design of the Divine Realm world in the second year. At the same time destroyed, and their arrogance. Suddenly, Wang Zhi heard an answer from Chu Hao after thinking hard, and this answer will make him remember forever. Because. Chu Hao raised his head and looked straight at the vice principal. The mountain is there. Because the mountain is there. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhi was also taken aback. And Chu Hao continued. It was a challenge and a journey of conquest. If this fourth assessment is like a mountain that no one has climbed, I believe that in the future, countless people will try their best to conquer it, even if it costs their own lives. Because the mountain is there. The most fascinating thing about the mountain is that he has not been conquered. Unconquered, therefore. Explore endlessly. The instinct of the Divine Realm world of endless abyss is to conquer one world after another. If it can't even pass this level, then let it dissipate here. Chu Hao's answer is like a sharp sword. Chu Hao, who left the vice principal's office, returned to his own dormitory. He was told that he still had a week to perfect his own God's domain world. And a week later, the day before graduation day. This is his last chance to open the connection with the assessment world. Therefore, he must rush to complete the establishment of the own God's domain world, which is the endless abyss, in a limited time. Don't underestimate the enemy. Chu Hao sat on the head of his own bed and let out a slow breath. This so-called fourth assessment is no joke. The first, second, and third assessments before can only be regarded as a small stimulus for the size of the endless abyss. After all, the low-dimensional world from the 66th floor of the endless abyss cannot be completely destroyed, so I have never taken these assessments to heart, but the fourth time is different. Chu Hao took a deep breath and put his own thoughts into the endless abyss. The fourth assessment is a real war. A cruel war in which two worlds can only survive. In the previous assessment, what I had to face was just the test of a legion, a battle group, and an army, but this time, I'm going to face a powerful world with multiple planes. So I have to find a way to quickly increase the strength of the creatures in the endless abyss. Chu Hao's eyes swept across the endless abyss, swept across the 66 planes. Countless abyss creatures expressed absolute surrender when Chu Hao's eyes swept across. Although many of them are terrifyingly terrifying, in Chu Hao's eyes, they are indeed warriors worthy of respect. Chu Hao gradually thought about this question. At the same time, he also accelerated the time flow of the endless abyss, making the time speed of the entire endless abyss leap. In the entire endless abyss, everything that is alive is seen by him. Such an environment made Chu Hao think very fast. Soon, Chu Hao had an idea. I can consider dividing some of these original devils for transformation. I can reform the blood of these original devils. Then inject the most violent rule power directly into their bloodline. They will definitely increase their strength by leaps and bounds. And I can also retain their original blood, and then use the ability of the endless abyss to repeatedly create a large number of warriors. These devil warriors, although the subsequent growth will be limited, but once they are born, they will have good strength. In this way, I will not interfere with the normal evolution of the endless abyss, and at the same time, I can explode a large number of troops. Chu Hao's eyes lit up. If I'm going to do this, I can build some hatching pools first. The area of these hatching pools should preferably be in units of plane size. Try first. After that, Chu Hao immediately started his own experiment. Countless primordial devils, following Chu Hao's wishes, came to some special planes. Among these planes, Chu Hao used his power to control the endless abyss to use countless primordial devils for his own experiments. In these planes, countless primordial devils are beginning to accept Chu Hao's experiments. But it is worth noting that these original devils, after experiencing Chu Hao's design experiments, many died violently. Even if their bloodline has the ability to best adapt to the environment, they cannot bear the rules that are too violent and directly injected into their bloodline. But even so, Chu Hao still did not stop his own experiments. Because he believes sooner or later there will be a devil who can withstand such an experiment and keep his own traits. And these devils will be the Devil Core prototype. P.S. The mountain is here. The phrase comes from the great climber, George Mallory. When asked why he climbed Mount Everest, his answer was because the mountain is here. I've always liked this phrase, so I borrowed it. Mount Everest is still there, unconquered, so keep exploring. Dreams are addicting because of the difficulty of conquering them. So I hope that the audience and gentlemen can also follow this sentence and work hard to realize their own dreams. Chapter 41. A Plane of the Endless Abyss. Crack. Squeak ah ah ah. A primordial devil whose body was blue and yellow was directly injected with too violent energy, and the whole body exploded, turning into a pool of red blood in front of Chu Hao. Countless scarlet blood splattered in front of Chu Hao, but not a single drop of blood could splash on Chu Hao's body. At this time, Chu Hao's expression seemed a little irritable in the endless blood. The 460th experiment. Fail. Chu Hao sighed and said to the pool of red blood in front of him. This primordial devil subspecies whose life is on the 43rd floor of the abyss, because it couldn't bear the rules of lightning that I woven, its body collapsed directly. According to my assumption, since this primordial devil can survive in the environment full of lightning and rainstorms on the 43rd floor of the abyss, then they are likely to withstand the power of lightning rules. The 43rd floor of the endless abyss is a plane full of lightning. In this plane, due to the extremely fierce war between the water element and the wind element, a very extreme environment has appeared in this plane, that is, the plane is full of endless winds and torrential rains. And after the crazy war of these two elements, endless thunder and lightning appeared as a derivative of war. This also eventually led to the fact that all the endless abyss creatures of life in this plane, including the original devil, all showed extremely strong resistance to lightning. Of course, all creatures who couldn't master this kind of resistance would have been chopped to ashes under the roar of thunder and lightning. And what Chu Hao fancy is the strong lightning resistance in these creatures, so he made such an experiment specially. In his eyes, although these creatures have resistance to lightning, they do not have the ability to control lightning. Being able to resist lightning damage and being able to manipulate lightning are two completely different things. One is passive defense, and can only take additional damage of the same attribute. One is the ability to use rules and elements as their own weapons to destroy enemies. Being able to adapt to the environment is nothing, not even an advantage, in the endless abyss that is harsh to the extreme. Since there are no problems with the rules themselves. There was a flash of fluctuation in Chu Hao's eyes, and he checked the rules of lightning in the endless abyss. Although the extreme chaos has made the entire thunder and lightning rules so distorted that ordinary people cannot distinguish them, Chu Hao, as the existence in charge of the endless abyss, can be 100% sure. Thunder rules are available. At least it's usable in the abyss. After testing this, Chu Hao took a deep breath. Then could the problem come from? Chu Hao's eyes swept across the primordial devils nearby who were forced to fall asleep because of his orders. What about these primordial devils themselves? Is it because of their race itself that my experiment has been stagnant at this step? Thinking of this, Chu Hao stretched out a finger and dropped an original devil in front of On. In front of the terrifying wool of the abyss, this powerful primordial devil immediately shivered, and his body trembled in an instinctive way to please Chu Hao. This is not only the crushing on the life level, but also the suppression on the bloodline. The original devil, he could instinctively feel that the existence in front of him was himself and the source of blood of all abyss creatures. The existence in front of him that showed pure darkness is the whole endless abyss. Source. Chu Hao looked at the shivering original devil and sighed helplessly. To be honest, he still has no clue about his own experiment. Although less than half a day had passed in the outside world and the time was still very rich, the difficulty of the fourth assessment was still like a mountain, heavily pressing on Chu Hao, making him feel heavy pressure. And the current state of no progress will still make Chu Hao feel irritable emotions spreading in his heart. With this thought, Chu Hao put the original devil down and let the original devil fall into a deep sleep again. Since ordinary experiments alone cannot get the results I want, I might as well relax for a while. Let's take a stroll around the endless abyss. Maybe the scenery in the endless abyss will bring me a lot of inspiration. After that, Chu Hao temporarily suspended the experiment that was currently clueless. Going alone to some of the famous scenic spots in the endless abyss to relax. This is also the first time for him to view everything in the endless abyss from the perspective of utility. This is also the first time for him to understand the endless abyss in the true sense. Hey, it's really intense. Chu Hao of the endless abyss sat on a broken cliff and looked down at the cliff. At this moment, under the cliff, a terrifying battle is breaking out. Several primordial devils at the peak of the 10th stage are fighting fiercely with the abyss creatures covered with black scales on the same body and covered with soft thorns on their hands and feet. No matter who wins the victory in the end, the loser will become the valuable food for the winner and the evolutionary capital of the other side. The battle between the two sides was very interesting to Chu Hao, so he sat down and patiently watched the battle that the outside world could never see. Well, the original devils did a good job. They knew how to besiege and not attack first, and then slowly bleed the abyss creature to death. It seems that the abyss is impossible to survive. Although a few of the original devils will die, the rest will tear this abyss creature into 8 pieces. The original devils, as Chu Hao's appointed abyss family, naturally have the highest potential in the endless abyss. In addition to the evolutionary potential, these potentials are more about the ability to fight. I don't know how long this battle will last. I feel like I can find something to do, right? While watching, Chu Hao stretched out his hand while he was busy, and created a bonfire in front of himself. At the same time, he found a very special creature from other planes even in the abyss. This is an abyss creature with a body similar to a rabbit. They look like rabbits, and their life habits are also like rabbits. But the only thing they don't like about rabbits is their recipe, which is pure meat. What they like to do the most is to show up with hundreds or thousands of them and eat alive enemies that are 100 times stronger than themselves. Chu Hao touched this adorable creature and smiled. And this abyss rabbit also enjoyed the caress of Chu Hao, the abyss will, and snorted comfortably. But a few minutes later, the cute and lovely it appeared on the fire, and continued to enjoy Chu Hao's stroking as Chu Hao's food. By the way, the meat of this abyss rabbit is very delicious, even without any condiments, it is a delicious one. While eating the roasted bunny, Chu Hao continued to watch the battle below, and at this time the battle below was over. That powerful abyss creature has perished with the 2 primordial devils. And the remaining abyss devils, at this moment, are sharing this feast with their compatriots happily. Of course, the so-called happiness between them refers to blowing each other's heads, and it's not an adjective here. They really want to blow each other's heads. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, it's impossible for devil to cooperate with each other. Devils, they have always been existences that bully the weak and desire to become stronger. Each of them is a greedy existence that is extremely disgusting with order, and whose soul is extremely inclined to evil chaos. Among all devils, it is impossible for any devil to be willing to sacrifice for other devils. Not to mention in the face of survival. Unless... Suddenly, Chu Hao's smile disappeared, he immediately dropped the roasted abyss rabbit in his hand, and looked down with radiant eyes. A thought appeared in his mind. Unless some of these devils are the weak who are destined to be enslaved. Chapter 42. Unless some of these devils are weak people who are destined to be enslaved by other devils. Looking at the primordial devils who were fighting each other because of their prey, a flash of thought like lightning immediately appeared in Chu Hao's mind. The original devil's nature is to enslave the weak and make themselves stronger at the same time. At the same time, they will also hunt down any primordial devil they see for the simple reason of eliminating competitors to make themselves stronger. Below this moment, a 4-armed devil at the peak of the 10th stage is tearing a primordial devil with a snake-like lower body into pieces, and behind him, there are another pair of devils who are fighting. No matter how much weaker the other party is than you, or whether it will pose a threat to yourself, they will kill the other party completely. Because they know that these own similars, although they are weaker than themselves at the moment, as long as the other party survives, one day they will surpass themselves. At the bottom of the cliff, the 2 devils rushed towards each other without hesitation after they each eliminated their opponents. The 2 of them. In the eyes of each other, they are pure enemies. So Chu Hao looked at the 2 devils who were fighting desperately below, and said his own conclusion lightly. The original devils are terrifying creatures that have no way to obey each other's leadership. From the beginning, it was impossible for them to cooperate, and their relationship was the ultimate manifestation of a zero-sum game. No primordial devil will kneel in front of another primordial devil, even if it knows that the other side is strong and own is weak. The battle below is over, the last devil standing is a terrifying monster with 4 arms, a lower body like a snake, and curved horns on its head. By his side, there is no primordial devil who dares to compete with him. He can finally enjoy everything around him. From the corpse of the abyss creature, to the rest of the original devils who died under his hands. It is the only strong survived in this battle. And the rest of the guys are weak. Watching the original devil gobble up pieces of meat, Chu Hao laughed. Ha ha ha. Chu Hao laughed loudly. He had already figured out how to solve the problem that plagued his own before. That's right. The weak and the strong. So it is. So it is. The solution is to not solve it. That's right, what he needs most at this time is not to allow some primitive devils to have the ability to use the rules. Let alone using this method, in the endless abyss artificially those devil warriors who have created powerful and can use the rules of rage. My previous thoughts. Chu Hao sighed and took a deep breath. In an instant, the dry air with the smell of sulfur in this plane rushed into his nostrils, which made him feel refreshed. Wrong from the start. Even if the powerful devil soldiers I imagined can be produced, there must be far fewer of them than I imagined. Even if I use an entire plane as their hatching pool and supply the entire abyss as resources, their number will not be enough, at least not during the fourth assessment. Chu Hao is very aware of the difficulty of the fourth assessment, so he made increasing the number of devil warriors as his first task. An invasion war really launched by devil, as the family of the endless abyss, is a well-deserved main force, and it must be the main force. Whatever devil sees by parachuting directly into that world using the portal of space, or through the confrontation of the invasion channel, slowly advance to that world and then plunder. As warrior devils, the number must far exceed the number of warriors in the other world. So what I really need to do is artificially create a large number of ordinary devil that can be enslaved by the original devil. These ordinary devils, the bloodline will be blocked by me using the power of the abyss. A cold light flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. A terrible thought appeared in his mind. They whose bloodlines are blocked will lose most of their evolutionary abilities. But they are born with a few specific abilities at random, like flying, like using miniature spells, like. Although in this way, their strength will be too weak to be comparable to the original devil, but this is also the same, it will not make the original devil feel that they are a threat to their own. But even so, it will not stop these primitive devils from killing these ordinary devils and using them as food. Destroying the weak and eating the weak is the instinct of every abyss creature engraved in the bones. Once they appear, they will be wiped out immediately. But for this question, Chu Hao has already thought of the answer. A very cruel answer. No problem. A smile appeared on Chu Hao's mouth. The reason why I made these guys is to make them the second most important thing besides making them fighters who invade other worlds. Become the endless provider in the endless abyss. Although they will feel angry and unwilling, although they will resist, they will be engraved in their blood by the false instinct of surrendering to the original devil, so such a situation will become a small probability event. So they will soon make the original devils accept them. In this way, they will become the suppliers in the endless abyss. They are the food for the primordial devil when he is hungry, and they are also the hard work for building the abyss. They are the materials for primordial devils to drive slaves and even cast abyss magic, yes. Such a terrifying answer is enough to make anyone feel terrified. But Chu Hao was not satisfied. Following his thoughts, rows of scarlet numbers appeared in front of Chu Hao out of thin air. For the first time, Chu Hao has begun to design artificial abyss creatures. These numbers are constantly changing, constantly changing. Countless formulas are established in front of Chu Hao and erased by him in the next second. Standing on the cliff, Chu Hao muttered to himself. The resources needed to make them will be so small that they are almost negligible. And their huge number will be replenished by the endless abyss all the time. They will be born in the special plane I designed. Once they are born, they will be thrown to various random planes by the endless abyss using the chaotic spatial rules to support the original devils in these planes. Each of them, destiny has been dominated by chaos from the beginning. Chu Hao took a deep breath, and in the air, a portrait similar to a little devil appeared in front of him. From this moment on, in the endless abyss, the evolution history of the devil family will be rewritten. Part of it is the ordinary devil that has no potential and can be seen everywhere, and the other part is meticulously cultivated in the endless abyss, with terrifying potential and infinite evolution. Native Devil. Chapter 43. Chu Hao came to a plane he had newly chosen, specially used for transformation experiments. Unlike the last time, this time, he was going to carry out a new experiment. The purpose of his experiment this time is to build a special plane. 1. A super barracks that can provide a large number of troops for the endless abyss. Alright. The first is to modify the basic attributes of this plane. I need to transform it into a special plane that can cultivate a large number of devils, so this plane must have enough nutrients to supply it. Chu Hao closed his eyes and opened them again, his pupils immediately turned into black and red swirls. And above its pupils, countless abyss information immediately surfaced. The entire plane, no, everything in the entire endless abyss is controlled by him, and all changes are reflected in his eyes. The 6th, 24th, and 57th planes divide half of the resources, and immediately tilt toward this plane. With the appearance of Chu Hao as the will of the endless abyss, a large amount of resources in these three planes were immediately transmitted to this plane through the distorted rules of the endless abyss and through time-space channels. A lot of resources are like monstrous sea water, which immediately changed the basic structure of this plane. At the same time, in this plane, those towering peaks were destroyed, the once invisible bottom of the ocean was evaporated, and the deep canyons and ravines of the past were also filled. Moreover, with the massive increase in material, the area of this plane has been directly increased by more than 10 times. The entire plane instantly became the plane with the largest plane area in the endless abyss. And all this is just because of Chu Hao's own request. Then, corruption. Chu Hao turned his head and looked at the plane in front of him, which was close to the plane, and said in a low voice, "Change the soil of this plane to humus soil that has been corrupted." It wasn't over yet, Chu Hao continued to give orders. "Next, I have to make the structure of these humus soils filled with nutrient solution-like substances." After that, all kinds of dark clouds appeared in the sky above this plane. Lightning, storms and torrential rain swept the world in no time. Countless substances, in such drastic changes, are rapidly changing in the direction envisaged by Chu Hao. Then Chu Hao accelerated the time flow of the entire plane, making everything here speed up the transformation. In an instant, this plane is already of vicissitudes of life. The once dry and barren plane has now become a vast plane with endless vitality and layers of mucus covering the ground. The mucus that appears in the entire plane is rich in various nutrients, and its nutrients are rich enough to supply supergiant creatures like Leviathan. Then, it's time to weave new rules. Chu Hao took a deep breath, and his body slowly floated into the air. The first is the attraction rules for soul fragments. This plane will specifically attract those soul fragments with the least potential, the weakest strength, and the worst character. Following Chu Hao's whisper, in the center of this plane, a huge black-red vortex slowly appeared. Every soul fragment here will be used to produce those ordinary devils I designed. Their souls will be nourished on this plane and further sink into the abyss. The black-red vortex is getting more and more complete, and its scope has covered the entire plane. As it appeared, more and more soul fragments were attracted here. Here is the final destination of these weak souls. These soul fragments, even in the abyss, are the ones with the worst potential and the most inferior. But here, I will get a higher treatment. Then there are the rules of space. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at the entire endless abyss. Although this plane exists, you can find its location, but in its space, no existence other than me will enter from the outside. All its space entrances are closed, leaving only one alone. That's the entrance that opens from the bottom of the endless abyss. If you want to enter this plane, you can only get through me, that is, the approval of the endless abyss will. But all the devils born in it will be thrown out of this plane by random space exits after they are born, so as to reach various areas of the endless abyss. When the order ended, the spatial rules of this plane had undergone drastic changes. That is, all but one of its space entrances are closed. Any creature in the abyss, except Chu Hao, has no way to enter here. This is a necessary step. After all, Chu Hao didn't want any messy and powerful creatures to enter here, slaughtering those ordinary devils without the pressure of survival. There are many creatures of chicken thieves in the abyss. No matter how terrible the loopholes in the abyss rules are, they will try it out. Even if the cost is life. Chu Hao opened his eyes, glanced at this red dong dong, and the world was full of things like creep, and nodded. Then is to create the type of devil that can be born on this plane. After that, Chu Hao waved his hand, and hundreds of primordial devils came to this plane through the gate of space. Bang! Bang! But the next second, Chu Hao stretched out his hand. These primordial devils exploded and turned into countless blood. But none of the blood fell to the ground. Under Chu Hao's instructions, they slowly floated beside Chu Hao. Chu Hao's hand did not withdraw, and he was still quickly connecting these blood, modifying them according to the previously designed genetic formula. This work is the most tedious, but also the most tolerant of mistakes. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Hao finally took a deep breath and retracted his hand. And beside him, surrounded by hundreds of drops of twisted blood of different colors. Every drop of blood here contains information about a genetic type of devil primarch. Then, Chu Hao threw the blood into the black-red vortex above the sky, letting it devour the blood. At this point, Chu Hao's eyes were also full of enthusiasm. Now, let me see what will happen to my design this time. What kind of consequences? Then, Chu Hao snapped his fingers immediately. In an instant, the entire plane lived. The black and red vortex above the sky, under the instruction of Chu Hao, began an eternal operation that never stopped even when the era ended. The soul fragments stored in it, after being nourished by it, immediately began to merge with the information of the devil primarch. Then, cocoon. Devil's cocoon has appeared. Countless red and black devil's cocoons appeared in the entire plane. The huge plane was instantly filled with these twisted cocoons that, at first glance, represented chaos and evil. At the same time, more devil's cocoons are being bred. Countless soul fragments produced in the abyss are constantly being attracted by this special plane. No, at this moment, this special plane already has his name. But it has many names, and many of them refer to this special plane as the source of chaos, the engine of the abyss war, and the initial place of devil. But in addition to these, it has a louder, more terrifying and more appropriate name, which is Abyss Incubation Pool. Chapter 44. Endless Abyss. Abyss Incubation Pool in the plane. Squeak. Ow. And, UN equals. Countless devil's cocoons burst open from the inside after a burst of rapid squirming that was sore and twisted to the extreme. With the disgusting mucus in the cocoon flowing all over the place, this monotonous black and red color was immediately contaminated by them into a very weird color. Then, hundreds of millions of specially designed ugly devils screamed and crawled out of the broken cocoon. Each of them has a genetic composition designed and screened by Chu Hao in the body. Although most of the potential in their bloodline is blocked, their strength is at the bottom in the endless abyss. Although they will be enslaved and slaughtered by the other native devils in the endless abyss, but all this is what they were designed for. They will become the soldiers of the endless abyss foreign aggression, they will become the slaves of the native devils, and they will become the cornerstone of the subsequent abyss civilization. In the same way, they will become nightmares for the rest of the invaded worlds, they will become members of the endless devil legion, and they will become terrifying beings that enslave other weaker people. Because their number will be as infinite as the dark essence of the endless abyss. Crack clap. With the birth of these devils, the space rules set up by Chu Hao also started. Under the influence of chaotic rules, the derivatives of countless space gates, space rifts, appeared beside every devil. In the next instant, these grey space fissures exuded a strong suction force, sucking these newly born devils in. All devils will not have any resistance during this process, because they know that this is a program that has long been set in their blood. Then, in the remaining planes of the endless abyss, these spatial rifts will resurface in an absolutely random fashion. And their appearance this time will bring a large number of devils. These devils will quickly adapt to the environment of this plane and try their best to survive. The native devils in the endless abyss will soon discover the real use of these guys. And after they arrive in their new home, the places where they were born, in the plane called the abyss hatching pool, hundreds of millions of the same devil will be born again. This black and red world filled with humus is now covered by the endless cocoon of devil again. Just like samsara in mortals. You're done. Chu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief after looking at the abyss hatching pool covered with devil's cocoon again. After several days of transformation, he finally solved the most important problem among the many problems. The problem of the source of troops in the abyss. He could already imagine the apocalyptic scene where those poor worlds were engulfed by endless devils. But it's a pity. Chu Hao sighed and said silently while looking at the black-red vortex above the abyss hatching pool. Although this so-called black-red vortex can continuously attract and nourish those soul fragments that have fallen here, its function is still not perfect. In the process of attracting soul fragments, there will be a lot of waste, and the time it takes for those relatively broken souls to become whole again is much longer than I thought. In my vision, the entire abyss hatching pool should have been surrounded by Styx River. Those Styxes that are powerful enough to be used as the core of the world of the dead can not only nourish soul fragments quickly, but also have a much stronger effect in attracting souls. But it's a pity. There was a trace of regret in Chu Hao's eyes. 2 consecutive regrets are enough to explain his current regret. The construction of the Styx requires a lot of world source, and the world source, each person can only give out one when they graduate. The origin of the world, the most important resource in the world where Chu Hao lives, is not one of the most important resources. This kind of precious material is something I can't get easily, at least at this stage, I can't get it easily. Unless I can immediately invade other people's worlds, destroy his world core, and recast his world core into the origin of the world. As he said that, a trace of coldness flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. But such a decision was immediately rejected by him. After all, the other world after his reincarnation strictly forbids this kind of behavior. At least in Tianding University, in the stage before graduation, this kind of behavior is expressly forbidden. Suddenly, Chu Hao felt that in the outside world, someone seemed to be knocking on the door. So, Chu Hao's thoughts moved, and he immediately returned from the world of his own gods and returned to his own dormitory. Who is it? It's me, Wang Ji. Hearing the name of the vice principal, Chu Hao didn't dare to care. He took 2 steps and opened the door. Outside the door, Wang Ji glanced at Chu Hao and asked, "Are you busy just now?" "Yes." "Are you busy with the 4th assessment?" Hearing this, Wang Ji sighed. To tell the truth, he admired Chu Hao's determination to dare to challenge the 4th assessment, and he admired this student who dared to face the difficult problems. But from the bottom of his heart, he really wanted to stop Chu Hao's reckless behavior. After all, he knows the difficulty of the 4th assessment better than anyone else. But since Chu Hao has made up his mind, he has no reason to stop him. After all, any obstacle to a warrior who dares to face the mountain is an insult to the courage he has shown. So Wang Ji could only sigh, and then, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't advise you any more, but take this one." He took out a diamond jewelry-like item from his own pocket and put it in Chu Hao's hand. As soon as Chu Hao took over this diamond jewelry, he immediately realized that this thing is not simple. Because a vast vitality is constantly emitting from this crystal to the outside, like an ancient beast, roaring from the palm of Chu Hao's hand. "What is this?" Chu Hao asked curiously. At this time, Wang Ji had turned around and was about to leave. But before he left, Chu Hao still heard Wang Zhi's answer. In this diamond, there is a drop of blood, a drop from the blood of mythical creature. You take this little thing as I wish you a smooth graduation in advance. Present. To be continued. Chapter 45. A drop from mythical creatures. Blood. Hearing this, Chu Hao raised his hand and held this diamond jewelry in front of his own eyes. In the diamond, this drop of blood is constantly exuding amazing vitality. Just through a layer of diamonds, Chu Hao can feel the preciousness of this drop of blood. You know, the blood of so-called mythical creatures is not something common. First of all mythical creatures will only appear in other worlds of the gods. The ordinary world cannot accommodate the existence of such powerful creatures. Because any kind of mythical creature, once physiologically mature, will immediately instinctively occupy one or more rule avenues in the world of God's domain, and use these rules to convert it into its own strength. It is worth noting that once the excessive rules in the world of gods are controlled by too many mythical creatures, then the world of gods is not far from being out of the control of the Creator. This also leads to the fact that it is difficult for the ordinary world of God's domain to give birth to mythical creatures due to the scarcity of the number of rules. That's why mythical creatures, in theory, only appear in the transcendent world. Secondly, there is another point about the precious aspect of mythical creatures. Only higher gods have the ability to design so-called mythical creatures. In the textbook, although there is an introduction to mythical creatures, it is only a cursory introduction, and there is not much introduction. After all, the main task of these students at the moment is to build a qualified world of the gods, rather than go to great lengths to create some flashy mythical creatures. But if that's the case, then the blood of mythical creatures is not really precious. What really makes it precious are any superior gods who have mythical creatures. No matter what, they will never expose the mythical creatures in their own divine world to outsiders for no reason. Not to mention donating their blood to others. The reason for this phenomenon is because the bodies of these mythical creatures contain the rules of the world they belong to. If some ill-conceived people maliciously penetrate the internal rules of these mythical creatures, then they can use these rules to interfere with the operation of the rules of that God's domain world. No matter how powerful the world of God's domain, it also needs various rules as the cornerstone. Therefore, for insurance, unless they are the direct descendants of the higher gods, it is basically impossible for other people to get the blood of mythical creatures. However, if a graduate can obtain a drop of the blood of the mythical creature before making the graduation project, and someone tells how to use this drop of blood, then the difficulty of his graduation will plummet. This is because mythical creatures not only provide a valuable rule of thumb for shaping, but also the mythical creatures themselves. Purely powerful deadly creatures. Even the legendary peak alien leader in the third test could not hold on for a moment in front of a mythical creature. To sum up, the preciousness of this drop of blood is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At least for now, Chu Hao is not paying any price to get this drop of blood. This thing is true. Chu Hao looked at the blood of the mythical creature under the sun, and a trance flashed in his eyes. The beauty is mesmerizing. You gave that drop of blood to Chu Hao. In the principal's office, Bai Chen looked at Wang Zhi, who was sitting at his desk, just because he was distressed and kept gasping for air, and showed a shallow smile. At this time, Wang Zhi was sitting on a chair, and the word meat pain was written on his wrinkled face. That drop of blood from the mythical creature, he was going to take out and cultivate it in his own world. But somehow, he didn't know why he was moved by Chu Hao's words mountain, and on impulse, he sent a drop of blood to the other party. Seeing Bai Chen's smile, Wang Zhi sat up straight. Cough, although this thing is very precious, but I don't regret it. Why? Bai Chen rested his chin with his hand and smiled happily. Because I think this drop of blood is very likely to help Chu Hao to become the first person to pass the fourth test. The pain in Wang Zhi's face has disappeared, replaced by seriousness. Really? Haha, so that's what it is. Hearing this, Bai Chen continued to smile and nodded. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood today. Although I don't want to hit you, but to be honest, the graduation project produced by the graduates in 1 month is impossible to pass the 4th assessment. Furthermore, the endless abyss designed by Chu Hao, because of the existence of flaws, may not be able to sustain such a battle. You and I should know it. Heard here. No, now I believe that guy. Wang Ji said seriously. I see the potential of that world. It's a world that will use all means to survive. Even if it has so-called flaws, I believe that this world can respect survival. After speaking, Wang Ji added. After Bai Chen saw the serious demeanor of the conscientious vice principal in front of him, he didn't speak any more, just nodded indifferently. By the way, you said before that your calculation is about to come to an end, but the calculation power is not enough. What do you mean? Wang Ji suddenly remembered the reason why the principal asked him to come, and helped the other party to calculate a formula. Bai Chen, on the other hand, waved his hand and placed a piece of galaxy cluster behind her. Yes, I called you here before because I needed the help of your powerful computing power. When I observed the operation of the endless abyss before, I have already gained new harvests. What kind of harvest? Wang Ji asked curiously. And Bai Chen replied. Like the high-latitude operating rules, I seem to be aware of the low-latitude ones. Running rules. Hearing this, Wang Ji also became serious. This is a big deal. I know, I will transmit my computing power to your God's domain world. Bai Chen nodded and started to manifest his own God's domain world. But before that, she suddenly remembered a question. By the way, Wang Ji, when you gave Chu Hao that drop of blood from the mythical creature, did you tell him what creature came from that drop of blood? Did you tell him how to maximize the benefits of this drop of blood? He probably used this precious thing for the first time. Well, it seems like there probably isn't one. Wang Ji thought for a while, then replied with a smile. But I think he'll definitely find the right answer, like life will find its own way. Chapter 46. Just when Bai Chen and Wang Ji no longer put their eyes into the endless abyss. The environment in the endless abyss was completely changed because of a large number of devils that emerged from the abyss hatching pool. First, countless low and small devils have become the slaves, food, and toys of the primitive devils, or the abyss primitive devils. Although they are weak, they can quickly adapt to various environments. In this way, they will inevitably be used as food by these native devils. However, when the native devils had enough to eat and drink, they found that the number of these little devils did not decrease because of their hunting. The entire endless abyss, all the planes, are rapidly evolving because of the appearance of these little devils. Because of this, a native devil. The first attempt to enslave them begins. Started the first attempt to bring them into their own protection and establish a sphere of influence. Started the first attempt to fight with them as his subordinates. Those native devils who first started to enslave ordinary devils, quickly established a series of comfortable environments that they never had with these little devils. The behavior that they used to only hunt was gradually transformed into an evolutionary behavior aiming to hunt more powerful abyss creatures with the help of the little devil. Moreover, this time their goal is to put more on their own kinsmen. Quickly. The strength of those native devils in the endless abyss, on the premise of having enough life guarantees, is growing faster and faster. Finally, the first native devil that broke through the legendary stage appeared. This is a native devil that has finally grown into a fire element creature after dozens of evolutions. Countless fights, countless near-deaths, its fighting strength far crushed the ordinary native devil. This also allowed him to successfully hunt down countless of his own kind, absorb their flesh and blood, and inherit their abilities. In the end, after his strength accumulated to the limit, his life form completely changed. The once fiery red scales on his body have turned into armor flowing with fiery magma. His body has changed into a form that can accommodate the temperature of magma. His blood is filled with all kinds of deadly poisonous mist that can quietly kill people. Anyone who scratches its skin will unknowingly inhale this deadly poisonous mist and lose their combat effectiveness. What's more deadly is that in its hands, there is a huge sword that burns forever. This is its use of the power of the abyss, and this is a gift from the soul of the original fallen person after he advanced into the abyss and became a legend. The Balrog has appeared. At the same time, more and more abyss native devils began to evolve towards the legendary stage. 1, 2, 10, 100. Although the vast majority of devils will die on the way to advanced legends. But their huge number determines that the number of their final advancements will not be too small. They will quickly solidify their own blood, and seal them under the instructions of the endless abyss. In this way, there will be more and more devil descendants with these legendary bloodlines. Finally, over the years, these advanced legendary devils have become the most powerful rulers in the endless abyss. But at this time, Chu Hao didn't feel too happy because of these. In his eyes, this may be the abyss of chaos and disorder, the only phenomenon that will inevitably appear. The strong fight against each other, and finally the strongest ones are born. The weak are prey to the strong. At this time, Chu Hao was actually dealing with another matter. That drop of blood of mythical creatures. How to use this drop of blood? At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao looked at this drop of blood and fell into contemplation. This drop of blood at this time is being wrapped by Chu Hao's divine power. This is because even if this drop of blood is the property of a mythical creature, once it is exposed to the abyss, it is likely to be distorted. Whether it is the life information in it, or the rules in its blood. The endless abyss will instinctively corrupt everything and distort everything. In fact, Chu Hao knows a little about how to use the blood of the mythical creature. For example, using this drop of blood as a prototype to create powerful creatures and the like. Once these creatures are born, they will have some of the abilities of this mythical creature, and the purer the bloodline, the stronger the ability, and may even evolve into existences similar to mythical creatures in the end. In other words, the rules in the blood can also be separated and turned into a rule that can strengthen all living beings in this world of the gods. In short, everyone will give a completely different answer about how the blood of the mythical creature is used. Would you like to directly extract the rules here and integrate it into the endless abyss? Then use the remaining blood as the original body and directly incorporate it into the abyss's gene pool. Chu Hao muttered to himself. In this way, there are also rules and powerful creatures. It's a way to look like the best of both worlds. But no, it's such a waste. Chu Hao shook his head. In the endless abyss, this rule is easily distorted, and those strengthening effects can easily be corroded into reverse strengthening, which is not worth the loss. Or, analyze blood and create powerful creatures. Chu Hao thought. But it was also rejected by him. No, if the descendants of this mythical creature can't adapt to the extremely chaotic environment in the abyss, then the strength of its descendants will be too weak. Oh, sure enough, foreign things are good, but they are not derived from their own world, they are always a little bit worse. Chu Hao sighed. And many more. I have a notice. I can directly let the native devils swallow a drop of blood, and through their evolutionary ability, identify the part of this drop of blood that is useful to them. And in this way, their strength will be improved to the extreme. At the same time, as family members of the endless abyss, the particularity of their bloodline determines that even if they master this rule, they will also feed back into the endless abyss. So, this might be a good idea. Chu Hao stood up, he closed his eyes. At this time, all the devils who have advanced to the legendary stage and are close to the legendary stage are all kneeling on the ground, listening to the orders about the will of the endless abyss. Soon, the command of the will of the endless abyss was known to them. This command excited them, made them roar, and made them feel the incomparable thirst. Their creator, the ruler of the endless abyss, needs them to start a slaughter. A. Only one person can survive the killing. And the last winner can devour that drop of the blood of the mythical creature. It is quite possible, directly across several classes. Be the first in the endless abyss. Mythical creatures. Chapter 47. The purpose of this killing is only one. That's filtering. As long as the endless abyss remains, then all the creatures contained in it will keep killing each other, and only the strong ones can survive. This is determined by the endless abyss itself. Its harsh and barren environment is determined by itself. Only the strongest in the abyss can get the best resources. Whether it's food, land, or opportunity. Everything depends on strength. Therefore, Chu Hao decided to start a killing spree with only one person left. Thereby, the strongest one is selected. It's just that Chu Hao's behavior this time, in the eyes of others, may be called very extreme. Because they won't understand why there are so many powerful native devils. It was actually used by Chu Hao as a goo worm for raising goo. These creatures that have grown to the legendary level should be regarded as precious biological resources in any divine realm world. Each of them should be the overlord of a region. Even the leader of a small civilization. Available here at Chu Hao. The most they can count is consumables. All the native devils will soon come to a dry and withered plain with the help of the gate of time and space. This plain has obviously just been transformed by Chu Hao. Not only is the area of the unit surface small and pitiful, but even some of the rules have been temporarily reinforced by him. What's more special is that in this plain, there is a strange stable state, there is not too much poisonous fog, there is not too much smoke, there is no terrible ice, and there is no such thing as sweeping everything. Lava. In short, this plain seems to be an ideal habitat for abyssal creatures. But as soon as every native devil enters this plain, it instinctively lurks on the ground, or hides with the help of various environments, and checks the surrounding environment. This is because the environment in this plain is very different from their native plain. Any creature with beast instincts will instinctively feel vigilant when entering an unfamiliar environment. But such vigilance soon disappeared. Not because they are adapted to the environment, but because vigilance itself has lost its meaning. In the center of this dry and withered plain, Chu Hao is sitting cross-legged. And at this time, as the master of the endless abyss, he was telling these native devils a terrifying truth. Devil's natural blood, soon understood the truth. Before you attack each other, I must let you know a terrible truth. The vortex of the endless abyss immediately appeared above this plain. Countless thick clouds made all the native devils feel a feeling of almost suffocation. The creatures in this plain have been cleaned up by me. The wind howled and blew across the plains of this plain, setting off a terrible storm. That is to say, in this plain, the only food you have is each other. Don't delusionally delay time, survive with extreme adaptation to the environment, and become the last Ying family. A cold light appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. He knew that many native devils, even in such a barren environment, might continue to go on, even to the end. Moreover, this possibility is not small. After all, many devils with great potential can hardly consume those insidious kind in the absence of enough food. Among devil, there is no shortage of those clever guys. Their brutality is only an appearance, and deep in these chaotic and evil souls, there is still a cunning greedy nature. If in the end, the surviving devil wins that drop of the blood of the mythical creature in this way, then Chu Hao's action this time can basically be said to be a failure. Because this is different from his vision, what he needs is a warrior. What he needs is a warrior who can survive such a terrifying slaughter. After speaking, a smile appeared on Chu Hao's mouth. Because he can feel that the wind in this plain already has a bloody smell. And in the deepest part of these bloody smells, there is the smell of fear derived from trembling. But this smell makes him feel very satisfied. Roar! A huge legendary Balrog, waving the lava giant sword in his hand, slashed into the abdomen of a meandering demon. This legendary snake monster has a snake body under it, and on top of this snake body, there are two terrifying upper bodies with strong muscles. Although these two different upper bodies share the same body, they have two different evil souls. With time, this meandering demon may give birth to a third body. Therefore, even if one of the two upper bodies has been cut off by the giant sword in the hands of the Balrog, it still relies on the other intact body to continue to fight the Balrog in front of him. Finally, after paying the price of destroying half of its body and most of its skin, this serpent demon ripped apart the body of the mighty Balrog. After a roar symbolizing victory, it began to endure the severe pain and devoured the body of this powerful Balrog. With the intake of food, his previously severed body also began to be repaired with the naked eye. This is the ability it has retained since the devil's larvae, powerful resilience. Given enough time, it will soon regrow a second upper body, although it does not know what kind of terrible distortion the second upper body will have this time. But all in all, this meandering demon didn't let down the slightest bit of vigilance because of this victory. On the contrary, it is looking in the other direction with malicious, greedy, and hateful eyes. Over there, an equally powerful shadow fiend, who had just won the battle, was devouring the howling demon who was still screaming weakly in his hand, while using. Look at him with the same greedy eyes as him. After each swallowed the food in their hands, the two devils stopped eating at the same time, and they began to prepare. Get ready for the next fight and eating. And at this moment, the body of the meandering demon also began to grow. This time, a head that seems to have the ability to fire is slowly growing out of their common body. But on the other side, the shadow demon that devoured the howling demon also began to distort his internal organs, and he seemed to be acquiring the ability of the howling demon. The fight is about to start again. It's really fun. Chu Hao held his chin and sat in the air, looking at everything that happened in this plane. In his perception, all the surviving devils, without exception, are rapidly breaking through their own limits. The best of them have even grown to the stage of legendary peak. Moreover, this growth rate has not shown any signs of slowing down. Seeing all this, the corners of Chu Hao's mouth twitched slightly. I really want to know. Who will win? Chapter 48. Inside the principal's office. About the second half of your formula, I am calculating. Beside Wang Ji, countless storm phantoms surround him. This is the image of his God's domain world, where it manifests in reality. Even if only a part of it is manifested, these powers derived from the storm still make people feel a faint sense of suffocation. But this powerful upper god seems a little tired at this moment. Because he is using his own God's domain world as divine power to calculate a low-latitude formula that Bai Chen discovered when he observed the Chu Hao world. He looked to the other side. Bai Chen with a brilliant star map appeared beside him, and said, I found two bugs, or rather, serious bugs. Anyone who wants to use this formula to establish the low-latitude world rules will all be broken directly at the moment of entering that world. So, that means this formula has been falsified. Where are you? Hearing this, Bai Chen was taken aback. Then she sighed. I'm here. She opened her own eyes. This time is different from the previous ones. Her eyes have completely changed into two black holes. The previous eyes created by star have been replaced. The same. The star behind her has slowly disappeared, and at the same time, the blood on her face has also disappeared. It's not just that there is a mistake on your side, it's the same on my side. I thought I had caught the low-latitude world, the tale of the endless abyss, but it turned out to be. It seems to be mocking me. Every time, slyly slipped out of my hands. Bai Chen said helplessly. No matter how I changed the variable, it was invisible and made mistakes in my results. Hearing this, Wang Ji smiled. I didn't expect that even you can't read the rules of Chu Hao's world. This little guy is more interesting than I thought. Bai Chen shook his head when he heard this. That's natural. Every new type of God's domain world, especially the God's domain world with a special structure like Endless Abyss. All have their core formulas and rules, and these formulas are often only understood by the creators themselves, or simply a little bit. By chance, they can build these worlds with luck rather than strength. The crueler truth is that these guys may not understand the core of those worlds. All in all, the mystery of the establishment of the divine realm world may not be fully understood for hundreds of millions of years. Every formula and rule for establishing the world of God's domain has its own mysteries in it. Hearing what Bai Chen said, Wang Zhi also nodded. Yet, when I established the world of God's domain, I was lucky enough to evolve a special rule before coughing. No, I mean, hard work is the most important thing. Wang Zhi scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you still need to continue to observe the endless abyss of Chu Hao? Try to find the formula that does not exist. And Bai Chen shook his head. Wait a few more days, I don't feel like I have any clues at the moment. And, the more I look at Chu Hao's endless abyss, the more I feel it. A gloomy emotion emanating from the bottom of my heart, just like the years before I completely inspired the Sea of Minds. I need to slow down my emotions. Hearing this, Wang Zhi was also stunned. A person close to the main god, will the mood fluctuate? How can that be? This is real. Bai Chen said. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I can feel it. The endless abyss seems to sense mine in the dark sight. And because of my gaze, it had a bit of a mood change. It seems to be repulsing me instinctively. Hearing this, Wang Zhi took a sip of tea from his own divine domain and said while drinking. I think it seems that you really need to slow down. After all, insight is the avenue of the world, and it is not an easy thing. Oh right, I suddenly remembered where the drop of blood from the mythical creature I gave to Chu Hao before came from. Bai Chen rubbed his temples and said tiredly. Where did it come from? It was taken out of a big secret realm that had long been broken. At that time, the creature had completely died, leaving only a few drops of blood, and its name seemed to be called. In that terrifying, sinking abyss. The fight on a certain plane is still going on. Continue. All the blood in a Glen demon's body was sucked clean by a legendary blood demon, and its body collapsed to the ground, becoming the opponent's ration. The number of legendary devils who came to this plane to participate in this big fight has changed from a few hundred to less than 100 today. Continue. Click. A huge devil with a body like a giant snake surrounded the other devil with an equally huge body. As it exerted its strength, countless giant mouths on its body began to frantically devour the poor creature that was no longer able to resist. In the end, only one of the two devils the size of a hill survived. And the number of legendary devils is already less than 20. Each of them has entered the pinnacle of legend. Continue. Chu Hao said with an expressionless face. Roar. Two powerful devils collided. Their bodies are as huge as mountain peaks. One of them is a black devil with a toad body and a huge mouth with fangs all over his body, and on his waist, there are countless tentacles that can easily crush steel. The other one has 4 heads, constantly spewing all kinds of energy, and the lower body is like a snake. Winding demon. Its appearance at this time has completely broken away from the sinuous demon bloodline. Even Chu Hao, the ruler of the endless abyss, could not tell how much of the remaining devil's bloodline he absorbed during this period without being scanned, and how much of it was turned into his own power. Source. The fight continues. But this time, the winner has appeared. The once meandering demon, with less than a quarter of his body remaining, finally completely destroyed all 12 hearts of the enemy. Each of these 12 hearts originated from a certain powerful legendary devil. But now, these 12 hearts have finally stopped beating, or in other words, they have been pulled into a pulp. Did it show up? Winner? Chu Hao stood expressionlessly in front of the once meandering demon and took out the drop from his arms. The blood of mythical creatures. Despite being only a quarter of its size, Chu Hao is a mountain-like behemoth. But at this moment, he was obediently lying in front of Chu Hao. The meandering demon at this time, like a loyal servant serving the king, humbly lay in front of Chu Hao, waiting for his own reward. This is... In Chu Hao's eyes, a flash of admiration flashed. Yours. After that, the blood of this mythical creature was dripped into the mouth of this meandering demon. The winner will be rewarded, and evolution and promotion will begin. But... will it really go well? In the next second, the body of this meandering demon began to decay rapidly. Chapter 49. Blood. A drop of the blood of the mythical creature dripped into the mouth of this meandering demon. This terrifying monster that was slaughtered by hundreds of legendary devils has finally ushered in its own reward. Since then, it will completely rewrite its own destiny. It will become the first powerful devil to resound its own name through the endless abyss. It will start a new evolutionary journey until the meandering devil received his reward from Chu Hao in an attitude of enjoying the glory. It's like, the most loyal eagle dog, enjoys the owner's touch. However, the good imagination is always very short-lived. Giggle. A mouthful of blood spewed out of the snake's mouth. Seeing this, Chu Hao's eyes suddenly became fierce. Not right. As the ruler of the endless abyss, he can feel it very clearly. In front of him, this mighty devil who has entered the peak of legend, is about to enter the spiritual stage, and is proud of his ability to recover. An irreversible decline has begun. It participates in a quarter of the body, and just now exudes an incomparably powerful vitality. No, after killing the toad devil and devouring the opponent's flesh and blood, the snake demon has already started a rapid recovery process. Even when Chu Hao dripped that drop of mythical blood into its mouth, its blood qi had recovered most of it. But at this moment, it is indeed in constant decline. The blood qi in his body began to shrink, and the internal organs in his body began to fester. Even the several heads extending from its body are constantly growing pustules. A large amount of thick water, like a downpour, sprinkled on the ground. It's dying. But, how is this possible? In an instant, many answers appeared in Chu Hao's mind. But none of these answers could convince Chu Hao himself. Could it be that this devil couldn't bear the blood of the mythical creature and collapsed directly? In Chu Hao's field of vision, the gene of this meandering demon is collapsing at a speed comparable to the collapse of a dam. No, it's impossible. The devil in the abyss can't bear this drop of blood. Moreover, it only appeared after it was completely absorbed. Could it be that there is something wrong with this drop of mythical blood? Vice President Wang Ji? Is there something wrong with his gift? No, it's impossible. His character is known to the whole school. He hates conspiracy the most on weekdays, and he has no reason to treat me like this. Impossible. Chu Hao thought. An idea that appeared for some unknown reason spread in his mind. It was the endless abyss that twisted this drop of blood. Because of the chaotic rules, it will instinctively distort one, corrode everything, and this drop of blood is corroded. Looking at the meandering demon on the ground, struggling and twisting, and all the blood vessels bursting out of his body, Chu Hao whispered a guess. At the moment when the meandering demon began to digest this drop of mythical blood. But why? Just when Chu Hao was still wondering. Boom! In an instant, this meandering demon couldn't bear the pain any longer, and exploded directly. Countless minced meat, countless blood, directly sprinkled the entire earth. And at this time, in Chu Hao's perspective, a creature appeared. Insect. A wriggling black fat worm similar to the devil worm in the endless abyss appeared in the entire plain. Every piece of flesh and blood of the meandering demon that flew out contained these insects. No. To be precise, every piece of the flesh and blood of the meandering demon that flew out was transformed into these bugs. And the moment these bugs appeared, they began to kill each other. The strength of these insects is so weak that the endless abyss can hardly feel their existence. But the number of them is terrifying. But as they fought, they became stronger and stronger. Chu Hao seemed to have thought of something, didn't speak, just watched them quietly. In no more than a moment, the first batch of surviving bugs began to evolve themselves. One cocoon after another appeared in this small plain. Is that so? In Chu Hao's eyes, a flash of light flashed. After the cocoons hatched, piles of weird creatures appeared. Among them, each of them contains an extremely small amount of the blood of the mythical creature, as well as a small amount of the messy blood of the meandering demon. These weird creatures are fighting again. Then there is mutual devouring and cocooning. In the end, there were only dozens of twisted monsters that were as powerful as the legendary peak strength. Although their strength is terrifying, their bloodline is modeled to the extreme chaos. So once they are born, their lives are destined to be short. So every monster here crawled out of the cocoon and fought again. In the end, only the last cocoon remained on the entire plain. 1. A giant cocoon that occupies a small half of the plain. From the appearance of these black bugs to the birth of this giant cocoon, the entire process similar to biological evolution took no more than 10 minutes. At the same time, with the squirming of this giant cocoon, Chu Hao felt that there were a series of tiny rules in the endless abyss, and these rules were all given to the endless abyss itself. The rules of, but turned into several tiny powers, and with the tacit approval of Chu Hao, they were blessed into this giant cocoon. Poison mist, pollution, disaster, and most importantly, rebirth. At this moment, the giant cocoon finally burst. A monster occupying half the size of the plain crawled out of this cocoon with a roar. Just the moment it was born, all the creatures in the endless abyss immediately felt extreme panic. They feel that the endless abyss has turned some of the rules into specific powers at this moment, and has been given as a new gift to the strongest one in this abyss. Monster. A gigantic monster with 8 giants, each with a single horn on its head, and huge tentacles on its chest and face, lay respectfully in front of Chu Hao. Just lying on the stomach, its height has already exceeded the mountain range. What's even more terrifying is that it just exists itself, and it begins to corrode everything instinctively. Its appearance means disaster. Its appearance means that an area has been polluted and corroded by him. The rock under it was quickly corroded into a stench that could kill most of the weak creatures in an instant. And over time, this corrosion will get faster and faster. And this monster is lying in such a swamp at the moment, trying to please Chu Hao. At the same time, the Sea of Minds in its soul, the Dark Sea of Minds, also successfully established a link with the will of the Endless Abyss, which is Chu Hao. Chu Hao's will can go straight to its heart. Host. Its faint voice reached Chu Hao's mind through the Endless Abyss. Chu Hao smiled, looking at the carefully selected creature in front of him that was born with difficulty. He finally showed a satisfied smile. Looked up. This monster, which only represents disaster, pollution, and corrosion, raised its 8 heads with several huge horns. At this time, Chu Hao discovered that the face of the other's 8 heads was 4-pointed like a devil, 3-pointed like a snake, and 3-pointed, like a distorted human face. Tell me, what are you going to name yourself? Chu Hao said with a smile. This is what you deserve. My name is. This powerful creature spoke to Chu Hao with absolute humility. Yu Mu. Its name seems to be called Xiang. What is it? I don't remember it clearly. Wang Ji scratched his head. That broken secret realm seems to be a fallen shard after the death of a powerful world. The language inside is messed up. Besides the image, its name seems to have another 8, I can't remember much anyway. It's cleared up, but besides these, there seems to be SA, key, or something. Although the language in the secret realm is different, but these words all point strangely to this mythical creature that seems to be a terrifying existence that can corrode the land, pollute the water source, shatter the plain, and constantly regenerate. Later I thought. Wang Ji took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Such a mythical creature, it seems to be a good match for the endless abyss designed by Chu Hao, doesn't it? Chapter 50. Mu. Chu Hao smiled in response to the terrifying monster that occupied half of the plain in front of him. Nice name. As the ruler of the endless abyss, he recognized this creature. Of course, this so-called recognition is not without any meaning. Because Chu Hao himself can feel, in the core area of the endless abyss, the name of Mu. The words Mu are slowly at the core, leaving the position of on. Although very shallow, shallow is like a small ripple on calm water. But for the creatures of the endless abyss, this is not an understatement. This means that if a descendant with its bloodline is born in the abyss, then the soul of its descendant is likely to awaken the power of Mu, and it is possible to inherit some of the powerful power that Mu currently possesses. Even if Mu death, then it wouldn't really be death. On the contrary, those of its descendants, the strongest one, are very likely to use its name to be reborn after Mu is completely dead. Although the soul is different, its power to represent disaster, its everything will be reborn with its name. And this ability made Chu Hao suddenly think of a name. Devil's real name. A special bloodline inheritance method that can obtain powerful power. Looking at Mu in front of him, Chu Hao patted its head with indescribable joy. Although it is not perfect and needs more improvement, the prototype of the real name ability has indeed appeared. This is the specific embodiment of the rebirth rule in that drop of blood in the abyss. As expected, many treasures from the outside world, such as the blood of mythical creatures, are valuable assets for many newborn gods' domain worlds. Chu Hao is very satisfied with this drop of the blood of the mythical creature. A host of new rule abilities, and a powerful mythical creature. Moreover, Mu's current strength is already at the level of mythical creatures. It may even be the group with the strongest direct combat power among those mythical creatures. Moreover, its appearance also gave Chu Hao a new understanding of the so-called mythical creatures. For example, once these mythical creatures are born, they will instinctively adapt to the world they were born in, and humbly ask the world to turn some of the rules into power and give them. In this way, their strength will also be terrifyingly strong. After all, they are born with various powers and are the real lucky ones in every world. Moreover, it is difficult for these powerful mythical creatures to betray the world in which they were born. Because their power comes from the worlds in which they were born. However, Chu Hao has a new conjecture at this moment, a somewhat deviant and somewhat crazy conjecture. If I can capture the mythical creatures of the rest of the world, and with the help of the endless abyss, distort the power they possess, will they also fall together instead of dying? Thinking of this, a greedy look appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. This is a powerful mythical creature, a super soldier that all the worlds of the gods aspire to possess. Such existence, no one will be too much. But I don't have the opportunity to experiment with these so-called conjectures. After all, what I need to do most now is to enrich the background of the endless abyss and prepare for the fourth assessment that has been a few days away. Just when Chu Hao was still preparing for the fourth exam with all his heart and soul, a large number of graduates finally started their own assessments. Many of them have already completed the first assessment and started to sprint towards the second assessment. As for the second-ranked Zhao Kongcheng, he is about to complete his own third assessment. In his world. In the name of my creator. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the thousands of invading aliens who remained under the saplings of Dila Hagong, and said to the beautiful elves of the tens of millions behind him. Bury them alive under the roots of your breeder, Dila Hagong. It's their punishment, too. We hold the proof of our world. After speaking, these pretty elves immediately burst out with amazing enthusiasm. Countless slender and beautiful elves threw these alien races into pits one after another, and they filled the soft soil with their screams and screams without any concern. In a short while, these aliens will be rolled up by Dila Hagong's thick roots, and thus completely absorbed. All the abilities they possess will be absorbed by Dila Hagong and then returned to this world. After doing all this, Zhao Kongcheng left his own god's domain world with a smile. Behind it, countless elves are bowing down to the god who created their own world. And above the heads of these elves, Dila Hagong's seedlings are thriving. It is about to recover, and as soon as she recovers, there will be 3 new powerful rules in this divine realm world. The God realm world of Zhao Kongcheng is also full of potential. Congratulations, Zhao Kongcheng! Wow, it's amazing, the 3rd assessment has been completed so quickly. How about it, is this assessment difficult? Your divine fire is about to become a god, right? Many fans of Zhao Kongcheng surrounded Zhao Kongcheng, chatting and asking about everything about the assessment. And Zhao Kongcheng answered them with a smile. It's not too difficult. Lucky. Compared with Chu Hao, who is so cold and unfriendly, Zhao Kongcheng, who is the 2nd place, obviously has a higher popularity among graduates. This is why most students are willing to get close to him. He is more gentle than Chu Hao. If Chu Hao is like a deep darkness, then Zhao Kongcheng is like the sun, emitting a comfortable sunshine all the time. Zhao Kongcheng smiled brightly. In his opinion, as long as he consolidates and repairs the damaged planes in his divine realm world, his number of divine fires can support him to attack the qualifications of weaker gods. But in fact, at this moment, Zhao Kongcheng's heart was full of doubts. A question that puzzled him. What the hell is that guy Chu Hao doing? From the 3rd assessment to the present, his world should have recovered long ago, but why hasn't he started to attack the divine position? Chu Hao's world of God's domain has left a deep impression on him. It was a terrifying, twisted world that would make people feel terrifying just by manifesting it. With such a world existing, the number of Chu Hao's supernatural fires can reach tens of thousands. But until now, the number of Chu Hao's magic fire has remained the same, and even decreased regularly. This kind of performance is completely like preparing for the God's domain war, but he has already completed 3 assessments, so he doesn't need any more. Could it be that? A thought appeared in Zhao Kongcheng's mind. He's going to hit the 4th assessment. This moment, Chu Hao is doing the final preparations. In the endless abyss, as his divine world, he is also making the final preparations. All resources were used in preparation for war. The number of devils is rapidly rising. The entire endless abyss is finally only a few days away. Bloody accumulation. Then, all the devils could smell the bloody smell in the air. And this can only mean one thing. The battle is coming. Chapter 51. A few days later, Invading University. There are 2 days left until the final deadline for graduation project. All graduates have completed their own assessments during this time period. Like the previous graduates, some of these graduates who have completed the assessment are happy and some are sad. Only about half of the graduates, before the core of the world was completely destroyed, buried the alien legion led by the legend in the world of own God's domain. Whether it is the world of science and technology, the world of steampunk, or the world of magic and swords, in these 3 assessments with increasing difficulty, they have shown their own tenacity and perseverance. The creatures in these divine realm worlds are suffering heavy casualties and have not abandoned them in the world. Whether they are elves, humans, or alien beasts. They sacrificed themselves in exchange for the perfection of a world of the gods, and in exchange for the hope that their world could continue to survive. And the best among them, the strongest God's domain world, has become the transcendent world without 1 in 100. These worlds that can achieve transcendence life are destined to become the leaders of other divine worlds. Each of the masters of these divine realm worlds is destined to leave their names inside Invading University. They are the proudest students cultivated by Invading University. This is the happiest day of the year. It was rare for Wang Ji to show a good face, and in front of the rest of the tutors, he showed a rather pleasant expression. The total number of transcendent worlds that have appeared this year is a lot more than in previous years. There are 35 in total. The rest of the instructors said happily. For some reason, the graduation rate and the transcendent world appearance rate this year are much higher than in previous years. Yes, every student here, in my eyes, has a good future. I heard that many people have already made plans for the future. I feel that my teaching has been very effective. Yes, you taught me well. Hey, each other, it's us, we. Just as the group of mentors were chatting about inviting each other for credit, Wang Zhi suddenly sighed. This sighing sound, although it was nothing in a noisy room. But all the mentors were heartbroken. Not everyone. Among this group of graduates, there is another student whose future we cannot predict. All the instructors were stunned. Yes. Except for one. Among this group of graduates, the one who deserves to be the strongest seems to be today. It's time for Chu Hao to challenge the fourth assessment. Hearing this, Wang Zhi raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Mountain. It's there. I hope you can get over it. Chu Hao pulled his own mind back from the endless abyss. Then, he left his own dormitory and came to the road to the assessment area. The dormitory is full of graduates who are celebrating their passing the exam. Throughout the dormitory, there were laughter, and of course, sighs and sighs. And at this moment, I don't know who noticed Chu Hao. Then, more and more eyes were placed on Chu Hao. I don't know when it started, the news that Chu Hao was going to challenge the fourth assessment spread like wildfire from Tianding University. Many people expressed incomprehension and incredible attitude towards this. After all, the horror legend of the fourth assessment was firmly engraved in their minds. No graduates believe that Chu Hao can accomplish this feat. After all, the difficulty of the fourth assessment is comparable to the sky. Therefore, in these eyes, there are envy, disdain, jealousy, hostility, and regret, and a little pitiful encouragement. Chu Hao ignored them, just indifferently, and continued to walk towards the assessment area. And more students, more non-graduates, also heard from the mouths of those graduates that someone is going to challenge the fourth assessment. Chu Hao, who was walking alone outside, was immediately recognized. The fourth assessment was different from the usual assessments. Although they could not see the structure of Chu Hao's world in this assessment, they were able to understand the situation of the war through the images created by their respective mentors, at least the assessment. Battle situation in the world area. Chu Hao entered the assessment area and manifested his own endless abyss. Different from the arrogance and terror in the past, I don't know why, this time the endless abyss showed the form. It was just a black and red vortex, as quiet as a mass of stagnant water. Then, a staff member in charge of the assessment nervously pushed out a huge world exuding pure golden light from the center of the assessment area. This huge, artificially created world is like a golden mist, constantly dispersing. It's about to start. Wang Zhi sighed and, like many mentors, opened the pre-prepared image transmission capability. Come on, Chu Hao. In the principal's office, Bai Chen sat in his own seat. She opened her own eyes. This time, her eyes changed back to the way they used to be. A star, a black hole. Is it finally time to start? A smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Although I'm really curious why you do this, I have to admit. Your graduation project is really interesting. So, instead of dying silently, let me see the low-latitude world. Roar. Chu Hao. The fourth assessment, start. Click. On the periphery of the endless abyss, there is an extra golden channel. This golden passage is like the golden mist that pushes a sharp sword into the throat of the endless abyss world. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene in front of them nervously. The strength of the assessment world is finally going to show its hideousness. Wait, what is this happening? But at this moment, an unexpected situation happened. Just when this golden passage appeared on the periphery of the endless abyss boiled. Unlike the sturdy beam of light, the black and red vortex of the endless abyss has actually begun to establish a channel. Countless hideous, twisted black tentacles burst out from the depths of the vortex of the endless abyss, placing their own minions on the huge assessment world. Endless abyss. It is like a monster that was forced to sleep because of hunger. After waiting for a long time, it finally encountered its prey, so it used all its strength to firmly bind itself to this huge prey. It's not about defense. It wants attack at all costs. At this time, in the assessment world, those warriors who were designed to conquer the world of God's domain and shatter the core of the opponent's world heard a whisper from low latitudes at the moment when they were about to attack the endless abyss. The moment this whisper appeared, a shadow appeared in the sea of their tenacious minds. It was an incarnation of the will that ruled this dark, twisted, and chaotic world, and in the core of the abyss where it was, the terrifying words uttered with a smile. Who is it? Altered Devil. Chapter 52. Damn it! After hearing Chu Hao's whispers, all the warriors assembled in the assessment world immediately felt an invisible shadow shrouding their heads. Moreover, it is different from when they took the initiative to invade other gods' realm worlds in the past. This time, when they were still in the process of transmission, they somehow sensed the breath of that world. But how is this possible? In the past, in the passage linking the two worlds, what the soldiers smelled and felt the breath of the world would basically belong to the side of their own world. From the assessment world they are in, there is the fragrance of flowers and plants in the world of elves, the smell of gunpowder and steel in the world of dwarves, the fragrance of food in the world of humans, and the icy breeze of the dragon family. But this time is completely different. The taste of their world is disappearing. On the contrary, the flavor of the world they are about to invade is getting stronger and stronger. That's the stench of decay. That is the stench of poisonous mist. It was derived from the purest darkness, an ominous smell. All the warriors were inquiring about each other anxiously, guessing what the world was like. What is happening? The good-looking face of the leader of the elf clan had faint wrinkles. As a legendary pinnacle that has lived for 3,000 years, he has personally destroyed at least 10 cores of the world, and this is the first time he has seen such a situation. The most difficult thing for arrogant elves to accept is this stench. I don't know either, Elrond. A human leader with a height of nearly 4 meters beside Elrond, the elf king, shook his head and said in a loud voice. But I hope you don't mind these smells too much. After all, the order given to us by the angels of the great Saint Ji is to completely destroy that world. This is our only goal. And soon, we will return to our original world. When the time comes, we will be greeted with flowers and glory. Hearing this, Elrond, the elf commander, nodded, and expressed his respect for this human leader who, although he was a human, had a higher status than himself. This one, but it is real. An angel personally ordered the supreme commander in command of this war, he must not despise the opponent, especially when the opponent is strong enough to kill himself. For a while, the smells of the elf commander didn't seem so unpleasant. As ordered, the great martial Thales. The great angels are above, this time there is no limit to the source of troops, we will definitely win. Hearing this, Marshal Thales nodded indifferently. Looking into the distance of the passage, in a few seconds, these millions of soldiers, as the first batch of landing troops, came to the damn other world with the stable golden passage. And this time, Marshal Thales will, like those few legends of world death match, lead the warriors of their world to the unknown world that dares to establish a link with their world, slaughter everything and destroy all living beings, ultimately destroy their world core. According to legend, every time the world fights to the death, the angels they serve will feel heartfelt satisfaction. And those warriors who led their troops to those worlds, without exception, won unimaginable glory after their return. Thinking of this, Marshal Thales' heart that was calm as water inexplicably swayed. Stabilize your mind. What's going on today, to distract your own mind before the war? While Marshal Thales was still struggling with his turbulent mind, the mutation. A doomed mutation has occurred. The angel is above, what is this? My goodness! At the forefront, the screams of a group of orc soldiers caught the attention of Marshal Thales. Quiet! Thales roared. Have you forgotten the rules of the army, you bunch? Suddenly, Marshal Thales was also stunned. He widened his eyes and looked at all this in front of him in disbelief. His heart was beating wildly. Their space channel has been connected to that world. However, their transmission was not completed, as if there was a bug in the space-time channel. But if that's all, Marshal Thales' originally immobile state of mind wouldn't surprise him. Because he found that for transporting his own space channel, the end of the channel, it was actually corrupted. Darkness, with an indescribable distorted and disgusting substance, is like a rising tide, sweeping the space channel where they are in forward and reverse directions. They are getting faster and faster, and the stench that Elrond, the elven commander, has smelled before, is getting stronger and stronger. In just a few breaths, these disgusting, almost vomit-out distorted substances have successfully produced a pollution range that surpassed the heads of Thales and Elrond. And, their corrosion isn't over yet. They are polluting all the space-time channels straight, until the end of the time-space channels. They actually lost control of the entire space-time channel? What is this? Aren't we the attacking side? For the first time, Elrond felt an inexplicable panic. However, before the beautiful male elf commander could recover, at the forefront of this million-level army, the orc warriors suddenly began to suffocate and scream. And those dark fogs, whose speed is far inferior to distorted matter, made him unable to see anything. Finally, those dark fogs shrouded the orc legion at the forefront of the entire legion, shrouding them in the fog in the darkness. Enemy attack! Thales finally came to his senses. He roared and drove his own powerful warhorse to the front of the rest of the legions. With him as an example, the rest of the legions were immediately ready for battle. And at this time, those dark mists finally made a move. 1. The arm belonging to the orc stretched out of the mist, and it seemed to be still shaking. It seemed that it was someone who couldn't find a way out in the dark, and was groping while advancing. This can't help but let the originally nervous legionnaires immediately take a breath. Although they don't know what this thing is, at least it's not as deadly as it looks. Someone comes out is the biggest proof, isn't it? But the next second, all the sounds disappeared, and many warriors held their breaths and began to tremble. Because what appeared in that darkness was not an orc. It was a native devil that ate the corpse of an orc. In the darkness and fog behind him, thousands of little devils emerged. These little devils were originally surrounded by the original devil, noisily wanting to share the remains of some orc corpses, even if it was a blood clot. But now they collectively looked to the other side, where they saw something more interesting. It's those huge numbers of soldiers. In the eyes of these monsters, all the soldiers saw malice, greed, and hunger. These monsters have been locked up in their own world for too long. Charge! Thales roared. He was the first to ride a warhorse and rushed into the mist of darkness. This war. The first rules that need to be twisted are a series of spatial rules. Chu Hao sat at the bottom of the endless abyss, his eyes were empty, but he said without sadness or joy. In the darkness, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky. And behind him, countless blood vessels made of pure darkness were inserted into his back. With his words, the veins around Chu Hao's temple burst. The blood vessels made up of countless darkness are also wriggling at this moment, as if delivering nutrients and absorbing something. Only by distorting these space rules, the rest of the abyss creatures can break those plain crystal walls. With his whispers, the entire world of the assessment revealed its true face to Chu Hao for the first time, and to many people who were observing the fourth assessment. This is a huge world composed of 13 different planets in a ring shape. Each of these 13 planets has its own unique structure. Different races of creatures have evolved on each planet, and even each planet contains a lot of treasures and resources. And in the center of this God's domain world, in the center area of the 13 planets rings, is a separate design. A white planet that shines like a diamond. And these 13 planets are slowly revolving around the white planet. But while everyone was still observing these 13 planets with their own exquisite designs with great interest, a terrifying discovery occupied all their fields of vision. Small black dots are slowly emerging on these 13 planets. That is, mark of the endless abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, Chu Hao smiled. Chapter 53. In the passage of time and space that is about to be completely corrupted. Charge! Marshal Thales roared. I don't know if he was disturbed by the terrifying black fog and the monsters in the fog, or if Marshal Thales sensed the danger ahead of time in his confusion, or because he felt a sense of fear that should not have appeared in his heart. Ashamed. In short, this powerful commander who is 4 meters tall and has gone through countless expeditions, actually took the lead, driving a strong warhorse alone, and rushed into those mists first. Such courage and boldness made the world armies in the assessment in the passage feel extremely surprised at this moment. But no one dared to move. The roar of the charge was stuck in their throats, as if they were stuck in their throats. Facing this distorted substance, facing the terrifying black fog that he generated, and these terrifying devils living in the black fog. Facing the extremely hungry eyes of this group of devils. This group of soldiers hesitated for the first time. Fear and survival forced the blood in their hearts to turn into calm emotions. But at this time, the elven commander named Elrond showed great courage and indignation in front of all the warriors. He was extremely disappointed by the weak warriors in front of him. How dare you? Let the marshal be allowed to charge alone. After he finished speaking, he rode the unicorn under his crotch, held an angel's banner high, followed closely behind Marshal Thales, and launched an attack towards the black fog and the devils in the black fog. Charge! The moment his voice appeared, Elrond finally followed behind Marshal Thales, and came into contact with the devils with terrifying and depraved images. At the moment of contact, the unicorn under it directly raised its hoof, and in a bloodthirsty posture completely different from its own shining image, it smashed the head of the original devil, and randomly surrounded those around it. The little devils around the native devil also trampled into muddy water. Just when these disgusting blood plasma and mud water splashed on the unicorn's body burst into endless light. In an instant, these bloods containing depravity and evil were swept away by the rays of light and redemption. Even those black mists were emptied a lot at this moment. Then the elf Elrond looked back. All the soldiers saw the unyielding fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Fear is broken. All troops charge. I don't know which soldier roared first. At this moment, the courage that all the soldiers had briefly lost returned. Under the banners of countless angels' portraits, this group of brave soldiers immediately started a brave attack. Magic, artillery, bows and arrows, and even divine arts were fired from the support troops behind, and their targets were the black mist and devil in front of them. Fight these monsters back! Those powerful battle groups in the assessment world that have been discouraged by countless assessments have finally revealed their fangs to the endless abyss once again. Victory is something engraved in their bones. Humph! You disgusting perverts! At the forefront of the troops, Marshal Thales slashed a virgin devil full of wriggling sarcomas in half with an axe with a single axe. Under his power, the other little devils who didn't die immediately formed a mess. Some were launching futile attacks on Thales, some were taking the opportunity to escape, and some were in the dark in the fog, calling the own devil companions. Under Thales' rage, he displayed his own combat skills without mercy. In an instant, the flames representing his anger burned this group of noisy little monsters to ashes. Powerful! Unrivaled power! This mighty warrior at the pinnacle of legend showed his own dominance when facing devil in the black mist. Ordinary devils who have not even reached the legend, in his eyes, can only be ants. Marshal Thales glanced at the devils peeping at it in the dark fog around him, and roared. Come on, you monsters! As he spoke, he waved the giant axe in his hand, and crushed the other devils who were still grinning at him into powder. In the name of the Angel of Sacred, purify your wicked and fallen souls. With his roar, all the other devils retreated. With his roar, the expansion of the entire black mist also stopped. At the same time, the rest of the warriors, including Elrond, finally followed the steps of this powerful commander and came to the edge of the retreat of black mist and devil. Seeing this situation, Marshal Thales looked back. He didn't blame those warriors, after all, he almost lost the courage to attack at that moment just now. He just said lightly, "Organize the armament. Prepare to continue the attack." He turned his head, looked at the receding black mist and the devils, and said with a confident smile, "We will definitely exterminate these twisted and depraved monsters, and then purify their dirty world." Hearing this, the soldiers of the entire chapter immediately raised their weapons and issued their own battle cry. Their blood has been ignited. Sure enough, when everyone is desperate, only a hero like the Marshal can inspire the blood of the soldiers. Elrond thought as he looked at the blood-soaked Marshal in front of him. Everything is getting better, isn't it? But is it really so? Boom! 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 The sound of footsteps like an earthquake resounded in the passage, and the battle cry of those warriors stopped immediately. Once again, the entire chapter became silent. It was as if these footsteps were stepping on the hearts of these warriors. Everyone felt a suffocating horror that was almost maddening. Ow! The whispers from some unknown monster grew louder and louder as the footsteps approached in the black mist. Then, in the black mist, scarlet eyes appeared one after another. These scarlet eyes, even through the black mist, can still make people see clearly. These scarlet eyes are full of extreme malice and ridicule. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Elrond suddenly felt that the temperature in this passage had suddenly risen a lot. It was as if clumps of hot magma were approaching them. And at this moment when everyone was silent, a huge figure appeared on the edge of the black fog. 1. Holding an eternally burning flaming greatsword, the Balrog with lava armor on his body and black and red horns on his head came out of the black fog. It just stood there and the channel itself was melting with its temperature. It just breathes, and it rolls up an endless firestorm. Legend Peak. Elrond's eyes widened suddenly, and he felt the terrifying aura emanating from the monster in front of him. It is a breath of true darkness and depravity mixed with greed and malice. This breath made him feel that it was difficult to breathe, and even the voice of wanting to escape appeared in his heart, and he shouted frantically. Boom! 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 But the footsteps in the black fog did not stop. There are still monsters, approaching them. Behind the Balrog, a double-headed snake-body monster appeared, a monster wriggled like a mud ball and covered with gluttonous mouths, and the other was walking on its stomach like a beast, but a monster covered with bone spurs and tentacles appeared. Each of them is the pinnacle of legend. Each of them is the embodiment of extreme distortion and depravity. Each of them yearns for a never-ending battle. Each of them is very hungry. At this time, Elrond looked strangely at Marshal Thales beside him. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Elrond's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in horror. Marshal Thales's hands holding the giant axe actually trembling. How could the endless abyss retreat? In the darkness at the bottom of the endless abyss, a pair of indifferent eyes without any emotion swept here. Ha! Chapter 54. How's it going? In the observation room, a tutor smiled and looked at Wang Zhi with a serious face. Obviously, they all know that for Wang Zhi, he is very satisfied with Chu Hao's performance, and they naturally know that Wang Zhi will definitely pay attention to Chu Hao's current performance. Not objective. Wang Zhi sighed. But now Chu Hao's endless abyss has not been invaded by any. From the very beginning, Chu Hao didn't plan to let the warriors of the assessment world go into the endless abyss to wreak havoc. Instead, he invaded the opponent's channel in the opposite direction, allowing the warriors in the world of his gods to meet the enemy in the channel. Hit hard. In the picture, the connection between the assessment world and the endless abyss has changed from a dazzling golden yellow to a twisted black-red. Chu Hao's Devil Legion, obviously in the space channel, has the upper hand. Oh? That sounds pretty good. The instructor's eyes lit up. He has also seen some of the content involved in the fourth assessment. He is very clear that in the fourth assessment, the most difficult point in the early stage is how to withstand the alien warriors who are rushing in like sea water in the assessment world. No, that's not the point. Wang Zhi's eyes were full of worry. The key is this guy Chu Hao, really. The next second, Wang Zhi presented the picture of Chu Hao's fourth assessment in the observation room. He doesn't know why, but he chose to invade all the assessment worlds at the same time, 13 planets. You must know that on every planet in this place, there are terrifying alien races that cannot be measured. But he started a game anyway. Crazy war. Hearing this, all the tutors looked at the picture, and their eyes were full of shock. At this time, the endless abyss stretched out countless tentacles towards the assessment world, greedily holding every planet. And the plain crystal wall between the endless abyss and these planets has been gradually broken. The devil army from the endless abyss is devouring every planet in the assessment world with an absolutely greedy posture. Every time they arrive at a place, there will be an extra black spot on these planets. And there are more and more black spots like this. But correspondingly, in the assessment world, those powerful warriors have also been activated. And the number of them will be too many to count. The other side. After glancing at the passage that examines the world's link to the endless abyss, Chu Hao turned his vision away. From beginning to end, Chu Hao didn't take the space channel too seriously. His attention is mainly focused on the main attack direction of the endless abyss, that is, those above the black spots that appeared on the 13 planets in the assessment world. Space access will be a brutal battle, but that's not the end. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao is sitting cross-legged, and countless vessel-like beings composed of black mist are embedded on his back. The point is, how to pass the characteristics of the endless abyss. Chu Hao raised his head, and the countless black blood vessels on his back swelled. Complete the corruption of these 13 worlds. Once the space tunnel is established, then they can't escape. The assessment world, the 13th planet. The world of dwarves and gnomes. On the periphery of the city wall of a craftsman city. Damn, where did these filthy and depraved monsters come from? The dwarf Ironfelt touched his scorched beard and cursed angrily. On its left side, is an enchanted musket that has exploded its chamber, and behind it is a steampunk-style fighting machine driven by a gnome. This mass-produced fighting machine, in the battle just now, burst out with strength comparable to a 10th stage warrior. But at this time, there was a huge devil's claw hanging outside the cab of this fighting machine. And the leg of the fighting machine was bitten off alive by some kind of devil in an extreme way. Metal construction machinery. It was actually bitten off by flesh and blood. I don't know either, but a dwarf with a bandage on his head, holding a wrench in vain repairing the fighting machine in front of him. The number of them is really terrifying. As the dwarf spoke, he looked down at the city wall. Under the city wall, the bodies of devils are piled up everywhere. The corpses of these devils are being corroded by some unknown force at an extremely terrifying speed. If it weren't for our firearms and machines being powerful enough, and just the last wave of battles, we would most likely be broken through the city wall and annihilated. Yes. The dwarf Ironfelt threw the musket away, replaced it with a new one, and checked it out. It's okay But while the two were still talking, an extremely ominous voice penetrated their ears and penetrated straight into their souls. Ow! This is Devil's Cry. The dwarf immediately flipped over to the edge of the city wall with a flexible posture, and shot at the source of the sound with almost no aim. Boom! A little devil was directly shattered in the head, and fell straight to the ground. Black-red blood, like a poisonous mist, completely corrodes the surrounding environment. Haha, it turned out to be a fish that slipped through the net. The dwarf laughed, put the musket behind his own back, and then tried to rummage some remaining wine from the corpse of his comrade in arms. But at this moment, the dwarf beside him suddenly patted the dwarf on the shoulder. Hey! What? Have you ever felt that the bodies of these twisted monsters are disappearing? Ah! The dwarf Iron Felt found half a bottle of spirits and swallowed it. Isn't that a good thing? Let's save the battlefield. Do not. The dwarf pointed to the bottom of the city wall with a horrified expression. The dwarf looked down with a puzzled face, and soon, his expression was no different from that of a dwarf. This is... What's the situation? The bodies of the devils are indeed disappearing. It's just that the corpses they left are still corroding the world. And this corrosion will never stop. The land beneath the city walls, where flowers and green grass should have grown, has now become barren, twisted and disgusting. These lands give people the feeling that they are like a never-ending, falling world, the derivatives left behind on this plane. Moreover, in these distorted and mutated lands, there have been Devil's Cocoon. Here, this land, at this moment, already belonged to the endless abyss. Chapter 55. This. What is this? Including the Iron Felt, all the dwarves and dwarf soldiers surrounding the city wall couldn't help asking questions from their souls. The land that once belonged to them, for some reason, has become what it is today. The land that once grew lush plants turned into a barren and twisted black land in an instant. And, with the disappearance of those devil corpses, the pollution scope of these lands continues to expand. If it was just pollution, then these warriors might not be so terrified. What really scares them is, on that land, one after another, the cocoons that breed devil are being teleported through the endless abyss to reach this world. The crystal walls of their planes have been corroded. At this moment, these devil's cocoons are wriggling wildly. A terrifying, twisted monster is about to emerge from its cocoon. Fire! Suddenly, a stout dwarf with a hand cannon roared loudly at the other warriors. The dwarf Iron Felt knew the dwarf. This is its neighbor. Similarly, the other party has one more position than him, and that is the garrison in charge of this city. Fire now and kill these damn monsters before they hatch. After speaking, the sophisticated hand cannon in the stout dwarf's hand immediately opened fire. Boom! A flaming cannonball slammed into a wriggling devil's cocoon. Pat! In an instant, as the cocoon burst, a small devil whose body had grown in half was instantly smashed into pieces by the cannonball. Countless disgusting and foul-smelling mucus splattered all over the ground along with this devil's corpse. After hearing the roar of the hand cannon, the rest of the dwarves also reacted, and immediately waved various firearms in their hands, pouring their own firepower towards the black earth. And those dwarfs were divided into two waves. Among them, the dwarfs who lost their war machines rushed to every dwarf with all kinds of ammunition and supplies. And those dwarfs who also have war machines jumped into their own cabs one after another, starting the mechanical creations that their civilization is proud of. Boom boom boom! With the start of the war machine, more and more gnomes jumped off the city wall and used their own weapons to quickly eradicate the devil's cocoon from the endless abyss. However, I don't know if they felt the threat of death. These cocoons of devil, who had no power to fight back, were moving at a faster speed. Hatching! Finally, the first devil crawled out of the cocoon that was broken in half. It whispered, climbed up from a pool of blood, opened its eyes and looked at the world. Suddenly, it sees what the world really looks like. Unlike his memories engraved in his soul, it feels the beauty of another world. Non-toxic air, harmless environment, blue sky, white clouds, no predators, no slavery, no. All of this was reflected in its scarlet eyes. Although he has just been born, this little devil already understands at this time how much the world that nurtures his evil soul, the endless abyss, is a barren, twisted, Terrifying and suffocating world. The outside world is so. Boom. Suddenly, a pair of huge legs made of steel suddenly stepped on its body. Countless bloods exploded violently, leaving only the devil's head that was still intact and flew backwards. In the confusion, the devil seemed to hear the cold laughter of those dwarfs in the war machine. That is rejection of them, that is disdain for them, that is creatures with a powerful civilization, and they are spurned by these evil and depraved souls. For some reason, a tyrannical thought appeared in the soul that was about to be turned into pieces. It originally longed to allow its own soul to go to this seemingly infinitely beautiful world, but now, death is not the end. It will eventually return to that terrifying abyss incubation pool in the form of soul fragments, and after a series of terrifying nurtures, it will return to this war as a warrior of the endless abyss. But now, it has changed its mind. Like other devils, it wants to destroy the world and destroy the world. Drag into the endless abyss, never to separate again. Above the devil's head, with the injection of a bullet, the eyes that had been restained with hatred and tyranny slowly closed. And it will eventually return to this battlefield. After an hour. Ha 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 ha. The monsters that appeared this time are actually so fragile. Yeah, it scared me back then. Finally, the sturdy dwarves and dwarf warriors began to rest again out of breath. Most of the devil's cocoons that appeared before were exploded before they hatched, leaving only mucus and corpses all over the place. Even a few little devils who escaped by chance could not survive for a moment in the storm of firearms and metals. Therefore, there is no suspense, these warriors who defend their homeland have won a big victory. It's just that the Black Land seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It doesn't matter, we have powerful angels asylum, and they will send their own priests to help us clean up the filth from this place. Having said that, Tai Fei glanced at the grim-faced garrison, and threw the unfinished spirits in his hand with a smile. Hey, that buddy. Ironfeld had to change his words to say buddy because he forgot his name. Take advantage of the victory, have a drink. Bang! The jug smashed on the guard who stayed in place, then bounced off and hit the ground. The vigilante, who had a livid face before, suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed into the distance tremblingly. At this moment, the Ironfeld felt a strong ominous. He quickly turned his head to look. At the same time, more and more warriors have also noticed the abnormal of this garrison. In an instant, an emotion called despair poured into the hearts of everyone present. A black-red vortex appeared above their plane. At the center of this black-red vortex, where the eye of the storm existed, an eye that represented the will of the endless abyss cast an indifferent and sarcastic look at them. And below the black and red vortex, is the endless cocoon of devil. These devil's cocoons are springing up like mushrooms after a rain, constantly emerging in the soil. On their bodies, black and red patterns are engraved, and these patterns become more and more clear as the cocoons creep. But their shells are becoming more and more transparent. The sturdy bodies of each devil are becoming more and more clearly visible. Moreover, this time, the number of devil's cocoons, even the magician can't count it quickly. Squeak! Finally, a little devil emerged from the cocoon. It raised its head, looked at the world, looked at the creatures of this world. Different from the past, this time it was just born, and its eyes were full of tyranny and hatred. It will take this plane. Drag into the endless abyss. To the angels who serve you, pray. Chapter 56. Engine of War. Observation Room. Wait, how can Chu Hao have so many soldiers? A tutor was shocked by the scene in front of him and was speechless. In the picture, on a planet where dwarves and gnomes live together, a dwarf city with a population of tens of thousands was destroyed by the endless stream of devils from the endless abyss in just a few hours. This city with dozens of different types of workshops, a complete city wall, surrounded by muskets and steel, is actually so vulnerable in front of the tide-like devil. None of these devils are even higher than legendary. In the picture of the observation room, a dwarf holding a broken gun was kneeling beside a dwarf corpse, holding its hand, facing the position of the angel statue in the city, crying and praying. And beside him, there are soldiers struggling with the devils everywhere. The roar of each explosive bomb represented the death of a dwarf and several devils. Every self-destruction of a war machine represents the last stubbornness of a dwarf. But outside the city wall behind the dwarf, on the black earth that is expanding infinitely, there are high-level devils that are coming one after another. Whether his prayers work or not, the city will be ruled by devil in the future, visible to the naked eye. In the center of the city, the face of the holy angel statue, I don't know when it started, and gradually it was stained with a little filth from the flesh and blood of those people. For some reason, this filth makes this statue look like more anger and pity. It stood in the center of the city, watching its own city dragged into the abyss. Such a tragic scene made many mentors feel a little pity inexplicably. But soon, the mentors who had seen such scenes too often put it behind them. After all, they who have a stronger God's domain, the things they have seen are far more cruel than they are now. God, after all, will not cry because of mortals. How did he do this? Chu Hao can bring out so many warriors at once. A mentor connected another screen. This time, an elf city was under attack. Although the environments and races of the two sides are completely different, the attacks they endure are the same. The endless devil, with a terrifying breath, destroyed their homes little by little. Moreover, more and more pictures also show that the number of these attacked cities is still increasing. And the growing number of those black spots. Just as much. Facing such a scene, Wang Ji was also silent. He immediately mobilized his own beliefs and checked Chu Hao's position. He wants to know what happened in the endless abyss, and why it can burst out such a terrifying number of soldiers. But in the next moment, he was stunned. In his picture, there is darkness. There is only one eye hidden in the darkness, looking back at him indifferently. He can't see the scene inside Chu Hao's endless abyss. Not only him, but all the curious mentors found themselves unable to see any scenes in the Chu Hao divine world with the help of the school system. At this time, on the periphery of the endless abyss, a thick layer of plain crystal wall blocked anyone's peeping. Such a scene is something that every instructor has never imagined. Wait, our vision is blocked. Chu Hao has become a lower god and completely blocked the sea of his own soul. Everyone can do this only when they become the next gods and actually ascend to the throne of God. Since the location of the divine realm world is hidden in the depths of everyone's mind, on weekdays, the tutors rely on the help of the school system to inquire about the divine realm world of each graduate without being blocked. But now, in the endless abyss of Chu Hao, there is a thick layer of darkness. No matter how they observe, they cannot see the scene. Such a scene made all the mentors, at this moment, think that Chu Hao had left the mortal world and had completely entered the ranks of the gods. But no, Chu Hao, he hasn't ascended to God yet. Wang Ji said decisively that he saw Chu Hao's strangeness earlier than other mentors. He is just using the rules, using some kind of dark rules, to protect his world of God's domain from being perceived. He's preparing for defense. Defense. Hearing this, the rest of the instructors were stunned. Isn't he in the offensive stage now? Right? Looking at the current state, he seems to have the upper hand. All the mentors showed puzzled expressions. Yet, Chu Hao, what the hell is he defending against? Inside the principal's office, Bai Chen is staring at the assessment world, and he has a panoramic view of everything. As the first substitute of the main god, her strength is undeniable. Although this war seems to be so grand that it spans the galaxy and the world, in her eyes, it is not difficult to observe everything in this world. Suddenly, pictures appeared, finally causing Bai Chen's eyes to move slightly. Finally coming. In the picture, an orc warrior covered in blood and scars was hugging an orc female warrior whose half-body was infected by abyss creatures, kneeling in front of an angel portrait, weeping powerlessly. Great angel, Please save her. At this moment, the body of this orc female warrior is constantly growing a worm-like tail. Although she appeared on the surface, only half of her body was infected. But in fact, her abdomen, her internal organs are all rapidly distorted. Even the blood she vomited was turning into little bugs, screaming and wanting to live in the sun. Angel, please save me. In another image, a lizard folk warrior kneels before a portrait of another angel, praying. Angel, please purify these sins. In another image, a genie is doing the same prayer. Angel, angel, angel. Finally, countless prayers, turned into beliefs and integrated into a place that cannot be told. And these voices finally disturbed those sleeping powerful beings. Assessing the world, in the face of the threat of the devil army, after facing countless cities turned into a sea of fire, finally. Angry. Boom. The messengers of the angels have finally brought back the oracle. The most loyal servants of the Lord will be the first to wake up and completely remove all the filth in this world. Then the angels, at the behest of our common Lord, wake up and return. The long-closed dragon nest of the dragons was reopened, and the dragons began to reappear and began to roar in the air. The world tree of the elf sacred land has bloomed again, and while the pollen is flying, one tree man has pulled out its own roots. In a tunnel in the Orc Canyon, a beast opened its own eyes, and it smelled the stench from the fallen soul. In an abandoned laboratory in the world of dwarves and gnomes, the dusty war machines have also been restarted. On these 13 planets, all the mythical creatures and ancient technologies that have been sleeping for a long time, finally awakened by the footsteps of the Abyss Devil. But that's not the point. Chu Hao raised his head, and his gaze turned to the 14th planet, which was on the White Planet. On that planet, a pair of eyes looked through the endless darkness and looked towards a corner of the endless abyss. Chapter 57. Just when countless abyss armies were raging on the entire 13 planets, they were far away from the entrance of the space-time channel in the assessment world. Damn, what's going on with this space channel? Night Matt looked at the space-time passage in front of him in horror, and whispered to the surrounding knights. In fact, he was not the only one who said this. He, and the soldiers around him, and even the millions of troops behind them, were also whispering like him. Not only them, but even the generals standing in front of them are communicating with each other and expressing their doubts. What's the situation? Why did the space-time channel become like this? And at this time, the space-time channel has changed from a dazzling golden yellow to a pitch-black channel with a foul smell. Even in the outermost layer of this passage, there is still a cloud of pitch-black mist. These mists dissipated quickly, and more mists were brought in. In the whole passage, there is silence. Even the sign of the second transmission did not light up for a long time. Faced with this situation, their second team that was about to enter the endless abyss felt extremely terrified. What happened in the tunnel? Several generals asked their own questions. But right now, boom, boom. 2 consecutive huge crashing sounds appeared at the end of the passage. These 2 huge collisions sounded like someone smashed the hearts of these soldiers with a hammer. All the soldiers raised their weapons in unison, aiming at the end of the space-time channel. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the space-time passage was kicked out by something forcefully. At this moment, this gate full of gorgeous spells has become like scrap metal, easily twisted by this huge force. Then, an endless black fog emerged from the passage. The endless black fog, which soon represented the will of a low-dimensional world, slowly approached the group of warriors who were about to enter the endless abyss. Ah! Just as a newer soldier was about to attack out of fear, the captain beside him suddenly grabbed his arm. Stop! That's it! Marshal Thales! Hearing this, the panic in the soldier's eyes was swept away. Sure enough, in the black fog, Marshal Thales' head emerged from the fog. Not only him, but the rest of the generals immediately became excited. Marshal Thales! It's really good that you're okay. Master Marshal, what happened in the space-time tunnel? Marshal Thales. As Marshal Thales approached step by step, more and more footsteps appeared from behind him. But when a gust of wind blew, all the people present were stunned. Because the so-called Marshal Thales has only one head left. A head held by Elrond. What a shit marshal! Elrond raised his head, revealing half of his rotten but rapidly recovering face, and sneered at the soldiers and generals in front of him. Just like me in the past, you mistakenly promoted him to a height that did not belong to him, and mistakenly regarded him as the messenger of the gods. On the lower part of Elrond's body, numerous spider-like limbs covered with bone spurs grew. His expression at the moment was extremely distorted, as if expressing his own resentment. But it's different now. The one I serve now is the real god, and the one behind me is the one. Boom! 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 With the sound of footsteps, in the black mist, one after another legendary peak devil appeared. And beside these legendary peak devils, there are greedy and ugly little devils one after another. They are wearing the weapons and armors taken from the fallen soldiers at this time. Even at this moment, there is still a lot of blood dripping. The messenger of the true God. Click! Click! All the soldiers looked desperately behind these devils. Because they die. You will never forget what you saw in this moment. A world that looks like a black and red vortex is gradually approaching the universe where they are located. On the surface of this black-red world, strips of tentacles made of black mist are popping out quickly, and they are firmly grasping on the universe where they are. And as this twisted, terrifying world draws nearer to them, the crystal walls of their worlds are shattering more and more seriously. Countless black cracks appeared behind these devils. In addition to the rules of space, the endless abyss finally had the opportunity to start corrupting the rest of the rules of the assessment world. At the end of the space-time passage, in front of the million soldiers, despair is coming quietly. But in the huge world of assessment, there will always be a place where the flame of hope will burn. Like Blackbone Dragon Nest. One of the common habitats of red dragons and black dragons, a terrifying area where two mythical creatures inhabit at the same time. Dragon, flame. With the appearance of dragon language magic, thousands of little devils turned into ashes without even groaning in pain. Even their corpses, after being turned into ashes, are still burning under the power of dragon flames. This is no ordinary flame. This is the deadly dragon flame emitted by the mythical creature, the black dragon Osiris. These terrifying dragon flames with regular power will frantically burn your soul even after you die. No matter how your soul struggles and howls, it cannot avoid the pain caused by these dragon flames, and it will last until your soul is completely reduced to pieces. Humph! The black dragon Osiris looked at the black mud under his feet in disgust. Do these ugly monsters whose souls have fallen to the end, even if they die, will they leave behind a filth that is difficult to clean up? Really? It's annoying. As he spoke, Osiris sprayed dragon flames directly at his feet. In less than a moment, the black earth corrupted by devil's blood returned to normal again. Of course, the plants that once survived above can no longer return to normal. Osiris, stop complaining. The giant dragon Velik, who looked like a diamond all over his body, shook his shiny head. Just now, in just 10 minutes, it annihilated all tens of thousands of little devils, and at the same time, there were also those fallen people who had bowed down to the endless abyss. I didn't expect such a thing to happen when I woke up. Our world was invaded by a group of fallen people. Velik sighed. How many years has it been? The bloodlines we left in the past seem to be getting thinner and thinner, and it is estimated that their strength is getting worse and worse. Hearing this, Osiris became even more irritable. This group of trash, after I drive these fallen people out of the world, I will clean up those bloodline descendants. Thoroughly clean up those useless bloodline branches. Who knows, when he heard this, Velik laughed. Don't do that yet. The dragon Velak raised his own wings and flew into the sky. In the half-destroyed city not far away, countless civilians with dragon bloodline immediately knelt down in the direction of the giant dragon, chanting words in their mouths. There is no shortage of words such as great and envoy. Although I don't care about these so-called descendants, I still enjoy their humble attitude at this time. The giant dragon Velak lowered his head and looked at these ordinary people with a happy expression. In the half-destroyed city, countless people are calling out the name of the giant dragon Velak with the same enthusiasm for angels. Their calls are like waves, wave after wave. Their attitude is enough to show their piety. In their eyes, we are their hope. The giant dragon Velak looked at the devil army in the distance with a look of disdain. Assessing the true background of the world, those powerful mythical creatures have quietly awakened, and the horn of counterattack has sounded. The abyss came with despair, but the flame of hope of the other party never went out. It is a battle of despair and hope. But the collision of two worlds, but only one world can survive. Chapter 58. In the eyes of the gods. The creatures in the world of God's domain are all their own playthings, and they are all livestock that they keep in captivity. They are born because of their own needs, so such creatures. It's all a bunch of idiots. From birth, they have been blinded by the lies of gods, so that they cannot see the truth of the world. Although there is some truth to this, are they really stupid? Not necessarily. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao raised his head. Even if they are deceived, they will fight to the death for the survival of their own world because of their survival instinct. At this moment, the endless abyss is already close to the world of assessment. A black-red vortex is slowly dragging the golden air mass into own body. And like this, the counterattack launched by them will be extremely terrifying. They will use all means to destroy the existence that threatens their world. Over a city attached to a small dragon's nest. Dragon, fire. Dragon, storm. In the sky of the dragon's nest world, Osiris crushed one devil legion into powder with an absolutely unquestionable power. Even the abyss native devil in the legendary stage could not survive even a minute under his dragon language magic. Only the devils at the pinnacle of legend can force a powerless counterattack under his dragon flames. But even this kind of counterattack, in front of a powerful as it is, it seems so pale and powerless. Humph! Damn fallen! An unimaginable look of disgust erupted from Osiris' golden vertical pupils. Boom! It suddenly fell from the air and stepped on a legendary Balrog who was dominating the city under its own feet. At this moment, this Balrog erupted with unimaginable power, and countless lava and flames erupted from its body, and instantly swept Osiris's body. But when the flames and smoke dissipated, Osiris wore black scales and showed a look of disdain for this Balrog. As someone with the power of flames, he would not be afraid of these flames that looked like flames to him. Dirty creature of another world, are you ready for death? A little spark erupted from Osiris' mouth. There was a hint of cruelty in its eyes. It is ready to let this guy who dared to pollute his own land be completely annihilated here. But right now, the arrow hit his eyelids. Ding! The funny thing is that this arrow, even its scales can't break the defense, only after making a metal collision sound, it falls to the ground weakly. The furious Osiris stomped on the beholder's head with one foot, letting the other party's lava blood and the poison contained in it spill over him. Who is it? Osiris turned his head, it had been thoroughly provoked. But when he turned around, he was surprised to find that he attacked his own. It was actually a dragon blood warrior who once had his own bloodline. This dragon blood warrior has already been corrupted by the corrupt aura of the endless abyss at this moment. On the scales on its body, one after another wriggling sarcoma appeared, and inside its body, a phenomenon similar to attribution began to appear due to the disorder of blood vessels. This dragon-blooded warrior, because of his own cowardice and too long contact with devil in the previous battle, caused the most tragic thing to happen. Its soul is already the property of the endless abyss. But even so, under such circumstances, Osiris can still clearly feel the blood in the opponent's body. That's own blood. And it is such an existence that has its own blood and can only serve and look up to it. Just now, it actually launched an attack on the great Osiris? You this! Out of rage, Osiris slapped the opponent with his thick claws. The other party and the black earth where the other party is located were shot into ashes together. Falling bugs. But in the next moment, even Osiris, who only knew about fighting, noticed something was wrong. In the city affiliated to the dragon nest where he is located, all the living creatures have begun to attack him. Whether it was those devils who were sent over by the endless abyss, or those civilians who survived by chance, they all attacked him at this moment. And at this moment, Osiris finally found something strange. The city it originally wanted to save has completely fallen. The entire city now belongs to another civilization. Facing the attack like sea water, Osiris did not do any defense at all. It arrogantly walked past the crowd, grabbed several infected dragon blood warriors, and began to check. How is it possible? In the depths of their souls, they are all corrupted. At this point, it's in perspective. Deep in the souls of these dragon-blooded warriors, the place where the seed of faith resides is already a mass of darkness. These guys are helpless. They are all fallen. This is the horror of the endless abyss. All the land that devils attacked and stayed in will leave behind an abyss that is difficult to clear. The blood of devils, no, devils are the families favored by the endless abyss. They are just the existence itself, and they can make a piece of land continue to be corrupted. In the depths of their souls, the imprint of the endless abyss is engraved. And after the land of the other worlds is corrupted by devil, if there is life on it, then they are equivalent to having a close and intimate contact with the endless abyss in their own world. Ordinary creatures cannot resist the corruption of the endless abyss. At this moment, Osiris finally understood. Damn it, it doesn't make any sense to clean up these fallen monsters now. He violently squeezed the dragon blood soldiers in his hands into a pool of blood. Then, he blasted off into the air, roaring in the air. The next moment, the terrifying dragon flame swept the whole city. This city attached to the dragon's nest turned into burning ashes in an instant. And Osiris also raised his head and looked into the distance. Above the border of their world, a black and red vortex is approaching their world. If I want to completely solve this disaster, I must destroy the world itself first. And there are more and more existences who have the same idea as him. More and more powerful warriors finally discovered a terrifying truth in the struggle with devil. That is, all the land invaded by devils can no longer be recaptured by force. Even if it is recaptured, these lands will lose all use value due to the characteristics of the endless abyss. If they want to win the war, then they, the powerhouses in the assessment world, must take the lead in destroying the source that corrupts the soul. Endless abyss. What Chu Hao wants to defend is the counterattack of these powerful creatures. But at the same time, countless traps have also been laid, just waiting for this group of furious souls to step into them. Chapter 59. At this moment, in the assessment world, after many powerful creatures discovered the strangeness of the endless abyss, they immediately made a decision. Centered on various powerful creatures, they reformed several powerful legions, regrouped in the form of legions, and used various methods to reshape small space-time channels. Among these powerful creatures, there are descendants of the world tree, real pure-blooded dragons, and even native beasts of the orc world. And below them, is their real direct line legion. They have to go to the heart of the endless abyss before their own world is completely corrupted. They want to completely destroy this corrupted, twisted world. And such a force can destroy any graduate's fragile world of God's domain. Such a performance of strength is enough to make anyone worry about what happened to Chu Hao. In the observation room, Wang Ji unconsciously clenched his fists. In the principal's office, Bai Chen frowned. Everyone wants to know, the endless abyss, this new world. Can you resist and gather a counter-offensive from the peak of a powerful world power? The bottom of the endless abyss. It started. I don't know if it's a coincidence. In all worlds, the more powerful creatures are, the easier they are to be inadvertently attracted by the endless abyss. Even if the opponent is an enemy. Chu Hao raised his head. The countless blood vessels behind him that were condensed by the black mist gradually fell off its back. Chu Hao said lightly, with the shedding of these vessels, his mental state was also rapidly repairing. Then, he snapped his fingers and transferred himself to the plane where Yu was. This powerful creature with a body the size of half a plane has been in a deep sleep since before the war began. But it woke up from its slumber immediately after the arrival of Chu Hao, the Abyss Master. The pairs of Yu's eyes, representing the disaster, gradually opened. He's going to start killing. But just when the most powerful creatures in the assessment world left their own assessment world and went to the endless abyss. On the original planets in the assessment world, they are accelerating their fall. The influence of the endless abyss is spreading to every place with intelligent creatures. As the endless abyss gradually approached this world, the most terrifying phenomenon finally appeared on the planet closest to the endless abyss. Devil's whispers begin to appear on all those who are not determined. Those areas where the devil did not come, also had the same situation as when the devil invaded. More and more people. Crazy. Don't want. Moreover. In a certain village, an alien boy in linen clothes was curled up in his own kennel. The kennel here is not a modifier. It's a real doghouse. This young man is the descendant of a sinner who blasphemed against an angel. As a descendant of sinners, he needs generations to atone for the sins of his ancestors. They need to atone for their sin by eating the worst food, doing the most vile work, and living in the most humiliating place. Before the war between the endless abyss and the assessment world, this young man always believed that the reason why he was so miserable was because he was destined. After all, according to the words of the bishop who has been whipping him, this is the original sin he has brought with him since he was born. You are full of sins. The whip fell, and there was an extra whip mark on the boy's back. The 7 virtues that the angels have blessed were lost when your ancestors fell. The whip fell, and there was another whip mark on the boy's back. Only if you have experienced these hardships and proved yourself, can you finally let your own soul return to the embrace of an angel. Whip falls. This was the last sentence the boy heard before he fell into a coma the day before yesterday. But don't know when to start. The comatose teenager came into contact with a real angel. This beautiful angel enlightened him from a very long distance. Her words, like a magic voice, made the young man hear clearly. No one is born with original sin. All suffering comes from others. The angel said with a smile. The world you live in is hypocritical. If you let me come, all this can be corrected. All living beings, since birth, have no so-called virtues, only nature. And my arrival can let all people liberate the nature in their hearts. The boy asked suspiciously. But how should I let you come? The angel smiled and said, with the blood of sinners who lashed you. Hearing this, the boy woke up. He immediately understood that this was a nightmare that tempted him to fall. Life goes on, suffering, starving, and so on. But whenever he fell asleep, or passed out in a coma, that angel will explain to him the degenerate terrible book of poetry. And he is also struggling between admitting his own sin and not admitting it. Finally, after the day-to-day torture, the teenager became scrawny and collapsed in his kennel. Don't say it anymore. What should I do? The alien boy opened his bloodshot eyes and looked at nothingness. And the existence in nothingness, in the gentlest language, answered him with a terrible answer. After the teenager heard this, he raised his head and looked at the church in the village. A day later, the nearest knights came to this village, ready to resupply. But to their surprise, the whole village was covered in blood. It's like, this place has been invaded by beasts. And all the bloodstains point to the church dedicated to angels. When the group of knights carefully pushed open the half-destroyed door of the church, what they saw was this scene. A group of the most despicable descendants of sinners, only worthy of living in a kennel, are standing in the blood, praying towards the front of the church. However, the scriptures they prayed for were not the 7 virtues blessed by angels, but the 7 deadly sins of living beings. What is even more terrifying is that the descendants of this group of sinners worship a statue made of corpses. Devil statue. Here, it has been reduced to a fallen place with devil worship. The teenagers are still chanting. Pride, jealousy, greed. When they heard the sound, they turned their heads and looked at the terrified knight gentleman who had been riding on their heads all the time, showing the fangs that belonged to devil. And in their eyes, it is the same as the abyss creatures. Scarlet. Devil is everywhere, it is hidden in everyone's heart. Chapter 60. What a twisted world is this! The dragon Velak accidentally stepped on the corpse of an abyssal creature that had just died. The next moment, a disgusting feeling came to its heart along its scales. To be honest, as the most dazzling dragon in the entire dragon nest, Velak felt that he was in the endless abyss and could not stay any longer. Not only is the land so disgusting and twisted, but even the creatures here are such twisted and disgusting freaks. Velak roared, and fired a burst of wind bullets in his mouth towards some indescribable abyss creature peeking at it in the distance. Damn it, I don't know when it started. We started to lose contact with each other one by one. I don't know what happened to Osiris and Fuerte the ancient tree. This damn world, everything is so chaotic. Our ability, we can't distinguish the laws of space here, it's too easy to get separated. Seeing the other party blowing into a muddy water in such a distant place, Velak's mood calmed down. Anyway, be careful with Velak. A giant beast with a body like a wild boar opened its mouth and said to Velak beside him. I feel that the weirdest thing in this world is the power surging in my body is rapidly weakening. This huge beast, as a real mythical creature, can show a powerful terrifying power in the gesture of gestures. This is the power that it obtained from the origin of the world as soon as it was born. This is something that cannot be plundered by any existence other than the Creator. With power, it can exert its mighty strength and crush all daring and hostile enemies. Even, with the power in his hand, he can also branch his own power. Of course, it can only be a branch, and assign it to the race he admires, such as the orc family. After sharing a branch of their power, the orcs will grow stronger. Among the few orcs who have mastered more branches of power, in addition to easily breaking through the legendary stage, they will be given various honorary titles such as Blood of Giant Beasts. In short, these powers are the foundation of the power of this vast beast. It is also the capital that it can use as an angel's subordinate to shelter an entire planet. But now, its power seems to be gradually disappearing. As soon as it entered this dark, depraved, and twisted and chaotic world, its power was gradually weakening. Although the magnitude of these power declines is so small that it is almost imperceptible. However, such a loss of power is indeed real. But how is this possible? A power, but it represents the existence of a rule incarnation. Can this world still? The giant beast raised its head and looked at the red sky above this plain. The black-red vortex appeared at an unknown time, and its eyes were full of doubts. Can this world still dissolve the power of rules and authority? The giant beast shook his head and walked forward with pillar-like steps. I found the entrance to the next plane. Velak suddenly roared and pointed to a dark and deep tunnel not far ahead. The behemoth nodded, and together with Velak, walked into the dark tunnel that spiraled downward, like the entrance to the underworld. In the plane that has lost the standard at this time, Velak and the giant beast have come to a new layer of endless abyss. The environment on this plane is even worse than before. Velak raised his head and said impatiently. This plane is a decaying plain surrounded by an acidic ocean, resembling a large swamp environment. As soon as he entered here, Velak immediately felt a sense of discomfort surrounding his heart. Be careful! Suddenly, the giant beast beside Velak shouted loudly. And the next moment, a terrifyingly large sea monster swooped out of those acidic oceans, stretched out its terrifying tentacles, and entangled Vilik. Moreover, there is more than one such monster. There are 5 or 6 such monsters on the coast next to the entire swamp. They are the ocean in the endless abyss, the abyss leviathan. Damn it! As soon as he was entangled by these tentacles, Vilik immediately screamed in pain. These monsters are actually corrosive. On his body, those scales that are invulnerable to all poisons and prevent everything, were actually corroded by the tentacles in the hands of these monsters. And after these scales were damaged, the tentacles of this monster were still greedily sucking his blood. In the eyes of the other party, Vilik saw the other party's greed for his own blood. It longs for own blood? It thirsts for the blood of stronger creatures? Roar! Seeing that more and more monsters were about to entangle Vilik, the giant beast shot. It stomped on its limbs and slammed directly towards those monsters. Don't look at his body as big as a mountain, but its speed at this moment is so fast that a sonic boom appears. In just an instant, these leviathan tentacles were immediately broken. Even, the abdomen of a leviathan who rushed in was smashed from the middle by the giant beast, and fell into the swamp screaming. Leviathan's blood and flesh with traces of toxins immediately covered the entire swamp. In an instant, I don't know if it was because of the blood spilling. In the entire swamp, a large number of small creatures appeared, rushing to the direction of those blood. The number of these small creatures is so numerous that Vilik's scalp tingles. Dragon, blast! With the emergence of dragon whisper magic, a large piece of these small monsters died immediately, and the rest of the small monsters were stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Vilik bit the other leviathan tightly. No matter how hard it struggled, it wouldn't stop. Click! The sharp mouth of the mythical dragon is not a leviathan with the strength of the legendary stage, it can be matched. With a crisp sound, the head of this leviathan was bitten to pieces by Vilik. Brains and blood spilled all over the dazzling dragon. Pooh! What a filthy creature! However, although they look terrible, their strength is ridiculously weak. Seeing the retreating leviathan, Vilik laughed. Wait, Vilik, I feel it. The giant beast said loudly. My strength, 1 more point, and I'm kind of ominous. Before he could finish speaking, Vilik was surprised to find out. In this plane, all creatures are starting to stay away from him. Whether it is a powerful leviathan or a weak small abyss creature. Haha, are you afraid? At this time, these abyss creatures are using the still rudimentary abyss language to communicate a vocabulary with each other in vague voices. And this term is monster. Monster. And not only them, but all the creatures of this plane are in horror, saying this word in the vague abyss language. Monster. In an instant, Vilik discovered that the ocean, which was still acidic before, was suddenly corroded by something. A dark quagmire appeared on the sea in front of them. Then, an existence that was considered a monster from any angle, tried to come to this world, and came here with him. And also, a huge black dragon wearing black shackles. Osiris. Chapter 61. Osiris? You! How dare you fall so far? When Vilik saw the moment Osiris appeared, he immediately understood. This powerful black dragon actually betrayed its own world, betrayed the teachings of the former angel, and turned to work for this damn twisted world. The twisted black shackles on it are the proof of his depravity. The so-called yoke is actually a sign of its power in transformation. At this moment, Vilik was furious to the extreme after seeing this scene. He couldn't believe that his former friend dared to betray the world he guarded. The giant dragon Vilik, who was in a rage, did not care about the dissuasion of the giant beast around him, so he was ready to charge straight towards Osiris. But he forgot that, no matter how corrupt Osiris was, it came here this time, not on its own. It followed, another stronger being came here with it. This is... Before Vilik could rush over, there was a monster too large to describe in words on the acid sea surface that had been corrupted, on the black swamp corroded by terrifying toxins and unknown elements. Slowly crawled into this world. This monster has 8 completely different heads, which represent the 8 different powers it possesses. Toxin, corrosion, pollution, disaster. And the faces of its 8 heads are covered with twisted black giant horns. Its eyes are filled with the tyranny and indifference unique to the creatures of the abyss. And the moment it came, this plane began to decline. The entire plane was transformed into a black swamp full of toxins as it descended. Its name in the abyss is Umu. The first mythical creature in the endless abyss, existence is the representative of disaster. The moment Velix saw this monster, his heart froze. It finally knows why those abyss creatures are desperately escaping from here. They have long known that if they stay here, they will be killed by the toxins produced by the other party inadvertently. There is also a gap between mythical creatures. Umu's strength has surpassed Velix's imagination. Umu lowered his head and silently glanced at the little guy Willik. But with such an ordinary glance, Velix immediately felt that in his own soul, something solid was rapidly decaying. Its faith, its courage, its... At this time, the dragon Velix was suddenly attacked by Osiris. "Ha, Willik!" Osiris suddenly rushed up, grabbed Velix's wings, and said through gritted teeth. "Do you know now why I am willing to betray?" "No, I'm not betrayal." Velix unleashed a terrifying dragon magic and splattered fiercely at Osiris's face. In an instant, countless storms accompanied by elements of destruction successfully destroyed half of Osiris' cheeks, leaving countless scars. But Osiris, it just sneered. Then, in the next second, there were countless tiny granulation buds on Osiris's face that were hard to see with the naked eye. After these granulation buds appeared, they immediately repaired Osiris' body. "I just figured it out, to serve another, more powerful being." Osiris grinned, opened his face that had become extremely distorted, and launched his own counterattack. Abyss Dragon Language, Flame. In an instant, Willik saw a scene that made it unbelievable. The red flame that Osiris spewed out, which used to burn everything, turned black now. The dragon flame of sacred, which once made countless mortals feel awe, turned into an evil, filthy, turbid existence like muddy water at this moment. But at the moment when such turbid flames were sprayed onto Velix's scales, it felt extreme pain that could not be described in words. Its scales were not burnt, but below these scales, Velix's flesh and blood were infected in a large area. After countless black muddy water flames sprayed onto its flesh and blood, they immediately burned to a deeper place like maggots attached to bones. And all the flesh and blood burned by these flames have all turned into piles of tiny parasites. These parasites began to quickly eat every piece of Velix's flesh and blood that was still intact, without stopping. "Ow!" Velix screamed, trying to push Osiris away, and then repairing his own body through the power of power. But Osiris didn't have any intention of loosening it, but just coldly erupted a new twisted dragon flame again. These extreme pains penetrated deeply into all of Velix's senses and could not be dissolved. "Ha! You see, this is the new master I serve, an endless abyss that is too great to describe in words." Osiris' cheeks have been repaired, but they are not what they used to be. This time, after its face was repaired, it regrowed, with uneven black fangs, black and red scales, and hundreds of tiny round eyes of different sizes that were full of tyranny. "Under the gaze of the great endless abyss, I will no longer be bound by any rules, nor will I be bound by any moral baggage. I can get everything I want with my own strength without relying on those damn angels and creators. Territory. Resources. The service of mortal things. Even those old fools, the power that they hold tightly. I killed the boring old tree, I killed the old snake that only talked nonsense, and I killed the mother of the rotten unicorn. All their powers belong to me. Watch it, Velix. My current powerful posture." While speaking, Osiris finally showed its terrifying form. On its sturdy back, countless tentacles like branches grew. The tail behind it began to have forks, and on each fork was a twisted snake head. On its dragon head, the original dragon's horns began to fall off, replaced by a right angle covered with black patterns. It's. And all of this originally belonged to other mythical creatures. You damned fallen monster! Jek, save me! In desperation, Vilek, who was suppressed by Osiris, instinctively began to call for help toward the giant beast in the distance. But this giant beast called Jike suddenly made a surrender gesture towards Yumu. This giant beast the size of a mountain actually surrendered at this moment. However, the object of its real surrender is not Yumu, but the dark fog on Yumu's head, and the dark fog that hides itself in the dark fog. Chu Hao. Chapter 62. Seeing this scene, Vilek roared sadly. Jek? What the hell are you doing? It couldn't believe that this beast spirit, famous for its simple mind, actually made such a stupid action at this moment. Do you also want to betray the world you guard? Betray the creator who taught you and gave birth to you. Vilek's scream resounded throughout the plain. That's the world you swore to protect. Where are your people? There are. To shut up. Before he finished speaking, Osiris, who became more powerful, slammed Vilek's head into the sea covered with acidic water. In fact, Gek, the mountain beast, didn't even have the heart to listen to Vilek's wailing at this moment. It just trembled, appeared in front of Yumu with a gesture of surrender, and raised its own question to the group of Chu Hao who represented the will of the endless abyss on Yumu's head. Not only did it keep its own fangs, it even kept its own tail as close as possible. If I really become a member of this world, then... Jike stammered and said to Chu Hao. Can I really get more power? No matter how much. Chu Hao didn't reply, just remained calm and silent. I want the power of a wind practitioner in Vilek. I want the rock affinity power of the mountain giant. GK became more anxious after seeing that Chu Hao did not refuse, but did not agree either. I still want more land. I want my people to truly worship me, instead of pretending to worship those angels and creators. I still want. At this time, Chu Hao was still speechless and silent. He felt bored. After all, in his eyes, these mighty creatures are just trivial things. Compared to the endless divine way he wanted. The pursuit of these mythical creatures, in his eyes, is as ridiculous as children clamoring for candy. Go, Yumu. Chu Hao, who thought that the two mythical creatures here might need Yumu's shot, finally said his first sentence when he came here. After that, Yumu, who has been without any movement since his appearance, finally moved. After seeing that Yumu was about to leave, Jike became even more anxious, a storm-like gas snorted from its nose, and the whole beast was restless. But at this moment, from Chu Hao's side, a black shackle appeared. This shackle slowly floated to the beast spirit Jike's side, like the apple in front of Eve's eyes, tempting him all the time. Chu Hao activates the power of space and prepares to bring Yumu to the assessment world. Before he left, he only left a faint word to the beast spirit Jike. Prove yourself. The beast spirit Jike was stunned for a moment, but under the crowd of unknown when it was born, it still took the initiative to contact this chain that represents the present and the shackle that represents freedom in the future. And at the moment when this shackle was linked to it, in the depths of its soul sea, the whispers from the abyss resounded from it. The knowledge from the endless abyss was given to the heart of this beast spirit that had not yet completely fallen. I understand. The beast spirit Jike lowered his head, showing his fangs. Then he aimed at Vilek, who was barely in a ball with Osiris in the distance, and attacked. In the next instant, Vilek felt extreme pain, and most of his back was broken by Jike. Its wings were also torn in half by Osiris grinning. At this moment, in addition to Osiris and Geek, Vilek finally understood one thing, and understood what kind of environment was in the endless abyss. There is no such thing as benevolence and morality here. This is the place where friendship, family, and love are wiped out, leaving only the evil place of betrayal and destruction. In the face of the terrifying temptation of the endless abyss, all good morals seem so fragile. The dragon Velak is about to die, but against that endless abyss, but you will get 2 new pets. The ancestor of the beasts that evolved the beasts and the original abyss dragon. Almost. Chu Hao said lightly. At this moment, he has brought Mu himself to the assessment world, a planet that is closest to the endless abyss. And this planet has now been captured by the endless abyss. It's time to wake up, so many deaths, so many prayers, even if you need time to activate, you should wake up. On this planet captured by the endless abyss, indescribable wars have broken out everywhere. The alien races who believe in angels are splitting into 2 waves and starting a brutal war. But no matter how they fought, they couldn't reverse a basic fact. That is, the dark side of this planet, the side close to the endless abyss. Everything on this planet is shattering. The land above it is being drawn into the endless abyss little by little, turning into its land. The corrupted people on it are cheering and welcoming the embrace from the abyss. Their souls will perish forever. But on the contrary, more and more people who still haven't given up their faith are facing a scene like a declaration of doomsday, and they begin their last prayers. Don't know if their prayers worked, the change, it really happened. Chu Hao raised his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, the center of the assessment world, the white planet, began to turn. After I don't know how many years have passed, it finally started to turn again. And one after another transparent halo with an unknown structure, but as it rotates, it gradually expands into the entire universe. And the rotation of the planet is getting faster and faster. As it rotates, something called belief is being attracted by these halos, making it more solid. Finally, the outer periphery of this white planet. 7 halos with different colors appeared. Their scope includes the interior of the entire universe. The sea of the soul of every living being is under its shroud. Above each halo, there are rune characters that Chu Hao can't distinguish, as well as the embodied characters of various rules. But Chu Hao can feel a little. That is, the endless abyss's move to devour the planet was blocked. It was blocked by the auras of chastity, temperance, diligence, and generosity, which represented chastity, temperance, and generosity, and was forced to stop further erosion of this world. And under these halos, one after another of the regular creatures is being gradually materialized. Angel, maybe it's coming. Chapter 63. With the appearance of these 7 halos, 7 creatures embodied by the rules are gradually coming. And the basis for them to come is the prayers of all the alien races fighting against the devils in the entire assessment world. These huge numbers of alien races, even though they knew that they might be defeated, in devils' blasphemous whispers, they still used all means and chose to fight to the death with the endless abyss. But unfortunately, the world is still dominated by materialism. The beliefs of mortals, under devil's offensive, are not worth mentioning. No matter how loud the prayers of these alien races are, they still can't stop their homes from being burned down, they can't stop their own world, which is becoming the devil's lair, and it can't stop them from being destroyed. Butcher knives stretched out by devils. Angel, all my life, I have bowed down to you reverently. An alien knelt on the ground, holding a small statue of an angel whose face could not be seen clearly. Beside her, there are corpses everywhere. Here, there are her village chiefs, the knights she secretly loves, her neighbors, her friends, and... But right now, all of these small circles of her life lie on the ground silently. The whole village fell into a dead silence. Except for the occasional scream, she couldn't hear any sound. Except for the excited roars of the twisted, depraved and vile devils. I have never deviated from your teachings in my whole life. I work hard every day for myself, for the church, this is the diligence you teach. A devil saw the alien. Every time I see someone in distress, or when I encounter someone who is unfortunate, I lend a helping hand in time. This is the generosity of your teaching. Devil came over and aimed the weapon in his hand at the heart of the alien. I have never peeped into the lives of others, I have never envied the lives that others deserve, this is the tolerance you taught. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of the alien's eyes. So, I beg you, after my death, please take my soul, don't let my soul fall into that terrible world. Brush. When the alien opened her eyes again, she couldn't believe her own eyes. In front of her, stood a real angel. Your soul belongs to the Creator forever. This whole body, revealing a holy angel, said softly to the believer in front of him. And we are just the guides of your soul. Behind this alien, the devil was making a shrill scream, and its soul was being purified. This purification is the real purification. It begins with the flesh and ends with its true spirit. Its soul is being burned into nothingness. Once it is completely purified, its soul will not even have the chance to return to the endless abyss. Through the air, the angel stroked the alien's head and said with a smile. But now, your soul has not yet returned to the kingdom of heaven. Please keep fighting, for you, for your family, for everything. After speaking, the angel dissipated here and went to another person who was praying for rescue. And the alien stood up in a daze. Fighting? Can this weak guy really fight? The answer is yes. The alien stood up tremblingly, and then she saw dozens of devils, desecrating everything in this village. The next moment. Light. The endless rays of light made these devils scream. With the appearance of light, these devils, from the flesh to the soul, and even the true spirit, are dissolving. 10-stage divine light technique. This alien, who was weak enough to be strangled just now, came into contact with the angel at the moment. Deep in the sea of her soul, it lit up. However, unlike Chu Hao, who ignited his own spiritual sea, in the depths of this alien's spiritual sea, a seed of faith imprinted with powerful divine power is illuminating everything here. After the miracle of the angel's descent, she has transformed into a powerful warrior at the bishop level. This is a miracle. But even such a sensational miracle arises anywhere in the assessment world. On the battlefield, in the plain, in the city, in the mountains, at the sea. All believers who truly believe in the teachings of angels have the opportunity to become such beings. Their arrival has quickly reversed the battle situation in many places. The people who had gradually fallen into despair, under the organization of these people, restarted the counterattack. The nests occupied by devils were gradually destroyed under the illumination of the holy light. This world, under the shroud of the ring of virtue, is returning to the rule of angels, and evil will eventually be eliminated. The scale of victory is tilting. The other side. Hey, I really didn't expect that the core defense mechanism of this world has a hand. Chu Hao raised his head, looked at the 7 angels standing above his sky, and showed a smile. These 7 angels have no specific shape, indescribable, indescribable, and indescribable. But as long as they exist, it can be known that they are angels, at least. Represents angel. 7 of them, each of them, were burning with flames of different colors. And these flame rays, behind them, formed one after another that resembled wings in a halo. The so-called final stage of the assessment world turned out to be a legend. First draft of an angel in the world of Paradise Mountain. As a well-known and powerful world of the gods, the image of angels in the mountains of heaven has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, what Chu Hao saw at this time was exactly what the angels, or the creatures like angels whose rules were integrated with divine fire, looked like at the beginning. Thinking of this, Chu Hao's eyes immediately turned to the 14th planet in the assessment world. That one, a planet surrounded by a halo. I really want to know, what is the so-called gift in the planet after the 4th test of customs clearance, what kind of precious thing will it be? While Chu Hao was still greedily peeping at the treasure in the center of the planet, an angel suddenly raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at Chu Hao. The angel with no face and no specific image asked Chu Hao with a loud voice that the whole world could hear. Why did you create these extremely depraved creatures? On her sword, a blazing white flame was burning. What exactly do you take life for? Chu Hao, at this moment, is like being judged by a court. In front of him are the angels who are the incarnations of each of the 7 virtues. And he himself, at this time, showed an evil and amusing smile to all the judges. You ask me what do I take life for? He raised his head, and in his black pupils, a black-red vortex was slowly spinning. Chapter 64. Chu Hao stood above Yu Mu's head, looking at the judgment-like scene in front of him, and smiled. You ask me what do I take life for? These 7 angels, standing in the air with their heads held high, looked down at Chu Hao, waiting for Chu Hao's defense. Awaiting the defense of the master who nurtured the habitat of countless fallen souls. Life is just life. Chu Hao smiled wryly and sighed, speaking in a small but clear enough voice. Life is neither a miracle in the mouth of the gods, nor a miracle in the mouth of scientists. Life is just life. It's nothing special, but it's not that common either. At least among the various dimensions of the multiverse universe, life is not something rare. It is an inevitable evolution from countless accidents, and it is one of the possibilities born out of the impossible. Life is born by chance, but destroyed by necessity. I'm not a so-called philosopher, but in my eyes, life is just an ordinary to ordinary vocabulary. But then again, Chu Hao showed a disdainful look and looked at the angels that were constantly twisting and changing in the sky. I'm disappointed that you only raised this question. After being attacked by me, after seeing countless deaths in your sleep, you only want to ask me, what do I take life for? Really? Very disappointing. Your creator doesn't seem to be as smart as I thought. He was stupid, and he made you so stupid. After hearing this, the 7 angels were finally completely enraged by Guzou's Chu Hao. They never thought that there would be an existence that is so indifferent to life, like a pile of utensils. Bold! How dare you so blaspheme the great Lord? The 7 angels immediately used their own powers to attack Chu Hao. 7 different attacks swept in the direction where Chu Hao was. These attacks often have terrifying bright attributes. But Chu Hao glanced at the group of angels indifferently, and then disappeared above Yu Mu's head. In the next instant, he appeared on the edge of the battlefield and looked here. Well, since you've lost the value of interest in me, then... Yu Mu. Following Chu Hao's orders, Yu Mu, who is so loyal to the endless abyss, finally begins its counterattack. Dong dong dong. In just one breath, Yu Mu was the first to be attacked by the first wave of angels before fighting back. Several rays of light hit Yu Mu's heads in an instant, and in an instant, countless Yu Mu's blood was spilled onto the world along with Yu Mu's screams. You must know that Yu Mu's existence itself has a very powerful toxicity, and his blood is even more so. When its blood was spilled on this world as a battlefield, everything in this world began to change. The forest, which was once covered with countless tall trees, was instantly polluted by these blood and became a barren land. And those rivers and lakes where fish and shrimp live have been polluted by these bloods and turned into pools of pitch black, stench-like poisonous swamps. As for those cities that were originally far from the battlefield, they also suffered disasters because of the arrival of these blood. Countless aliens screamed and tried in vain to leave their own city. But they were inevitably involved in this disaster. Because all they can see is the terrible black blood of Yu Mu. Once these aliens are stained with the black color of Yu Mu, they will die tragically in an instant. But death is still not their end. Those corpses that are covered with pollutants will climb up again in the ocean formed by pollutants after death, and eventually become brainless existences similar to mud monsters, continuing to spread terrifying plagues and pollution. Yu Mu has just been attacked, and this plane has endured the filth and erosion brought about by its power. Also, Yu Mu's counterattack has begun. On the 8 heads above its head, the illusory black horns representing 8 different powers also began to spray out all kinds of extremely deadly rays of light. Under it, the earth began to shatter, and the mountains began to crack. One of the angels was accidentally swept by this light, and the next moment screamed and fell from the sky. Its body made of pure light was also corroded a lot at this moment. And the light wings behind him also began to fall off. But this is not a fall. Angels, in such a home field, will not die easily. Angel, O messenger of the Lord great! Countless murmurs sounded throughout the universe. In this world, all creatures who believe in the existence of angels are the source of strength for these angels. In an instant, this angel, corroded by venom, rejoined the battlefield with his own light wings amid countless prayers. You dare to create such a creation to defile my Lord's world? With a sword swing, Umu's head was chopped off. It started, the final card of this world's assessment is also the final battle. In the observation room, a mentor saw the appearance of these angels, and also saw the angel cut off one of Umu's head with a sword. Such a powerful creature made him worry about Chu Hao's challenge this time. Who do you think will win? Is it an angel? Or the mythical creature from the Chu Hao world? He asked the colleague beside him, and the colleague touched his chin and was hesitating. But at this time, Wang Ji suddenly spoke. The angels will win. When everyone heard this, they were also very surprised. What? Wang Ji repeated it again. Angels will win this battle. The monster on Chu Hao's side, although it looks so powerful, it is still a mythical creature in essence. But those angels. Wang Ji looked at the angel who had cut off the second Umu's head on the screen, showing a worried look. But there are some beings that are close to demigods. Their strength, under the blessing of faith in the assessment world, is about to reach the edge of igniting the Sea of Souls. If this battle continues, then Chu Hao's rout is inevitable. So, Chu Hao, what method should you use to eliminate these seemingly impossible enemies? Chapter 65. The battle continues. Above the sky, the attacks of the angels are still extremely sharp. Each of these 7 angels has been attacked several times by Umu. Every attack by Umu will corrupt these angels a lot and cause them to suffer huge damage. But every time, these angels will recover from extreme weakness. Wang Ji was right. In the entire assessment world, all the creatures who believe in angels are the source of the power of these angels. And the prayers in their mouths and the beliefs in their hearts are the support of the angels that will never fall. Although the current assessment world has lost a large number of people, among the remaining population, the number of devout people is still endless. Just like the ring of virtue that keeps spinning until the end of the apocalypse in this universe, these angels will fight to the end with the devils who invade the world created by the Lord. Cut. An angel used the weapon in his hand, accompanied by a rainbow-like sacred light, and slashed at Umu's neck. Boom! From the scales on Umu's neck, there was a terrifying crashing sound. Its invincible defense in the endless abyss, at this moment. Not working enough. Boom! Umu, a head comparable to a giant mountain, slammed into the earth on this planet like a meteorite. In an instant, the shock wave generated by the violent impact caused the continent of this plane to collapse a lot again. Many aliens living in this plane began to flee frantically between the highly toxic pollution and terrifying earthquakes produced by Umu. But they are too weak to master the rules of space, and most of them still die miserably. And all of this is just a battle between the top creators created by the 2 supreme creators. Umu and the angels. Their fight has literally damaged the very foundation of this planet. Roar! Umu exerted his strength again at this moment, biting an angel fiercely, biting the opponent's entire body into his own mouth. It tried to use its own ability to completely kill this resurrected angel. But unfortunately, the immortal angel once again escaped from the cage cast by Umu's mouth. And before escaping, he also punched a huge blood hole in Umu's head. Another Umu's head, hanging weakly above its body. Ugh! Suddenly, Mu heard a sigh from the ruler of the endless abyss behind him. Host. Even in battle, Mu still pays close attention to the every move of the ruler of the endless abyss. When it heard this sigh, it instinctively thought that its own ability was denied by the other party. Go back, Mu. There was no expression on Chu Hao's sad and unhappy face. He just faintly said the words to let him back off. I can still. Mu still has 4 heads at this moment, and these 4 heads are also rapidly reborn. It can still fight. But it doesn't matter, I have seen the result of this battle. You can return to the endless abyss. Hearing this, Mu stopped attacking and acted defensively, and then resisted the attacks of all the angels, retreating to the endless abyss little by little, leaving only the broken planet and the planet above, all that is corrupted by its presence. No matter what it wants to do, the will of the endless abyss must be followed. Villain, have you decided to die? As Mu left, the angels immediately surrounded Chu Hao. And Chu Hao himself looked at the sky with a smile, and the group of arrogant angels let out their own laughter. Death? Me? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Chu Hao's laughter, the angels also drew their own weapons and pointed at Chu Hao. No, no, you misunderstood. Chu Hao waved his hands and said to them. I've been watching you since just now, I'm just do research. From the beginning, I didn't put your presence there. While speaking, Chu Hao himself turned into a dark fog. In the fog, a pair of eyes with black and red swirls are looking at all the angels with disdain. To put in one's eyes. When the angels saw Chu Hao's appearance, they immediately became vigilant, not knowing what he was going to do. But what they didn't expect was that in the dark fog where Chu Hao was, a soul. He was thrown out. This is. Even the angels didn't expect Chu Hao to make such a move. What does he want to do? What? An extremely filthy soul was thrown before the angels. All of them can feel that this soul is a member of this original world. However, unlike what they once taught, the master of this soul has fallen to the extreme. At the core of its soul, in the depths of the dark sea of mind, the seed of faith that once represented the 7 virtues has become dark and depraved. And while the angels were still stunned, this soul was suddenly destroyed. Everything about this soul began to dissolve. And at this moment, Chu Hao's voice appeared. Just like your stupid masters, you stupid creatures don't understand the so-called life at all. With the dissolution of this soul, a ray of black suddenly wrapped around one of the angels, like a maggot on the Tarsus, and would never fall off again. The so-called life is simply impossible to have only virtues. The angel screamed and wanted to remove it, but for some reason, even the ring of virtue couldn't help it. Life itself is like chaos. There are good things that come from education, and evil that comes from the soul and instinct. The angels, under everyone's attention, let out a scream. Its ability, with the dissolution of this soul, is permanently weakened. Although only 1 point, it is indeed a debilitating reality. As long as it is life, there will be. Whether it's a craving for food gluttony. Another soul emerged from the black mist where Chu Hao was, an equally depraved and twisted soul. It's still a color gamut that desires to reproduce offspring. One soul after another kept appearing in front of Chu Hao. And Chu Hao, holding these endless souls, let them be ignited, and finally dissolved in front of On. The flavor of the ignited soul shot into Chu Hao's nasal cavity, and Chu Hao smiled in satisfaction. I love these so-called sinful flavors, but now, it's your turn. Chapter 66. Sigh. Chu Hao took a deep breath and sprayed some of the ignited soul fragments before speaking to the angels with satisfaction. Chu Hao, who transformed into a black mist, manipulated the mist and showed an evil smile. It's like an indelible spring. No matter how much you teach people to be positive, teach them what real kindness is. Deep in their hearts, there is always an evil side. Oh, I almost forgot, you call these evils original sins. After finishing speaking, in the black fog where Chu Hao was, endless fallen souls emerged. The number of these souls is so large that they quickly occupy the entire sky of the plane. The sight of these angels is completely packed. Moreover, once these souls appeared, they immediately began to dissolve continuously under the operation of the endless abyss. Everything in their souls began to irreversibly dissolve. These sins, these original sins, the longer they are suppressed, the stronger the power they burst out. It starts with consciousness and ends with true spirit. These souls are quickly dissolving, leaving only the only thing left. Those angels, no, are the masters of this world, the masters who designed this assessment world, the seed of faith planted from the souls of the creatures in this world. Even now, Chu Hao is still unable to crack this so-called seed structure. After all, it involves the theory of the soul, which is an area that only the supreme gods are qualified to touch. Chu Hao, who has not yet reached such a height, cannot clearly see the specific structure of these things. But this does not mean that Chu Hao cannot apply these seeds of belief, it does not mean that the endless abyss cannot contaminate these seeds. In the previous third test, that is, the Battle of the Abyss of the Marnus Legion, Chu Hao began to study these seeds of belief. In that study, Chu Hao discovered several properties of these belief seeds that were surprising. The first is the ability to grow. The more devout the owner of these seeds is, the more big these seeds are in the sea of their soul, and the more they can illuminate more areas of the sea of mind. The second is that these seeds of belief can unconditionally communicate to higher level worlds, powerful existences in higher dimensional worlds, and convert some of their overflowing powers into magic in those mortals. Of course, the more pious, the more powerful the magic they possess. The discovery of these two features allowed Chu Hao to discover a very important piece of information. That is, the so-called beliefs are actually manipulated by humans. Faith, in fact, is nothing special, it is just a means used by ordinary creatures, that is, mortals to communicate with higher dimensional creatures. And the seed of faith is just a mark left by the powerful creatures of higher dimensions in the sea of the minds of mortals. It's like a dog's pee in the enclosed area. But here it is. The so-called belief in conferred gods is nothing but a false lie. Those high-latitude gods are not powerful because of their beliefs, but on the contrary. It is because they are powerful that they have gained the faith of mortals. The stronger they are, the more divine fire they gain, and the stronger they become. This is a positive cycle. This is the real karma. Of course, in addition to these two characteristics and one discovery, Chu Hao also discovered one of the most important inventions in the third assessment. That is, once these mortals who are hosted by the seeds of faith, that is, those alien races who assess the world, once fall, once they are corrupted by the endless abyss. Then their sea of minds will be invaded, and the seeds of faith in the sea of their souls will also mutate. A thing that is the exact opposite of what is called virtue. The original sinners. These corrupted seeds of faith will produce a steady stream of faith power as before they were corrupted, but the things derived from these faith powers are original sin, evil thoughts, and sin. A black, flaming sin. The more devout guys before the corruption, the deeper they will degenerate after the corruption, and the more sins they will produce. And the only characteristic of sinners is to corrode the source of those seeds of faith and let them get backlash. I want to know, how did you guys feel after encountering the backlash? Looking at the angels surrounded by countless sins, Chu Hao said without sadness and joy. At this moment, more and more souls are dissolving in front of one angel after another, returning the seeds of faith originally given by these angels to them. On the other side of the world, all the fallen ones who had already belonged to the endless abyss camp were sacrificed by the devils one by one. There are so many of them that the earth turns red, and the rivers turn red. All souls that fall into the embrace of the endless abyss are destined to not get good results. Their death is the source of these fallen souls. The endless sins, like dark flames, swept the world madly. And these angels are the initial fire point. An angel who did not know what kind of virtue it represented, raised his head from the siege of sin, and looked at Chu Hao viciously. Isn't there any pity for the fall of these souls, for their suffering? At this time, a soul that looked exactly like the elf Eldrin dissolved in front of the angel, and a strand of sin wrapped around the angel's body, permanently weakening its strength. Then there was a thin, numb alien who was dissolved in front of the angel. Similarly, he also produced a ray of sin. And there are. Looking at the 7 angels who were entangled in sin and unable to move, Chu Hao shook his head lightly. Actually, the reason why I ask you how you feel is because I want to study the effect of pain caused by sin. But if you ask me that, then I just want to say, I don't care. Chu Hao raised his head, looked at the ring of 7 virtues that was still in operation above the sky, and showed a coldly smile. I will not pay attention to the thoughts of these evil souls who are destined to fall, and I will not have any mercy for their encounters. Because these souls have fallen by themselves, and the only end of their fall is to climb up desperately in the terrifying quagmire of the endless abyss, looking for a ray of hope for redemption. But in the endless abyss, how can there be hope? They'll just fall over and over again, forever stuck here. Endless abyss. This is the final destination of these fallen and evil souls. Regardless of whether they had the so-called blessing of faith during their lifetime, they will fall here. Forever. This test is me. 1. Chapter 67. I won. When Chu Hao said these words lightly, he disappeared here. The next second, his figure appeared in the center of the assessment world, on the edge of the white planet. Where he left, those angelic beings who were embodied by the ring of virtue were struggling with sin. These creatures powered by mortal beliefs will eventually usher in the end of being backlashed by their beliefs. And behind Chu Hao, there are a total of 13, all over the dark and filthy planet. These filths are all terrifying marks left by the devils after their conquest or death. Every piece of it means that an area has been identified and polluted by the endless abyss. And at Chu Hao's feet, the below position of this universe, the black and red vortex of the endless abyss, is also slowly approaching the core of this universe. It is opening its own big mouth, trying to devour the world. All in all, everything in this assessment world will become part of the endless abyss. Its rules, its resources, and its world core. All will return to the abyss and become its food. However, these days are no longer the focus of Chu Hao's concern. What he wants to do most now is to satisfy his own curiosity. He wants to know what is hidden on this planet. What kind of reward is it worthy of? This is the most difficult 4th assessment in Invading University. What's going on in here? Thinking of this, Chu Hao slowly fell to the surface of this small planet. Success! Chu Hao made it. In the observation room, all the instructors were stunned by the scene in front of them. In an instant, all the people watching this battle were boiling. Finally, in Invading University, the first person who successfully challenged the 4th assessment appeared. Oh my god, I can't imagine that Chu Hao actually passed the test with such a high degree of difficulty. Yet, hundreds of legions, dozens of mythical strength creatures, and the 7 theoretically immortal angels. The mentor recalled the terrifying state of the 7 angels, and could not help but admire Chu Hao. He saw with his own eyes the beginning of this war and the end of this war with his own eyes. Chu Hao's efforts during this period were all seen by him. What a world with great potential! The future of the divine realm world of endless abyss is really immeasurable. Thinking of this, the instructor looked at Wang Ji. At this time, Wang Ji was already relaxed. Obviously, Chu Hao's perfect clearance has made him no longer worry about it. In the picture, the endless abyss is dragging the entire assessment world into the abyss. All this shows that the winner of this assessment is Chu Hao. How about it? How do you feel when you see Chu Hao pass the 4th test? Wang Ji first touched his own chin, and then listened to the cheers of countless people outside the window, and smiled. I don't have any impressions. My only impression is that we seem to need a new assessment world. Ha ha ha, yes, everything in this world belongs to Chu Hao, and his world of God's domain will thrive because of this, but... The instructor glanced at Wang Ji and asked a new question. But there is one thing I don't understand. What is hidden in this assessment world? I've been here for many years, but I only know that the assessment world is called the gift of the founder of Invading University, or in other words, the gift of the devil. Then what is this so-called gift? As the principal, you must know a little bit. How about it? It's not too much to tell me a little bit. Who knows? Wang Ji was also stunned when he heard this, and then he shook his head. No, I really don't know the secret of this assessment world, but I know a little vaguely. What? The founder of this assessment world seems to be our principal, that is, Bai Chen's teacher, her master. What? That's right, maybe Principal Bai Chen knows a little about what is hidden in this assessment world, but I really don't know. Inside the principal's office, Bai Chen sighed after looking at the screen. Her pair of eyes are slowly moving at this moment, as if they have never changed. Chu Hao in the picture has already passed the fourth test and is heading to that pure white planet. Unexpectedly, Chu Hao's endless abyss actually won this death battle between the two worlds. Although I don't want to admit it, the experience of this war really made me feel extremely novel. A world where even belief can be distorted, and the fallen creatures it creates, the two together have produced a power that I didn't expect before. The low-dimensional world actually has such a form of expression. Well done, Chu Hao. You have successfully allowed me to see the true appearance of the low-dimensional world, and also gave me new insights into the low-dimensional world. After saying all this, there was a rare smile on Bai Chen's mouth. But I still want to know how you can solve the problem of low-dimensional defects, so that the world can continue to survive. Luck is only temporary. But these are not important, the important thing is, I want to know, next. Teacher her. When the word teacher was mentioned, Bai Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy and uncertain, as if she had too many complicated emotions for that teacher. What kind of reward will it bring you? Bai Chen's eyes continued to stare at the picture in front of her, but what she didn't expect was that. Just as Chu Hao's feet stepped on the surface of the planet, the picture disappeared. What's the situation? What's the matter? The screen disappeared. She was not the only one, everyone who aimed the screen at the assessment world found that the screen disappeared the moment Chu Hao stepped into the white planet. Examining the world. This artificial divine world, which has been observed by Invading University for 100 years, has closed all windows to the outside world at this moment. It was as if it had been silenced at the moment, a dead silence. In Invading University, no one can detect what happened inside. Except for Chu Hao himself. Examining the world. What is this? Chu Hao looked at the only building on this planet. A library. But the entrance to this library is down. Who are you? Chu Hao asked. And in front of the entrance of the library, stood a people. A person with only the shape of light. Chapter 68. Who are you? When Chu Hao saw this person with the shape of light, he asked this question with full of doubts. He said that because he could feel that this guy. Very weird. Strangely enough, Chu Hao could not feel any soul fluctuations in the other party, which means that the other party is not any kind of creature that Chu Hao is familiar with. But Chu Hao clearly felt at this moment that the other party was conscious and had his own thoughts. This is because the other party saw him and greeted him. Robot? Illusion? Mind invasion? Brain in a vat? Just when Chu Hao was thinking about what kind of existence the other party was, the other party spoke up. You successfully passed the fourth test. The other party took the lead in raising its question to Chu Hao. And Chu Hao noticed that the voice this guy made was female. Chu Hao nodded. Well, I completed the fourth assessment, but you haven't answered my question, who are you? Who am I? I forgot. And I also forgot a lot of things, such as my name, such as my past. I only remember that I am here to ensure that these precious memories are given to the person who passed the assessment. After speaking, the figure looked at the library behind him. Since you are here, then I can be free too. It's all about what? Chu Hao complained. What kind of messed up plots are these, third-rate novels on the street stalls? Is this the final reward for assessing the world, just a bunch of things that I'm not interested in at all? Before he finished speaking, this humanoid, unknown what it was made of, suddenly dissipated in front of Chu Hao. Then, countless light spots began to melt into Chu Hao's body. No matter how Chu Hao blocked it, these light spots still steadfastly melted into his body. A memory. The next second, Chu Hao's eyes became indifferent. And paragraphs of memories of not knowing who the owner is, began to merge into his mind. But during this time, some people discovered Chu Hao's abnormality. My God, Chu Hao's supernatural fire numbers are starting to skyrocket. What? Someone inadvertently noticed the ranking list of Tianding University, and his glance made him scream. On the list, the number of Chu Hao's magic fire is rapidly expanding. The number of his divine fires, from less than 10,000 at the beginning, has rapidly increased to 30,000, and this value is still growing rapidly, and there is no sign of stopping. No one has ever heard of such a growth rate. Chu Hao, what did you get? Failed. FK, this is the first time. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chu Hao stood silently beside a violent woman who couldn't see her face, watching her writing on a blackboard frantically. According to my previous theory, these things should be successful. A wheel of virtue, which is still in its infancy, is leaping above the blackboard. Obviously, this guy is the real designer of the wheel of virtue, and she is also the original designer of those angels. However, the wheel of virtue at this time was just like garbage, piled up in the corner of the blackboard. What really makes Chu Hao noteworthy is what this guy describes, a world rule that Chu Hao has never seen before. According to my theory, the creatures I designed should also be able to ignite divine fire and become demigods like us. But why, all the creatures in the world of God's domain can't ignite the fire of God like us? Their structure is no different from ours, and their souls, like ours, have the existence of the sea of minds. Even they can be embodied in our world. But that is, no matter how hard you try, they can't completely ignite the fire like us. It's not scientific. It's not magic. It's not even self-cultivation. Ah! There must be something wrong. While writing new rules, this woman reintegrated her own beliefs into her own world of God's domain, and tried some new rules to see what changes would occur. And Chu Hao's perspective has also changed. In a huge world composed of hundreds of planets, the woman caught a giant monster that was screaming. Don't be afraid, little baby. I'm just using you as a little experiment. Chu Hao covered his face and watched speechlessly as the woman held down a monster with a demigod strength level and incorporated its newly rewritten rules into the opponent's body. By the way, the monster caught by the other party is much stronger than the previous angels. It is a real monster with demigod strength. Okay, the injection is successful. With the woman's cheers, the monster is finally free. Let me see if you can ignite the sea of mind and ignite the fire of God as I thought. After that, the woman directly injected a lot of divine power into this demigod-level monster. Chu Hao leaned over curiously, but the next second. Let this person who is in charge of the endless abyss feel the terrifying picture appeared. Ouch! Suddenly, the powerful monster beast that was still alive, at the moment when it was injected with divine power, it began to awaken and ignite the divine fire, illuminating the sea of its own soul. Success! But in the next second, this monster began to decay madly. Not the aberration in the endless abyss, nor the weakness of the angels when they were riddled with sin, but a real physical decay. Everything about it, its soul, its flesh, suddenly began to decay extremely rapidly, and everything it possessed, as if it was constantly being attracted by an unknown and terrible attraction, toward the inside of its body. The core area collapsed quickly. This mountain-like monster just screamed and wailed and turned into a black spot. Eventually, the black spot disappeared. This monster. Nothing is left. The ashes of the body and the fragments of the soul all turned into pure nothingness. Nothing is left. Nothing but nothingness. This is also the first time Chu Hao has seen such a powerful and neat means of annihilation. Why is that? The woman raised her head, her eyes staring blankly in the direction that the monster had annihilated. Why does this happen? As soon as the screen changed, Chu Hao returned to that area again. However, at this time, it has been a long time since the experiment. At this time, all kinds of chaos have appeared in this laboratory. And this woman seems to have become a lot more irritable. However, one of her actions caught Chu Hao's attention. She wrote on the blackboard. A formula with brand new rules. Chapter 69. Chu Hao was silent, watching all this in front of him. A brand new formula, representing the basic rules of the world, appeared on the blackboard. The woman seemed to have lost all her strength. After writing, she sat limply on the ground. This formula. Chu Hao walked to her side, stood behind her, and looked at the blackboard. Silence. Long silence. It's wrong. It's wrong. The two sides have been separated by an unknown number of years, and they do not know how far apart they are. But the two of them, at this moment, in this place, seem to be destined, and at the same time, they issued the exact same conclusion to the formula on the blackboard. The formula is wrong. Sure enough, it's still wrong, or in other words, it should be wrong. I don't know why, and I don't know if it's because of what happened. This lady gave up the experiment of creatures to light up the sea of mind, and put her own interest above the rules of the world. In other words, this lady has refocused her research on the basic rules and formulas that affect creatures in the divine realm world. The screen changes again. It's just that this time the memory picture changes at a speed that is many times faster than before. From the memory picture that was inactive for dozens of minutes before, it changed to various pictures that took less than a few minutes, just like a mirror engraved with memories, turned into fragments of a mirror. Chu Hao, just like that, jumped through various memory screens. Every time the memory jumps, the lady will appear in front of the blackboard and modify the formula in front of her. Every time, she would stop in front of the formula, staring at the formula with an expression that Chu Hao could not see. Although he can't see the expression or the face, Chu Hao can really feel the message from this lady. Bitterness and despair. I don't know if it's psychological. Chu Hao felt that the atmosphere in this lady's memory picture was getting darker and more suffocating. Even an outsider like him can feel the large amount of negative energy accumulated in the other party. In contrast, the formulas on the blackboard are still full of loopholes. The day when this formula is completed is still a long way off. The screen turned faster and faster. I don't know how long it took, even when Chu Hao was bored. These old memory pictures began to change. Master, I have completed the design of the world of God's domain and graduated successfully. A young girl with yellow hair and wearing a white Taoist robe happily ran in from outside the house and hugged the lady. And I'm number 1, in the transcendent world. The number of Shenhuo is high, but it's not very powerful. When the lady heard this, for the first time, she stopped her work and reached out her hand to touch the girl's head with relief. Amazing, our Bai Chen is smart. Bai Chen? That seems to be the name of our principal, etc. This lady is Bai Chen's master. For Chu Hao, who only knew that Bai Chen was their principal, but had never seen each other, this was unexpected news. Before Chu Hao came back to his senses, the picture changed again. It's still as dark as ever, the same blackboard, but this time, this one represents a new world rule, and the formula seems to be getting better and better. As if the lady had found some key node, the speed of perfecting this formula finally accelerated. The memory fragments in the back are still the blackboard, the formula, and the lady. However, unlike before, this time, Bai Chen appeared from time to time. Master, I have enough divine fires, and I have become an inferior god. Master, I found some resources in a small secret realm, I'm going to add new rules. Master. It seems that in this dark time, Bai Chen is the only light in this lady's life, illuminating her laboratory and her world. Only when Bai Chen came, would this lady feel at ease with all her work and chat happily with the other party. Finally, the days of coexistence of despair and hope are over. Master, I can finally help you improve your formula. I have obtained part of the priesthood of the main god sequence star god. Although it is only 1%, it is enough for me to accompany you to some large secret realm to help you. Find the answer. Hearing this, the lady's hand suddenly trembled slightly. Although it was inconspicuous, Chu Hao still caught her eye. Amazing, Bai Chen, but master, I don't want you to accompany me to those secret realms. The end of the picture, this time, is long darkness. I don't know how long it took, but the last and longest memory fragment appeared in front of Chu Hao. In the picture this time, this lady is using an abandoned world core to refine a new world of the gods from the outside, a world of the gods that is exactly the same as the assessment world. Judging from the opponent's hand, this lady's true identity is estimated to be the existence of a powerful substitute for the main god. When this future assessment world was refined, the lady walked to the blackboard and wrote a line. Rules formula. But unlike before, the rule formula for this row is available and correct. But it is also different from before, this time the formula is only half, or even less than half. Hey, are you watching? Suddenly, like a thunderclap, the lady spoke to the direction where Chu Hao was. Don't worry, I can't see you, because this is what I am saying to someone in the future who will look at my memory. We are not in the same time and space at all. I will then use my divine incarnation as a seal to keep a part of my memory in the core of this divine world, and I will help the girl named Bai Chen to establish a university called Tianding. I will give some of my memory and the trace of divinity that seals this memory to you as the final reward of this university assessment project. Hehe, although I don't know who you are, male or female, and what you look like, the only thing I can guess is. The woman sat on the stool and spoke to the nothingness in front of her, but it was indeed the direction where Chu Hao was. You must be a guy full of ambition and madness. A guy who is willing to risk the destruction of the world of God's domain for those legendary highest rewards to pass this final test. Of course, only a little guy like you is worthy of this memory. Her attitude at this time was full of contempt, completely different from the previous frustration. It's like a person standing on the top of a mountain has the same attitude towards a practitioner who climbs down the mountain. Proud and conceited to the extreme. Chu Hao remained silent. I believe you must be thinking and guessing, what is the use of this formula I have been pursuing? The lady sat on the stool with her legs crossed, proudly speaking to the nothingness in front of her. Hey, don't guess, I'll tell you directly. This formula, the real use, is for perfecting every other type of dominion world, transforming it into a truly infinite world. This is a represents the rule formula that cancels the restrictions on the world of God's domain. Chapter 70. Everyone's divine realm world is a completely different existence. The woman continued. Although the basic formulas used by these divine realm worlds are the same, even if the creatures they make are of the same type, and even though everything about them is made by the same person, it is undeniable. There is no identical God's domain world. Any little bit, whether it's external or internal changes, will have a very big impact and change on the world of God's domain. The lady touched the former world of assessment, looked at the formula on the blackboard, and said to Chu Hao. Although these divine realm worlds are different in one way or another, they have one thing in common. They all have huge limitations. Whether it is the area of the God's domain, or the resources within it, even the number of such things as the energy conversion formula, there is an upper limit. To put it simply, every divine realm world, from the very beginning of injecting the first formula, their potential is like words in a book, and they are dead. Although the masters of the God's domain, that is, we, can increase the potential and scale of the God's domain by collecting divine fire and obtaining the divine status and status, but as far as I know, even those high-ranking sequence Lord Gods, their divine realm world also has huge restrictions. And, I can tell you some secrets, some. Suddenly, the woman's voice was a little lower. What the sequence master gods know will never tell outsiders the secrets. Hearing this, Chu Hao was also stunned. That is, the group of sequence master gods who seem to be high above and suppress this world and secret realms with their stalwart power will actually fall. They are also pursuing an unrestricted world. They also have shackles on them. Hearing this, Chu Hao was stunned. This is completely different from his perception. In his impression, no, in everyone's impression, those high-ranking sequence Lord Gods have never fallen. From the beginning to the end, it was just those few beings who were unimaginably powerful, ruling the entire world. Although their status is not known by ordinary people like Chu Hao, and although the power of these powerful Lord Gods will rise and fall, their status has indeed never changed. At least in the time recorded in the book, there has been no change. I know, you may not believe what I said, but it's true. Because, Star God, he is about to fall. Another secret message that made Chu Hao's scalp tingle. At this moment, Chu Hao regretted hearing this. He didn't want to be involved in any conspiracy between the main gods. Especially at this stage. Hey. Perhaps guessing something, the lady gave a wicked smile in the direction where Chu Hao was. Do you feel your scalp is numb, and you regret why you listened to these things? Ha, I can imagine how your face will look after hearing this news in the future, ha. This guy's character is really bad. Chu Hao complained silently in his heart. Okay, I won't tell you this, I don't know who it is. In a word, I will explain some things next. The other party who had just had a bad taste just now finally calmed down. First of all, in order to improve this formula, I will take the initiative to go to the secret realm in the Chaos Dead Sea area. This is to improve my research, and the second is to avoid some existences and prying eyes on me. As for who those beings are, I think it's the best choice for you to remain unknown. Secondly, and most importantly, whether my research is successful or not, whether I live or not, I will stay there until I die. I will also put the results of my research and all my wealth into hide in the deepest part of this area. And these coordinates are one of my ideal hiding places. Of course, there is also a great possibility that my research has not been completed, and only a large part of it has been completed. You still need to conduct experiments on your own for the rest. But my thinking is indeed correct. The only thing I lack is time. After speaking, the lady engraved the coordinates one by one on the blackboard behind her, turned around, and said to Chu Hao. So, little guy, you currently have two choices. The first one is to pretend to forget everything that happened here, and treat all that you see as a madman's mad words. If you choose the first item, you can get a lot of divine fire with the help of my divine incarnation. Although it's just a ray of my divinity, the number of these divine fires is already an end that ordinary people can't reach in a lifetime. If you are like this, you can at least become a lower level god. But if you choose the second option... Hey. The lady smirked again and said to Chu Hao. That is, trying to find my way to my research and my wealth. Then all I can say is that you will experience many horrible things, unknown enemies, and unknown future. And all of this will torture your will, destroy your heart, and make you give up this path. Even until you fall, you won't be able to see these treasures of mine. While speaking, the woman walked in front of Chu Hao. The two sides were separated by countless voids and countless times, and finally looked at each other. How do you choose? Little guy. Hearing this, Chu Hao also showed a hideous expression. You guy. I have to say, Chu Hao really admires this guy. Whether it is her research results or her wealth, it is a coveted existence. She is equivalent to burying a huge treasure in a place that is difficult for ordinary people to touch, and clearly told the other party that only you have the blueprint of this treasure. And such a temptation, Chu Hao simply could not refuse. It's really like a devil, good at deceiving people. Chu Hao was moved by the temptation of the other party. The picture quickly became pitch black, and the other party's memory was over. But before it was completely over, the lady's voice came from the darkness. By the way, although I don't want to say that, but I can guess that after you get out of here, that little guy Bai Chen will definitely ask you about everything that happened here, and even trouble you. She is sure would be curious what exactly you got here after all me. Oh, I still can't kill karma. Please tell her. Master, I lied to her. Compared to all kinds of fetters, I am still more obsessed with my own research. This is my nature, and it is my indelible nature. Sorry. As long as you say this, maybe she won't be embarrassing you anymore and will be relieved. Thank you, stranger. Screen goes black. Chu Hao returned to his own consciousness. In the next instant, he suddenly discovered that the number of own god fires was skyrocketing. He will ascended. Chapter 71. Chu Hao is going to be a god. In an instant, all the people in Tianding University were spreading the news madly. In fact, this news does not need to be passed on, because on the Shenhuo list, the number of Chu Hao's Shenhuo has skyrocketed to a terrifying number. From less than 10,000 at the beginning, it quickly rose to 30,000, and now it is 40,000, 50,000. And this number is still skyrocketing. Call. What? Chu Hao closed his eyes and took back his own idea. Then, he embedded his own consciousness into the sea of mind again. But unlike him when he just lit the fire, most of his current sea of mind has been lit up. Countless rays of light were reflected in the sea of his former mind. All these rays of light belong to the divine fire, or divine power that he has accumulated. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Hao took a deep breath and said intoxicated. It's finally starting. A process of sublimation of life. From the very beginning, Chu Hao's purpose was to embark on the endless divine way, and now, he has really touched the edge of this divine way. How could this keep him from getting excited? As Chu Hao sighed, these divine fires used to light up the sea of mind quickly gathered towards him. These warm fires that made people instinctively feel comfortable, surrounded him, and brought him to the bottom of the endless abyss again. The process of ascending to the gods must be carried out in the world of the gods. This is both a coronation and a sublimation. The transformation of a world creator will inevitably require the applause of the entire divine realm world. At this time, the bottom layer of the endless abyss was no different from what Chu Hao designed before. Pure darkness and desolation. No creatures exist in it. This is a real deadly area, but this is the beginning of everything. Chu Hao sat cross-legged at the bottom of the endless abyss and closed his eyes. As Shenhuo was gradually dissolved by Chu Hao, more and more memories of the past appeared in his eyes. That was the first time he injected the formula about the abyss world into this world. That was the first time for him to create the creature of the endless abyss, the first fallen soul, the first fallen one. That was the first time he saw the emergence and prosperity of the endless abyss creatures. That is. Countless memory fragments, like a tide, poured into Chu Hao's eyes. Then, more divine fires were dissolved by Chu Hao and turned into their own nourishment for sublimation. The soul of Chu Hao, these dissolved fires, is tempered until it reaches a certain peak. And his body began to disintegrate. But at the moment when Chu Hao's body was dissolved, the endless abyss boiled. It was devouring the world of assessment, and immediately accelerated its own devouring speed, swallowing everything of the other party into its own belly. Even the black-red vortex shape it appears, the speed of rotation has accelerated several times at this moment. Everything in the entire assessment world is rapidly shattering. The first is the core of the world, the illusory 7 rings that represent virtue. Under the corrosion of the endless abyss, it quickly collapsed down at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was broken, and fell into the dimension where the body of the endless abyss was located. It will be reshaped in the embrace of the endless abyss. However, this time, after the remodeling, it will no longer be the embodiment of virtue, but the embodiment of original sin. Then, there are the 13 planets. As the ring of virtue collapsed, they were also completely shattered by the capture of the endless abyss in an instant. Countless abyss devils, standing on these broken ground at this moment, cheered and celebrated the return of their own. And some alien races who have not given up fighting, with pairs of eyes of terror accompanied by despair, looked at the distant star beyond the starry sky. Endless abyss. There, it will be the end of their journey, and it will also be the beginning of the fall of their souls. There, their souls will fall forever. Layer after layer of the earth was attracted by the endless abyss. However, because of the extremely chaotic rules of the endless abyss, some of these broken lands were assigned to other planes and became part of those planes, while some lands were reunited in the endless abyss, and finally adds a new layer to the endless abyss. Then, after the endless abyss absorbed the world, at the bottom of the endless abyss, those terrifying black mists appeared. The endless black mist began to gradually replace Chu Hao's previous body. Chu Hao's body parts are getting smaller and smaller, but the number of black mists is increasing. But during this process, Chu Hao's consciousness remained intact. However, this completeness is gradually disappearing. These black mists are still appearing non-stop, and even began to appear in any plane of the endless abyss. Such a change has caused a rare crowded feeling throughout the endless abyss. And as the transformation of Chu Hao's body began, more and more creatures in the endless abyss, including devil, began to bend their bodies toward the bottom of the endless abyss. They started, murmured, whispered, blessing the being at the bottom of the endless abyss, the one who created them, who created the endless abyss where they were. The ruler of the endless abyss. At the bottom of the endless abyss, in the endless black mist, a pair of eyes with a black and red swirl logo appeared in it. Those eyes stared silently at the sight in front of them. Host. Yu Mu blesses and prays to the black mist, begging for the gaze of the other party. Host. Osiris and Gek prayed to the black mist, praying that this great existence could make themselves stronger. Host. Countless devils feared and prayed to the black mist around them, praying that the other party would give them more care. Host. All the evil souls who have fallen into the endless abyss are praying to these black mists, praying that the other party can satisfy themselves more. Then, countless prayers and blessings were passed into these black mists. These black mists, at this moment, represent the carriers of all these people. I don't know how long it has passed, but the endless black mist finally began to dissipate. But at the same time, the bottom of the endless abyss. One is full of bones and fire, one is full of chaos and madness, and the other is the throne of darkness that will make ordinary creatures fear and go crazy just knowing it, is slowly emerging in the darkness. On the throne of darkness, Chu Hao's figure was gradually manifested by the black mist. Beside him, in the entire endless abyss, began to appear as if there were no singing. This song represents the terrifying whisper when evil thoughts are planned. This song represents the joyful sound of satisfaction. This song represents the sinister laughter after the birth of evil thoughts. This is a song that represents ominous and destruction. It is also a song that represents darkness and depravity, but it is also the song of the endless abyss. Then amid these songs, Chu Hao slowly opened his eyes. In his two eyes, a black-red vortex slowly revolves. I'm Chu Hao. He recalled his own name and another important thing. It's also in this endless abyss. Dominate. A brand new god system, a brand new god, was born in the deepest and darkest endless abyss. Chapter 72. 2 days later. Chu Hao sat cross-legged in his dormitory, while outside, there was a lively crowd celebrating his graduation. But Chu Hao was not interested in this, he just silently put his own mind in the endless abyss and checked the own God's domain world. At this moment, the endless abyss of chaos and degeneration has changed a lot. First of all, it is the system's reward for this time, the establishment of the Ring of the Seven Deadly Sins. Chu Hao didn't expect that the rewards given by the system this time are really strong and somewhat surprising. The outer layer of the black-red vortex transformed into the endless abyss. After the Ring of Seven Original Sins was modified by Chu Hao and finally established, it slowly and non-stop running in the entire endless abyss. However, it is different from the previous way the Ring of Virtue operates when it is used to assess the world. The Ring of the Seven Deadly Sins does not have any reinforcing effect on the world. It is neither the core of the endless abyss, nor is it necessary for the creation of the endless abyss. But at this moment, it is a new important rule that can make all creatures in the endless abyss become stronger faster. In the outer layer of the endless abyss, these rings of terror representing arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony are corroding the hearts of every creature in the endless abyss all the time. The light it brings is shining irregularly in the hearts of every creature in the endless abyss, constantly deepening their hearts. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao, sitting on the dark throne, is observing the endless abyss with his own divine sense. In the picture, an angry little devil smashed the head of the other who had been bullying his own little devil into meat sauce. But this behavior did not reduce the anger in his heart. Even the anger in its body turned into jealousy. It turned its head and smashed another little devil that it had always been jealous of, and devoured it alive. And then, yes, every time he made an action because of it, the strength of this little devil became a little bit stronger unknowingly. Even after a period of time, the strength of this little devil has approached the fifth stage of the original devil. And his behavior is even more crazy. The illumination of the Ring of the Seven Original Sins made a little devil who was put into shackles in his bloodline, in a way that satisfied himself as much as possible, and became detached from his own destiny. Moreover, Chu Hao observed that the irradiation level given to this little devil by the Ring of the Seven Deadly Sins is only a tiny fraction of its total amount. In the entire endless abyss, there are a terrifying number of devils. Because of the establishment of the Ring of Seven Original Sins, their own strength has grown rapidly. Every creature that is irradiated by the Ring of the Seven Original Sins is deepened by this thing, so it is difficult to extricate itself. Chu Hao looked at these pictures and said lightly. And not only that, the Ring of the Seven Original Sins has another function, which is to let the most powerful abyss creatures begin to change their own forms, so that new devil and abyss creature species are born. Chu Hao moved his vision, and suddenly, a large indescribable scene appeared in his eyes. A monster. A monster that cannot express its appearance, characteristics, or even its form in words is in the embrace of countless twisted monsters, sending out its seductive message towards them. Every abyss creature attracted by its message, whether male, female, or asexual. No matter what race it is, it's a beholder, it's a meander, it's a leviathan. No matter what kind of life form it is, whether it has a physical organization or not, it will be hypnotized, walk towards it, and then enter a terrifying, irrational carnival queue. They will do everything possible to fight this monster in this carnival party. This monster, just like that, turned everything that entered its realm into its slaves, its puppets, its food, its source of strength. And its shape has gradually changed from the mutual shape of some sarcomas and pustules to one that cannot be accurately described, but will make people feel extremely uneasy as long as one wants, hears, or feels it. Shape of red tumor aggregates. And because of this, in the endless abyss, it obtained the name of its own abyss. Lactavia. Is this kind of original sin a manifestation after being stimulated to the extreme? It seems to have discovered Chu Hao, the ruler of the endless abyss, the gaze of the abyss master. Lactavia immediately stopped the non-stop and twisted rave party beside him, and bowed his body to Chu Hao, expressing its supreme respect for Chu Hao. In Chu Hao's vision, Lactavia was originally an ordinary abyss plant, that is, a plant creature in the abyss, without any powerful abilities other than the ability to derive a large number of offspring. But such an ordinary abyss plant, after being swept by the ring of the 7 original sins, evolved and grew into such a terrifying existence in a short period of time, which made Chu Hao sigh. Good ability, maybe when you grow up, the authority will be in your hands. Chu Hao saw Lactavia's potential clearly, and after expressing his satisfaction, he took his own vision out of here. Not just Lactavia, but a real monster that caught Chu Hao's attention. A devil larva, at least once was an existence of devil larvae, and now under the influence of the ring of 7 original sins, it has grown into an existence far exceeding the size of a giant dragon. Every moment, it wanders in various planes, devouring everything that can be called food. From abyss creatures, to native devil, to stone, metal, and even air and acidic sea water. Its size is growing crazily all the time, and its strength, like its size, is growing crazily. Chu Hao saw with his own eyes that a legendary abyss native devil, in its tough mouth parts capable of gnawing mountains, turned into a pool of minced meat. It also has a name from the abyssal creature named after it, Gluttony. Translated from abyssal as endless gluttony. Seeing Gluttony, who easily swallowed a legendary devil in front of him, Chu Hao was also quite speechless. Under the erosion of gluttony will always feel a terrible hunger. And this hunger can never be eliminated. It will not evolve into any kind of devil, it will only be like this, devouring everything until the end of the abyss. However, compared to the great power of the Ring of 7 Original Sins, what Chu Hao is most concerned about is the battle in the abyss, because of the battle to assess the world. The rudiment of civilization and the level of devil. That's right, in the endless abyss that is so chaotic that even the concept can't be accurately stated, the embryonic form of civilization, like the possibility bred out of the impossible, appeared tenaciously in the endless abyss. Devils, because of this, a bloodline existence similar to their real name was born by accident, as well as the cruel rank between devils. Those ignorant and violent devils also obtained the power of the so-called real name with Chu Hao's ascension. Chapter 73. In the Abyss. Will civilization also exist? Or, is there really a civilization that can adapt to the environment of the abyss? In Chu Hao's cognition, civilization should appear in the endless abyss, at least. Those who have fallen here will bring the seeds of civilization from their original world to this dirty and fallen world when they fall, and then let them sprout and grow. Secondly, in the extremely chaotic rules in the endless abyss, the birth of civilization is also possible. After all, the characteristic of chaos itself represents the unknown. That is, it cannot be completely affirmed, and it cannot be completely denied. But at this moment, Chu Hao already knew the answer. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao sat on the dark throne, looked at the vast endless abyss, and observed the daily routines of some abyss creatures. In an abyss plane condensed from fragments of the elven planet and some fragments of the dwarven world. Ding! Ding! Countless beating sounds appeared in the depths of a certain canyon, and the masters of these sounds were the emaciated dwarves with hammers in their hands. These dwarves are all lucky ones who survived when their world was dragged into the abyss. But unfortunately, they were struggling to survive, and they did not gain freedom after surviving. On the contrary, they will be greeted by terrible slavery and torture. Cough, cough, cough. A shackled dwarf coughed up blood from the harsh air in the endless abyss. But next second, snapped. Abyss, hurry up. With a whiplash, a rapidly expanding whip mark appeared on the dwarf's back. And look down the whip. A dwarf with scarlet eyes and a black face was holding a thick whip and beating all the compatriots who dared to be lazy in front of him. Dwarven, today, you must build 40 sets of qualified armor and 100 qualified weapons. Otherwise, I will randomly select 10 people and throw them into the quagmire full of man-eating insects. When the time comes, he will be greeted by the torture of being swallowed alive when he is sober. Hearing the words of the scarlet-eyed dwarf, the rest of the dwarves immediately accelerated their own movements and tapped the metal in front of them hard, in order not to be drawn. Because they have seen what happened to the dwarf who was drawn and thrown into the quagmire. The broken bones of each of them were hung in the sky above this canyon. Abyssal language, Lord, they have accelerated their own speed, I promise to make them obey. After the scarlet-eyed dwarf had done all this, he immediately turned around and faced a man covered in countless twisted steel armor, with dozens of arms growing on his body, and holding various kinds of arms. The legendary devil of the weapon said. When he said this, there was no sense of shame, not even sympathy. This is because he knows that he, who has completely fallen, will serve this powerful being in front of him for the rest of his life. This. The mighty legendary devil who rules over half a plane. And when the legendary devil heard this, it was shrouded in an iron cage-like helmet and uttered a vague abyss language. Quickly attack with weapons or the slave will die. That's right, this legendary devil actually enslaved thousands of dwarves who were still alive and used them as their own weapon forgers. And these dwarves can build armor day and night, providing a lot of armor and weapons for the devil servants of the legendary devil, so that they can occupy more territory and snatch more resources. Before you know it, this kind of slavery began to spread throughout the endless abyss. Those alien races who once had technology and knowledge, after being captured by devil, will contribute their own knowledge and technology to serve devil in order to survive. Such cooperation eventually formed a set of deformed civilization system, but it was enough to survive. Many devils began to have knowledge and began to learn tactics. And their slaves, thanks to devil's blessing, gained part of the ability to live in the abyss. Not just the dwarves, but gnomes, neaters, and a large number of humanoid aliens. Their existence made one primitive but enough to survive settlements begin to appear in the endless abyss. These settlements will gradually become part of the abyss with the passage of time. Even among these alien races, there are some special variants, some races that can live in the abyss without being attached to devil. For example, the drow elves after the fall of elves. These special beings, who are quickly adapting to the distorted and chaotic environment of the abyss, are surviving on a large number of abyss planes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although their shape and appearance are still chaotic at present, a female drow named Rose seems to be integrating the power of their clan and looks very ambitious. Although it's just some sparks, it also proves that the endless abyss can produce civilization. Their appearance will greatly enrich the strength and ability of the endless abyss. Chu Hao shifted his vision and looked into the distance. At this moment, a new 10-stage strength devil is advancing to become a legendary devil. With its successful transformation, the sea of its soul, at this moment, established an inexhaustible connection with Chu Hao and the core of the endless abyss. Then, an invisible abyssal bloodline was injected into his soul, helping it acquire new abilities. But this behavior is not active, but passive. In the previous war, the endless abyss fell a large number of native devils with great potential. As for them, they basically died in the war against the assessment world, and fell on one terrifying battlefield after another. Although these native devils have fallen, their bloodlines have survived. And these bloodlines are preserved in the endless abyss. After Chu Hao successfully ascended to the gods and became a lower god, the endless abyss has a lot of abilities. One of these abilities is that the bloodline of those powerful devils can be injected into the soul of every legendary devil by using the weak divine power consumption to help them continue to grow in strength. Moreover, the key point is that every devil can advance several times to obtain the ability of multiple bloodlines. Under such changes, the types of devils are becoming more and more difficult to define. But on the contrary, the strength of the new legendary devils is much stronger than that of the legendary devils of the past and the devils of the Peak of Legends. Moreover, the number and level of real names also determined the status of each devil in the abyss. The more devils with real names, the more stable they are. Although this system is not perfect, the level of devils seems to have really been established. Such power is collectively referred to as Devil's real name. Although the power of the real name is not as unique and powerful as the authority, it is an existence like 100 flowers blooming. Even Chu Hao doesn't know what kind of devil these devils' real names will eventually give birth to. But after seeing all this, Chu Hao was relieved. It can be said that the abyss harvest this time is very huge, whether it is resources or strength. But then I need to. Chu Hao closed his eyes and started calling his own system. System, verify this formula. 1. The formula perfected by Chu Hao was injected into it. Chapter 74. Chu Hao closed his eyes and started calling his own system. System, verify the result of this formula. After speaking, Chu Hao entered a formula. Soon, the system's conclusion to this formula appeared in front of Chu Hao's eyes. Formula error. Chu Hao's conjecture about the latter formula is wrong. Sure enough, I can't add to this formula. Chu Hao patted his forehead angrily and said helplessly. Try the original formula by typing it again. Chu Hao entered the previous formula into it. This time, the system gave a different prompt. Formula structure is correct, but completeness is largely missing. Cannot verify that this formula works. Integrity is missing. And the most important formula structure is correct. After leaving the assessment world that day, Chu Hao has been thinking about this formula. To be honest, the existence that buried his memory in the assessment world really made Chu Hao feel frightened. This guy not only understands the terrifying secrets of many supreme gods, but also her own research results on the world of the gods, the fire of the gods, and the sea of spirits really make Chu Hao feel the horror of the other party's level. This is terrible. After Chu Hao came out of the assessment world, after being called to the office by Bai Chen, and finally learning part of the truth, it became even more terrifying. One day ago. Chu Hao, hello. Chu Hao walked into Bai Chen's office and sat opposite Bai Chen. As soon as he walked into this office, he felt an extreme pressure. This sense of oppression became clearer after he became a lower god. It's like, the ignorant is fearless, but the more you know the strength of the other party, the more you know the terror of the other party. Ms. Principal. Chu Hao nodded and said neither humble nor arrogant. Do you have anything to do with me? Although it could be guessed before that Principal Bai Chen would find him to learn about the assessment world, but Chu Hao still hates the current situation very much. He was targeted by the first substitute of a sequence Lord God, an existence that was infinitely close to the level of the Lord God. This feeling is no different from being locked up with lions in a zoo. I'm looking for you, nothing else, I just want to know. Bai Chen's eyes flickered. In her eyes, the star and the black hole are emitting light, and the other is attracting everything, just like the ultimate law of this world. She, my master, what did she leave behind in the assessment world? What she left behind? Bai Chen said anxiously, but before Chu Hao could speak, she continued to add. No, I won't peep at anything she left behind. What I really want to know is if she has anything to say, it's for me. It seemed that Chu Hao was a little surprised, but Bai Chen regained his composure and said plainly. Do not worry. The wealth she left behind, I have long despised. As he spoke, Bai Chen showed Chu Hao the world of his own world behind his own. 1. With terrifying strength, the vast and infinite super god's domain world. The size of this divine realm world is far beyond the imagination of mortals. And as soon as this world appeared, Chu Hao immediately felt that his own breathing was a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, the endless abyss in the sea of his mind seemed to sense something. In an instant, a black and red vortex world appeared behind Chu Hao. Chu Hao didn't speak, just remained silent. But Bai Chen's face changed again and again. Obviously, at this moment, the endless abyss in front of her is much stronger than when she observed it before. All in all, I can guess that she left more than just those insignificant fires. Hearing this, Chu Hao finally spoke up. Your master, let me speak to you. Chu Hao said sternly, and Bai Chen also stared at Chu Hao blankly. She's sorry, it lied to you. The moment he heard this sentence, Bai Chen's face paled a lot. Compared with various fetters, she is still more obsessed with her own research. This is her nature, it is her indelible nature. Hearing this, Bai Chen lowered his head. Sure enough, that guy lied to me, the ultimate law formula of the world, the difference between the high-dimensional and low-dimensional worlds, are all lies. I always told me that as long as I understand the rules of high and low dimensions, then I can help her solve her puzzles. It's all lies. She closed her eyes in pain and said to Chu Hao. Chu Hao, do you know who my master is? Chu Hao shook his head. To be honest, so far, he didn't know the name of the other party, nor the appearance of the other party, let alone the specific identity of the other party. The other party is like a mystery. The only thing known to the public is this guy, who seems to be the creator of angels in the mountains of heaven. This woman obsessed with formulas, as if her existence was erased, her own name was artificially erased from the entire world. Seeing Chu Hao shaking his head, Bai Chen also smiled bitterly. She picked up a book from her own table and handed it to Chu Hao. That guy is a total lunatic, but also a brilliant genius. She has participated in a large number of Divine Realm world designs in her whole life. By herself, she designed the angel prototype of Paradise Mountain, and also designed the Divine Realm world model of Secret Realm, which is the assessment world. Not only that, she has also researched a lot of special rules for perfecting all kinds of God's domain worlds, from the orbit of the star god, to the improvement of the sticks in the Death's domain, to. It's just that she was so dazzling, but she went completely crazy in the last period of time before disappearing. She thinks. Bai Chen's voice entered Chu Hao's ears like a devil. Above our heads, a pair of big hands, a pair of invisible big hands, control everything in this world. Including the sequence master god, the same is true, all people are pawns of fate. Written title: The Perfect Theory of 13 Divine Worlds. Author name: Moire. Note. Author's note: the holder of the priesthood of wisdom and courage, the first follower of the sequence master god, lord of the magic book. Such crazy remarks naturally aroused the disgust of many people. Although my master, Ms. Moire, established the school that I have always sheltered in order to continue her research, her remarks, her disgusting hooligans above her head, his style still makes many beings, including the Lord God, feel angry. So, after she disappeared, all traces of her were artificially erased from her reputation, her creations, her contributions, except for this school. No one knows why she said that. She just like this, with madness, disappeared in an exploration to the Mist Realm area, and never came back. Hearing this, Chu Hao's heart jumped. He thought to himself. Wait, the Mist Realm? That's the last place she disappeared? But Moira's memory tells me that she put her own wealth and research in the Chaos Dead Sea. These are two completely different areas with completely different directions. Why is that? Not waiting for Chu Hao to figure this out, Bai Chen waved his hand and said to Chu Hao. Okay, I already know the message she gave me. You can leave now, Chu Hao, and. Bai Chen covered his face in pain and said to Chu Hao. Thank you. At this moment, Chu Hao sighed and dissipated the previous memories. Hey, this guy named Moire is really speechless. Just the new mysteries that have emerged about her are enough to give me a headache, not to mention her research. Oh, but anyway, since I decided to find the formula of the infinite world, then I don't have to think about it so much, just collect a little clue, but... Chu Hao raised his head, listened to the noisy voice outside the dormitory, and glanced at the certificate on his desk again. He slowly smiled. Now, it's time for me to get out of here. In this world, there are more secrets that need to be revealed, and Chu Hao's own destiny also needs to be explored by himself. A new adventure is about to begin. Note: Moire, the name of the goddess of fate in Greek mythology. I feel that this name is very suitable for the characteristics of this character, so I named it after this. Chapter 75. Chu Hao left the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, it was almost empty. Outside the dormitory, it was crowded with people. However, most of them walked towards the square of Invading University, and only Chu Hao walked outside, which made him look a little different from ordinary people. There, in the square of Invading University, the vice president of the university, Wang Zheizheng, delivered the last speech they heard in the university to all the graduates. Today's Wang Zhi looks extraordinarily happy. This is because the quality of the graduates this time is much higher than in the past, and secondly, Principal Bai Chen talked to him yesterday. Obviously, this powerful and beautiful lady finally let go of her own obsession, stopped the seemingly never-ending low-dimensional research, and started to inspect the teaching of this school again. Moreover, the other party also said that she will provide some additional resources to create a new assessment world for the students of this school. 1. Designed by Bai Chen himself, is a stronger assessment world than the previous world. Dear classmates, the stinky and long 10,000 words are omitted below. Wang Zhi was in the square, watching the graduates in front of him, explaining to them their future life plans. Suddenly, he noticed a figure out of the corner of his eyes. That's Chu Hao. At this moment, he was walking on the edge of the square, walking towards the door. Before he was about to leave the school, Chu Hao looked back and glanced at Wang Zhi, who was in the square. He nodded slightly. Wang Zhi, on the other hand, also nodded in return. In short, we will reopen the so-called fourth assessment in the second academic year to rebuild the powerful assessment world as your ultimate goal. Some people may ask, why set up such a difficult assessment as the final assessment, why set up such an illusory and almost impossible goal? Let us pursue it. Because Wang Zhi said what Chu Hao said to him. The mountain is there. Chu Hao walked out of the school gate, and outside, it was a new world. Everyone in Invading University did not know where Chu Hao went and what he did after graduating. Like a ghost, he disappeared without a trace. And the long life and the busyness after graduation made almost everyone forget his name, and this guy who was the first in Invading University to challenge the fourth test successfully. Until a few years later, when the big event started by Chu Hao himself came, everyone remembered his name almost at the same time. A few months later, the Mist Realm area, within a secret realm that has never been breached. The monsters represent the final arrival of the monsters attacking. An alien warrior at the pinnacle of legend staggered into his king's palace. In the process of running like this, he was terrified and almost smashed the gorgeous and dazzling diamond gate of this palace. But in such a doomsday, not too many people would blame him for his recklessness. Because it's not just him, almost all the people in the palace behave the same as him. Fear and panic are rapidly spreading in their hearts. Everyone's expression is so desperate. From time to time, someone raises their head and looks at the distant sky with mixed feelings, reflecting and rotating. Black and red swirl. Your Majesty, those terrifying twisted monsters are coming here, you should leave. The alien warrior walked into the hall of the palace and said to the king he was loyal to. And at the end of the palace, on the throne made of gold and precious stones, a taciturn king is sitting on this throne. I don't know if it was because of the continuous sorrow for many days, at this time, the king's expression showed a painful expression. Your Majesty, the 3 legions we deployed on the front have been wiped out, and the alien warrior painfully recounted everything that happened on the front line. Although this secret realm world has been suffering from outside invasions from countless years ago. Although every time, they can drive those greedy enemies out of their own homes with the powerful strength of their own world. But this time is different. This time, what they have to face is a group of real monsters that are twisted to the extreme, irrational, sympathetic, and emotionless. They have grotesque and indescribable strange shapes, they have thousands of terrifying abilities, and they have all normal creatures just approaching, and they will feel the twisted breath of despair. They are not creatures that can be born in the normal world. The homeland that nurtured this group of monsters must be a chaotic, twisted and suffocating horror place. But just when the alien warrior used all his vicious words to tell the king the horror of those monsters. Ugh! Suddenly, the king groaned in pain, and then a large pool of black blood spat out from his mouth. His Majesty! The alien warrior, who didn't know what happened, quickly stepped forward and checked the status of the king. However, as soon as he approached the other party, he smelled strangely from the blood protruding from the other party. Poison! The smell of toxins. It's you? Why? The alien warrior looked at a corner of the palace with disbelieving eyes. In the shadows in the palace, the king's eldest son, His Royal Highness, came out with a weird smile. But the moment he appeared, the alien warrior felt a creepy feeling. Because at this time, the eldest son of the king has grown out the same terrible horns as those monsters outside. And his eyes have also turned into scarlet colors that are indistinguishable from monsters. Why not just because I successfully used a small ceremony to communicate with the great will of the world, and the other party gave me a promise. In the eyes of the prince, there was a look of greed and madness. What promise? The alien warrior looked at the prince viciously and said through gritted teeth. He's ready to kill the damn king slayer here. As a legend, he can easily break the opponent's neck, no matter how he escapes, it is useless. But the prince just walked to the empty throne with a smile and said to the alien. The other party promised that I can become the next king and continue to lead this decaying and depraved kingdom. Hearing this, the alien warrior holding the king's body laughed instead. Haha, you really are completely crazy. Our world will die completely. Who can you be the king of, and who is willing to continue to be ruled by you? The prince showed a meaningful smile and pointed to the gate of the palace. He, she, and them. Boom! The gates of the palace collapsed. The pupils of the alien warriors also suddenly expanded. Groob! Like the prince, the corrupted warriors, holding various weapons, appeared outside the collapsed gate. Behind them, there are one after another powerful and suffocating native devil. And above the sky outside the palace, the slowly rotating black-red vortex center. A pair of eyes hidden in the darkness are looking at everything in front of them indifferently. It's coming. Devour this secret realm world and corrupt everything here into a part of its territory. Chapter 76. The body of the endless abyss slowly descended into the area of this secret realm world. With its black hole-like degenerate attraction gradually acting on this secret realm world. All matter in this world began to rapidly change towards the lower dimension where the endless abyss was located. The once fertile soil was gradually trampled by the iron hooves of the devils into a pitch-black, filthy black earth. The once gentle and peaceful ocean was gradually corroded by the endless abyss into a foul-smelling swamp. Even the air in this world began to smell of sulfur. The most terrifying thing is that the ordinary creatures and aliens in the whole world actually degenerated a lot before the real body of the endless abyss came, and turned into the devil's lackeys and slaves. The whole world has fallen. It's just that someone who is still dreaming that he can continue to be a king in the endless abyss will find out in despair. The object of his prayer is not the will of the endless abyss. After using dozens of people as blood sacrifice materials, what he prayed and communicated was nothing but a powerful abyss devil. This devil, taking advantage of his greed and ambition, packaged an outright lie into a king's dream. At this moment, this fallen prince is ushering in his own ending. Evil eye, you promised me that you would let me continue to lead my people, lead their souls, and stand on top of their heads. On the eve of the fall of the palace, in the palace, a devil with all kinds of twisted eyes on his body, looked at the new real name that had just awakened in the sea of his mind, and showed a playful smile. He opened his foul-smelling mouth, revealing a tongue full of twisted larvae, and said to the little alien who screamed repeatedly in his hand. Oh, I almost forgot, I promised to make you a king, right? Yes. You promised me. The fallen prince, screaming and trying to break the opponent's iron hand. But unfortunately, the opponent's strength has already exceeded his imagination. The awakening of the three real names has made this devil close to the legendary demigod. If there is any power in his hands, this devil with twisted eyes is estimated to have become a real myth. Bio. Ha 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 ha. This terrifying devil laughed evilly. Just a little, humble. It's just a request, I'll promise you. Hearing this, the fallen prince's expression improved a little, but in the next instant, it regretted it. Because its head, along with its spine, was bitten off and swallowed by this terrifying devil. Then, as it chewed, a pair of terrified eyes suddenly grew out of the top of this devil's head. And these eyes are exactly the same as the eyes of the fallen prince. Those eyes looked at everything around him in horror. All the eyes around it are like it, with fear, puzzlement, and regret. At this time, the poor prince learned a terrible truth, that is, his soul, together with its eyes, will be forever sealed on this devil who is good at playing with souls. Forever. And the other party has indeed promised the other party's promise. Now, Your Majesty the King, you will always rule over all the eyes on my body, and you will always stand on their heads, even. Ha ha ha, the top of my head. It's just done in a very cruel way. Such cruel little episodes, which are now appearing everywhere in this fallen world, are not unique to this devil. In this fallen world, devils are using various methods to hunt down their own slaves, and then strengthen their own forces and strengthen their own strength. After following the footsteps of the abyss and conquering one world after another, these cunning devils began to gradually reveal their inherent nature. That is to lure these poor little guys to fall directly by stimulating the deepest part of each other's hearts across a long distance. But they do this not only to find some fun for themselves, but also to make the conquest of the endless abyss easier. The creatures in the invaded world will always fall into the devil's trap because of various things. However, the tragic experience of these creatures will not arouse any interest in the ruler of the endless abyss. He now has more important things to do. With the fall of this world, the core of its world is gradually exposed. Then, this fragment of the core of the world was absorbed by Chu Hao in order to continue to strengthen the strength of the endless abyss in the future. And Chu Hao himself sighed slowly after seeing this scene. It's finally over, the seventh secret realm world that has been destroyed or swallowed. For the past few months, Chu Hao has been exploring this area called the Mist Realm, constantly using the endless abyss to conquer worlds in this secret realm one after another. And the one who just fell and was dragged into the endless abyss is already the seventh. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at the crystal walls of the world that appeared one after another in the mist, showing a helpless expression. I have to say that the real world war is far beyond my imagination. Every world in this secret realm has more strength than the ordinary graduates of Invading University, no wonder. Chu Hao suddenly understood an important truth. It's no wonder why people in this world give such high status to those who have the transcendent world. Chu Hao also understood another reason, that is why Invading University's assessment is an invasion method to exercise the strength of the students. It turns out that in the process of exploring secret realms, it is difficult for ordinary people in the world to conquer the world in these secret realms with their own strength. The worlds in these secret realms are full of powerful aliens, unknown mythical creatures, and unimaginable and extremely mysterious world rules. The ordinary world, and the creatures of the ordinary world, have no chance of winning in the war with each other. Only the transcendent world and the powerful creatures born in the transcendent world are truly qualified to survive these world wars. Thinking of this, Chu Hao sighed. Then, in the void surrounded by fog, according to the mark of his own fire, he began to use the mark of his own fire to retreat step by step. As he retreated, the areas he had already explored began to gradually close under the influence of the fog. After returning, Chu Hao returned to the world he was familiar with. However, he didn't have time to rest, but went directly to a building outside this area. And on the sign outside this building, it is written in common words. Exchange. A place to trade world rules, special species, mythical creature blood, resources, world cores, and more. Chapter 77. Chu Hao pushed open the door of the exchange and walked straight inside. As soon as he entered the door, a trader in gorgeous clothes came over immediately. Each of these traders had a polite smile on their face. When they saw Chu Hao walk in the door, they immediately stepped forward and said to Chu Hao, "Hello this gentleman, what would you like to trade? Sell or buy? We currently have a lot of world resources available for purchase, including many world rules, special species, and the blood of various mythical creatures. If you want the core of the world, we are temporarily out of stock. It will be very expensive," the trader said with a smile. "But if you're going to sell your excess world cores, you might be more satisfied with the transaction price on our side." Chu Hao was silent for a while when he heard this. The core of the world, one of the most expensive materials in the world. Except for one world core provided by the university for free during the university period, all other world cores basically need to be obtained through trading. Of course, people with strength can also choose to go to each secret realm area, destroy the world there, and extract the core of that world without preparing to capture the other's world. However, both methods are very expensive. One is expensive, the other is expensive. An invasion war to destroy a small world requires a lot of soldiers from the divine realm world. Every soldier in this is a precious resource. Even, those who want to do this must take the risk of being counter-invaded by the world of God's domain. After all, no one can guarantee 100% that the world of own God's domain is invincible. In those terrifying secret realm areas, there are often individual secret realm worlds that are stronger than mortals can imagine. I'm going to sell some things first, and then buy some supplies and other special items. After speaking, Chu Hao created a ray of divine fire and embodied dozens of world rules. These dozens of rules were all plundered by Chu Hao from those destroyed secret realm worlds. However, these dozens of rules are a large part of the world rules that are similar to some of the rules in the Endless Abyss, so Chu Hao chose to sell these dozens of rules. But it is worth mentioning that these rules are all wild rules that this world does not have. Ordinary, known rules by everyone, have no value. Because only the wild rules in those secret realm areas have research value. However, when Chu Hao Shenhuo appeared, the eyes of these traders immediately lit up. A real low-level god. Although there are a lot of lower gods in this world. But young gods like Chu Hao are indeed rare. But when Chu Hao took out dozens of world rules, the faces of these traders changed immediately. Not only them, but also other passers-by who looked here, also showed disbelief. How can this be so much? How is it possible? Did he destroy 3 or 4 secret realm worlds alone? According to common sense, after a secret realm world is destroyed, it can generally be used for trading, and there are only about 10 valuable world rules. Moreover, the number of such rules is often divided by 2 or 3 people, and it is impossible for one person to come up with such a number. Therefore, after Chu Hao took out these dozens of rules in one go, these traders were so shocked. What's wrong? Chu Hao frowned slightly as he looked at the stunned traders in front of him. Don't you take it for identification first? The rules of the world need to be identified before trading. After all, this is to prevent some people from fishing in troubled waters. Even gods will never be merciful when they pit each other. Yes. A trader reacted and immediately took over the world rules in Chu Hao's hands and said to Chu Hao, "Sir, please wait patiently, we will help you identify it. Please go to the trading area and select the resources and items you want to trade in advance." Hearing this, Chu Hao nodded and went to the trading area pointed to by the other party. As soon as you enter the trading area, there is a lot of excitement here. But Chu Hao just shook his head and walked silently towards the nearby trading window. "I buy world resources." Chu Hao didn't talk nonsense, and directly said his own request. And after the traders in the trading window heard it, they took out a huge nebula. This huge bright nebula contains countless black spots. In fact, these black spots are pieces of chaos continent comparable to the size of an ordinary world. On each native continent, there are a lot of non-attribute elements. It can be said that these continents, as long as they are injected into each world, can be transformed into new planes, or transformed into massive resources for world wars. Although the world core can be converted into world resources, it is still too wasteful. After all, if the core of the world is converted into rules or to improve the potential of the world, these two options are much more cost-effective than directly heaping resources. How much do you need? At this moment, in Chu Hao's exchange account, those world rules have been turned into trading points. Chu Hao raised his head and said a terrible number. 100 continents. Okay, here I am. The trader smiles and prepares to extract the world's resources from the nebula, but the next second, her smile was embarrassed. Did you mean 100? Chu Hao said calmly. Yes, 100 yuan. Such a quantity of world resources. Does he want to explode his own world? The normal world simply cannot accommodate so many world resources. This is a huge continent. Traders thought so. But what she didn't know was that Chu Hao could really eat so many resources. Moreover, the reason why Chu Hao will end his exploration of Secret Realm is because he needs these resources very much at the moment. Not what he wanted, but the terrifying low-dimensional world of the Endless Abyss. Are desperate for resources. The Endless Abyss at this time, as early as the past few months, has undergone an extremely terrifying mutation. I don't know where to start. With the incubation behavior of the Abyss hatching pool in preparation for the war, the internal resources of the Endless Abyss have gradually been unable to keep up with the consumption speed of the entire Endless Abyss. If that's the case, then Chu Hao would not have to worry. After all, he can slow down the hatching speed of the hatching pool. But at this time, the entire Endless Abyss has gradually turned into an extremely hungry beast. Its growth rate is almost out of control. And Chu Hao also discovered that the Endless Abyss really seems to have a huge flaw. Chapter 78. Endless Abyss. This special nature is in a low-dimensional chaotic world. Since it was designed by Chu Hao, it has shown many special properties that other ordered worlds do not have. For example, the ordinary rules in the entire Endless Abyss will follow the rule of extreme chaos, and instinctively distort the characteristics of their own rules. The result of this will lead to many rules, with completely different characteristics in different planes. Take the simplest gravity rule as an example. Among many planes, the magnitude of gravity is no different from the rest of the ordinary world. But in some special planes, gravity is. There are some differences. Some planes have poor gravity, or even no gravity at all. In some planes, the gravity is so great that it can crush everything. Of course, in addition to the different characteristics of the rules, the Endless Abyss has many unique characteristics, such as the instability of the environment, such as the constantly changing energy conversion formula. Also, for example, the all-important uncapped feature. The entire Endless Abyss, in Chu Hao's test, does not seem to have a so-called upper limit. No matter how many things pour into the Endless Abyss seems to be able to accommodate it. Whether it's resources, rules, race, or whatever. But apart from these, what really shocked Chu Hao the most was the comprehensive idealism of certain planes in the entire Endless Abyss. It is worth mentioning that the word idealism here is not used to refer to the close relationship between thinking and existence. It's not the kind of low-level problem that you drink water, and the water is integrated into your body's circulation, so whether your body is still the same as before, whether you are still your low-level problem. Idealism here refers to it seems to be completely independent of matter, but it can indeed affect a state of matter. No. Chu Hao is not completely sure whether the basis of matter being affected in those planes is affected by the state. Even Chu Hao himself is a little uncertain. does matter still exist in those planes after being idealized? If matter exists, what is the state of matter in those planes? Moreover, what kind of state are the creatures in these idealistic planes, and devils, can they transform into another life form in that plane? These are all the answers Chu Hao needs to know right now. Although he had cast his own eyes to those planes several times, Chu Hao himself couldn't see anything about the bizarre scenes inside those ideal planes. Thinking of this, Chu Hao sighed. Chu Hao had a headache when he thought about the situation of those planes. That is, after Chu Hao really came into contact with these special ideal planes, he felt that the endless abyss really seemed to have some kind of huge flaw. Chu Hao merged the 100 pieces of world resource continent traded by traders into the endless abyss. Then, countless star points, like pebbles poured into sea water, were quickly accepted by the black-red vortex-shaped endless abyss, setting off small ripples. The entire endless abyss is swallowing resources the size of 100 continents with an extremely greedy attitude. In less than a moment, this endless abyss that had been hungry for a long time, all the resources that could burst most of the world of God's domain were all involved in its own belly. Not even a hiccup appeared. Such a terrifying sight also completely stunned the trader miss. This! Chu Hao didn't say anything, just left the window very calmly. After finding the rest area, he checked the situation of the endless abyss. And these 100 continents have been completely integrated into the endless abyss at this time. Many continents, directly attracted by the fatal attraction of the endless abyss, have become new endless abyss planes. These planes, with the nourishment of the endless abyss, will soon give birth to life and their own environment. And more continents were completely smashed by the chaotic rules of the endless abyss, and then they were randomly assigned to the various planes that had been built, as the nourishment of those planes. There is also a small part of the plane, which was selected by Chu Hao himself and sent directly to the Abyss corruption pool to replenish the resources consumed before for the Abyss's war engine, and at the same time, let the Abyss incubation pool hatch again, get enough little devils and send them to all planes. But this is not the end. What really caught the attention of Chu Hao himself was the resource continents who were sent to the spiritual plane. Every resource continent integrated into the endless abyss will increase the size of the endless abyss a little. Although the volume increased by each continent is insignificant, such volume growth is indeed real. But all the resource continents who have been integrated into the ideal plane by the endless abyss have not given any feedback to the endless abyss. Endless volume did not increase because of this, but it did not decrease because of it. It was as if those continents that were comparable to small worlds had disappeared into the endless abyss out of thin air. This made Chu Hao frown. Is it like this again? This situation is not only once or twice, every time, after a new world falls into the endless abyss, some resources will disappear into these planes without any trace. Give back. If it's just a few small resources, then Chu Hao won't make a big fight for it. However, such resource consumption has become larger and larger with the growth of these spiritual planes, so large that even Chu Hao himself cannot ignore it. So many resources, originally. In this supply, a complete resource continent has been included in its bag. Never mind. Chu Hao shook his head and integrated his own idea into the endless abyss. Take advantage of the rest time this time, I'll go and see these planes of idealism in person. After graduating from Tianding University, Chu Hao has been exploring various secret realm worlds, and has never had time to manage these planes of idealism. But this time, in order to supply supplies, he finally had time, and decided to put aside all other clutter first, and personally went to the endless abyss, those spiritual planes, to have a look. As Chu Hao's mind moved, Chu Hao came to one of the planes. Only mist. As soon as Chu Hao arrived in this plane of idealism, he was completely surrounded by fog. The color of these mists is not white, not brown, not any common color, on the contrary, it is the color that represents the shadow. And their area is endless. Chapter 79. After Chu Hao saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help frowning. When he came to this plain, he found out. This entire plain is filled with these shadow-colored mists. No, it's a little bit inaccurate to say so, to be precise. These mists are the whole plain. Except for these shadowy mists, this plain is empty. This is a world made of pure shadow-colored fog, and the fog is the whole world. But how do these mists consume those resources? The light transmittance of fog is very poor. Chu Hao tried to summon some light common in the abyss to this plane. But don't know why. The irradiation range of these rays of light is much smaller than other planes in the abyss. Not to mention illuminating the whole world, even the range of tens of meters is the limit of these rays of light. Although realizing that these mists are the world itself, Chu Hao is still a little unclear about many things here. After all, the spiritual plane in the true sense is also the first time for him to study it. Lots of things that need it for experimentation. Okay, let's try it first to see if there are different types of creatures hidden in the fog of this world. Chu Hao closed his eyes and opened them again. This time, his black pupils turned into the shape of black-red swirls. In this way, it is easier for him to see every detail in the endless abyss. Of course, everything in this plane is the same. After Chu Hao glanced at this plane, he seemed a little puzzled. There is life? But... Suddenly, Chu Hao stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the void. Then, a twisted monster in the shape of a leech, half an indescribable bug, was caught by it. The shape of this bug looks very ferocious, but it does not conform to the structure of this world at all. Because it seems, it is obviously a species that needs land or ocean structures to survive. Moreover, the worm's intelligence is too low to understand the existence of Chu Hao, the creator of the world. But due to instinctive fear, it immediately screamed in Chu Hao's hands. The terrifying cry that could almost destroy the rationality of ordinary people instantly appeared in Chu Hao's hands, resounding throughout the mist plane. But Chu Hao was not affected in any way. After all, he is the creator of the entire endless abyss. Such an inferior creature can never affect him in any way. But the next second, something unexpected happened to Chu Hao. This bug actually dissipated directly in Chu Hao's hands. It actually dissipated directly and became the same fog as the surrounding environment. Its body is actually made of mist. But how can that be? Chu Hao was surprised by the scene in front of him. It's not this bug that has life, but these mists. Thinking of this, Chu Hao immediately raised his hand and swept more creatures he sensed to his side. In an instant, hundreds of grotesque bugs, monsters, and various indescribable beings immediately screamed and appeared beside Chu Hao. These indescribable monsters in words and language, each one. Inexplicably, Chu Hao felt a tinge of heart palpitations. Moreover, these monsters all screamed when they came to Chu Hao. After screaming, they will dissipate into a shadow-colored mist that is exactly the same as the surrounding area. But this is enough to prove that these mists are living. Although it has no reason, no wisdom, no organs of any kind. But in this world, in such a state of pure idealism, it is alive. And most importantly, these beings transformed by the mist are all life forms that Chu Hao hates. Although their strength is weak enough to be a joke in Chu Hao's eyes, they are indeed the life forms that Chu Hao hates and fears the most. This foggy world is reflecting Chu Hao's fear. Although Chu Hao's strength is so powerful that the entire life in the endless abyss trembles, even so, this special, idealistic plane can still peep into a corner of Chu Hao's heart and part of his thoughts. Such an ability is something that all abyss creatures and devils cannot possess in the endless abyss. No abyss creature, including devil, no matter how powerful it is, can't peep into Chu Hao's thoughts, even a little more extreme. These monsters dare not even peep into Chu Hao's inner thoughts. Could it be that the only function of the fog of these shadow colors is to manifest the most feared thing in everyone's heart? Unexpectedly, Chu Hao was not angry because these mists dared to peep into his own heart, nor was he confused because of the characteristics of these mists. At this moment, his only thought is to satisfy his own curiosity. Satisfy your own nature of wanting to explore everything. This plane, so far, has not shown any rationality, only an existence that seems to be instinctive. I have a guess that this is because it has not been in contact with any intelligent life so far, so it only has instinct. If it makes it. If you come into contact with intelligent life, especially if you encounter intelligent life with order to the world, if you encounter the ordinary world, what will happen? Thinking of this, Chu Hao's eyes lit up. Will it, because of this, generate consciousness, and use its own characteristics to grow into some kind of low-dimensional secret existence? One idea after another appeared in Chu Hao's mind. These ideas need to be confirmed. So Chu Hao quickly escaped from the endless abyss and returned to the real world. Then, he left the rest area and came to the trading area again. From the trader's side, at a very low price, he traded to a city area full of intelligent aliens. Then, Chu Hao incorporated the city into the endless abyss. Under the protection of his divine fire, the city appeared intact in the endless abyss. But in the next second, the spatial coordinates of the city were exposed in this idealistic plane. Let me see, what will you do when you encounter life? A pair of eyes, in the abyss, staring at this city full of aliens. And the periphery of the city, I don't know when it started, began to gradually appear. Shadow-colored mist. Chapter 80. What? In the city, an alien suddenly woke up from his sleep. He wiped his sweat and lit the oil lamp on the table beside his bed suddenly. With the light of the oil lamp, he turned his head and looked at the dark sky outside the window in a restless mind. After so many years, I still have nightmares. This has been the 3rd year since the world was destroyed and their city was captured by the ability god. He didn't expect that even after 3 years had passed, he would still have nightmares, dreaming of the terrifying scenes of that year. Ah, is it the shadow of war? The aliens wiped the sweat from their foreheads, not paying attention at all, and couldn't even notice. In this late stage of the dark century, under the ground of the city that is about to enter the age of steam, a constant shadow-colored mist is quietly gushing out. And the reason why he has nightmares is entirely because this guy's mental energy is far higher than most of the alien races in this city. But at the end of that nightmare, I seem to see a cloud of smoke in a corner of the battlefield before death. The alien lit his pipe and sat beside his own bed. This doesn't seem to match my memory. After all, I watched the entire process of the war, and there was no fog from beginning to end. Cough cough. Choking on him by the smoke, he quickly extinguished his pipe and put it back on the table. Forget it, it's a dream anyway, these are not important. The alien said helplessly, then lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Oh, it seems that the fall of the world back then will always be a pain that I can't forget. After speaking, he fell into a deep sleep again in the mist. I don't know how long it took, the alien woke up again. But this time, he was woken up by a scream. Fog in a dream. However, as soon as he got up, he realized something was wrong. That is, in his room, there are dark mists everywhere. The number of these mists is astonishing. Not only here, this alien quickly opened his own window with his own memory. Sure enough, outside the window, there is this kind of fog like a shadow color everywhere. The fog was so thick that he couldn't even see the building across the street. This alien. What's the situation? But just when he was still surprised, the scream that woke him up from his sleep came from the room next to him again. The landlady. After hearing the familiar voice, the alien immediately relied on his own memory and walked towards the door. The hallway is full of smoke. However, with the familiarity of memory, the alien still touched the door of the landlady's room. Fortunately, the door was not locked. This alien he directly pushed open the door and broke in. Landlady! Where are you? The aliens shouted loudly. Help me vomit! The screams reappeared, and the alien race rushed in that direction. After tripping over some unknown objects several times, he finally arrived at the landlady's room. But after he pushed open the door, he stood there for a moment. Save! Because what he saw was a terrifying scene. The once charming landlady is now hanging from the roof by countless black spider silks, and her body is covered with white pustules that are still wriggling. No, it wasn't some wriggling pustule. It's an egg. At this moment, most of the landlady's cheeks had melted, like a balloon full of water, wriggling weirdly. Help me vomit! Before she could cry for help, she vomited violently. And what she vomited was what she had mentioned many times, the spiders she feared the most in her life. After each white egg hatched, the landlady would vomit a live, hatched terrifying spider from the roof. The alien raised his head and looked behind the landlady's eyes that yearned for relief. Turn around and run away. Fear has firmly occupied his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to escape. Crazy. The world is crazy. The alien quickly escaped from his own house and ran to the street, ready to call for help. But at this moment, he was the first to hear the cry for help from others. But this time, following the call for help, what he saw was a guy who was stuck in the crack of the wall. This guy's stomach went down, all stuck in a gap between a wall and a street. His facial features have been distorted beyond recognition. But even so, he is still alive. This poor guy didn't even shed blood, as if he was naturally and should have grown up here. He is still there, using his deformed mouth in vain, calling for help from others. Just when this alien's reason was about to collapse, another thing appeared, completely crushing the reason in his mind. Help! A group of his fellow clansmen ran past them screaming. But at this moment, they are running and being swallowed. And what devoured them was a piece of twisted mouth that suddenly appeared out of thin air from the air. And some people were swept away by tentacles who didn't know where they came from in the fog, screaming and being eaten at the same time. There is even a person who is being devoured by the live food in his hands in revenge. All over the city, on every street, all the people. They are all being madly killed by the most feared thing in their subconscious. The fear in their hearts was successfully manifested into reality under the influence of the fog. Regardless of whether they know what the fear in their subconscious is, whether it is a monster, a disaster, a misfortune, or an indescribable existence, these mists can fully materialize them, come to their side, torture and kill them, drop them. Oh no! With the sound of a few hooves, the alien whose reason had been defeated by madness collapsed to the ground. And in the fog in the distance, a warrior who put more than a dozen alien heads on a steel spear walked in front of this alien. No. This is his greatest fear, the most terrifying and brutal intruder he has ever seen, surviving on the battlefield. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. Suddenly, he found that the heads strung on the spear were all staring at him with their own eyes. Those eyes were filled with genuine resentment, as if questioning him. Why? You survived. Why? It wasn't you who died. But in the next second, these resentments disappeared, because the head of the surviving alien was also strung on the spear. The intruder, riding his own war horse, disappeared into the shadow-colored mist. The entire city was completely preserved, but the creatures inside were all sinking in fear. And a collection of consciousness that has absorbed the most terrifying things in the hearts of all living beings is quietly awakening. It's becoming a new awakening. Hidden Existence Prototype. Chapter 81. Is there a secret existence? In the endless abyss, Chu Hao opened his eyes and looked at the city that was gradually dragged into the abyss by the fog. The city at this time has completely become the trophy of this idealistic world. Chu Hao observed that although the buildings in the city itself were not destroyed, the aliens who lived in these cities had already died. Those lucky ones who survived occasionally have nothing to do with life itself. They have been assimilated by the mists and become the parasitic minions of the mists. Their life forms have changed from ordinary creatures to some kind of similar to the depths of the soul, the most terrifying nightmares are gathered in one existence. There is no absolute master consciousness. Chu Hao frowned. Can't communicate. Or these beings haven't grown to the point where they can communicate. So far, Chu Hao has not found all the laws of the ideal state plane. In his eyes, these planes are still some weird areas whose exact nature cannot be ascertained. And only this plane in the ideal state is like a mist, and the other planes in the ideal state each have their own special environment. We need to increase the intensity of the experiment, and find some intelligent aliens. After that, Chu Hao started the second round of experiments. Different from the simple experiment last time, this time, Chu Hao used more resources, more cities and population to conduct a more rigorous experiment. Even in the second experiment, Chu Hao used his own divine fire to sink an area with devil into a plane of idealism. Soon, the results of the second round of experiments appeared in front of Chu Hao. However, such a result surprised Chu Hao himself. Dozens of different pictures were displayed in front of Chu Hao. In the picture, various cities and gathering places are all captured by various spiritual planes. These areas with different styles and different races, without exception, have become terrifying areas that are no longer suitable for life under the entanglement of the spiritual plane. That's right, it's a terrifying area where any creature, at least ordinary creatures, can't survive. In some of these areas, the original ordinary buildings, under the influence of the plane, grew fangs and huge mouths from the inside, and turned into a nightmare land with tentacles and pustules everywhere. Here, any building is a monster that chooses people to eat. In some areas, the whole fell down, and in the time when it did not know when to stop, it was deformed into a barren land that fell down forever. This fall will never stop. Other planes show more terrifying and unknown plane characteristics. A city captured by the plane of idealism. In that city, not a single creature died because of the influence of this plane. No, to be precise, in words that are best understood by humans. They will never die again. All life in that city, all merged into one. Whether it is an alien race with intelligence, or the pets kept by these intelligent alien races, even bacteria, fungi, and viruses, as long as they have the existence of life in theory, all under the influence of this plane, aggregate, or say, integrated into one. Such them, or it, have the most deformed form, and have an image that cannot even appear in a nightmare. They screamed, and kept searching for any living beings in the city. As soon as they come into contact with each other, the other party will be involved in it. Moreover, Chu Hao also observed. This may be a monster composed of hidden existences, and it has the ability to ignore the strength of the opponent. No matter how strong the captured party is, as long as he does not ignite the sea of his own mind like Chu Hao, there is no way to break through the capture of this monster. All in all, after these two experiments, Chu Hao finally had a general understanding of the planes of these idealistic states. That is, in the case of the endless abyss world, which itself is located in a low dimension, these planes have such a state of idealism. If the high-dimensional world of the gods in the hands of the gods is a world of the gods full of solid matter and stable order, then the plane of idealism in the endless abyss of Chu Hao is a terrible world full of uncertain matter and insanity. In such an idealistic plane, everything is so terrifying. Any life form, once captured by these planes, then it is possible for them to fall into an end that is even more terrifying than death. Time loses its meaning, all suffering will repeat itself, space loses meaning, and all actions will be fixed in a random space. Memory, soul, body. Everything that these ordinary creatures have, in the low dimension, has no meaning at all. In the terrifying low-dimensional spiritual plane, only one thing has meaning. That is the spirit. Chu Hao observed that in the plane of idealism, the spirit, or the sea of the mind, as a necessary item possessed by all living beings, is the only attribute that has a positive effect in these planes of idealism. The more powerful the spirit is, the more existences the sea of mind ignites, and the easier it is to resist the erosion of the spiritual plane. The easier it is for them to maintain their own nature and their own life forms in the erosion of low-dimensional idealistic planes, and not be dragged into never-ending nightmares by these planes. But unless, like Chu Hao, he can completely ignite the divine fire and become a god, all this is meaningless. Because, doing that, in fact, can only be regarded as slowing down the speed of his own distortion at most, and he cannot escape and ascend to heaven in a state of idealism. Unless the strength reaches a peak, all of this is in vain. But when Chu Hao studied the planes of these idealistic states, an idea, like lightning, woke him up. Spiritual plane, the sea of the soul. Many of these experiments have shown that the sea of the soul of life is an important benchmark to ensure the existence of life. But none of this matters. What matters is, because of these experiments, Chu Hao suddenly thought of an experiment he had seen before. That is Moire, who once tried to light up the sea of minds of demigods. At that time, she has been trying to do it, and the meaning of her doing it. In addition to studying the true and false of the infinite world. Are there other meanings? Chapter 82. Faced with this question, Chu Hao couldn't help but gasped. But then, Chu Hao immediately denied the question. Impossible, it's just a coincidence at best, Moire her. Chu Hao recalled the memories he had seen before. From her memory, I haven't seen any information about the spiritual plane. That guy, more research ideas are focused on the mind and divine fire. In short, now is not the time to think about these things. The main thing for me now is to continue to improve the endless abyss. Apart from that, I shouldn't be distracted by the rest. After all, if my strength doesn't reach a standard, I don't even have the qualifications to enter the Chaos Dead Sea. Thinking of this, Chu Hao also emptied his own thinking again, and stopped trying to study those spiritual planes. However, although he no longer continues to study the ideal planes, Chu Hao still has to take some measures on these ideal planes to prevent them from continuing to expand. For example, Chu Hao successfully used his own divine fire to completely cut these planes down, making them an isolated part of the endless abyss. In the case that these planes still do not know whether there is a strong fighting ability, Chu Hao must make the limited resources as much as possible to tilt toward the ordinary plane in the endless abyss. After all, the current main force of the endless abyss, that is, a large number of devils, needs enough resources to vigorously cultivate. Moreover, the harsh environment of the endless abyss itself will also lead to scarcity of resources. Thinking of this, Chu Hao left the rest area and returned to the exploration area of the secret realm again. At this moment, Chu Hao stood in this void, surrounded by various secret realm worlds. Each of these secret realm worlds represents a minor world that was born at an unknown time. Each one has its own unique rules and species. This environment makes this secret realm area like an endless zoo. But this time, as soon as Chu Hao entered the secret realm area, and had not yet completely entered the void, he discovered a very special situation. That is, inside this secret realm area called the Mist Realm, the number of various secret realm worlds seems to be much less. Not a little less, but a lot less. Once densely packed, occupying the entire secret realm area. The reason why Chu Hao can feel this is because some of the magic fires that Chu Hao stayed here to mark the secret realm world have completely disappeared. These divine fires are not only the signs that helped Chu Hao record the secret realm world, but also the road signs he left behind to prevent him from getting lost in the void. It stands to reason that if there is no external interference, these divine fires can last for at least hundreds of years. But now, all the divine fire signs left by Chu Hao have mysteriously disappeared. 1. None were left. This kind of situation makes Chu Hao feel a little puzzled and alert. What's the situation? Has the secret realm itself changed? Chu Hao meditated in his heart, marking while continuing to walk forward. To explain here, the closer you are to the depths of the void, the stronger the secret realm world will be. For example, in the area around the secret realm, the strength of most secret realm worlds can only be regarded as the level of the entry-level transcendent world, and their level is similar to that of Tianding University graduates. In a deeper place in the secret realm world, the secret realm worlds that exist here are powerful secret realm worlds. The strength of the secret realm world here is about the same as when Chu Hao first graduated, similar to the strength level of the lower-ranking gods in the world of the gods. In these secret realm worlds, there are powerful war powers, perfect rules, and all kinds of strange creatures. And in the deeper part of this secret realm, there are a lot of secret realm worlds that are so powerful that they are almost impossible to break. Each of these secret realm worlds can easily destroy ordinary people's divine realm world. The difficulty of destroying and occupying them requires at least the strength of the median god. And in the deepest part of the secret realm, it is said that there is a main god-level existence. Only. Such claims have never been proven. After observing for a long time, Chu Hao found nothing unusual. After all, for such a long time, everything in this secret realm does not seem to have any abnormalities. In the end, Chu Hao put his mind at ease, randomly selected a secret realm world with a pleasing appearance, and began to try to invade this world. Analyze the crystal wall rules of this world. Chu Hao sat cross-legged in the void. He began to analyze the crystal wall rules of this world according to the teaching in the textbook. The biggest reason why the other world where Chu Hao is located is getting stronger and stronger is because the existences in this world have a complete set of plans to invade the world, the most famous of which is to analyze the crystal wall rules of different secret realm worlds. Method. Chu Hao and the others don't need to completely break the plain crystal wall of the secret realm world, he only needs to parse out a part of it, and he can link his own endless abyss to it. At that time, the war between the two worlds will inevitably occur. Behind him is the endless abyss that has been embodied. In front of him, is a huge secret realm world. The shape of this secret realm world is like a huge cloud-shaped balloon with various colors on it, which is very beautiful. However, as Chu Hao gradually parsed out the crystal wall rules of this world, the endless abyss was getting closer and closer to this world. A dark spot gradually emerged above this colorful balloon. Parse complete. Chu Hao opened his eyes and immersed himself in the world of the gods, the endless abyss. Invasion. Above the colorful sky of this world, in the depths of the most distant plane, a black and red vortex is rapidly appearing. Start. And in this black and red vortex, a pair of eyes are quietly opening. The oracle has come. Suddenly, on a pyramid in a jungle in this plain, a local elderly alien in gorgeous clothes suddenly opened his eyes. And beside him, there are all kinds of priests standing. When the group of priests saw that the old priest was awakened, they immediately entangled them. How about it, High Priest, what kind of revelation did God give us? God, war is predicted. War? Several priests glanced at each other, and their expressions became tense. Is it the extraterrestrial demon predicted before? However, such an oracle has appeared several times. We've fought off demons many times, don't worry too much. Although this is the case, every time they come, they will destroy many cities. Just when they chattered. At this moment, the old priest stood up tremblingly, looking pale but worriedly looking at the sky. Above the sky, a black dot gradually appeared. But that's not his point. He turned his head and looked in the other direction of the sky. Over there, a grey dot seems to be quietly appearing. Two stars that represent destruction at the same time actually appeared at the same time. Above the sky. Chapter 83. Above the sky. In the farthest depths of that plane, a black-red vortex is slowly emerging. However, this does not mean that the endless abyss has entered this world. On the contrary, the position of the body of the endless abyss at this time is still far from the straight-line distance of this world. However, it should be noted that although the body of the endless abyss has not yet arrived, its influence, the distorted characteristics of the low-dimensional chaotic world of the endless abyss, has already begun to be reflected in this world. For example, in this world, in a dense and prosperous green jungle, a black stain with a stench and aura suddenly appeared here. And with the appearance of this black stain, its appearance is incompatible with the beautiful surrounding environment, like a malignant tumor growing on an ordinary person, a tumor that can never be removed. At the same time, an indescribable smell of disgust and hatred began to center on the black smudge. Quickly spread throughout the jungle. The first to bear the brunt are those small creatures that are the weakest in the jungle, but whose senses are extremely sharp. Squeak! Squeak! As the smell blew through, all the small creatures suddenly began to behave extremely terrifyingly abnormal. Kill each other. The two small creatures, dog heads, with the upper body like a mouse and the lower body like a mouse, after smelling the smell, they began to show each other their fangs that were originally gnawing on plants, their eyes were red and they rushed towards each other, killing each other. These originally docile animals, for some unknown reason, have developed a desire to destroy everything. Not just them, all animals, all sentient beings in the entire jungle, have started a terrifying aberration that begins with the soul and ends with the destruction of the body. The former predators suddenly became violent, attacking those predators, and those predators became even more violent. They began to fight for the pure killing and cruelty in their hearts, instead of being driven by hunger to slaughter all living beings that appear in their sight. Moreover, before they knew it, the plants that these creatures had never noticed, the plants they had always used as food, seemed to have begun to undergo terrible changes. More and more plants began to try to use their own roots to draw the blood flowing from these creatures. The most extreme types of plants start to try to use their activated roots to prey on creatures that have not yet completely died. The invasion begins. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao continued to analyze the crystal wall rules of this world, trying to establish a space channel to communicate between the two worlds, while observing everything in this world with his own consciousness. A fairly powerful world. Single planet, has not yet formed a complete star structure. Chu Hao quickly learned the basic information of this world. Although he cannot directly penetrate all the rules of this world, as a graduate of Invading University, it is still very easy for him to reverse the world through the rules. It seems that there are several mythical creatures. Although some of the rules have not been transformed into authority, some creatures already know how to use them. As I said before, the difficulty of making mythical creatures can basically only be made in the divine realm world of the higher gods themselves, so most of the secret realm worlds also follow the same rules. However, the difficulty of mythical creatures is much lower. In these secret realm worlds, if the rules are not transformed into power, or authority, they can be used by some powerful creatures with intelligence as their own source of power. Although such creatures are not comparable to real mythical creatures, their power is much stronger than ordinary creatures. Even, in some uncivilized secret realm worlds, these mythical creatures are easy to be used in this world. The creatures worshipped as gods. Foolish worship. However, while Chu Hao was still analyzing the crystal wall rules of the plane, the world's counterattack had already begun. For some reason, the counterattack speed of this secret realm world was much faster than Chu Hao expected. Kabab Kaba. In the depths of the jungle, a little devil with shackles was eating the corpses of creatures on the ground with satisfaction. Born from the abyss, it is very satisfied with the flesh and blood of this creature from the orderly world. Soft, non-toxic, and sweet like a candy bar. Such delicious food made this little devil couldn't help but devour it frantically. But suddenly, in the jungle in front of him, there was a sudden sound of zixi susiso. Such a sound made the little devil raise his head alertly. But in the next instant, an arrow engraved with a mysterious symbol slammed into its head and nailed it to a giant tree with a fleshy tumor. Damn, it's monster! A strong alien dressed in intricately patterned sackcloth came out of the jungle holding a wooden bow and arrow. And behind him, stood full of aliens who looked like him. Some of them are holding a machete, some are holding a longbow, and some are holding a radiant alien skull that they don't know how to make. However, these aliens showed disgust after seeing the little devil who was nailed to the giant tree. I didn't expect that the demons from outside the sky that invaded this time would look so ugly. Yes, I originally thought that the demon specimen kept in the big tent was already the most disgusting, but I didn't expect that the demon that appeared this time was even more disgusting than that one. The interracial headed by them did not chat and spank like the other tribesmen, on the contrary. He himself stepped forward vigilantly and checked the little devil's body. This is what a twisted and ugly monster. Just seeing this monster itself, he seems to have a terrible sense of guilt about to fall. The alien leader thought so. For some reason, it doesn't want to observe this little devil with the naked eye at this moment. It was as if an evil thought was spreading in his heart. Then, he pulled out the arrow from the little devil's head and let the earth digest this damn demon. But to his surprise, the little devil turned into a dark and foul-smelling sludge as soon as it landed. The chain on the other side's neck, but strangely remained the same. And as the little devil's body disappeared, the chain was suddenly pulled back by a huge force. Not good. The alien leader shouted. But it's too late. Pairs of scarlet eyes gradually emerged in the depths of the dark jungle. And there, it was the direction in which the chains disappeared. Chapter 84. Not good. The alien leader instinctively felt a sense of danger. After a loud roar, he immediately turned to hide. As soon as he fell to the ground, he smelled an extremely fishy smell and pierced his nostrils, and above his head, a black hook also rubbed his scalp and flew over. Hide away. However, it was just that he escaped. Click click. What? As the sound of a string of chains dissipated, a scream followed. The alien leader turned his head to look. An unsuspecting alien was caught in his abdomen by this black hook. This black hook is full of all kinds of shoddy traces of the abyss, and behind the hook is a string of black iron chains that are equally terrifying. But the next second, the alien who was hooked screamed and was dragged into the darkness of the jungle in front of everyone. Then, in the darkness, there was a chilling chewing sound. And the scream of despair accompanied by the sound of chewing. Then what is that? The rest of the aliens looked in that direction with trembling. Only their leader made the most correct judgment. Run! Run, and tell the bigger tribe about the situation here. Before he finished speaking, the hook suddenly protruded out of the darkness and hooked the alien. And in the darkness in the distance, an extremely plump-looking devil walked out with sturdy thighs, grinning and sneering. In her left hand, she held the black chain connected to the hook, while in his right hand, she held dozens of chains of different lengths. At the end of each chain, there was a little devil enslaved by it. And behind her, there are endless, different from her appearance, but the same twisted and extremely evil terrifying creatures. In the eyes of all creatures, all are scarlet, representing the color of tyranny. At this moment, when the alien leader saw what this evil looked like, he immediately understood. Quick, let's go. Having been hooked, he already understands that this time, the devil who invaded this world is not of the same order of magnitude as the other demons who had invaded before. Let the priests call upon the gods, and let them come. It's a pity, devils, they don't have any mercy at all. As for the pseudo-god in their mouths, they couldn't stop devil's iron hoofs. 2 days later, the dense and prosperous jungle before had completely changed. The once fresh air has become a stench and bloody smell. The once immature flowers were gradually withered and died under the erosion of the endless abyss. Most of the animals that once lived in this forest have become extinct, and even if a few animals survive, they are no longer as wild as they used to be. Instead, a group of abyss beasts with infinitely distorted bodies, terrifying fangs, and unconsciousness because of the breath of the abyss. These abyss beasts, unconsciously, have become a new cancer in this world. They raged in all the jungles that had not yet fallen, killing the rest of the animals that had not yet been deformed. They also wreak havoc in all the aliens' areas of life, like the shadow of death, shrouding the heads of all aliens. However, the world where the aliens live is not without the power to fight back. In this world, there are 4 very strange mythical creatures. They are flying creatures that control all the sky like flying snakes with feathers. One is like a combination of octopus and crab, mastering all the creatures of the sea. One is a giant spirit parasitic in the center of the earth, holding fire and lava. The last one is a collective creature with countless incarnations living in the desert. These 4 creatures are called the 4 gods of this world by the creatures in this world. Although the name of the so-called gods is a bit exaggerated, their strength is indeed beyond doubt. Without exception, they all successfully prevented the invasion of devils, polluted the demons in their mouths, and blocked them from their own realm. Before the devil's main force passed through the space channel, these powerful creatures were enough to support the world. Of course, after devil's main force came, it was another story. The attack went well. Chu Hao opened his eyes, looked at the countless rolling and growing black spots on this planet, and showed a shallow smile. Each black dot represents the place where the endless abyss devils have set foot. All these places will be polluted by devils and become part of the endless abyss. Moreover, due to the characteristics of the endless abyss, the places where devils set foot will only get bigger and bigger. For a long time, this world may completely fall before the space channel is completely established. The whole world, turned into Devil's Lair, was finally captured by the endless abyss and became an inseparable part of it. The endless abyss will harvest new land, new ethnic blood, new abilities and rules, and thus strengthen its own strength. This kind of attack has been the 8th time since Chu Hao graduated. The special plane of the endless abyss, and the devils in the endless abyss, are also becoming more and more proficient in this harvesting process. According to Chu Hao's inference, this world can be completely eroded by the endless abyss in less than a week. Those 4 powerful mythical creatures would not cause too much trouble to Chu Hao's attack plan. All he himself needs to do is wait at the bottom of the endless abyss. As the ruler of the endless abyss, devils will be his best eagle dogs. These loyal eagle dogs will unreservedly comply with any orders issued by Chu Hao. But it is. Is this really going to be so smooth? The grey star in the sky before seems to be approaching this world just like the endless abyss. Another equally greedy and equally terrifying force is also watching the world. An inadvertent collision between the 2 parties may completely destroy the core of this world. An hour before the establishment of the space channel of the endless abyss, a grey space channel quietly appeared on the back of this world. And walking out of the space passage is a dark creature covered in armor. It took off its own helmet and took a breath of the air of this world. Then, it gave a contented smile. Behind it is an endless army of darkness. Chapter 85. Sigh. Really one. The dark creature that walked out of the grey space passage, after taking off its own helmet, took a deep breath of the air of this world, and showed an intoxicated look. An intoxicating world. There is no pollution from alchemical substances, no industrial smoke, and no cursed smell after the magic explosion. There is no terrifying resonance after the fall of the damned, dark gods. After this dark creature took off its own helmet, the appearance exposed in the air can be said to be very strange. First of all, it is a humanoid creature, but its face has many features similar to rodent creatures. Grey fur, sharp teeth, and sharp mouth, developed olfactory organs. But what's really remarkable is that this guy has purple eyes. A kind of blue-purple due to overfilling with magical energy. And just when this dark alien was still immersed in the beautiful environment of this world, more and more aliens similar in size to him are gradually walking out of the grey channel. Each of these dark alien races, like him, is wearing some kind of technology, mixed with armor produced by magic and alchemy. The material of these armors is a special metal cast by alchemy technology. Strong and tough. Best of all, these metals are very lightweight. Light enough that these metals do not cause much burden on the wearer under the premise of having strong performance. Inside the armor, there are technological creations one after another. These technological creations can help these dark races run faster, jump farther, and launch powerful chemical projectiles. Moreover, the technological creations in these armors can allow these dark races to understand the complex environmental factors on the battlefield more accurately than ordinary creatures. As for the outer layer of the armor, it is the core of the armor. One after another, powerful magic energy arrays carved with powerful magic energy. These magical energy arrays with different functions can make every dark alien easily exert a powerful attack ability comparable to a transcendent creature. Just this suit of armor is enough to prove a point. The world behind these alien races is so powerful that it is shocking. Mr. Commander. A dark alien subordinate walked behind the headed alien and said to him. The first batch of troops has completely entered the space channel, and it is expected to complete the assembly within 2 hours. In addition to the 5 ordinary legions, there is also a magic armored regiment that will also go to this world. The rest of the heavy weapons will also be sent over together. Hearing this, the dark alien known as Commander nodded. He is very confident about the mobilization ability of his own world. After all, since the beginning of the Dark Era, they have embarked on a road of rapid outward expansion. For war, their race is very proficient. So, Commander, we need to do something now. After the commander heard the subordinate's question, he turned his head and smiled. His blue-purple eyes were full of disdain for this weak minor world. The first is to establish the forward base, and then it's time to attack. We're going to plunder the world's resources and rule it. We want to colonize this ignorant and weak world, and then let them be the stepping stones for our growth. In my opinion, the strength of this ignorant world cannot pose any threat to us at all. When the commander heard this, he showed an evil smile. The indigenous creatures here will never be able to resist the iron hoof of the magic army. In the space passage behind him, what is revealed is a dark, terrifying and powerful world that gave birth to powerful aliens. A very interesting new creature. Chu Hao, who was about to finish analyzing all the spatial rules of this world, suddenly opened one eye and looked at a battlefield somewhere in this world. This battlefield is located in a cruel desert where the sandstorm never stops. Originally, this desert was a pure barren land, and only a few animals and plants survived here relying on their own strong vitality. But now, the arrival of the Devil Army has completely changed the environment here. The desert that once dried up, due to the influence of the abyss, began to rapidly degenerate and become a land far more unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in than the desert. Those animals and plants that were able to survive in the desert stoutly, but inadvertently came into contact with these twisted black lands, and died miserably one after another. But with their death, a large number of abyss plants like tumor aggregates thrived on this black land. These terrifying creatures, like tumors and nightmares, will expand the area of these lands a little every time they wriggle. Such an expansion, finally at this moment, caused a fierce resistance in this world. A kind of life that Chu Hao has never seen before is beginning to fiercely resist the rule of the devils. In Chu Hao's perspective, a mythical creature similar to a collection of creatures is rapidly gathering its endless incarnations from all over the desert. Its incarnation is so complicated that even Chu Hao can't recognize it all. Among these incarnations, some are elemental creatures similar to rock elves, some are giant monsters similar to sandworms, and some are. However, creatures with complex shapes have endless life forms, various living habits, and completely different habitat areas, but they have one common feature. That is, without exception, they are all incarnations of that powerful creature. A powerful mythical creature in its own area, a completely different racial incarnation derived from it. Such a different feature is beyond Chu Hao's imagination. He never imagined that there would be mythical creatures with such abilities. The application of the rules? Or a special bloodline? Driven by curiosity, Chu Hao decided to put his own vision on this battlefield. He gave the devils a new order, an order from the Lord of the Endless Abyss. That is, no matter how much they lose, the devils here must capture this monster. Chu Hao himself, ready to study this creature with only collective will and thousands of incarnations. But just when Chu Hao's attention was drawn to the creature, a small detail was distracted and ignored by him. More than a dozen creatures with completely different styles of creatures from this world quietly appeared on the horizon. They are looking suspiciously at what is derived from this desert, extremely strange. Black Earth. Chapter 86. What is this? A haze soldier looked at the black earth in front of him and couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. In his vision, these ominous, fetid lands formed a sharp contrast with the nearby desert. The contrast is so abrupt, as if a terribly distorted substance and an indescribable tumor suddenly appeared on a wall that was originally white and normal. The difference between the two sides was so great that the haze soldier couldn't hold back his doubts, so he ignored the discipline in the army and asked his guarded companions. "Hey, you say, these black lands don't belong to this world?" The rest of the companions were stunned when they heard this. To be honest, it's not just the guy who has this feeling. All the members of the entire Haze team had a vague feeling after seeing the scene in front of them. That is these black lands that seem to be out of tune with everything in this world. Shut up, pay attention to discipline. A fully armed Haze with a roulette-shaped magic device on his back scolded the soldier. Obviously, its status is much higher than the rest of the soldiers. Detecting the rules and attributes of the world is the job of garrison magicians and scientists. Its half-squinted blue-purple eyes fully expressed its own dissatisfaction. Our job is to explore the terrain and environment of this world, and then report to the command post. Hearing this, the rest of the soldiers immediately began to sigh and said helplessly, "It's about to start again." Captain's broken thoughts. Every time someone violates the discipline rules in the team, the captain will definitely catch the problem and give a good lecture. Sure enough, the captain of this team started a classic speech. For the survival of the Haze family and for our destruction of the coming world, we must forget our own emotions and do everything we own. Thousands of words are omitted below. Facing the almost murderous eyes of the rest of the team members, the Haze family soldier who asked the question waved his hand helplessly. Okay. Blame me. I promise, I will never do it again next time. Moreover, I will take the lead in the investigation process for a while. In the end, the team was back on the road. However, this time, they really stepped into the black earth. Dozens of minutes later. Report the situation. In a corner of the black earth, the captain held the alchemy equipment in his hand and asked the Haze soldier numbered. The entire team at this time has spread out in the shape of an arrow, and the distance between each person is about 1 kilometer. It seems silly to do so. But in fact, this is the best exploration formation that the Haze family has summed up in the course of thousands of years of war. Not only can it ensure that the team will not be easily destroyed, but the most important point is that unless a legendary creature in the invaded world descends, any Haze clan scout can rely on their weapons and equipment to easily escape a distance of at least 1 kilometer. Report, I found traces of alien creatures here. At this time, he was hiding behind a large rock, secretly recording the alien creature in front of him with the observation-type alchemy equipment in his hand. What kind of alien creature? What is the life form? The captain asked. If nothing else, the current state of these alien creatures is egg or a cocoon-like existence. The number is very large, and there are black and red patterns on the eggshell, and the speed of squirming is very fast. Looking at Devil's cocoon in the distance, he reported patiently. However, the difference from ordinary creatures is that the eggs and cocoons here are juveniles, and there is no adult creature to protect them. Moreover, I didn't find any adult creatures in this area, only these eggs. I'm going to take a closer look and see how these creatures are hatching. Hearing the report, the captain hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Yes, but be careful. We don't know what life forms in this world are like. Maybe there are parasites and other creatures in these eggs. Then, he continued to issue orders. The rest of the squad, gather at my location and prepare for support. Understood. Yes. Received. After the rest of the squad members received the captain's order, they immediately gathered at the designated location. At this moment, he finally stood in front of a devil's cocoon and raised the magic knife in his hand. And the devil's cocoon in front of him seemed to sense danger, squirming faster and faster. Brush. Knives fall. The shell of devil's cocoon burst, and a little devil that had not yet hatched opened his eyes. Boom. Just before the reconnaissance team was assembled, a huge explosion sounded from the direction. And every member of the reconnaissance team knew that it was the sound of the explosion of the magic weapon. Encountered an enemy. Damn, what happened over there? The captain asked anxiously. But inside the alchemy device, there was a heavy breathing sound, as well as a terrible sound made by some kind of brutal creature. Answer me. We. Soon, the voice came over. For some reason, his voice was full of panic and fear. Captain, it's the creatures of this world, they hatch very fast, never seen before, and they are born with full combat power, grass. My arm was bitten off. I'm trying to escape. Damn, I've never seen such creatures. They are like a mixture of chaos and evil, the most twisted creatures. I just killed a few, and they attacked me while eating the corpses of the same kind. They got me. Oh no, they're going to eat me alive. No, they are trying to torture me, I can see from their eyes, they have this. Damn me, I won't let it go, go to hell, go to hell. Kill me. Quick, kill me. Boom. Once again, a terrible explosion sound came from the direction of. Then, there was a terrifying silence. The voice disappeared from this world. But before it disappeared, the voices from the alchemy equipment made the Haze team feel cold and tremble uncontrollably. That is the arrogant laughter of the devils, that is the scream, that is the sound of the cocoons of the devils breaking, that is a creature from a chaotic world, full of malice and sarcasm towards a single person, the sound of. Suddenly, someone tapped the captain on the shoulder. What's wrong? The captain, who was immersed in grief, turned around and immediately trembled. It turned out that on the way when they came, I don't know when, one after another cocoon appeared. The cocoon for hatching devil. Chapter 87. Looking at the devil's cocoons that suddenly appeared behind him, all the members of this Haze team showed expressions of horror. At this moment, these devil's cocoons are squirming frantically. On their shells full of disgusting and twisted mucus, those black and red patterns, like the dirtiest filth, kept coming into the sight of the team members. Moreover, with the acceleration of their peristalsis, everyone's heart seems to be grasped by someone in the air. This heavy fear made everyone feel suffocated. Too much. The number of these devil's cocoons is simply too many. Captain, we should. How to do? Several soldiers stammered and said to the captain in front of him. Prepare to fire. We use firepower to suppress and rush out before these cocoons have fully hatched. Players, don't panic, we will definitely survive. The captain's words gave the members of the reconnaissance team a hope. However, this so-called hope is just a lie. As the captain of the investigation team, he naturally has a clear understanding of the judgment of the situation. He knew very well that this group of people could not escape from being surrounded by these strange creatures. Because, the number of these devil's cocoons has already changed qualitatively. The only use of their team at present is to report the information about these creatures and the situation in this area to the headquarters before death. This is also an important reason why the captain lied. He knew that his subordinates were going to die, and he also knew that he was going to die. However, after hearing the cries, the captain understood a truth. Instead of being killed by these distorted monsters in desperation, instead of being used as a plaything by these monsters who like to see the birth of suffering, it's better to fight to the end. In the blue-purple eyes of the squad leader, the light of magic energy erupted. Fire! Boom! The cocoons of the little devils in a large area were instantly turned into blood under the action of chemical weapons, but at the same time, the cocoons of devils all over the mountains began to hatch. The world information of the Black Rock Squad has been uploaded. Commander, the analysis report of the jungle environment in the southeast region has been released. An electron appeared in the sight of the Haze commander with the roar of the alchemy tool. In this report, the various environments and biological compositions of the jungle in this world are detailed, including pictures, videos, and a large number of possible marching routes that have been specially marked. However, before this report was read, the commander of the Haze clan received a second report. Commander, the world information of the Broken Blade Squad has been uploaded to the southwest direction, please check it out. Then the third, the fourth. The commander sat there, flipping through the world data that flooded his field of vision like a tide. With the collection of intelligence in this world, the war maps gradually emerged in the mind of the commander. These intelligences seem to be of little use, but in fact, these intelligences are the key to the advance of the Haze tribe. They are a race that lives on war and looks like a mouse. In fact, they are naturally good at analyzing intelligence and data, so as to make the judgment that is most conducive to conquering the world. It's just that today, because of fate, a little joke was made. The Haze clan will usher in a war that they did not expect and will never erase their memories. To the northwest, the world information of the Rust team has been. A Haze soldier was operating the alchemy machine in front of him that was used to receive data from various reconnaissance teams. Suddenly, he saw a row of scarlet small characters and was stunned. Such scarlet characters often only represent one meaning. The team was wiped out. And the alchemy equipment of that team was destroyed by man. But it also represents another meaning. That is, this reconnaissance team that has been killed in battle has encountered the resistance forces in this world. As a result, he immediately presented this information to Commander Haze with the highest priority. Commander, a reconnaissance team was attacked and has now been completely destroyed. I see. Hearing this, the commander nodded indifferently, and opened the message from the other party with a blank expression. War always requires sacrifice. If even a little sacrifice is unacceptable, then he himself cannot sit in this position. However, to everyone's surprise, when the commander saw the report sent back by the Rust team, his face changed greatly. Da-da-da. It's eating me alive. Da-da-da. Save me, Captain. Boom. In the video, the commander saw the terrifying scenes that he could never have seen in a nightmare in his life from the first perspective of a member of the dead squad. In the picture, it saw that a team member, while still alive, was cut open by a group of little devils and hung up. In the picture, it saw the little devils' thirst for blood and the evil nature of these creatures. They are born degenerates, they have no respect for life. They are pure sin incarnate, and they just like to see the birth of tragic things with their own eyes. Evil, twisted, grotesque, corrupt. These words cannot describe the perverted nature of the little devils. Even the war between the worlds, even the commander of the Haze clan, who is a dark race, can't believe that there will be creatures, cruel to this extent. He didn't know why such twisted and evil creatures were born in this beautiful world. As if, on a delicious piece of pastry, there is a terrible mold. It's a shame, and it's utterly disgusting at the same time. The commander was silent. After a few minutes, he stood up and started issuing offensive orders from his own. All troops, give priority to attacking the northwest direction. In that direction, there is the most thorny enemy in this world, a group of terrifying enemies that feed on calamity. Send my order. The commander took a deep breath. Open the way with the death bomb first and attack those black lands. Then, dispatch all the heavy armored troops and infantry troops to destroy all the local creatures, leaving none behind. We want the monsters in this ignorant world to taste the terrifying power of the mixed creation of science and magic. We have to let them, these evil, ugly monsters, let them and the world behind them know. There was a trace of anger in the commander's eyes. The fear of being suppressed and humiliated by us. They, and the world behind them, will kneel before our haze, begging for our mercy. Attack. Start. Soon, the little devils who were still fighting for the remains of the team encountered the revenge of the Haze clan. Countless chemical bombs fell from the sky, turning the black earth into a wasteland full of chemical pollution. But at the same time, the Haze clan, inadvertently, awakened a terrifying existence. A pair of indifferent eyes looked here from the bottom of the endless abyss. Chapter 88. Azimuth, XXX, YYY. A Haze artillery commander, standing on the edge of the black earth, is facing the feng shui compass in his hand, correcting the direction of the artillery fire. Behind him is a Haze soldier who is loading the death bomb. And beside the soldiers, there are terrifying cannons made of alchemy technology and technology. These ferocious cannons are one of the most proud weapons of the Haze family, magic cannons. Their construction is completely different from the cannons found in many technoplanes and steam technoplanes. In addition to the more sophisticated internal structure, these cannons also have magic arrays that can add various enchanting effects to the cannonballs. More importantly, these magic cannons can launch a special kind of death bomb developed by a mad scientist. Each cannonball can cause terrifying chemical radiation and pollution to the land it hits, completely killing all life in this area. Fire! Dong 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 dong! Following the order, the entire artillery position immediately started a salvo. Above the bright sky, countless artillery shells with evil green trajectories behind them shot in unison in the direction of the black earth. Just like countless monsters holding sharp swords and grinning. Boo! In just a few breaths, an area of the entire black earth was covered by the explosion traces of these shells. Although the power of the explosion itself is not large, what really makes these bombs named death is the chemical substances contained in these shells. Countless green smoke began to ascend from the black earth. A little devil, after being contaminated with these green chemical mists, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and then desperately grabbed his neck with both hands. An indescribable pain that completely eroded its mind. Then, countless yellow-green pustules appeared on its body at an extremely terrifying speed. These pustules ruptured quickly, and a pool of foul-smelling thick water appeared, but this was not the end. This little devil, who fell to the ground and twitched, covered with pustules, began a terrible dissolution. Its eyeballs began to fall off, its muscle tissue began to dissolve, and its blood began to turn into a yellow-green pus. In an instant, this little devil became a pool of thick water that no longer had life. The whole process takes only 10 seconds before and after. This terrifying poisonous fog is so terrifying. In the entire Black Land, almost all the little devils turned into rancid thick water after being contaminated with this poisonous mist. Even the black earth under their feet was dyed from black to yellow-green due to the presence of the poisonous mist. Only a few little devils with upgraded poison resistance can survive in such an environment for a short time. But such survival is destined to be short-lived. In addition to the fact that these chemical fumes will keep melting their bodies, the most important reason is that attack. A Haze soldier holding a machete, under the protection of a gas mask and armor, rushed to a small devil who was still alive at an extremely fast speed under the blessing of magic. Slashed at the opponent with a knife. Brush! With just one knife, this little devil had his head cut off before he could resist. Then, its head, with its eyes still open, was trampled into blood by the opponent's military boots. The rest of the little devils wanted to rush over and kill the creature who dared to show its fangs at devil, but bang bang bang! A huge black machine with the skull of an unknown creature on it opened fire. Countless bullets turned into a metal storm, successfully slaughtering these little devils. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by the driver's laughter, more weapons installed on the machine fired frantically. No little devil could resist these metal storms, and they all screamed and died. And those ordinary haze soldiers also showed strong fighting ability in this battle. With the support of full armor and weapons, each of these warriors showed strength at least above the stage. In less than a few dozen minutes, more than half of the black earth in this area was completely destroyed. And the fastest attacking haze troop has even come to a more core area, and continues to launch a devastating attack on the hatching devil's cocoon. The battle reports between the various teams also came to the haze commander like snowflakes. Good job! Looking at the enemy casualties recorded above, the commander smiled. Although these creatures are disgusting and twisted, their strength seems to be ridiculously weak. This ignorant world is destined to be stepped on by our haze family. Continue to attack and destroy all creatures who dare to resist. Establish a forward base, and we will take down the world effortlessly. This mythical creature is about to be captured. Chu Hao sat on the throne at the bottom of the endless abyss, observing a corner of the battlefield. In the corner, there is only a mythical creature with countless incarnations, and it is in a state of being besieged by devil. It has many incarnations and has fallen into the hands of devils. I'm really curious, what kind of rules govern the body of this creature? If the characteristics of this creature are put into the endless abyss, what kind of creature will be born, really? Suddenly, Chu Hao suddenly sensed that some of the little devils hatched from the endless abyss were suddenly hit with extinction. More than half of the black lands on the edge of this desert suddenly disappeared. And more abyss lands are also under attack. What's the situation? Chu Hao swept his indifferent eyes to the battlefield, and immediately saw a scene that made him a little puzzled. A group of creatures that are somewhat incompatible with the indigenous creatures of this world are destroying one after another of the little devils in an absolutely crushing manner. Before them, they would often launch some amusing shells in Chu Hao's eyes, and then they would get a large number of heavy machinery and infantry to clear the field and destroy all the enemies. Hey? Where did this enemy come from? Is it the second kind of intelligent creature in this world? It's really interesting. Nope. Chu Hao subconsciously believed that these creatures would be the second type of intelligent creatures born in this world. However, as a god, Chu Hao is naturally not a mortal thing. Just at this moment of observation, he discovered the anomaly. Behind these creatures, there is a grey line mixed with the breath of curse. The existence of these lines can only represent one thing. That is, this is the creatures from another world. And, behind them, there are gods endorsed. Just as the Haze tribe's vanguard army advanced to the edge of the Black Earth, a soldier suddenly found it. On the edge of the Black Earth, one after another appeared. A door made of bones, flesh, and fallen things. And from these doors, a terrible sound is exuding. Voice from the abyss.